Chapter 1. The World of Exotic Beasts. Ah, how delightful. After enduring 7 days of constipation, Lin Ran finally found relief in the restroom. 20 minutes later, feeling rejuvenated, he pulled up his trousers, reveling in the beauty of existence. As was his custom, he mounted his beloved Yachty electric bike, preparing to head to his pet shop. However, at that moment, Lin Ran was suddenly engulfed in darkness, the fabric of time and space quaking, and he lost consciousness in an instant. After a brief interlude, Lin Ran gradually awakened, his vision hazy, his mind bombarded by an influx of information from all directions, crashing against his consciousness. Exotic beasts? Lin Ran? Beast tamer? The information was a chaotic torrent, overwhelming to the point of near rupture. Lin Ran gritted his teeth, pressing his face against the ground in agony. After what felt like an eternity, his mind began to settle, unfamiliar memories swirling in an orderly fashion within his thoughts. Have I crossed over? I merely took a dump. Is it possible to cross over for that? Lin Ran was incredulous, rushing outside to discover that the layout of the street remained unchanged, albeit with significantly taller structures. The pedestrians, men, women, and children alike, were accompanied by various forms of exotic beasts. A parallel world? Could it truly be a crossover? Never mind. Let me check my shop first. As Lin Ran pedaled, he scanned his surroundings, noting the many strange edifices that had sprung up, each monumental in size, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Fortunately, his shop still occupied its original location, unchanged. He unlocked the door and raised the shutter, only to be stunned. All the pet food and supplies had vanished. Even his beloved husky, which he had cared for over the years, was nowhere to be found. The shop appeared as though it had been ransacked, utterly bare. Damn it, I've been robbed. This is the end. Lin Ran nearly spat blood in despair. Ding, a suitable host has been detected. Initiating soul test. Test complete, merging in progress. Merging complete, preparing to activate. At that moment, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind. A system? Is this the grand welcome I receive upon crossing over? Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback before excitement surged within him. Indeed, such phenomena are merely tardy, never absent. As a modern-day otaku, gaming, binge-watching dramas, and reading novels constituted Lin Ran's everyday life. He was well acquainted with this so-called system, and he promptly began to inquire about its functions. I am a super exotic beast cultivation system, with the objective of nurturing the most formidable exotic beasts in the world. Lin Ran gasped, anticipation igniting within him. Host detected to possess no astral energy fluctuations, unable to become a beast tamer. You're deemed a waste. Preparing to initiate Plan B. Lin Ran was taken aback. A waste? With my striking handsomeness, how could I be deemed a waste? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, another voice reverberated in his mind. Plan B initiated. Please locate a shop for binding within the next 24 hours. Lin Ran paused briefly, then promptly replied, this shop is mine. Binding here. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Constructing layout. Cultivation room established. Incubation pool established. Exotic beast merchandise section established. Establishment complete. Please choose one of the following 2 exotic beasts, enhance its original power threefold within 2 days, and successfully sell it. As the system concluded, the shop's entrance was instantly sealed, and the area previously designated for pet grooming transformed into a cultivation room, while the small pool turned into an incubation pool. However, the section for selling pet food and supplies remained utterly vacant. What? Enhance an exotic beast's power threefold in 2 days? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Lin Ran began to doubt his own hearing while recalling the memories flooding his mind. In this world, enhancing the strength of exotic beasts was arduous, requiring relentless training day after day. To achieve a threefold increase in a mere 2 days was nothing short of absurd. What happens if I fail the task? Lin Ran asked nonchalantly. Since Plan B has been activated, failure to complete the task will result in the activation of annihilation mode, erasing the host and all related memories. It would be as if you never existed in this world, the system coldly replied. Damn it, you're going to erase me? This is utterly impossible to accomplish. Lin Ran interrupted. Detected severe verbal abuse from the host, initiating punishment mode. 5 slaps. The system stated. Just as Lin Ran prepared to speak, a transparent, energy-based hand materialized out of thin air. Slap, 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 slap. The 5 resounding slaps landed crisply on Lin Ran's face. His cheek burned with pain, and an overwhelming anger surged within him, yearning to curse again, but he bit his tongue. Could you possibly assign a different task? Lin Ran asked, rubbing his face with a sly grin. Not an option. Execution is mandatory, the system asserted firmly. Never mind, let's give it a try. What a ridiculous system, Lin Ran thought, feeling considerably displeased. I accept. We're the pets. He'll choose. At that moment, 2 beams of golden light appeared, revealing 2 exotic beasts before him. Recalling his memories, Lin Ran learned that one was an orange shadow cat, its body predominantly orange with a black underside, possessing wind attributes, a low-tier exotic beast typically utilized by novice beast tamers, reaching only tier 3 upon maturity. The other was a sunfire sparrow, adorned in red and white feathers, diminutive and Cezino larger than a fist, also a low-tier exotic beast, peaking at tier 3. Gazing at these feeble creatures filled him with despair. Where were the promised cheats? Where was the invincibility? He'll choose this orange cat. The orange shadow cat. The cat bore an uncanny resemblance to the orange cats on Earth, prompting Lin Ran to momentarily misstate his choice. Exotic beast selected, establishing interdimensional rift for the host. The system's voice began to resound. As soon as the words left its mouth, a purple rift tore through the current space before Lin Ran. Startled, he nearly screamed. Considering this is the host's first time cultivating an exotic beast, the system will automatically match a suitable cultivation dimension. Lin Ran quickly recalled from his memories that in this world, cultivating exotic beasts required meticulous attention to the environment. Powerful exotic beast cultivation shops constructed specialized facilities tailored to each beast's attributes, exhibiting great professionalism. However, upon inspecting his own shop, which was barely spacious enough, he realized that such facilities were out of the question. Detecting exotic beast, orange shadow cat, wind attribute, selecting dimension, wine forest sea mountain realm. Will you enter? Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, his expression a mix of confusion as he muttered, let's go in. As soon as he uttered those words, the purple rift widened, akin to a vertical eye, drawing Lin Ran and the orange shadow cat into its depths. Suddenly, the world spun violently, darkness enveloping him, as if his soul had vacated his body. His vision faded to black. After a moment, his sight gradually returned, revealing a vast primordial forest before him, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. The host has successfully arrived at the Wind Forest Sea Mountain realm. Time limit, 2 days. During this period, the host is granted the system's protection, absolute defense. Lin Ran was utterly flabbergasted. Where am I? Have I crossed over again? He glanced around, surrounded by towering trees that scraped the heavens, the ground overrun with weeds, and countless whirlwinds swirling in the sky, a sight to behold. Ding! Due to the host lacking astral energy, you're unable to form a contract with the exotic beast. A temporary contract scroll has been issued. A golden, scroll-like object appeared in Lin Ran's hand. How? How do I use this? Lin Ran inquired, bewildered. It requires the host's blood to draw the formation indicated on the scroll, then place the exotic beast within the formation, the system explained. Lin Ran opened the scroll to reveal a hexagram pattern, then bit his finger to draw the formation. Where's the orange shadow cat? After completing the drawing, Lin Ran intended to place the orange shadow cat inside, only to find it exuberantly running around a giant tree. Lin Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He approached, scooped up the orange shadow cat, and placed it within the formation. The exotic beast displayed a friendly demeanor, offering no resistance. As the hexagram formation emitted a radiant glow, a luminous orb appeared in Lin Ran's mind, allowing him to sense everything the orange shadow cat experienced. The orange shadow cat, in turn, became particularly affectionate, circling around him, sniffing curiously. Chapter 2. Wind Forest Sea Mountain. At that moment, powerful gusts of wind sliced through the air, emerging from the whirlpools above. "Run!" Lin Ran exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. But it was too late. The formidable wind blades howled toward him, and despair settled in. Am I dead?" Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his senses, realizing that a protective shield enveloped him, causing the wind blades that approached to dissipate harmlessly. However, his companion, the orange shadow cat, was not as fortunate. It lay gruesomely mutilated, as if torn apart by a flurry of blades, its body a grotesque sight. The echo of its anguished cries resonated in his mind, leaving Lin Ran's face ashen, filled with sorrow for the orange shadow cat. "Beast death detected. Would you like to resurrect it on the spot?" The system's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Resurrect on the spot," Lin Ran replied, momentarily taken aback. "I didn't know such a feature existed. That's impressive. During the nurturing phase, if a beast dies, it can be resurrected without limitation. The host will receive absolute defense in the direst of circumstances, rendering them immune to all harm. Remember, it must be in the direst of circumstances," the system stated matter-of-factly. As soon as the words left the system, the mangled body of the orange shadow cat transformed into countless specks of light, which then coalesced at Lin Ran's feet, restoring the cat to its original form. The orange shadow cat appeared bewildered, wondering how it had returned to life after its apparent demise. But almost immediately, a vortex of wind above unleashed a barrage of wind blades, and once again, the orange shadow cat was sliced into pieces. Resurrect on the spot. Upon its second resurrection, the orange shadow cat was gripped by an overwhelming fear. The harrowing pain of its previous death was etched in its memory, and it clung desperately to Lin Ran's leg, refusing to let go. "Can I change locations? This place is far too perilous," Lin Ran inquired of the system. "Yes, the host may switch regions at any time during the mission," the system confirmed. "All right, change the region," Lin Ran shouted. With another dizzying swirl, they found themselves in a different jungle. The wind vortex above had vanished, yet it was evident they remained within the same realm of Wind Forest Sea Mountain. As Lin Ran strolled through the foliage, the orange cat trailed closely behind, nervously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a spider, entirely green, sprang from the nearby underbrush, spitting out a white silk thread that ensnared the orange shadow cat tightly. At that moment, Lin Ran felt a jolt in his mind. Turning to look, he spotted the green spider lurking among the grass, its body covered in menacing spikes, with a gaping maw dripping with venom, an utterly terrifying sight. It was currently savoring the bloodied form of his orange shadow cat. "What in the world is this? My poor little orange," Lin Ran lamented, a mix of sorrow and fury overwhelming him. "The host has been detected as lacking the ability to discern beasts. A beast identification device has been granted," the system announced. Lin Ran sensed the presence of a new item in his mind. "Would you like to use the identification device?" The system's voice resounded again as Lin Ran struggled to comprehend. Yes, use it," Lin Ran replied. "Mature green demon spider. Attributes: wind, poison. Level: tier 3 lower. Skills: web entanglement, poison spike, paralysis powder. Qualification: F. Rating: 31 points. The information about the green demon spider vividly materialized in his mind, an extraordinary experience. "Resurrect on the spot," Lin Ran shouted once more. The half-eaten orange shadow cat at the spider's mouth instantly transformed into light points, reassembling into a complete form at Lin Ran's feet. The green demon spider, witnessing its intended meal revive before its eyes, appeared utterly perplexed. Without hesitation, Lin Ran promptly employed the identification device on the orange shadow cat. Growing orange shadow cat. Attributes: wind. Level: tier 1 lower. Skills: barbaric charge, meow, claw strike. Qualification: F. Rating: 12 points. "What a disappointment, it's so weak," Lin Ran sighed, feeling conflicted as he gazed at the feeble orange shadow cat. "Wait a moment." Lin Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. He swiftly utilized the beast contract within his mind to command the orange shadow cat to attack the green demon spider. The recently resurrected orange shadow cat remained ensnared in the terror it had just experienced. However, upon hearing its master's command, it instinctively launched an attack. With a fierce charge, boom! The orange shadow cat instantly accelerated. Hurtling forward with formidable force, the green demon spider staggered back a few steps, unharmed, while the orange shadow cat, on the other hand, was left bruised and battered by the spider's poisonous barbs, its crimson blood turning a sickly purple, clearly indicating it had succumbed to poison. The green demon spider swiftly extended its forelimbs, ruthlessly piercing the orange shadow cat's body, shredding it to pieces. The orange shadow cat met its demise once more. Revived on the spot, without hesitation, Lin Ran had already formulated a plan. After all, with infinite revivals at his disposal, he was determined to outlast the green demon spider. The freshly resurrected orange shadow cat appeared bewildered. As Lin Ran flashed it a peculiar smile, promptly commanding it to attack the green demon spider again. The orange shadow cat, its face a mask of despair, could not resist and obediently charged at the green demon spider. Enraged by the cat's return, the green demon spider unleashed a violet poisonous needle from its rear, aimed at the advancing orange shadow cat. Revive on the spot. Keep attacking, Lin Ran urged as he resurrected the orange shadow cat once more. In the blink of an eye, a living orange shadow cat reappeared, racing towards the green demon spider. Thus the cycle continued. Once, twice, thrice, and so on. By the ninth revival, the orange shadow cat's body suddenly emanated a green glow, its speed dramatically increasing as it surged toward the green demon spider's face. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 swift claw strikes, it raked across the spider's visage, green blood gushing forth. Remarkably, the attack had succeeded. Lin Ran's mouth fell agape in astonishment. An orange shadow cat, merely a first-tier growth entity, had managed to injure a third-tier mature entity, which was utterly astonishing. The previous luminescent green aura must have signified the acquisition of a new skill, though its nature remained unknown. Soon, driven by the pain, the green demon spider went into a frenzy, tearing apart the orange shadow cat once again. Revive on the spot. The orange shadow cat seemed to have accustomed itself to this routine, charging forth immediately upon resurrection. Once again enveloped in a green luminescence, its claws had elongated significantly, resembling daggers. In an instant, it appeared behind the green demon spider, launching a frenzied assault on its venomous maw, slicing it into pieces as toxic fluid gushed forth. Roar! In excruciating agony, the green demon spider violently thrashed its tail, hurling the orange shadow cat away, while simultaneously expelling a cloud of yellow gas. The orange shadow cat, upon inhaling it, instantly lost its combat ability, collapsing to the ground, only to be torn apart by the green demon spider once more. Revive on the spot, Lin Ran called out. The orange shadow cat, now fully accustomed to the process, immediately attacked again after resurrection. The green glow on its body flickered more intensely, and its claws transformed into daggers, launching themselves forward. Incredible! It has even learned to attack from a distance. Lin Ran marveled at the sight of the projectile claws. .8 dagger-like claws swiftly soared through the air, embedding themselves in the green demon spider's 8 legs, effectively restraining its movements. Following this, the orange shadow cat executed another ferocious charge, colliding with the spider, which was sent tumbling, its abdomen splitting open. Despite being injured by the poisonous barbs, the orange shadow cat astonishingly remained unpoisoned this time. Could be immune, as the green demon spider, now gravely wounded, descended into madness. It trembled its 8 legs, shattering the embedded claws, and unleashed a torrent of silk. The orange shadow cat, glowing with green light, sprinted desperately, but was a moment too late, entangled in the web and dragged into the spider's maw. Mercilessly swallowed. Revive again. Just as it was about to be consumed, the orange shadow cat vanished from the green demon spider's mouth, only to reappear anew before the spider's eyes. Thus, the cycle of attack, death, and revival continued. Finally, on the 25th attempt, the orange shadow cat shattered the green demon spider's abdomen, swiftly severing its head. The green demon spider had clearly met its end. Chapter 3. Can I revive too? After vanquishing the green demon spider, Lin Ran let out a deep sigh of relief, gazing at the utterly exhausted orange shadow cat, momentarily at a loss for words. For a creature of merely first-tier growth to withstand the assault of a third-tier beast was indeed a tall order. Nevertheless, through the means of infinite revivals and relentless attacks, the training had proven remarkably effective. During the last few revivals, the orange shadow cat's speed of attack had noticeably increased, and its angles of assault had become exceedingly cunning. It even executed a feint that misled its opponent, successfully striking at its already wounded abdomen. Despite the constant cycle of death and resurrection, the entire ordeal had lasted only about half an hour, and the rapid enhancement within such a brief time was nothing short of miraculous. Excited, Lin Ran activated the pet appraisal device once more on the orange shadow cat. Growth stage. Orange shadow cat attributes. Wind element level. First tier upper position skills. Savage charge. Claw strike wind spirit technique. Claw projection potential. C grade rating. 22 Ha. It seems that achieving a threefold increase in strength is not as difficult as it appears in no time. It has reached first tier upper position. And its potential has also improved. Quite impressive. Let us go, little orange. We shall continue our journey. Lin Ran affectionately patted the orange shadow cat's fluffy head with a smile. I'm too tired. I can't move. The orange shadow cat conveyed a rather displeased message to Lin Ran through their temporary beast contract. Lin Ran paused, gazing at the motionless orange shadow cat sprawled on the ground, a strange smile creeping onto his face. Oh, feeling quite fatigued, are we? Allow me to give you a massage. Hearing this, the orange shadow cat nodded in satisfaction, yet a wary glance at Lin Ran revealed that peculiar grin, causing its fur to bristle with alarm. What is this lecherous human planning? Don't be anxious. I merely wish to massage you. Nothing more. Lin Ran said, approaching the orange shadow cat with a gentle smile, as he neared the corpse of the green demon spider. He swiftly plucked a poisonous barb, quickening his pace toward the orange shadow cat. The orange shadow cat jolted in shock, unable to react in time before meeting its end, this time at the hands of Lin Ran. Revive on the spot. Haha, was that satisfying? Am I not wonderful? Lin Ran caressed the orange shadow cat's fur, speaking tenderly. He had long noticed that in this realm, the orange shadow cat always returned to its optimal state upon resurrection, seemingly unharmed. Thus, while undeniably cruel, it was undoubtedly an effective method for rapid recovery. Meow. Once revived, the orange shadow cat let out a fierce roar, baring its teeth and scratching the ground in fury. Oh, dear. Don't be angry. This is all for your benefit. Lin Ran crouched down, continually soothing the orange shadow cat. The orange shadow cat begrudgingly accepted this, wishing it could claw this troublemaking master to death were it not for the constraints of the temporary beast contract. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt a sharp discomfort in his right hand. Glancing down, he saw it had turned purple, losing sensation as the poison began to spread. To his dismay, the green demon spider's venom was far more potent than anticipated. Soon, Lin Ran began to vomit, feeling dizzy. System, quick, save me. I think I'm done for. He panicked. The host's reckless behavior does not constitute an emergency. Absolute defense will not be activated, the system replied coldly. What the? Before he could finish his thought, Lin Ran fainted, quickly succumbing, his eyes wide open in a final, unblinking stare. The orange shadow cat was initially stunned, then erupted in joy, its tiny claws flailing, as if to say, Look, the tables have turned. And you got what you deserved. Am I dead? Lin Ran's gaze was vacant, but he quickly regained consciousness, finding himself still in the forest, the orange shadow cat gleefully nearby. I can revive too. Ha. Lin Ran exclaimed with uncontainable joy. I told you. All bees can revive at will, the system stated matter-of-factly. Am I also a beast? No way. Lin Ran began a frenzied tirade, hurling expletives at the system. But soon he received 5 sharp slaps in return. This amusing. Now get back on the road. Lin Ran maliciously directed his words towards the orange shadow cat. The cat's smile instantly froze, and with a deep sigh, it obediently set off on its journey. Thus, over the next 2 days, Lin Ran subjected the orange shadow cat to relentless and brutal training. Each time they encountered a strange beast, they charged in, resulting in countless deaths. over 100 times, to be precise. Although Lin Ran possessed absolute defense, he could not escape his own recklessness, leading to his demise on more than 10 occasions. Come, let me check your attributes once more. Lin Ran activated the pet appraisal device towards the Orange Shadow Cat. Growth stage, Orange Shadow Cat attributes. Wind level, Tier 3 lower skills. Barbaric charge, Meow Claw Strike. Wind Spirit technique, Cat Claw Shot. Tiger Roar, Chain Wind Arrows. Wind Demon Cloak potential. D rating, 45 huh? Success. Are you happy, little orange? Lin Ran exclaimed while affectionately stroking the Orange Shadow Cat, who appeared utterly disenchanted. Ding, dormitory task completed. Reward, 20 points. Store function unlocked. Returning. Return successful. Clear part of the memory of the strange beasts. After a dizzying whirl, both man and cat returned to the shop. Upon sensing the safety of their surroundings, the Orange Shadow Cat let out a deep breath, curled up, and fell asleep, unaware of the memories it had lost. Store? Where is it? Lin Ran looked around, silently reciting store, and it promptly materialized in his mind. The system stated blandly. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Ran chuckled a few times, then mentally invoked the store again, and indeed a page appeared in his mind. There were 5 items listed. 1. Strange Beast Compendium, 20 points. 2. Low-level Beast Lock, 50 points. 3. Star Spear Elixir, 100 points. 4. Frenzy, 500 points. 5. Low-level Spirit Gathering Pill, 1,000 points. The points next to these items must be the 20 points you just gave me. Lin Ran said in astonishment. Indeed, the system confirmed. What can I possibly buy with just 20 points? You're too stingy. Lin Ran expressed his discontent. The host may accumulate points gradually, the system replied. Then tell me, with these 20 points, what should I exchange for? Based on the host's current needs, you may purchase the Strange Beast Compendium first. What is that? What use does it have? It allows you to grasp information about all strange beasts in this world, including their skills and habits. But oh, is that so? It sounds quite impressive. Lin Ran exchanged his sole 20 points for the compendium, and a torrent of powerful information surged into his mind, instantly enriching his knowledge. He then aimed the pet appraisal device at the now sleeping Orange Shadow Cat once more. Upon seeing the cat's information again, Lin Ran felt enlightened. Wow! Wind Spirit Technique and Wind Demon Cloak are actually high-tier wind skills. I never expected this foolish cat to learn them. Moreover, Chain Wind Arrows is a skill possessed only by flying strange beasts. Truly, force to the tree like a sow. Huh, Lin Ran muttered to himself. By the way, if I were to sell this strange beast, do I set the price? Lin Ran inquired of the system. All items in this store have prices set by this system. The host has no authority to change them. And any earnings can be exchanged at a rate of 1,000 blue star coins for 1.1001. That's outrageous. Forget it. I just want to ask. Can I become a beast tamer? Lin Ran suddenly asked seriously. Once the host accumulates 100 points, they may exchange for the Star Spirit Elixir, purify their body, and gain Star Spirit power, at which point they can become a beast tamer. The system replied, 100 points, which is 100,000. Quickly tell me, how much is this exquisite orange cat worth? Lin Ran exclaimed excitedly. Identifying strange beast, identification complete, selling price. 30,000, the system answered. Only 30,000. The Strange Beast Compendium states that a regular orange cat is worth around 20,000. How can my exquisite specimen be worth just 30,000? Lin Ran was at a loss for words. This system is absolutely fair to all. The system insisted. Fine, 30,000. It is that I'll go along with you. Lin Ran replied, a look of despair on his face. That moment, Lin Ran suddenly realized that he had been away from home for 2 days in Wind Forest Mountain. His family must be frantic with worry. The time in the cultivation interface differs from the real world. 1 day equals 2 hours. The system sensed and promptly responded. Lin Ran sighed in relief, glanced at the clock on the wall, and saw it was just past 1 o'clock. He then reopened the roll-up door, preparing to sell the Orange Shadow Cat. The flow of people on the street increased, and a few passers-by glanced into his shop. But upon seeing it empty, they quickly moved on. There's nothing here. They won't come at all. I need to think of a way. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he rushed out of the shop holding the Orange Shadow Cat. Our store has just cultivated a formidable orange shadow cat. Is anyone interested? Lin Ran shouted loudly. If the low-tier novice beast is considered formidable, what a fool! The owner of the adjacent strange beast shop rolled his eyes in disbelief. Absolutely unbeatable orange shadow cat. If you don't believe it, all skilled challengers are welcome to test their mettle. Lin Ran ignored the taunts and continued to call out. Hey, young man, if you're in dire need of money, just sell it to me for 10,000. The shop owner sneered. 10,000. Are you kidding me? I tell you, this beast is unbeatable below Tier 4. Feel free to challenge me, including Tier 4, Lin Ran proclaimed, pulling up a stool to shout. Unbeatable below Tier 4. I think you've bumped your head, ha! The adjacent shop owner continued to mock. What are you babbling about? If you have the guts, come out and fight me, you idiot! Lin Ran could no longer tolerate the man's incessant taunts. What did you say? It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. A middle-aged man from next door stepped forward, exposing his bare, flabby torso. That I won't bully you. My beast is a Tier 5 bloodline flame shadow lizard, currently in the growth stage with Tier 3 strength. If you can defeat me, I will take your orange shadow cat. Otherwise, kneel and apologize. The middle-aged man declared arrogantly, summoning a massive black lizard through a portal. Sell you? Dream on. Watch me obliterate you. Lin Ran retorted disdainfully. Chapter 4. The orange cat unleashed. At this point, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Hey, everyone, come quickly and watch the battle between the orange shadow cat and the flame shadow lizard. A boy in blue shouted excitedly. Before long, a large throng of spectators had assembled, all curious to see just how powerful this so-called orange shadow cat was. If I were you, I'd be regretting this moment. You're about to make a public fool of yourself. Ha! The middle-aged man settled down nearby, crossing his legs. Little Orange, you can easily handle this kind of opponent. Lin Ran encouraged as the orange shadow cat sensed the battle intent and became invigorated. Roaring at the flame shadow lizard, go. Lin Ran set the cat down and transmitted a command for full combat. The orange shadow cat, feeling the command, bristled with energy, its fur standing on end in a display of fierce determination. The flame shadow lizard, upon seeing its opponent was merely a kitten, momentarily froze. Then, with a casual flick of its tail, it seemed to dismiss the whole affair and began to walk away. Look, my flame shadow lizard doesn't even feel the need to fight. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, but at that moment, the orange shadow cat erupted with tremendous energy, enveloped in a dark green armor. With a graceful leap, it swiped its claws, launching 8 dagger-like claws that flew swiftly towards the flame shadow lizard. The flame shadow lizard was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time as the 8 claw strikes fiercely pierced its body, unleashing a deafening roar of fury. What the? Did I just see that correctly? What is that? The wind demon cloak. High-tier wind skill. How could the orange shadow cat possibly have that? The crowd began to murmur, astonished expressions spreading across their faces. The middle-aged man was equally dumbfounded, his lit cigarette falling to the ground. He quickly regained his composure. You little brat, you must be cheating. How could the orange shadow cat possibly possess that skill? He shouted angrily. Cheating? Everyone can see it. Believe it or not, that's your choice, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. How infuriating. I will definitely settle this score with you today. Subsequently, the middle-aged man formed hand seals, channeling enhancements of power, speed, and defense all at once. Revealing himself to be a 3-star beast tamer, the enhanced blaze shadow lizard glared menacingly at the orange shadow cat, seemingly eager to devour it whole. With a sudden tremor throughout its body, it shattered the claws embedded in its flesh, summoning a concentrated black beam of energy which it unleashed towards the orange shadow cat. The orange shadow cat deftly evaded the attack, allowing the black ray to careen into the surrounding crowd. A young lad clad in blue promptly summoned a rocky dragon tortoise to intercept the strike. Hey, old man, where are you aiming? Came a disgruntled voice from the crowd. Yeah, if you can't handle it, just concede. The onlookers began to murmur discontentedly. Meanwhile, the orange shadow cat, having effortlessly dodged the attack, vanished in an instant. With a flash of green light, it reappeared behind the blaze shadow lizard, letting out a tremendous roar akin to that of a tiger. The close-range sonic assault left the Blaze Shadow lizard incapacitated, suffering a severe internal hemorrhage and losing its combat capability. Wait, did I just hear that right? Was that a tiger's roar? A woman in yellow exclaimed. It was definitely a tiger's roar. Are you all sure that's the orange shadow cat and not some tiger-like beast cub? Doubts echoed among the spectators. Also, was that green flash a wind spirit technique? Another advanced wind skill. A man shouted in excitement. It must be the orange shadow cat. Incredible. As the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, the middle-aged man stood in shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming strength of the orange shadow cat that had swiftly annihilated his Blaze Shadow lizard. I want it. Back off. I saw it first. I want it. The commotion escalated as voices clamored for the creature. Enough noise. I'll offer 50,000 for the orange shadow cat. A voice boomed. Humph, such a powerful orange shadow cat. And you think it's worth only 50,000? I'll bid 70,000, declared a green-clad man. I'll go 80,000. The middle-aged man from the adjacent shop, now startled back to reality, quickly stowed away his Blaze Shadow lizard and rushed to ingratiate himself with Lin Ran. Ha ha, young brother, it was all a misunderstanding. I've lost, and according to our wager, that orange shadow cat belongs to me. I'll offer 100,000. Did I ever agree to a bet with you, you fool? Everyone, listen up. I'm selling this orange shadow cat for only 30,000. Lin Ran exclaimed, his heart aching at the thought of parting with such a valuable creature. 30,000. Wow, I want. More people surged forward, encircling Lin Ran. With so many of you and only one cat, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? The winner takes it. Though Lin Ran was in pain, he felt a surge of excitement seeing so many eager buyers for the beast he had nurtured. During his previous stint running a pet shop, he had never encountered such a crowd. The onlookers, taken aback, complied. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, following the system's directives, unlocked a temporary contract for the orange shadow cat after a fierce contest. All right, the orange shadow cat is yours. Take good care of it. The victor, a little girl, was too excited to speak, merely nodding vigorously. Now, pay up. 30,000. Lin Ran pulled out his phone, gesturing for the girl to scan the payment. Without hesitation, she produced her phone and transferred the 30,000, skipping joyfully as she cradled the orange shadow cat. Before departing, the orange shadow cat radiated joy as if it had just seen the light of day. I want one too, boss. Do you have any more? Yes, surely the boss has more. The crowd continued to inquire. Boss, you look so young. You must have a powerful beast tamer in your shop. The crowd remained relentless in their questioning. Lin Ran, alarmed at the prospect of revealing the system's secret, hastily concocted a lie. This was an unexpected outcome, and I currently have none left. Please come again. He began to tidy up, preparing to return to his shop. Disheartened, the crowd reluctantly dispersed, some glancing back at the shop's peculiar name, Ran's Pet House. The neighboring middle-aged man, seeing no hope, scoffed and returned to his store, glaring daggers at Lin Ran. Congratulations, host, for completing the B-plan task. You have earned 50 points and unlocked 3 beginner breeding platforms, echoed the system's voice in his mind. Behind him, 3 blue crystal pillars materialized in the breeding room. Only 50 points? How stingy. What are those 3 for? Lin Ran asked, visibly displeased. The beginner breeding platforms can cultivate beasts of rank 4 and below at a rate of 10 points per day, either randomly learning a skill or leveling up 1 tier. The system explained. And there's a fee for that. Are you sure you're a system and not a scammer? Lin Ran retorted, indignant. This system is absolutely fair, offering 3 beginner breeding platforms for free, capable of nurturing 3 beasts simultaneously. Each can earn you 50,000 blue star coins per day. The system coldly responded, disregarding Lin Ran's expression, 500,000 a day. Are you asking me to rob someone? Are you sure my shop 1T gets smashed? Lin Ran exclaimed, astonished. Through the bestiary, he had comprehended the workings of this world. Normal beast shops charged monthly fees for breeding, generally not exceeding 20,000, with only high-tier shops charging slightly more, but never surpassing 50,000. This system's invincible breeding device is not comparable to ordinary shops. The system retorted dismissively. The claim of learning a random skill or leveling up a tier each day is true. Absolutely. Rest assured, the system replied calmly. Lin Ran inhaled deeply. Although the price was steep, The prospect of gaining a skill or leveling up daily was undeniably powerful. However, convincing customers would be a challenge. How long would it take to accumulate the necessary 100 points? By the way, how do I convert this 30,000? Before Lin Ran could finish, the 30,000 blue star coins vanished from his account, and his points surged to 80. How swift? Just 20 points away. I need to devise a strategy to attract customers. Lin Ran sat in a daze, pondering. A girl entered the shop. With golden twin tails and porcelain-like cheeks, she wore a pristine white dress and appeared utterly adorable. Was that orange shadow cat cultivated here? She asked timidly. Indeed, it was cultivated here. Miss, how may I assist you? Lin Ran exclaimed, leaping to greet her with a smile. That's wonderful. Can you take in beast cultivation? The girl asked eagerly. Lin Ran was taken aback. Just as he was pondering how to attract customers, business had arrived, and he couldn't help but beam out, of course. However, we currently only accept beasts of rank 4 and below for cultivation. Perfect. I have a 6-rank lineage Snow Maiden beast. Currently just a juvenile at rank 1, but the girl's excitement was palpable as she waved her hand, opening a glowing portal that a snow-white creature, resembling a bouncy ball, rolled out, immediately adopting a combat stance, but relaxing upon receiving its owner's signal. Boss, look, it's this one, the girl exclaimed as she cradled the Snow Maiden beast. Absolutely. Our breeding here is efficient and of high quality. It has only 50,000. Lin Ran extended his hand, signaling the price. The girl froze, clearly taken aback by the cost. 50,000 was quite steep, enough to buy a 4-rank beast outright. Yet, after a moment's reflection, considering how well the orange shadow cat had been nurtured, she realized her Snow Maiden beast would surely thrive here. All right, how long until it's ready? She inquired. Just 1 day. ISNT that incredibly efficient. Lin Ran flashed a dazzling smile. Are you sure it's only 1 day? You're not trying to scam me, are you? Selling a beast that's too good to be true to attract customers. The girl gasped, alarmed. This was a classic scam approach. Lin Ran felt a twinge of panic. Anyone would think it was a scam. He immediately consulted the system, in light of customer skepticism regarding this establishment. The recent primary cultivation has been elevated to advanced cultivation without any FAT that moment. The system emitted a sound, AS for the charges. They should increase, right? Lin Ran mused to himself. The price remains unchanged. Still set at 50,000, and this service supports pre-cultivation before payment, the system clarified. After engaging in a brainstorming session, Lin Ran smiled and addressed the girl. Dear Miss, to demonstrate the absolute credibility of our establishment, you may entrust the exotic beast to our care, and should you be satisfied upon your return tomorrow, we will then collect the fee. The girl, cradling the Snow Maiden beast, was about to leave when she paused, thinking that it was only for a day. If the results were unsatisfactory, she could simply refuse payment. What was there to fear about him running off? All right then, I shall leave it in your hands, and I will come to retrieve it tomorrow. She reluctantly handed the Snow Maiden beast over to Lin Ran. He immediately accepted it, but the creature was quite restless in his grasp. However, after the girl's soothing words, it soon settled down, gazing at Lin Ran with innocent eyes. The girl then departed, casting a curious glance at the sign of Ran Ran's pet house, a rather peculiar name. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the neighboring exotic beast shop observed everything with keen interest, realizing that this sudden emergence of a new shop would undoubtedly threaten his business. Thus, he promptly devised a plan to bring Lin Ran down. Humph, to humiliate me and steal my business? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Ran entered the cultivation room and noticed that one of the 3 blue crystal pillars had turned purple. He promptly brought the Snow Maiden beast over and utilized the pet appraisal device. Youngling Snow Maiden beast attributes: Ice type, Ghost type level, 1st rank upper tier skills, 0° fist, frosty breath, aptitude. D score, 22. How impressive! This attribute far surpasses that of the orange shadow cat. Lin Ran thought to himself, filled with envy. He then placed the Snow Maiden beast into the upgraded advanced cultivation platform, where streams of purple energy surged into its body, soon lulling it into a comfortable slumber. All set, Lin Ran contentedly settled into a chair. I wonder, what are these empty shells meant to hold? Lin Ran inquired. Exotic beast food, materials, etc. The host must enter the dimension to collect them, the system replied. Oh, come on. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I wasted so much time loitering in Wind Forest Sea Mountain. Lin Ran lamented. Is there a restriction on entering the dimension? I want to go in now. Lin Ran's eyes brightened at the thought. Wind Forest Sea Mountain belongs to a super dimension, and with the host's current points, it cannot support the opening of the dimension. What? Lin Ran was taken aback. More points required. Super dimension? So, are there ordinary dimensions as well? Lin Ran suddenly asked. Why silently invoking the rift of other worlds, a window detailing the dimensions will appear in your mind, the system explained. Lin Ran took a moment to compose himself before silently invoking the rift of other worlds. Soon, a list appeared in his mind, displaying various locations and their corresponding points. The first 5 locations were super dimensions, each requiring 500 points for entry. Lin Ran's previously calm demeanor instantly flared again. This is outrageous. Is this truly a system and not some Monopoly game? Taking a deep breath, he continued to examine the list. Apart from those 5 super dimensions, the other ordinary dimensions only require 10 points. Lin Ran became excited, realizing that it wasn't as dire as he thought. There were indeed affordable options. Please note, ordinary dimensions are fragments of super dimensions, with each super dimension containing 180 fragments. Though cheaper, the risks are substantial. It could be a barren wasteland or the lair of terrifying exotic beasts, the system elucidated. Fragments? Lin Ran felt disappointed. It seemed there was no such thing as a free lunch. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, realizing he had missed a significant opportunity. Had he not wasted time in curiosity and petting cats that morning, he would have amassed a considerable number of points. You've really done me in. Compensate me, Humph. Lin Ran seethed with indignation. You didn't even ask, the system replied flatly. You. Lin Ran was indignant, nearly letting a string of curses slip out. Yet recalling the 500-point toll, he managed to restrain himself. I'm just 20 points short. How about a discount of 20% for the Star Spirit liquid? Lin Ran said with a beaming smile. Absolutely not, the system firmly retorted. Lin Ran sighed, sinking into his chair with a profound sense of weariness. After a while, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 6, and he realized he hadn't eaten all day. Oh well, time to head back for dinner. Lin Ran gathered his belongings, locked the door, and rode his beloved little electric scooter home. The middle-aged man from the neighboring exotic beast shop quietly observed, waiting for Lin Ran to depart before producing a pale yellow liquid and pouring it at the entrance of Lin Ran's shop. Let us see if you can survive this time. Competing with me? Dream on. The middle-aged man sneered. Chapter 6. Doubts. Lin Ran rode his scooter home swiftly. Was this house still the same as before? He found himself questioning, given that he had traversed dimensions. I'm back, Lin Ran announced as he opened the door to Ranner is back. Quickly wash your hands and come eat. A woman's voice called from within. A middle-aged woman in a yellow shirt emerged, her face gaunt and weary, as though she had just recovered from a severe illness. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother from Earth, albeit with a pallid complexion devoid of color. Memories flooded back to him. His parents had once been beast tamers, but during a mission, a teammate's exotic beast had gone rogue, leading to a massacre. It was then that Lin Ran's father had lost his life, while his mother had sustained grave injuries. Losing all her abilities, the offending teammate, leveraging his powerful connections, had merely compensated them with a sum of blue star coins to settle the matter. You must be hungry. Today I've made your favorite braised pork knuckle, Wang Qian said with a smile. Lin Ran was deeply moved, realizing she was his only family in this world. Silently, he vowed to become a powerful beast tamer and restore his mother's health. This is delicious. Lin Ran sighed contentedly, devouring the meal. You must be exhausted. It's a pity you lack star spirit power, as you can only become a cultivator, Wang Qian said, gazing at Lin Ran with concern. Mom, is it possible for someone to awaken star spirit power later in life? Lin Ran wiped his mouth and asked that it is possible, but exceedingly rare. It's nearly an impossible feat. Don't dwell too much on it. Being a cultivator is also a commendable profession. Wang Qian reassured him. No, I was merely asking, Mom. You should rest. I'll take care of the dishes, Lin Ran replied with a smile. Wang Qian glanced at him before slowly retreating to her room. Soon, Lin Ran finished tidying up the dishes and returned to his own room. Although he hadn't eaten all day, curiously, he did not feel hungry. Rather, he was overwhelmingly fatigued. Even before 8 o'clock, he collapsed on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at 8 o'clock near Ran's pet house, a crowd had gathered as the middle-aged man proclaimed, "Based on my years of cultivation experience, I'm certain that this new shop employed some extraordinary methods to cultivate such a powerful orange shadow cat. As we all know, the orange shadow cat is merely a low-tier exotic beast, intended for novices. It is inconceivable for it to become this formidable." The crowd listened intently to the middle-aged man's words. Intrigued, "Humph, old man, are you just upset and spreading rumors?" A man in green shouted from the crowd. The middle-aged man's lips twitched slightly, but quickly returned to a calm demeanor. "You may not believe it, but I'm sure you've all heard of a substance called catalytic pill. When exotic beasts consume this pill, their power skyrockets to unimaginable levels for a short period, but it also renders them exceedingly volatile, often resulting in their demise within 3 months. The middle-aged man spoke with conviction. Upon hearing about the catalyst pill, a wave of unease swept over the crowd as they recalled the peculiar behavior of the orange-shadowed cat from the previous day. Silence fell upon them all. I wondered how it was possible for such a formidable breeder to exist. It turned out they had resorted to forbidden drugs. What utter cruelty! Indeed, for the sake of a fleeting reputation, they inflict harm upon innocent beasts. Despicable! A few individuals mingled within the throng, stirring emotions and casting furtive glances at the middle-aged man, that if you don't believe me, come see for yourselves. This puddle of pale yellow liquid on the ground is what the beasts expel after consuming the catalyst pill. The middle-aged man proclaimed, gesturing towards the liquid he had poured out the night before. The crowd surged closer, and upon witnessing the substance, their faces flushed with anger. Beasts that ingested the catalyst pill typically met with a swift, tragic demise. These unscrupulous merchants are utterly vile. We must capture him today and bring him to the Beast Regulatory Bureau, a woman clad in blue declared. Indeed, we were foolish to think a master breeder had come to our town. He is nothing but a fraud. Bah, scum! At that moment, the middle-aged man let out a series of cold laughs. "You dare challenge me? This time, you shall meet your doom." Ran felt particularly cheerful today. Eagerly anticipating the day he could exchange points to become a beast tamer. The thought alone thrilled him. "Mom, I'm heading to the store," Ran said as he bid farewell to his mother, mounting his beloved electric scooter and humming a tune as he rode to the shop. "Wow, so many customers so early. It seems yesterday's fame has truly spread. Haha." Ran joyfully parked his scooter to the side and locked it with his key. "Look, the unscrupulous merchant is here. Seize him." Upon noticing Ran's arrival, the middle-aged man rallied the crowd to charge at him. "Wait a minute. Something feels off." Ran's expression shifted as he sensed the unease. In an instant, they surrounded him, closing in. "You heartless merchant, to seek fame at the cost of using the catalyst pill, a forbidden drug. Indeed, how could you be so cruel to the innocent orange-shadowed cat, turning it into such a savage creature?" The crowd shouted in unison. The middle-aged man remained silent, secretly grinning to himself. Ran was taken aback. "The catalyst pill? What is that?" He immediately searched his mind for information about the catalyst pill. "I assure you, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly possess such a forbidden substance? Is this not some malicious slander?" Ran insisted, all the while noticing the middle-aged man lurking in the background. Mocking him. "Mistaken? Is this not evidence?" The middle-aged man retorted sternly, pointing at the puddle of yellow liquid at the entrance. Ran rushed to the doorway, staring at the liquid. "This is infuriating. It must be that scoundrel's plot to frame me." He cast a wary glance at the middle-aged man, clenching his fists, still trying to argue your innocence. "Come with us to the Beast Regulatory Bureau." Just as Ran prepared to open the door, 2 men suddenly seized his hands. "What to do? If I can't prove my innocence, it's all over. Those who use such drugs in this world typically meet a grim fate." That moment, Ran's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "I absolutely did not use the catalyst pill. I have even bred a snowgirl beast. If you don't believe me, come and see." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before shouting, "No, he must be trying to escape. Take him away immediately. Come on, old man, with so many of you. How could I possibly escape? Are you feeling guilty? Lin Ran countered. Humph. Let him bring out the snow girl beast. Let us see what he can conjure, remarked a man in green nearby. The two men holding Lin Ran's arms glanced at the middle-aged man, seemingly seeking his approval. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and declared, Am I feeling guilty? What a joke. Let us see how you prove your innocence. The middle-aged man was confident. Having secretly observed Lin Ran the previous day, he had seen no evidence of him breeding the snow girl beast. This time, he was certain Lin Ran was finished. Before long, the two men released their grip, and Lin Ran swiftly opened the door, stepping inside. Chapter 7. Absolute Power System. The snow girl beast should be ready for breeding. Or I'm doomed. Lin Ran mentally implored as he dashed into the breeding room. Fear not. With the advanced breeding platform, a beast can comprehend at least 3 skills or directly evolve into a mature form within a day. The system assured him confidently. Lin Ran quickly retrieved the sleeping snow girl beast, noticing it had changed significantly. Its previously bare head now sported a tuft of purple hair, and its 4 stubby limbs were tightly curled. As soon as the snow girl beast awoke from its comfortable breeding platform, it was visibly displeased. Wow, you've changed so much. Could it have evolved into a mature form? Lin Ran exclaimed excitedly. Immediately activating the pet appraisal device. Mature form snow girl beast attributes. Ice, ghost level, tier 3 upper rank skills. 0 degree fist, frost breath, dream melody, absolute ice domain, ice blessing qualification. C rating, 48 Wa. What? It was supposed to only comprehend 3 skills or evolve into a mature form. Yet it has achieved both. Lin Ran was a mix of excitement and surprise. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare among beasts. Making it an exceptional case, the system noted that ha, now let us see what they can do against me. Lin Ran exclaimed as he dashed outside, cradling the snow girl beast. Look, this is the other beast I have bred. If you doubt me, come and verify. Lin Ran called out, holding up the snow girl beast. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Wasn't this the juvenile snow girl beast he had seen the day before? How had it suddenly evolved into a mature form? The crowd quickly gathered around, scrutinizing the snow girl beast intently. The snow girl beast, already irritable, became even more agitated under the incessant gazes of the crowd. It certainly did not exhibit any signs of having consumed a catalyst pill. Moreover, this snow girl beast was of excellent quality, having evolved into a mature form with such lush purple hair. The crowd murmured among themselves, examining the snow girl beast. Humph. What does this prove? Anyone could bring a beast and claim to have bred it. Who would believe that? The middle-aged man, sensing the tide turning against him, shouted. Just then, a girl with golden hair and twin ponytails cried out, I can attest to that. She had merely been passing by when she overheard the commotion and felt a sudden panic. Her own snow girl beast was being bred at this shop. However, upon seeing Lin Ran present the snow girl beast, she froze, initially doubting it was hers. Yet, through the mental bond of the beast contract, she was instantly exhilarated. In just a day, her snow girl beast had evolved to such a degree. How miraculous! This snow girl beast is mine, and it has evolved from a juvenile to a mature form in just a day. It is truly impressive. The golden-haired girl commanded the snow girl beast, which immediately flew to her side. What do you mean, one day, evolving from a juvenile to a mature form? Are you sure you're not all in cahoots? The crowd was skeptical. After all, it was hard to believe there could be such a powerful breeder in their small town. I am a student of the Xianzhong Beast Academy. I swear by the Academy's reputation that I am not lying. The girl brandished her school badge. The middle-aged man panicked, realizing his scheme was unraveling, and he never expected this girl to be from the Xianzhong Beast Academy. The Xianzhong Beast Academy was the most prestigious institution in Xianzhong City. A cradle for master beast tamers, situated within the inner city, accessible only to the wealthy or those ranked as 6-star master beast tamers. Those like him, residing in the outer city, were akin to country bumpkins. Lin Ran exhaled deeply, then pointed at the middle-aged man, shouting, Is framing and slandering others a game to you? You fool! The crowd gasped upon seeing the Xianzhong Beast Academy badge. This was a symbol of status. And swearing by the Academy's name could only mean one thing. The young man before them was indeed a master breeder. The middle-aged man cursed inwardly, lamenting how perfectly his plan had been laid out, only to crumble. With the situation escalating, he decided to take drastic measures and eliminate Lin Ran. Suddenly, the middle-aged man drew a dagger from his right hand, infusing it with astral energy, and, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, lunged at Lin Ran. "Watch out," the golden-haired girl shouted. The crowd gasped, rushing to stop the man, but it was too late. The dagger was nearly at Lin Ran's chest. Just then, the dagger shattered a mere inch from Lin Ran's chest with a resounding explosion. With a loud thud, the uncle was propelled by an immensely powerful force, crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered. "How dare he ambush me? What audacity! Was that you who struck just now?" Lin Ran pondered inwardly. "Within this establishment, not even a ninth-tier beast tamer could inflict harm upon you. I have rendered him powerless," the system replied coolly. Lin Ran was taken aback, suddenly sensing the unfathomable strength of the system and silently vowing to avoid provoking it in the future. Everyone around was stunned. Having failed to witness how Lin Ran had made his move, they could only feel the terrifying aura emanating from him. Could it be that this young man before them had reached such a level of cultivation? 6 stars, 7 stars, speculations ran rampant among the crowd. This is astonishing. Not only is he a master cultivator, but he is also a master beast tamer, a true expert. It is all the fault of that despicable man. He deserves it. "Master, we were wrong. Please forgive us," a man shouted. The golden-haired girl was equally astonished, staring at the youth who appeared to be her age, yet possessed such profound cultivation. It was utterly unbelievable. Especially for someone from the outer city, one by one, the crowd offered their apologies to Lin Ran, with several expressing a desire for him to cultivate their exotic beasts, but Lin Ran, lacking the inclination, declined them all. Soon, his points would be sufficient. There was no need for further cultivation. He needed to become a beast tamer first. Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement within him. Meanwhile, the uncle who lay incapacitated had been quietly taken away, leaving no trace behind. Before long, Lin Ran dispersed the crowd, leaving only the golden-haired girl. "Are you truly a master beast tamer?" she inquired. Lin Ran smiled faintly, but did not respond, relishing the feeling of being respected. It was delightful. "Thank you for earlier. By the way, what is your name?" Lin Ran suddenly asked. "Um, no need to mention it. My name is Feng Ruodong," the girl replied, her cheeks flushed. "All right, I'll remember you, but first let us settle your payment." Lin Ran said gratefully as he promptly took out his phone, signaling her to pay. He could hardly wait to become a beast tamer. Without hesitation, Feng Ruodong retrieved her phone and transferred 50,000 to Lin Ran, clearly no longer harboring any doubts about the establishment. Ding. "You have earned 50 points. Your current total is 130 points. The system chimed in Lin Ran's mind. Chapter 8. Is my exotic beast a husky? Lin Ran was exhilarated, feeling particularly restless. However, Feng Ruodong had yet to leave, staring at Lin Ran with a dazed expression. Why was this young man, seemingly her equal, so terrifyingly powerful, possessing such remarkable cultivation skills? Was it truly the case that there are always greater talents? Lin Ran, realizing her prolonged gaze, thought to himself, "Wait a moment, why is she looking at me like that? Is she infatuated with me?" How base, for reasons unknown, a surge of inexplicable confidence washed over him. Suddenly, Feng Ruodong snapped back to reality, noticing Lin Ran's lecherous gaze, her face flushing as she bid him farewell and hurried away. Finally, she's gone. Now I can get down to business. Lin Ran dashed over, pulled down the shutter door, and summoned the store in his mind, exchanging 100 points for the Star Spirit Elixir. How do I drink this? Lin Ran stared at the crystal vial that had suddenly appeared in his hand, questioning the system. "Just drink it. Be careful not to choke," the system replied blandly. Feeling awkward but undeterred, Lin Ran tilted his head back and gulped it down. As the liquid flowed down his throat, a powerful surge of energy began to stir within his dantian. Lin Ran cried out, his entire body flushed and burning with heat. The energy stored in his dantian burst forth, impacting every acupoint in his body. Each breakthrough was agonizing, and Lin Ran gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. Soon, all 720 of his acupoints were opened, each connected by a faint blue energy, resembling a starry sky. Lin Ran struggled to rise, only to find that the prior pain had vanished, replaced by a potent force coursing through him, leaving him feeling light as a feather, invigorated, with his senses heightened. This the power of a beast tamer. It's astounding. Lin Ran believed that in his previous world, he could easily take on 10 foes. Congratulations, host. You have become a beast tamer and received a novice gift pack. The system announced that a small pool behind Lin Ran suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, which quickly dimmed. Where is it? Novice gift pack. Give it to me. Lin Ran exclaimed excitedly. The host has gained one opportunity to enter a super dimension, as well as one free use of the incubation pool. The system stated. Lin Ran was filled with anticipation. From the literal meaning, he understood that this incubation pool would yield his first exotic beast. Yet he was also apprehensive. If his first beast turned out to be something like a ginger shadow cat, that would be a disaster. The system then prompted. Currently, the incubation pool is at level 1 and can only hatch exotic beasts of 6th-tier bloodlines or lower. The chance of obtaining a 6th-tier beast is 5. For 5th tier, it's 10. For 4th tier, it's 20. And for below 4th tier, it's 65. Lin Ran frowned, pondering. A lottery. The odd for a 6th-tier beast are only 5. That's far too low. Can it be upgraded? Lin Ran inquired. The host may upgrade at will. Upgrading to level 2 requires 1,000 points. To level 3 requires 10,000 points, and levels 4 and above are currently unavailable. The host may silently invoke the incubation pool to check its status in their mind. The system responded. Lin Ran immediately summoned the interface of the incubation pool in his mind. Scrutinizing it closely at level 2, the incubation pool can cultivate exotic beasts of 9th-tier bloodlines, but the probability is exceedingly low at only 0. 1.8 level 3. The chances of hatching a 9th-tier beast significantly increased to 10, with a 0.01 chance of yielding a divine beast-level exotic beast. Lin Ran was astounded. The highest tier of exotic beasts on the continent was merely 9th tier. And these so-called divine beasts were the rulers of their domains, incredibly powerful and nearly impossible for humans to tame. Moreover, there were levels 4 and 5 of the incubation pool with even more outrageous effects, capable of producing legendary super divine beasts. But upon seeing the required points, Lin Ran was left dumbfounded. How many zeros was that? Though he could not amass such astronomical figures currently, the effectiveness of the level 1 incubation pool was already impressive. One must understand that on Blue Sea Star's 6th-tier bloodline exotic beast starts at 200,000. In terms of points, that translates to 200 points. Lin Ran was exhilarated for a while, but gradually calmed down. Taking a deep breath. All of this is for the future. What I need to know now is what my first exotic beast will be. Lin Ran chanted repeatedly. Jade Emperor, bless me. Queen Mother, bless me. Jesus, bless me. Ancestors, bless me. After offering prayers to all manner of deities, he closed his eyes and shouted, activate the incubation pool. The previously dim incubation pool suddenly radiated a golden light, flickering incessantly. And amidst the golden glow, a streak of black emerged. With a resounding pop, a 4-legged creature slowly emerged. Lin Ran's eyes widened as he scrutinized it closely. It had gray fur, with white fur on its face and belly, and its sapphire-like eyes blinked curiously at this unfamiliar world. This, Lin Ran was stunned. Could be a husky. The more he looked, the more it resembled the one he had raised back on Earth. Without hesitation, Lin Ran rushed over and parted the tuft of gray fur atop its head. Indeed, there was a light red star-shaped birthmark. No way. How could it be you? Airbow, Lin Ran exclaimed in excitement, embracing the creature and showering it with affection. The husky seemed to recognize Lin Ran as well, repeatedly licking his hand while barking joyfully. However, Lin Ran suddenly pushed it away, shouting, "No, you are my first exotic beast? I want to exchange you." "That's impossible." The system spoke with a dispassionate tone. Gazing at the foolish dog before him, Lin Ran felt a profound sense of despair. Yet, driven by curiosity, he decided to employ the pet appraisal device. Young Body Star Wolfhound Attributes. Wind Element Level. Intermediate First Tier Skills. Rabid Charge. Piercing Howl Qualification. F Rating. 15. Lin Ran was on the verge of tears. He had harbored hopes of acquiring a beast with a 6th-tier bloodline, only to be confronted with this creature. Fortunately, it still possessed a fourth-tier bloodline, albeit ranking among the lowest within that tier. If you were reincarnated, couldn't you have chosen a more formidable lineage? UVE truly disappointed me. Airbow. Lin Ran felt tears welling in his eyes. However, he gradually regained his composure, for this was once his favorite pet. System. How do I sign a contract with it? Lin Ran suddenly realized that he was still unaware of the process for binding a contract with a magical beast. To soothe the creature's emotions, he gathered Star's spirit energy in both hands and placed them upon the beast's head, which would complete the contract, as the system indicated. Lin Ran promptly followed suit, and the Star Wolfhound, sensing Lin Ran's trust, quickly completed the contract. The dim starry map materialized in his mind, with a certain star point glowing brightly. Chapter 9. The Demon Tree Spirit Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a magical beast, unlocking interdimensional storage space, along with a skill book as a reward. The system announced at 8 that moment. Lin Ran was attuned to the presence of the Star Wolfhound in his mind when a peculiar ring appeared on the index finger of his right hand. He then exclaimed in excitement, "What skill book? Where is it?" In the storage space, the host could sense the star ring in his hand, granting him access. Lin Ran immediately focused on the ring. This was a small space, roughly 5 square meters, shrouded in darkness, yet a blue book lay on the ground, shimmering with light. Mind control technique. Lin Ran was taken aback, then shouted, "It's actually the mind control technique. This is an extinct skill of beast tamers." Lin Ran was overjoyed. This was not something one could acquire with mere currency. Truly a rare find. This technique not only allowed a beast tamer's star spirit energy to materialize in advance, akin to telekinesis, but more alarmingly, it could bypass the restriction that limited a beast tamer to summoning beasts only one tier above their OWAS long, as 1's star spirit energy was sufficiently powerful. They could summon beasts 4 or 5 tiers higher, an incredibly formidable ability. Wow, how amazing! It's definitely worth it. Lin Ran felt increasingly elated, perceiving the Star Wolfhound in a new light. The Star Wolfhound seemed to sense its master's excitement, barking joyfully by his side. Recalling that he still had some points left, Lin Ran opened the store to see what else he could exchange. However, upon accessing the store interface, he noticed a change. The item slot for Starry Essence had vanished, and the previous goods had transformed. Supreme Spirit Beast Contract. 100 points low-level Beast Binding Lock. 50 points Intermediate Beast Binding Lock. 500 points Frenzy. 500 points low-level Spirit Gathering Pill. 1,000 points what? No more Starry Essence? I was planning to use this to get rich. Lin Ran lamented. It was well known that many individuals in this world lack star spirit energy. Possessing such a valuable item would have been a gold mine. What a pity. Seeing that there was nothing he could exchange for, Lin Ran sat quietly in a chair, practicing how to send the Star Wolfhound into the beast space using the comprehensive beast guide. Gathering star spirit energy in his right hand, he made a sweeping motion, causing a portal of light to materialize. The Star Wolfhound, upon seeing this, obediently dashed inside, repeating this action, while simultaneously sensing the Star Wolfhound in his mind. The portal indeed appeared once more, and the Star Wolfhound emerged again. Through continuous practice, Lin Ran had mastered the technique. He then quietly meditated, with the methods for cultivating the mind control technique flooding his mind. The cultivation techniques appeared straightforward, requiring only the fusion of mental strength and star spirit energy. Yet, Lin Ran had faced countless failures during this process, always falling just short. Alas, Lin Ran sighed softly, stating, "Forget it. Let's head to the superdimension. This time, I must gather magical beast food, materials, and earn points. System, which dimension is suitable for my Star Wolfhound?" Lin Ran inquired. Matching dimensions, selected dimension, wind, forest, sea, mountain. The system responded. Lin Ran was taken aback. Was it this dimension again? Such a remarkable coincidence. However, that was beneficial as he was somewhat familiar with it. What is the time limit? Lin Ran asked again. 0.5 days. This is the maximum duration for a super dimension, the system replied. All right, let us depart. Lin Ran exclaimed, filled with excitement. 0.5 whole days could significantly enhance the Star Wolfhound's strength, and he could gather magical beast food. Just the thought made him giddy. As soon as he finished speaking, a vertical purple fissure appeared. Lin Ran was once again drawn into it. The world spun chaotically, darkness enveloped him, and his vision blurred, reliving the sensation of his soul being pulled from his body. Before long, Lin Ran regained his senses, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Host has successfully arrived at the Wind Forest Sea Mountain dimension. Time limit: 5 days. During this time, the host is granted the system S protection, absolute defense. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Ran found himself in yet another unfamiliar locale. His astonishment. Even after spending 2 days there previously, he had still not seen all that this dimension had to offer. He couldn't help but marvel at its unexpected vastness. Then, with a practiced flick of his right hand, a portal of light appeared, and the star wolfhound scampered out joyfully, barking excitedly at Lin Ran. Lin Ran also sensed information relayed through the beast contract in his mind, confirming that this place was indeed a paradise for wind element magical beasts. However, a series of eerie sounds echoed around him, sending chills down his spine. The star wolfhound seemed to sense something amiss, cowering at Lin Ran's feet, trembling in fear. Lin Ran scanned the area warily, prepared to fight at any moment. Suddenly, a thick branch lunged toward him at incredible speed. With a piercing sound, it impaled the star wolfhound and continued toward Lin Ran, attempting to skewer him like a barbecue. Yet a protective aura surrounded Lin Ran's body, shattering the branch upon contact. The star wolfhound, with wide eyes, collapsed to the ground, its body emaciated, clearly drained of life. How terrifying! Lin Ran gasped, staring at the skeletal remains of the star wolfhound, shuddering involuntarily. "Revive!" Lin Ran shouted. In no time, the star wolfhound resurrected. Though it was thoroughly terrified, that sensation was likely an indelible shadow it would carry for life. Lin Ran surveyed the surroundings and finally spotted a peculiar withered tree, its trunk resembling human limbs. At its center was a grotesque, aged human face, surrounded by a ring of dead grass. Lin Ran promptly activated the pet appraisal device. Mature demon tree spirit attributes. Wind element, demon type level, upper 4th tier skills, life drain. Demon descent, wind spear, 1000 with stabs qualification. E-rating, 41. Lin Ran was astonished. It was indeed a 4th tier magical beast. Suddenly, he noticed a blood-red gem shimmering behind the demon tree spirit. System. Do you know what that is? Lin Ran tentatively inquired. Demon blood gem. A gem that demon-type magical beasts may coalesce before death. Absorbing it allows magical beasts below 6th tier to directly advance 1 tier and is valued at 200. 000 blue star coins. The system elucidated. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. 200. He was about to strike it rich. Though he lacked a demon-type magical beast, he could sell it. Moreover, the magical beast before him was evidently on the brink of death, if he didn't act now. When would he? Charge! Air bow! Take it down! Lin Ran commanded the star wolfhound. The star wolfhound, still gripped by fear, whined apprehensively, but upon receiving its master's order, it charged forward without hesitation. The star wolfhound barked twice, its faint red star above it flickering as it dashed ahead. Rabid charge. The demon tree spirit immediately reacted. Though nearing death, it instinctively defended its territory, determined that any creature encroaching upon it must perish. With a resounding crash, the star wolf dog collided with the roots of the demonic treant, simultaneously savagely tearing at its bark. The demonic treant let out a thunderous roar, emanating a cloud of black gas from its entire being, causing the star wolf dog's eyes to glaze over, rendering it motionless. Through his recent studies of the compendium of exotic beasts, Lin Ran had come to understand all the unique abilities of these creatures. The skill before him was one of the most commonly employed by demonic beasts. Demonic descent, a technique capable of ensnaring exotic beasts in an endless abyss of confusion. Lin Ran immediately transmitted instructions through the beast pact. But it was too late. The star wolf dog was already deeply ensnared, and a branch pierced through it, draining its life force. Chapter 10. The husky mutates. Instant resurrection. The star wolf dog reappeared once more. The aged visage of the demonic treant exhibited a subtle change. What was this? Unable to be killed. Air bow. Use howl. Lin Ran commanded through the powers of the Beast Pact. During combat, the Beast Tamer essentially acts as the brain of the exotic beast, necessitating accurate battle directives. In this realm, not only could one hone the abilities of exotic beasts, but also significantly sharpened Lin Ran's command skills. Upon receiving the order, the stars atop the Starwolf dog's head blazed a vivid red, and it emitted a tremendous bark from its throat. The bewildered demonic treant had no time to defend itself. A searing pain struck its mind, and miraculously, the howl succeeded. Well done. Attack its roots fiercely. Lin Ran had observed that the most vulnerable part of this ancient demonic treant was indeed its roots. Typically, tree-like exotic beasts cannot move, thus they fortify their roots with formidable protection. However, after being assailed by the howl, the demonic treant was unable to mount an effective defense. This was clearly a prime opportunity. The Starwolf dog charged relentlessly at the roots of the demonic treant, blood oozing from its head due to the impacts. Yet its warrior spirit would not allow it to relent. Lin Ran was astonished. He had not anticipated his husky to display such ferocity, so contrary to its earlier trembling demeanor. All right, let's finish it off. Just as Lin Ran prepared to shout, the effect of the howl dissipated, and the demonic treant began to lash out violently at the Starwolf dog. Its scythe-like branches swiftly shredded the Starwolf dog into fragments. What ensued was reminiscent of the previous encounter with the Orange Shadow Cat, an infinite cycle of death and resurrection. After the Starwolf dog had perished 17 times, it was enveloped in a dark green glow, and a wave of energy erupted from its mouth, piercing through the last vestiges of the demonic treant's life force. It was the Wind Demon Cloak and Wind Demon Howl. Lin Ran was exhilarated. He had not expected this great canine to master 2 advanced wind skills in one go. He rushed over, eager to collect the demonic blood essence on the ground when a peculiar event occurred. The demonic blood essence was unexpectedly swallowed whole by the Starwolf dog. Its sapphire-like eyes instantly transformed into a blood-red hue as it howled to the heavens. What are you doing? That was my 200. 000. Spit it out. Lin Ran lamented, his hand striking the ground in frustration. However, Lin Ran soon noticed that the Starwolf dog's exterior had undergone a transformation, prompting him to activate the Beast Appraisal device. Young Dark Starwolf dog attributes: Wind, Demon level, upper 2nd tier skills, Hellhound Charge Howl, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Howl, Demonic Descent qualification. C-score 30. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. What on earth was a Dark Starwolf dog? Its attributes had inexplicably acquired a demonic aspect. Could it be a mutation? In this world, exotic beasts may mutate under certain specific conditions, albeit with extreme instability. They could become immensely powerful or regress entirely. The Compendium of Exotic Beasts contained accounts of a dragon-like exotic beast that mutated in a malevolent manner, ultimately devolving into a serpent. Yet it was evident that his Starwolf dog was mutating favorably. Its youthful upper 2nd tier strength was indeed remarkable. Gazing intently at the Dark Starwolf dog, Lin Ran noted not only the crimson hue of its eyes, but also the interspersed blood-red strands within its gray fur. And the light red stars atop its head had entirely transformed into a brilliant red. Its appearance had elevated significantly. Airbao, you've become quite handsome. Impressive. Lin Ran praised his exotic beast, the Dark Starwolf dog. In turn, held its head high with pride, its tail wagging enthusiastically. TCH a few compliments and you're on cloud 9. Get back to battling. You swallow my 200,000, so get to earning it back. Lin Ran shouted. Woof! The Dark Starwolf dog clearly felt indignant, but nevertheless complied with its master's command. Thus, Lin Ran lingered in this realm for 5 days, discovering a rather convenient method. Whenever hunger or fatigue struck, it would immediately end its own life, only to resurrect with full vitality and vigor. Lin Ran frantically scavenged everything unusual or luminous within this dimension, hoarding them in his storage space on several occasions. He even ventured into the lairs of divine-grade exotic beasts, only to flee in terror. Meanwhile, an intense battle was unfolding at the Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy. Today marked the annual assessment competition for all grades at the academy. Phong Ruodong had initially intended to arrive early to participate, but was delayed by the fact that her Snow Maiden beast was still at Lin Rant's establishment. The academy sprawled across an expansive area, featuring a vast square reminiscent of an airport. Yet it was desolate at this moment. Phong Ruodong felt no surprise, for today was the day of the assessment competition, and all participants had gone to compete. She sprinted towards the center of the square, where a colossal structure loomed. Even from hundreds of meters away, the sounds of cheers resonated clearly. Realizing that her competition was scheduled for the afternoon, she rushed to retrieve her Snow Maiden beast, though unexpected circumstances led to the competition commencing earlier, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. Thankfully, it was not yet her turn. Taking a deep breath, Phong Ruodong settled beside her classmates. "Where have you been? You were missing all morning. I've been searching for you." Her friend Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, "I want to fetch my Snow Maiden beast. You won't believe it. There's an incredibly impressive breeding shop in the outer city." Phong Ruodong replied excitedly, "Can a breeding shop in the outer city really compare to those in our inner city?" Zhang Tiantian scoffed dismissively. Phong Ruodong, however, lacked the patience to explain. She noticed that the next match was indeed hers, as the previous contestant had suddenly fallen ill, prompting her to be moved up in the lineup. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the current match, it was now Phong Ruodong's turn to step onto the stage. "Go, Ruodong!" Zhang Tiantian and the other girls cheered enthusiastically for her. Phong Ruodong nodded and dashed onto the platform. She felt incredibly nervous, for her opponent was a boy from another class, reputed to be among the strongest. Soon, her adversary stepped onto the stage. A boy approximately 170 centimeters tall, with short black hair and golden glasses, his gaze sharp and discerning. "That you're from class 3, right? Don't worry. I usually go easy on girls," Li Zhe said with a relaxed smile, as though victory was already assured. "All right, the match will be best 2 out of 3 that each contestant may summon only one exotic beast per round, and harming the beast is strictly prohibited. Any malicious intent will result in expulsion," the referee declared coldly. Chapter 11. The invincible Snow Maiden beast Li Zhe appeared quite at ease, casually waving his right hand to conjure a portal of light, from which emerged a flame-enshrouded tiger. "It's the Flame Spirit Tiger, a beast with a 6-tier bloodline," the announcer exclaimed with fervor. Though in its growth stage, it's likely at the lower 4th-tiered, it seems Li Zhe is indeed a 3rd-tier beast tamer. Truly remarkable. Typically, a beast tamer could only summon beasts 1 tier higher than themselves. Otherwise, they risk losing control, leading to a rampage. Phong Ruodong's expression darkened as she contemplated whether to summon her Snow Maiden beast or a stronger exotic beast of her own. Plunging into deep thought, "Classmate, are you afraid to summon?" the referee prompted. Phong Ruodong snapped back to reality and made her decision. She would test the capabilities of the new breeding technique she had witnessed, especially given the impressive prowess of the orange shadow cat that lingered in her memory. With a swift motion of her right hand, she summoned a small, purple-haired sprite from a portal of light. "Wow, has it already reached the growth stage? Ruodong, you're amazing." Zhang Tiantian was utterly astounded. Merely a few days prior, she had witnessed the juvenile form of the Snow Girl beast, and now it had suddenly evolved. Li Zhe, slightly taken aback, couldn't help but marvel at the formidable quality of this Snow Girl beast. Yet his astonishment was fleeting, for after all, this creature was merely a 3rd-tier entity, not a cause for concern. He promptly commanded the Flame Spirit Tiger to assault the Snow Girl beast. With a resounding roar, a tiger's howl reverberated through the arena. This was the authentic tiger howl skill, exuding an impressive aura that left many students feeling dazed. Phong Ruodong furrowed her brow. This was undeniably far more potent than the tiger howl emitted by the orange shadow cat, and it possessed a formidable intimidation factor against lower-tier beasts, causing her heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. However, just as she prepared to instruct her Snow Girl beast, it gracefully ascended into the sky. Singing a melodious tuned "It" was the dreaming melody, a high-tier, ghostly skill capable of significantly diminishing the opponent's combat strength. How powerful the Snow Girl beast was. The announcer shouted with excitement, while gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience below. Phong Ruodong was stunned. Glancing up, she saw waves of sound waves flying towards the Flame Spirit Tiger, after being struck by the dreaming melody. The flames enveloping the Flame Spirit Tiger gradually extinguished, and its combat power was evidently halved. When had it learned this skill? Was it his doing? Feng Ruotong was bewildered. Beside her, Li Zhe was equally shocked. His brow furrowing. Was this snow girl beast so audacious? The tiger's roar had failed to intimidate it, and instead they had lost half their combat power. Infuriating. Eliminate it for me. Li Zhe commanded telepathically. The flame spirit tiger violently shook its head, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it gazed at the snow girl beast, sensing that this little sprite posed a threat to it. With a fierce growl, the flames on the flame spirit tiger reignited, and a massive fiery vortex erupted from its mouth. Whoosh! It surged toward the snow girl beast. Humph! This is a high-tier fire attack skill. Let's see how you can win now. Li Zhe smirked again. The temperature in the arena noticeably increased, and Feng Ruotong, observing the sea of flames, felt a sense of despair creeping in. Yet at that moment, the snow girl beast radiated an aura of extreme cold, forming a protective domain around itself and its master, while simultaneously accelerating with remarkable speed, its right hand gathering the chilling air as it rushed towards the flame spirit tiger. So swift. The spectators could only see a pale blue orb of light hurtling through the air. Boom! The fiery vortex dissipated, and the flame spirit tiger was encased in ice, rendered powerless. The snow girl beast had claimed victory in this round. The arena fell into a profound silence, only to be followed by a thunderous applause. The ice domain combined with the 0-degree fist. Not only was the beast exceptionally powerful, but the Beastmaster's command was also flawless. A third-tier creature defeating a fourth-tier one. Feng Ruotong had executed this splendidly. The announcer, having witnessed the recent display of skill, couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. How could it be? A mere third-tier snow girl beast could so effortlessly vanquish my flame spirit beast. The light in Li Zhe's eyes dimmed, evidently struck hard by the defeat. Meanwhile, Feng Ruotong remained dumbfounded. She had hardly done anything. So how had she won? She was entirely unable to comprehend her snow girl beast any longer. Yet, Li Zhe did not concede defeat. Suddenly realizing it might be an issue of attribute suppression, he immediately dispatched his second beast, the rock-type giant rock snake. Humph. It is merely attribute suppression. Let us see how you can triumph over my fourth-tier mature giant rock snake. A massive giant rock snake, measuring several dozen meters in length, emerged from the portal. Oh, Li Zhe has sent out his second beast, the mature giant rock snake, which appears to have been well raised given its impressive length. The announcer declared. Feng Ruotong, now regaining her composure, was eager to witness the extent of her snow girl beast's growth. All right, snow girl beast, utilize frosty breath, Feng Ruotong commanded eagerly, her spirits lifted. The snow girl beast slowly spun in the air, then exhaled a pale blue breath that enveloped the giant rock snake. Frosty breath could reduce an enemy's mobility, but its effect on rock-type creatures was negligible. The giant rock snake merely shuddered and effortlessly broke free. Li Zhe, now visibly more cautious, immediately activated the Beastmaster skills, enhancing speed, strength, and defense. Simultaneously boosting 3 attributes was the limit of Li Zhe's capabilities at this moment. The augmented giant rock snake appeared even more imposing, its tail swinging like a blade as it relentlessly struck at the snow girl beast. Feng Ruotong was equally unyielding. As a third-tier Beastmaster, she too activated a 3-tier enhancement for her snow girl beast. Her purple hair grew another inch, her eyes transformed into a soft lavender, and a beautiful melody filled the air once more. Do you think you can employ the same tactic a second time? How naive of you! Giant rock snake, execute rock strangulation, Li Zhe commanded telepathically. The giant rock snake plunged its tail into the ground, its eyes glowing red, as 2 massive boulders materialized from thin air, pinning the snow girl beast in place. One push, and it would be crushed to death. You have lost. I do not wish to harm your snow girl beast, Li Zhe sighed, regaining a semblance of dignity. Feng Ruotong, however, did not concede defeat. Instead, she began contemplating how to counter this move. At that moment, the snow girl beast underwent a breathtaking transformation. An ice block enveloped it, and a pale blue glow began to emanate. The snow girl beast astonishingly morphed from its sprite-like appearance into that of a young girl, her expression blank as she gazed at the giant rock snake. Could this possibly be the ice blessing? My heavens! A boy in the audience exclaimed that they're such a formidable contender in your class. Truly, hidden talents abound, remarked a middle-aged man from the guest seats. The legendary ice blessing has re-emerged. It can significantly amplify one's own power, allowing for a brief transformation into the strongest form, an ice-type legendary skill. The announcer shouted, brimming with excitement. Feng Ruodong looked at her snow girl beast, feeling a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. She feared that the outer city concealed such a powerful beastmaster. If the academy discovered this, what might transpire? At that moment, the snow girl beast thrust her hands forward, shattering the two boulders instantly. A beam of light flashed, and in an instant, it was above the giant rock snake's head. Gazing at the massive head before her, she delivered a gentle yet forceful punch. Crack, crack! The giant rock snake's eyes glazed over, its head split open as it crashed heavily to the ground. Clearly, at the crucial moment, Feng Ruodong had issued a command for the snow girl beast to hold back. The arena fell into stunned silence. Li Zhe had suffered consecutive defeats. Moreover, he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. Being dispatched in an instant. Chapter 12. The disobedient husky. I cannot believe I lost so utterly. Li Zhe was completely stunned. Both of his fourth-tier beasts had been eliminated in an instant. A devastating blow to his pride. Congratulations to Feng Ruodong for winning this match, the announcer proclaimed, raising Feng Ruodong's hand in triumph. I won. Feng Ruodong gazed at Li Zhe's dejected figure, struggling to comprehend her emotions. She had scarcely done anything, relying solely on the instinctive combat responses of her snow girl beast, and that final skill was simply unfathomable. In just one day, not only had her snow girl beast evolved, but it had also mastered 3 skills she had never known existed. Goodness, what kind of terrifying breeding establishment could produce such results? At that moment, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. 2 high-tier skills plus 1 legendary skill. I must say, Principal Yi Kuei, you have hidden your treasures well, a bald, muscular man in the guest area remarked. Meanwhile, Yi Kuei was still in disbelief, pondering how the academy could harbor such a powerful yet unassuming student. No, after the competition, I must seek out the homeroom teacher of this class for a thorough discussion. Naturally, we have always had hidden talents in our academy. Yi Kuei smiled at the muscular man. I want this student's profile. Post-graduation, they will join my treasure-seeking team, the man stated. Humph, such a fine prospect deserves to join our military. How could the treasure-seeking team be suitable? A woman clad in deep green military attire and a red beret declared assertively. In this world, the military holds the most influence. Joining it would undoubtedly be a source of great pride. However, in recent years, the treasure-seeking teams established by the government have been rapidly rising in prominence, wielding immense financial power and subtly overshadowing the military. Thus, these two factions were nearly at odds with one another. Yi Kuei found himself in a difficult position, merely smiling and appeasing both sides. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Feng Ruodong descended from the stage, feeling quite uncomfortable as many boys cast admiring glances her way. At that moment, her classmates also turned to her, exclaiming, "You did great. Quietly cultivating such a remarkable snow girl beast. It seems you will secure a bright future post-graduation. How wonderful." The eyes of the classmates glimmered with envy, yet there lingered a hint of jealousy. For this was the final assessment before graduation, a decisive moment that would shape their futures. Feng Ruodong's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. After all, she had scarcely contributed anything to this competition. Quickly tell me what happened with your snow maiden beast. As soon as Feng Ruodong took her seat, Zhang Tiantian eagerly inquired in a hushed voice, "I just mentioned that a remarkable breeding shop has opened in the outer city, where the snow maiden beasts are nurtured." Feng Ruodong replied softly, "How is that possible? You absolutely must take me to see it tomorrow." Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, brimming with excitement, though she found it hard to believe. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. In a secluded commercial street of the outer city, within the Love for Pets shop, Lin Ran had emerged from the dimension and was now tallying his spoils. Among them were several items he recognized, while the majority were entirely foreign to him, particularly 3 that he had risked his life to steal from the Divine Beast Palace. paying a steep price for them. Shall I list all items for sale? The system prompted. First, tell me what these three are, Lin Ran inquired. The Nine Heavens Wind Demon Pill, priced at 500,000. Consuming it grants a chance for a 7th-tier wind-type beast to instantly break through to 8th tier and randomly comprehend a powerful wind skill. The One Powder Earth Sovereign Pill, priced at 300,000. Consuming it allows a juvenile rock-type beast to evolve directly into its mature form. The Upper Purity Pill, priced at 100,000. Consuming it enhances a beast's aptitude. The system elucidated. I'm going to strike it rich, Lin Ran exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced with joy. Wait, that's not right. Such exorbitant prices are beyond most people's means. He quickly regained his composure. Realizing he had gotten carried away, Lin Ran carefully packaged the 3 treasures in boxes provided by the system, placing them prominently on the shelf as the shop's prized possessions. You should appraise these as well, Lin Ran urged, presenting all his items. System appraisal in progress. 10 types of beast food, priced at 350,500,750. 7 types of beast materials, priced at 1,200, 1,500, 1,600. The rest are all worthless junk, can be discarded, the system reported. Only 17 types? How disappointing. I went through all the trouble of collecting them one by one, although Lin Ran grumbled. He remained delighted, as the 3 treasures were indeed priceless. Suddenly, he realized that the beast food and materials were significantly more expensive than ordinary ones, making it challenging to sell and easily leading to accusations of running a black market. Nevertheless, he continued to place the items in boxes, leaving only the food for the Dark Star Wolf Dog, while arranging the rest on the shelf, awaiting a fortunate buyer. Subsequently, Lin Ran summoned the Dark Star Wolf Dog once more, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events during its time in the dimension. It had undergone a remarkable transformation, not only mutating but also evolving into its growth form, its size having increased substantially. It had developed fangs, and its tail tip had turned a vivid crimson, appearing even more formidable. However, it had also ascended to 4th tier, exceeding Lin Ran's control, and was beginning to rampage. Warning! The beast has lost control and is unleashing purifying power, the system alerted. Lin Ran found himself at a loss. It had behaved normally in the dimension, so why was it going berserk now? Soon, a beam of white light enveloped the Dark Star Wolf Dog, and it gradually succumbed to sleep. System, why was I able to control it in the dimension? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. The dimension contains purifying power to prevent beasts from upgrading too quickly and rebelling against their hosts, the system explained. Lin Ran pondered this, realizing he had only just become a beast tamer, merely at the 1st star level, and indeed felt a bit impatient. Then, Lin Ran used the appraisal device on the Dark Star Wolf Dog. Growth form Dark Star Wolf Dog. Attributes: Wind, Demon. Level: 4th tier lower. Skills: Fierce Dog Charge, Howl, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Roar, Demon Descent, Hellish Roar, Phantom Clone. Aptitude: C. Rating: 45. The primary breeding platform can only nurture beasts up to 4th tier. He sighed, knowing he needed to earn points quickly. Lin Ran spent 10 points to activate the primary breeding platform and dragged the Dark Star Wolf Dog inside. As he patted its head, he said, I must learn the mental technique swiftly. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle this big dog. He then took out his key, turned off the lights, locked the door, and rode his small electric scooter home at full speed. Chapter 13. The Mental Technique Learn, Mom. I'm back, Lin Ran shouted as he parked his scooter. You're a bit late today. It seems business is booming, Wang Qian said, emerging with a tray of hot food. It's not bad, Lin Ran replied with a smile. By the way, Mom, do you believe I could suddenly gain enlightenment and become a beast tamer? Lin Ran asked between bites. Wang Qian paused, knowing her son's inquiry stemmed from his deep desire to become a beast tamer. Yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Oh, Ranner, the doctor has thoroughly examined your condition. There's no hope for you, Wang Qian said sadly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Ran was taken aback by his mother's strong reaction, nearly spilling the secret of the system, but managed to hold back. After all, based on years of reading novels, he understood that such matters, once revealed, often led to dire consequences. Thus, he promptly dismissed the thought and concentrated on his meal. After dinner, Lin Ran took a hot shower and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he focused his mind and began practicing the mental technique. He had learned that when a person's spiritual energy is significantly depleted and weakened, the chances of merging with star spirit energy increase. Therefore, despite feeling extremely fatigued, Lin Ran resolutely commenced his training. He watched as the light blue star spirit energy and golden spiritual energy spiraled around him, frowning slightly as they continued to circle without merging. No way. I refuse to believe I can't fuse them, he thought, attempting once, twice, 3 times. You can choose to merge in your dantian. First, create a small vortex with the star spirit energy to draw in the spiritual energy. The system interjected, unable to bear watching any longer. Lin Ran was startled, suddenly enlightened. Right? I can create a vortex to draw it in. What a simple method. How did I not think of it? Who asked you to remind me? I would have figured it out soon enough. Lin Ran grumbled, though he was grateful nonetheless. The system, however, did not respond. Ignoring Lin Ran, he dispersed the star spirit energy surrounding him while simultaneously channeling the star spirit energy from his acupuncture points, continuously gathering it into his dantian. Gradually, a faint light blue vortex began to form. It began to draw in the spiritual energy, and indeed, with just a slight pull, the spiritual energy flowed unceasingly into the dantian. Being absorbed into the blue vortex, as time passed, the light blue vortex transformed into a blue-golden hue, radiating energy throughout his acupuncture points. The light blue energy connecting to his acupuncture points gradually shifted to blue-gold, though it remained quite faint. After 2 hours, Lin Ran concluded his training, and during this process his beast tamer level had changed dramatically, unexpectedly advancing to 3rd tier. An astonishing feat. This mental technique has barely crossed the threshold and already jumped to 3rd tier. That's incredibly powerful. If I master it, could I possibly reach 9th tier directly? Lin Ran, both exhausted and exhilarated, spoke animatedly. He was immensely thrilled, for this meant he could freely employ the Dark Star Wolfhound without reservation. However, the depletion of his mental energy rendered him drowsy, and he soon succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Lin Ran awoke early, having enjoyed a particularly restful night, feeling invigorated. After finishing his breakfast, he hurried to the shop, eager to see if there were any changes in the Dark Star Wolfhound after a night in the cultivation chamber. Before long, Lin Ran arrived at the store and opened the cultivation chamber. The white glow surrounding the Dark Star Wolfhound had vanished, as he could now control it, and had instructed the system to withdraw the illumination. The Dark Star Wolfhound soon awakened, prompting Lin Ran to promptly toss over a pet appraisal device. Growth stage, Dark Star Wolfhound attributes, Wind, Demon level, Tier 4 lower skills, Savage Assault, Piercing Howl, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Roar. Demon Descent, Hellish Roar, Phantom Clone, Demon Confinement Potential. C-score, 50. Lin Ran was taken aback. Although this was merely a basic cultivation chamber and not as effective as the previous one with the Snow Maiden Beast, it was still quite impressive. Remarkably, the hound had comprehended a high-tier demon skill, Demon Confinement. Well done, my dear companion, Lin Ran exclaimed joyfully, patting its head. By the way, how many points does it take to upgrade this cultivation chamber? 1,000 points can upgrade 3 chambers to intermediate levels. Should the host find the chambers insufficient in the future, they may purchase additional ones at 1,000 points each. Upgrading to a high-level cultivation chamber is currently not possible for purchase. The host must expand their store to do so, the system responded. Lin Ran's expression darkened. This was rather exorbitant. Upgrading 3 chambers for 1,000 points was somewhat acceptable, but purchasing them at the same cost was an astounding 100,000 points. Furthermore, the system criticized the size of his shop. Oh dear, my dear companion, it seems I must work diligently to earn money and elevate your status, Lin Ran said, gently stroking the Dark Star Wolfhound's head. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the Dark Star Wolfhound into the exotic beast space. He then settled at the shop in trance, quietly awaiting the arrival of customers, despite his previous display of grandeur. Foot traffic on this street was minimal, being somewhat secluded, resulting in a lack of business. The neighboring exotic beast shop had closed following recent events, and the owner had vanished without a trace. After a while, seeing no one approaching, Lin Ran opened his computer and began watching a movie. I could see that moment. A young man wearing headphones and dressed in athletic gear entered the shop, reeking of sweat, evidently just returning from morning workout. "Boss, do you have any food for combat-type exotic beasts?" "I need a bag," the young man said, removing his headphones. Lin Ran instantly rose, turned, and rummaged through the shelves, finally spotting a box containing several yellow leaves. "Here, this is tri-leaf power grass. Consuming it will enhance the strength of combat-type exotic beasts and is quite filling. It's priced at 500 yuan. "All right, where do I pay?" The young man fiddled with his headphones, barely listening. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "How much did you say?" 500 yuan. Lin Ran was unfazed. The price was indeed steep for exotic beast food. But he had no power to alter the system's pricing. That's so expensive. Are these golden leaves or something? The young man gasped, staring incredulously at the few sparse leaves in the boxed, tri-leaf power grass. When used over time, can significantly boost an exotic beast strength, and there's even a chance of skill comprehension. Lin Ran patiently explained. "Boost strength? Comprehend skills? Just with these few leaves?" The young man furrowed his brow, his gaze darting around the shelves, and was left speechless. Every item was priced no less than 300 yuan, and the 3 golden boxes in the center had astronomical prices. Without a backward glance, he bolted from the shop, muttering curses as he left. Lin Ran shook his head, refraining from comment, and returned his focus to the movie. As noon approached, he felt hunger pangs, having not entered the dimensional realm that day. He retrieved a pack of Wang Shifu beef noodles from his drawer, poured hot water over it, and began to eat. Delicious, a true culinary delight. Lin Ran savored the instant noodles while watching his film, feeling quite content. Chapter 14. A second visit. Ruodong. "Are you sure this is the place? It's so secluded," Zhang Tiantian remarked, linking arms with Feng Ruodong. "Yes, I merely passed by last time and spotted a remarkably powerful orange shadow cat, which compelled me to linger for a moment." Feng Ruodong responded with a smile. "So you chose to cultivate here. How hasty. What if he fed your snow maiden beast some prohibited substance?" Zhang Tiantian voiced her concerns. "I had my doubts initially, but you saw the snow maiden beast's prowess. Such results cannot be attributed to any forbidden drug. There must be a master here," Feng Ruodong asserted as they reached the end of the street. Pointing at Ranran's pet house, the 2 young women entered hand in hand. Lin Ran was still enjoying his noodles when he spotted the 2 female customers. He quickly wiped his mouth and greeted them with a smile. "Ah, you're the owner of that snow maiden beast. How may I assist you today? Our shop has everything you need. Boss, I want to ask if the snow maiden beast was truly cultivated by you." "I haven't seen any training facilities," Zhang Tiantian interjected. Upon entering the store, she immediately sensed something was amiss. This hardly resembled a cultivation shop. Not only was the space small, but there were also no visible training facilities. It was perplexing, and most crucially, the prices on the shelves were exorbitantly high, far beyond what even the inner city dared to charge. Of course, it was cultivated here. However, the methods are a closely guarded secret of this establishment, and I am unable to disclose them, Lin Ran replied, his brow furrowing slightly. This involved the secrets of the system, which he could never divulge. "Humph, why not? It's evident that you're employing some nefarious means," Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, but was promptly silenced by Feng Ruodong. "The boss is not that kind of person. I trust him," Feng Ruodong reassured, gently tugging at Zhang Tiantian's sleeve. "That I'm sorry, boss, my friend here has a bit of a fiery temperament. We merely wish to learn more." Feng Ruodong apologized sheepishly. Lin Ran began to understand the reason behind their visit. They likely sought to verify the extraordinary results of the snow maiden beast after its advanced cultivation. "If you do not believe in this establishment, you are free to leave. I shall not see you out," he said, resuming his noodles. Feng Ruodong felt a touch of embarrassment at Zhang Tiantian's behavior, not expecting Lin Ran to issue an eviction. She quickly nodded an apology, saying, "Boss, I truly apologize. I came today to request your assistance in cultivating my snow maiden beast once more." Lin Ran's eyes lit up with excitement. Business was at hand. "Ah, so you wish to cultivate? That's no problem. The cultivation fee remains 50,000 per day." Zhang Tiantian, hearing the fee of 50,000 per day, was flabbergasted. "You sell your items at such exorbitant prices. And now the cultivation fee is 50,000 a day." Is this not a scam? This place is far from reliable. Your snow maiden beast must be a natural talent that coincidentally awakened, that we should leave at once. Zhang Tiantian insisted, pulling Feng Ruodong away. That's not true. I know my snow maiden beast well. It could not have transformed so drastically in just one day, Feng Ruodong asserted firmly. After speaking, she promptly transferred 50,000 to Lin Ran, adding an extra 5,000 as a gesture of gratitude. Are you out of your mind? That's over 50,000. You could cultivate at high-end shops in the inner city for a whole month with that. Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, desperately grasping Feng Ruodong's arm to stop her, but it was too late. Lin Ran was grinning from ear to ear, surprised by Feng Ruodong's generosity. Excellent. Just hand over your snow maiden beast to this shop, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Boss, will this cultivation yield results comparable to last time? Feng Ruodong suddenly inquired. Perhaps the results may not match the previous session, but I assure you, it will certainly grasp a skill or advance a tier. Lin Ran replied, as last time they had used an advanced cultivation chamber, whereas this was merely a basic 1.c. He can't even guarantee it. This is a scam. Zhang Tiantian fumed. Feng Ruodong hesitated momentarily but nodded. After all, the snow maiden beast had brought her immense joy. By the way, do you have food for the snow maiden beast? I would like to purchase some. Of course. Please wait a moment. Lin Ran turned and dashed towards the shelves, rummaging through them. Look, this is Bingxin Shuanghua, priced at 700 yuan. After consumption, it can significantly enhance the ice power of ice-type beasts, and there's even a chance to comprehend skills. Lin Ran produced a plant adorned with 3 white blossoms. These 3 flowers cost 700 yuan. Oh my heavens! Zhang Tiantian's worldview was utterly shattered. No, it's 700 yuan for one. They're not sold separately. 3 for 2,100 yuan. Lin Ran smiled at Zhang Tiantian. 2,100 yuan. Feng Ruodong was also taken aback. I just wanted to buy some provisions. How can it be so expensive? Although my family is relatively well off, I can't afford to splurge like this. Boss, are you certain these 3 flowers can enhance ice power and provide a chance to comprehend skills? Feng Ruodong tentatively inquired. Absolutely no falsehood. If there's no effect, simply return for a refund, Lin Ran confidently proclaimed. All right then. Feng Ruodong gritted her teeth and transferred 2,100 yuan to Lin Ran. Subsequently, with a flick of her right hand, she summoned the Snow Woman Beast. Upon its arrival, the Snow Woman Beast immediately assumed a combat stance, but relaxed upon seeing Lin Ran. This is paradise, observing the blissful expression of the Snow Woman Beast. Feng Ruodong was further astonished. It was evidently deeply attached to this place, confirming that she had made the right choice. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiantian regarded them as if they were monsters, particularly focusing on Lin Ran. Let us hurry. There's a competition this afternoon. Zhang Tiantian was utterly unwilling to linger, firmly dragging Feng Ruodong away. Watching the two depart, Lin Ran gleefully counted the money, a total of 100 yuan, converting points. Total, 52 points. The fractional part will not be converted. The system announced, oh no, wait, there is still 5,000 yuan. Lin Ran exclaimed, bewildered. Customer gratitude fees cannot be converted. Keep it for your own use. The system replied nonchalantly. Lin Ran was speechless. It was indeed a miserly monopoly system. After tidying up the desk, he cradled the Snow Woman Beast and entered the cultivation room. The Snow Woman Beast was remarkably self-aware, immediately running into a blue cultivation platform and lying down comfortably without needing any guidance from Lin Ran. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Lin Ran teased, then used 10 points to activate the cultivation platform. Still only 62 points. It's still too little that I must tighten my belt every day. When will I become wealthy? Moreover, he couldn't even venture into the super dimension now, leaving him at a loss for how to earn money. Chapter 15. A beating from the fat one. Suddenly, Lin Ran had a thought. What about the incubation pool? He promptly opened the incubation pool page, only to find that this time it wasn't free. A level 1 incubation pool required 20 points for a single hatch. Taking a gamble, he thought, if I can produce a good beast, I can sell it. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and paid the 20 points. As he muttered invocations to various deities, he knelt reverently before the incubation pool. Some onlookers turned to glance. thinking he was insane for kneeling like a fool beside the water. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a devout person before? Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly pulled down the roller shutter. I could see that moment. The dim incubation pool began to shimmer with golden light, pulsating with powerful astral energy at its center. Wow, this is far more impressive than that husky. It must be something good. Lin Ran's anticipation grew. Moments later, the golden light faded, revealing a small tiger. Its fur was a dazzling blue and gold, with a thunderbolt symbol adorning its forehead, exuding an air of dominance. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned before erupting in exultation. Did luck finally strike? This definitely isn't a low-grade beast. He was thrilled and immediately tossed a pet appraisal device towards it. Young Thunder Tiger attribute. Thunder level. First tier upper skills. Thunderous roar. Thunderclap claw strike qualification. D rating 17 haha. A 6-tier bloodline. I'm going to be rich. Thank you. Heavens. Lin Ran was ecstatic, promptly completing the beast contract with a Thunder Tiger. A dim star map in his mind illuminated another point. His fortune was undeniably favorable today. Perhaps he should try the dimensional fragments. Who knows what treasures he might discover? He mused, then opened the interdimensional rift page, meticulously selecting each option. Ultimately, beneath the superdimension of Thunder Abyss, he spotted a fragment labeled 128. Taking a deep breath, he clicked to enter that you wish to enter the Thunder Abyss 128 dimensional fragment. The system inquired. Yes. How long is the duration? Lin Ran asked. The maximum duration for dimensional fragments is 3 days. Came the prompt. The host may carry up to 3 beasts. The system indicated point 3. Lin Ran glanced at the Snow Woman beast, wishing to bring it along, but since he had already spent 10 points on its cultivation, he decided against it. Connecting to the dimension. Connection successful. Initializing dimension. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Ran and the Thunder Tiger were drawn into a vortex. Successfully arrived at dimensional fragment 128. Duration 3 days. System protection granted. Absolute defense. This dimension was Lin Ran's first visit. Unlike the Wind Sea Forest, it was stiflingly oppressive, with a perpetually gray sky and intermittent thunderclaps. Lin Ran surveyed his surroundings, recalling the system's previous warning. Dimensional fragments were random. They could either yield nothing or lead to a lair of terrifying beasts, causing Lin Ran to feel anxious. What if there's nothing at all? Have I exhausted my luck after hatching the Thunder Tiger? He murmured quietly. However, the thunder grew increasingly deafening, causing the Dark Star Wolf Dog and Thunder Tiger's fur to bristle, sensing that something formidable was about to emerge. Lin Ran, too, was startled as a chasm appeared ahead, from which a man emerged. He had long white hair and an unnaturally pale complexion, devoid of any color, resembling a corpse. Am I not alone? Lin Ran stared at him, scrutinizing closely. The man took a step forward, instantly appearing before Lin Ran, their faces mere inches apart. Lin Ran noticed that the man emitted no energy fluctuations, resembling a lifeless body, devoid of breath. Alarmed, Lin Ran attempted to retreat, only to find himself paralyzed. And the 2 beasts fainted on the spot. Ah, a ghost! Lin Ran screamed, but suddenly a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Had it not been for the activation of absolute defense, Lin Ran would have surely been obliterated. The man paused momentarily, then waved his hand, conjuring a storm cloud that enveloped Lin Ran. Lin Ran lost consciousness. Am I dead? Isn't their absolute defense? He awoke, confused, observing his surroundings. He found himself in a palace, suffused with a terrifying aura. Definitely a divine, beast-level palace. What terrible luck! This dimension is indeed a lair. Lin Ran despaired, wasting his 10 points in vain. At that moment, the eerie man reappeared, unleashing another powerful bolt of lightning towards Lin Ran. But it was once again thwarted by absolute defense. On the throne above the palace, a half-human, half-dragon beast suddenly opened its eyes, radiating a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the man before him. Then, dozens of black lightning bolts rained down upon Lin Ran. Absolute defense continued to shield him, but everything around him was annihilated, leaving no trace behind, while the Dark Star Wolf Dog and Thunder Tiger had long since been reduced to ash. Had it not been for the contract lingering in his mind, Lin Ran might have thought he was doomed. What do you want from me? I am invincible. Seeing that the lightning was ineffective, Lin Ran regained his confidence and quickly activated the pet appraisal device. Unable to appraise? ISNT, it's supposed to identify all beasts in this world. Lin Ran's expression was filled with confusion. Yet he was intrigued. A beast that even the appraisal device could not recognize must be extraordinarily powerful. The eerie man soared into the air, whispering something into the Beast King's ear. Then, once again, countless black lightning bolts assaulted Lin Ran, but all were blocked one by one. That I demand to know what you intend to do. Unbreakable, give up. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Ran waved his hand, preparing to depart. However, the doors around him were firmly shut, and Lin Ran found himself unable to pull them open. He attempted to resurrect his beast, but as soon as the beast manifested, it vanished into thin air, a most peculiar occurrence. Absolute defense? At that moment, the half-dragon seated upon the throne emitted a low and resonant sound. This voice struck directly at Lin Ran's very soul. And there was no immunity against the absolute defense. Lin Ran writhed in agony on the ground, drenched in sweat. The voice, devoid of any discernible offensive intent, nonetheless inflicted immense suffering upon Lin Ran, whose heart raced as if it might explode at any moment. With a resounding bang, Lin Ran's chest shattered, his eyes glazed over, and he succumbed to pain, dying in torment, resurrecting at the same spot. Lin Ran returned to life, but he was still drenched in sweat, the terror of that voice lingering. The half-dragon on the throne rose and coldly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Once again, that voice pierced Lin Ran's soul, this time with even greater intensity, leading to an immediate explosion of his being, reducing him to a puddle of blood, resurrecting at the same spot. Is this never-ending? Do you have any idea how much this hurts? Although Lin Ran was filled with dread, the protection of his system bolstered his resolve. Answer me. The half-dragon's tone intensified, clearly enraged. Bang! Lin Ran barely registered the command before he exploded once more, the absolute defense still failing to activate. System, could you please protect me? Do you have any idea how much this hurts? Lin Ran resurrected again, incessantly calling out to the system in his mind. Soul attacks are beyond protection. The system merely responded in a calm manner. Lin Ran, filled with fury, resolved to charge at it with a fist to vent his frustrations. Yet it was all in vain. Bang! Resurrecting at the same spot. Another explosion. Resurrection. Chapter 16. Snatch and run. Time passed, though Lin Ran could not tell how long. Is this it? Relying on his undying ability, Lin Ran managed to reach the throne, locking eyes with the half-dragon. Absolute protection, combined with the power to reverse time and space. Suddenly, the half-dragon appeared lost in thought. Has it gone foolish? Take this, Grandpa. Lin Ran concentrated the star spirit energy in his right hand and swung a mighty punch towards the half-dragon's head. However, it was futile. Before he could even make contact, he was once again shattered by a soul shock. Resurrecting at the same spot, Lin Ran returned to life, filled with overwhelming anger. He had been killed by that entity so many times, unable to retaliate even once. It was utterly humiliating. That moment, a purple golden sphere beside the throne caught Lin Ran's attention. Such a large purple gold sphere. This is a fortune, even if I can't defeat you. Taking this would still be worth it. System, can I transfer zones here? Lin Ran immediately called out in his mind. Yes, but since this is a fragment of a dimension, it requires a payment of 10 points of merit, equivalent to directly shifting to another dimension. The system informed him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran agreed. This purple gold sphere was clearly invaluable, whether it cost 10 or 20 points. He promptly reached out, preparing to grasp it and teleport away. Bang! Lin Ran's body suddenly exploded. He had barely touched the sphere when a bizarre figure behind him launched a soul attack, resurrecting at the same spot. You dare to ambush me, you despicable, cowardly wretch. Lin Ran cursed, yet he charged towards the purple gold sphere once again. Bang! His body exploded yet again, resurrecting at the same spot. I refuse to believe I can't take this. After resurrecting, Lin Ran did not look back, charging forward. Thus, bang! Resurrection! Bang! Resurrection. On the 7th attempt, the half-dragon suddenly snapped back to reality, halting the bizarre figure. That a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Ran's eyes, But this was a golden opportunity. Indeed, Lin Ran managed to grasp the purple gold sphere this time. And his body did not explode. He immediately activated the star ring, sending the sphere into his storage space. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Want to know who I am? I am your grandpa. Farewell." Bang! The moment Lin Ran finished his taunt, his body exploded once more, leaving no trace of blood behind. The half-dragon and the bizarre figure watched quietly, seemingly lost in thought. This time, Lin Ran did not resurrect at the same spot. He had just spent 10 points to transfer to the next fragment of the dimension. "Master, are we just going to let him take that thing?" The bizarre figure knelt before the throne that I in this world. Only that individual from years ago could wield absolute protection and reverse time. No one else could possibly do so. The half-dragon spoke with authority. "Yet that object is far too important." The bizarre figure replied that I sensed a familiar aura emanating from that human. "Rest assured, after all, it rightfully belongs to him. Listen, if he ever returns here, ensure his protection." After uttering this statement, the half-dragon closed his eyes and fell into slumber. The bizarre figure bowed devoutly before vanishing into the darkness. Zone transfer. Lin Ran departed from the 128th dimension fragment and arrived at the 141st dimension fragment. Resurrecting at the same spot, Dark Star Wolfhound, Thunderstorm Tiger. Lin Ran resurrected two beasts. Yes, soon as the two beasts appeared, they clung tightly to Lin Ran's legs, clearly terrified by the previous events. It was a primal fear rooted in power and bloodline. What a thrill! Though I suffered greatly, I still gained a treasure. Nonetheless, it was too perilous. I hope this dimension won't present any more grotesque beasts. Lin Ran scanned his surroundings warily, continuing onward with his two beasts. This dimension was far superior to the last. After all, there was vegetation, and occasionally, a few small beasts scurried by that moment. A massive black bear burst forth from the side, letting out a fearsome roar as it glared intensely at Lin Ran. "All right, let the training commence. Charge at it." Lin Ran, unwilling to back down, immediately checked his pet appraisal device, discovering it to be a 5th-tier black thunder bear, and commanded his two beasts to charge forward. The two beasts, still shaken, instantly adopted a combat stance upon receiving their master's battle command. The Dark Star Wolfhound's eyes blazed crimson, the stars atop its head and the tip of its tail emanating a blood-red glow, as it unleashed a dark ray. Hellish roar. The black thunder bear, massive and imposing at over 100 meters, simply swiped its paw, effortlessly dispersing the black ray. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm tiger, no larger than a house cat, continued to claw at the black thunder bear. The combat prowess of this black thunder bear was evidently overwhelming. It was a martial and lightning-type beast, dispatching Lin Ran's creatures with mere swipes of its paws. Lin Ran remained unfazed. Having faced far worse, why fear this foolish bear? After all, I can resurrect infinitely. I will outlast it. Second treasure. Use phantom clone. Lin Ran sent a command through his mind upon hearing this. The Dark Star Wolfhound darted away at lightning speed, distorting the fabric of space, quickly transforming into 5 identical copies, each launching a frenzied assault on the black thunder bear. Excellent. Thunderstorm Tiger. Unleash Thunder Roar. Lin Ran calmly directed the battle. The Thunderstorm Tiger, being a 6th-tier bloodline beast, would undoubtedly catch the black thunder bear off guard with this roar. With a powerful roar, the Thunderstorm Tiger unleashed a torrent of thunder that swept towards the black thunder bear. Indeed, it was successful. The black thunder bear clutched its head in agony, while the Dark Star Wolfhound seized the opportunity, with all 5 clones simultaneously unleashing Wind Demon Howl, delivering a devastating blow that tore a gaping wound into the bear's abdomen. In pain, the black thunder bear retaliated furiously. Leaping high and crashing heavily onto the ground, a powerful shockwave instantly obliterated all of the Dark Star Wolfhound's clones, while both beasts were also shattered in the process, leaving the scene utterly clean. What an immensely powerful ground shockwave. Nevertheless, you shall not escape death today. Resurrecting at the same spot, Lin Ran shouted. The fully revived Dark Star Wolfhound and Thunderstorm Tiger charged forward once more, seemingly responding instinctively to in the end. Amidst countless deaths and resurrections, the Black Thunder Bear was finally worn down to its last breath, its massive body collapsing like a landslide, as a blue gem flew forth from its carcass. What is that? Lin Ran wondered. Thunder elixir. The black thunder bear sought to break through its limitations to become a sixth-tier beast, but failed. This is what remains, containing the essence of its lifelong cultivation. Worth 300,000, a significant boon for lightning-type beasts. The system elucidated. Lin Ran picked up the thunder pill, and as expected, the violent thunder tiger gazed at him with a pool of drool at its feet. However, Lin Ran felt conflicted. He had intended to sell the violent thunder tiger. Yet should he now keep it? Never mind, he thought, having just acquired a precious purple gold sphere. He might as well indulge it. Chapter 17. The Dragon God, as golden egg, do you want it? Lin Ran leered at the violent thunder tiger. The tiger nodded incessantly. One must admit, the appearance of this young tiger closely resembled that of a kitten. Moreover, the violent thunder tiger was particularly affectionate, climbing onto Lin Ran's shoulder and gently licking his cheek. All right, I give it to you. Lin Ran could no longer endure and tossed the thunder pill to the violent thunder tiger. Nearby, the dark star wolf dog was voraciously gnawing at the corpse of the black thunder bear, savoring its flesh and blood. Upon seeing Lin Ran's action, it barked in a somewhat jealous manner. What are you staring at? Go eat your own, Lin Ran retorted, stepping aside to quietly observe the transformation of the violent thunder tiger. The thunder pill was swallowed whole by the tiger, and a resounding roar echoed through the skies as the violent thunder tiger bathed in a sea of lightning formed by countless bolts. The scene was truly magnificent. After a moment, the lightning gradually dissipated, and a colossal tiger, measuring several dozen meters, emerged from the storm. The violent thunder tiger had shed its kitten-like appearance, its size having increased exponentially. Its blue-golden fur shimmered with flickering lightning, and the character for thunder on its forehead radiated a golden glow, embodying the essence of a ferocious beast. Lin Ran was taken aback and immediately activated the pet appraisal device. Growth stage, violent thunder tiger attribute. Thunder level, advanced tier 3 skills. Thunderous tiger roar, violent claw strike, thunderbolt force, thunder battle armor, lightning flash potential. C rating, 42. Wow. It's already at advanced tier 3 and has evolved into its growth stage. Lin Ran exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously mocking the dark star wolf dog. The wolf, focused on devouring bear meat, merely barked a couple of times in a token response before ignoring Lin Ran in a similar fashion. The violent thunder tiger dashed over, frantically gnawing at the bear meat, and soon a bear skeleton resembling a mountain emerged. Thus, the trio, one person, one dog, and one tiger, fervently battled within this fragment of reality, only retreating when confronted with unbeatable beasts. Otherwise, they fought relentlessly. During this time, when Lin Ran grew weary or drowsy, he would promptly take his own life, as though he had grown accustomed to that sensation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The two beasts had lost count of how many times they had perished, having feasted on elephant meat and the flesh of a 100-meter-long python, with bones piled high beyond measure. However, Lin Ran and the two beasts grew exponentially stronger. The dark star wolf dog had reached the pinnacle of advanced tier 4, while the violent thunder tiger had also attained advanced tier 4, poised to break through to tier 5. The contrast from 3 days prior was nothing short of astonishing. At the Ran pet house, the roll-up door was tightly sealed, and the shop was devoid of any patrons. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared out of thin air, followed by 3 figures materializing within the shop. It's so late, the sky has turned dark. Where's my violent thunder tiger? Lin Ran scratched his head, searching everywhere. Due to the shop's small size, it was unable to accommodate the violent thunder tiger's bulk, which had activated a protective barrier, reducing its size to 1/5. The system reminded him. Sure enough, the violent thunder tiger had once again shrunk to the size of a kitten. Gazing at Lin Ran in bewilderment, while the dark star wolf dog snickered discreetly nearby. The shop is a bit cramped. My apologies for the inconvenience. Lin Ran affectionately patted the tiger's head, chuckling at that moment. Lin Ran's right-hand star ring glimmered as he retrieved the purple golden sphere from his storage space. System, quickly, help me identify this. What is it? Lin Ran exclaimed, brimming with excitement, upon sight of the object. The Dark Star Wolf Dog and the Violent Thunder Tiger were immediately engulfed by a resurgence of fear, their furs standing on end, and they unexpectedly knelt. In a way. How exaggerated. Lin Ran was left speechless. The system remained silent for a long while before slowly stating, "This is the golden egg of the ancient purple gold dragon god. The dragon god's egg? By heavens, this is a windfall." Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with delight as he danced about. The purple gold dragon god. It is the progenitor of all dragon-type beasts on the continent, possessing a bloodline that eclipses all others. The system stated, its tone tinged with excitement. Lin Ran understood. No wonder this object instilled such terror in the beasts, as it was indeed from the ancient era. But he was perplexed. Why was there still an egg left behind if the dragon god had perished long ago? Had the creature he encountered earlier truly been the dragon god? No, it was merely a half-dragon. Lin Ran fell into a deep contemplation. How much is it worth? Lin Ran suddenly inquired. IT cannot be measured in monetary terms. If one were to insist, its value exceeds at least 1 billion. The system replied. Lin Ran was left dumbfounded. What did 10 billion even represent? That equated to 1,000,000 points, just as Lin Ran reveled in this unparalleled joy. The dragon god golden egg suddenly emitted a radiant purple light, instantly bathing the shop in violet hues. The Dark Star Wolf Dog and the Violent Thunder Tiger, still on their knees, writhed in agony, their bodies convulsing violently. Lin Ran was startled. What is happening? At that moment, the two beasts underwent a dramatic transformation at a visible speed. The Dark Star Wolf Dog's fur, save for the tip of its tail, turned entirely purple, the blood-red star on its head morphing into a purple-gold moon, its eyes becoming one red and one purple, its size increasing manifold. Had it not been for the protective barrier activated by the system, the entire shop would have likely been obliterated. The Violent Thunder Tiger's blue-golden fur transformed into a striking black-golden hue. The character for thunder on its forehead radiated a black glow, and swirling black lightning coiled around its body, exuding an aura of authority. In a way. Another mutation. Lin Ran witnessed this complete metamorphosis. Taking a deep breath, the two beasts, initially filled with trepidation, transitioned into a state of reverence. Lying beside the dragon god golden egg, Lin Ran swiftly activated the pet appraisal device once more. Growth stage. Flowing shadow illusion moondog attribute. Wind, demon level. Advanced tier 4 skills. Demon dog charge. High-pitched howl. Wind demon cloak. Wind demon roar. Demon descent. Hellish roar. Phantom clone. Demon confinement. Purgatory demon kill potential. D rating. 60 growth stage. Annihilation thunder tiger attribute. Thunder level. Advanced tier 4 skills. Thunderous tiger roar. Violent claw strike, thunderbolt force, thunder battle armor, lightning flash, absolute shadow thunder prison potential. D rating. 58. Lin Ran was momentarily incredulous. In just an instant, both beasts had mutated into 9th tier bloodlines. What's more, his husky had transformed into the strongest among canine beasts. This implied that it possessed abilities beyond just the 9th tier bloodline. It might even ascend to divine beast status. Although the Annihilation Thunder Tiger may not be the strongest among feline beasts, it certainly ranked among the top 3, its prowess unquestionable. Forget about selling. These are two precious treasures. From now on, I'll rely on you both. Lin Ran exclaimed with uncontainable joy, rubbing the dog's head with his left hand and the tiger's head with his right. Grinning from ear to ear. By the way, system, this dragon god golden egg, it has this function too? Lin Ran inquired. This is the dragon god's blessing, bestowed by the dragon god. It grants immense power, signifying that these two beasts shall become the dragon god's guardians. The system replied solemnly. What a windfall! It's as simple as bringing a beast to bask in this purple light to gain such strength. Lin Ran laughed. Don't get your hopes up. These two are the dragon god's chosen guardians. Only two can possess this power. No other beast can, the system stated bluntly. All right then. Lin Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. Since it's an egg, it should be capable of hatching, right? Lin Ran queried. Place the dragon god golden egg in the incubation pool, but the time required is uncertain, as this egg has existed for an exceedingly long duration. The system explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran immediately cradled the egg and dashed into the nurturing room, placing the egg into the incubation pool. The dimly lit incubation pool transformed into a brilliant purple hue, swirling in a vortex around the dragon god golden egg. The snow maiden beast lay soundly asleep on the nurturing platform, when suddenly a surge of purple light entered its brow, which Lin Ran happened to notice. Chapter 18. The mutation of the snow maiden beast. The snow maiden beast also basked in the purple light. Could it also undergo a mutation? Lin Ran questioned that a mutation is possible, but it won't be significant, as it has only been exposed to a trace of residual light. The system elucidated. Lin Ran gazed at the snow girl beast for an extended period, astonished that this creature could consistently seize such favorable opportunities. Previously, it had received a complimentary upgrade to a higher breeding tier, and now it was blessed by the dragon god. And all for just 50,000. What a tremendous loss. No, tomorrow I must decisively profit from her. Or, at the very least, ensure she promotes me well within the academy. Once my reputation grows, business will naturally follow, leading to wealth accumulation, a rise to the pinnacle of life, and the chance to marry a beautiful and affluent woman. Lin Ran began to indulge in fantasies, involuntarily drooling in excitement. Beside him, the flowing shadow, illusion moonhound, and the world-destroying thunder tiger looked on with disdain. What are you staring at? When the time comes, I'll treat you both to delicious food. Lin Ran confidently patted his chest. He then glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 7. Using his meager 20 points, he activated 2 additional basic breeding platforms and placed 2 exotic beasts into them. Now he was completely out of points. It's truly tough for me, Lin Ran thought, shaking his head at the empty points balance. After locking the door, he hopped onto a small electric stove, humming a cheerful tune as he excitedly made his way home. After dinner, Lin Ran sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing his mental technique that he activated the small vortex of star spirit power within his dantian, continuously absorbing and merging spiritual energy as it flowed through his acupoints. Compared to the first day, he felt significantly more proficient this time. As Lin Ran immersed himself in his training, the overwhelming star spirit power unexpectedly triggered a transformation. Even the star spirit power in the air seemed to be drawn to Lin Ran, causing his mother, Wang Qian, in another room to awaken suddenly. Although she had lost her cultivation, she had once been a beast tamer of considerable rank, so she immediately sensed the powerful fluctuations. What could be causing such immense waves? Has a master arrived? Wang Qian pondered in confusion. That moment, Lin Ran concluded his training and noticed countless pale, blue glowing particles surrounding him. Is this the star spirit power in the air? Can it truly be attracted like this? Lin Ran felt a surge of joy. Wang Qian gazed out the window for a long time, finding it eerily empty. Could it have been a false perception? Oh well, she continued to lie back down and drift off to sleep. Time flew, and the night passed swiftly. The next morning, Lin Ran arrived early at the shop, quickly tidying up before settling down to meditate. Not long after, a customer arrived. "Boss, we're here to collect our exotic beasts," a melodious female voice chimed. Lin Ran opened his eyes to find it was the 2 girls from the previous day. Feng Ruodong stood at the shop's entrance, filled with anticipation and curiosity about how her exotic beast might have changed after another day of nurturing. Seeing the 2 enter, Lin Ran smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch it right away." With that, he promptly moved to the breeding room in the back, gently lifting the snow girl beast and waking it. "Rise and shine." Upon leaving the breeding platform, the snow girl beast immediately woke up, glaring at Lin Ran with evident displeasure. That moment, Feng Ruodong sensed the snow girl beast through their mental bond. "That's my snow girl beast. It's in that room," she exclaimed, tugging at Zhang Tintian's hand in excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Ran in the breeding room stared in astonishment. While he knew the snow girl beast would undergo a mutation due to the dragon god's blessing, he hadn't anticipated such a dramatic change. It had grown significantly taller, now resembling a little girl, with long purple hair cascading down to its ankles and large, amethyst-like eyes that twinkled. Most notably, a purple snowflake emblem had appeared on its forehead. Could this marking be a result of yesterday's purple light? Lin Ran pondered for a moment. He then immediately activated the pet appraisal device. Growth stage. Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast attributes. Ice, Ghost level, upper 4th tier skills. 0 Degree Fist, Cold Ice Breath, Dream Melody, Absolute Ice Domain, Blessing of Ice, Soul Shock Potential. D rating, 55. What in the world? It has evolved into an Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast of 8th tier bloodline, and it possesses a Soul-type attack skill. Lin Ran was taken aback, feeling both exhilarated and pained. Only 50,000 for such a significant gain. System, didn't you say it would only undergo a slight mutation? Lin Ran questioned. This creature was originally an Ice Sky Snow Girl beast, but its innate power was too weak and suppressed. The Dragon God's blessing has merely activated its true potential, the system explained. Lin Ran felt enlightened, but he realized that bringing her out like this would surely astonish them. I need to concoct a plausible explanation to conceal the truth. Hey, boss, what are you doing in there? Hurry up, Zhang Tiantian said, growing impatient and harboring little fondness for the shop. What's the rush? I'm coming out now, Lin Ran said, regaining his composure and stepping outside with a smile. Feng Ruodong gazed at him dreamily, her face filled with anticipation. When she saw the Snow Girl Beast in Lin Ran's arms, she was stunned. Isn't this what the Snow Girl Beast looks like after using the Blessing of Ice? How can it appear now? If it weren't for the mental bond, I would almost doubt this is still my Snow Girl Beast. Zhang Tiantian, upon seeing Lin Ran emerge with the Snow Girl Beast, was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Don't just stand there, Lin Ran called out. The two snapped back to reality. Boss, what happened to the Snow Girl Beast? Feng Ruodong asked excitedly. Lin Ran had already devised a strategy. Earlier, I discovered that your Snow Girl Beast was somewhat unique and had the potential for evolution. After my expert nurturing, she indeed evolved. She should now be called the Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast. Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast? I can't be hearing this wrong. Feng Ruodong exclaimed, her face flushing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiantian was completely dumbfounded. This Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast is an 8th tier bloodline exotic beast. The king among all Snow Girl beasts, with the potential to break through to become a 9th tier beast. This seemingly ordinary man possesses such skills. My goodness, absolutely no exaggeration. If you don't believe me, you can verify with the teachers at the academy, Lin Ran said confidently. After saying this, he gently set down the Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast. Feng Ruodong immediately waved her hand, and the Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast floated over with a beaming smile. Resting in her embrace, Feng Ruodong immediately noticed the snowflake emblem on its forehead, which solidified her belief. This mark could not possibly be fabricated. Tiantian, see? I told you the shop is extraordinary, capable of evolving the Snow Girl Beast. Feng Ruodong said, gently stroking it, her happiness evident. Zhang Tiantian was left utterly speechless, nodding vigorously. If she had previously felt disdain for this shop, now only awe remained. The items on the shelves no longer seemed so exorbitant. Chapter 19. Just take it like this. Zhang Tiantian scrutinized Lin Ran for a long time before softly whispering to Feng Ruodong, it's truly unbelievable that such a shop exists in this inconspicuous part of the outer city. Yes, do you think I should tell the academy? Feng Ruodong inquired, but I think you should perhaps first report it to our homeroom teacher, Zhang Tiantian suggested. Thus, the two deeply bowed to Lin Ran before turning to leave. At that moment, Lin Ran suddenly spoke up. Are you just going to take it like this? Don't you have any tokens of appreciation? Lin Ran wore a broad smile, appearing completely harmless as he looked at them. The two felt a chill run down their spines, rendered immobile, for the man before them seemed unfathomable. Haha, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish for you to help me advertise at the academy and draw in some business. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, smiling. Advertise? The two stared at Lin Ran in disbelief. Such remarkable nurturing skills, yet no customers. Are you joking? Boss, a person of her caliber wouldn't be short of money. Right? Zhang Tiantian's attitude had shifted dramatically, no longer daring to speak to Lin Ran as she did the day before. I truly am in need. Look at this remote place. Where could I possibly find business? Lin Ran sighed, shaking his head. Seeing Lin Ran's earnest expression, the two finally understood that even a master could be this practical. How about this? Our academy is having its annual assessment in a few days. I believe with the Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast, I can achieve excellent result 8T that time. I'll promote you in front of all the teachers and students during the award ceremony. Fong Ruodong proposed with a smile. Excellent. That sounds fantastic. Lin Ran grinned widely. Think that making a splash before the entire faculty and student body would surely bring in a flood of business. Wealth would follow. Fong Ruodong looked at the Ice Sky Snow Girl Beast and nodded. Can I attend the academy to watch the competition? At this moment, Lin Ran suddenly posed a question. Fong Ruodong was taken aback. Was he actually going to promote it himself? My goodness, how realistic. If I'm fortunate enough to reach the semifinals, I can invite relatives and friends to come and watch, and, at that time, you can join us. Fong Ruodong spoke somewhat awkwardly. Lin Ran's expression darkened. It seemed one had to reach the semifinals to gain entry. This academy is rather stringent, isn't it? Although relying on the Ice Sky Snow Beast would likely secure a spot in the semifinals. Unforeseen circumstances could arise. No, I must offer her a bit of guidance. Well then, I shall await your good news. However, let me remind you, the Ice Sky Snow Beast possesses formidable power. You must have complete faith in it and familiarize yourself with its skills. It is sure to bring you delightful surprises. Lin Ran said with a smile that he refrained from disclosing that the Ice Sky Snow Beast had a soul-related ability, as it might be too unbelievable. And he feared she would not believe him, chuckling to himself. Subsequently, the two bowed respectfully to Lin Ran once more before taking their leave. As he watched them depart, Lin Ran opened his computer to design promotional flyers. Preparing to elevate his reputation on that day. How slow this computer is. What a piece of junk. Lin Ran was on the brink of despair due to the sluggishness of the machine. But thankfully, he finally completed the design and promptly printed out several hundred copies. Fortunately, there was paper. Otherwise, he would have incurred additional expenses. Lin Ran stretched lazily to tea that moment. His points were entirely depleted, and the flowing shadow, Illusion Hound, and the Destruction Thunder Tiger in the nurturing platform were sleeping soundly. This was the last chance. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. After having lunch, Lin Ran sat in silence, contemplating and practicing his spiritual technique. At this juncture, a visitor arrived at the door. Boss, do you have anything that can stimulate appetite? Lin Ran opened his eyes to see a chubby little boy clad in a yellow sweater. Trailing behind him was a small pig. The pig's eyes were dull, appearing somewhat listless. Its entire body was pink, with a curled tail resembling an incense coil, if it weren't for the blue gem embedded in its forehead. One might mistake it for an ordinary domestic pig. Boss, do you have any appetite-stimulating pig feed? My treasure pattern pig hasn't eaten anything for 3 days, Jiang Lin said anxiously. There are indeed appetite-enhancing exotic beast foods available. Lin Ran replied, somewhat astonished. One would expect such creatures to have robust appetites. How could it possibly go 3 days without eating? As it perhaps ingested something inappropriate? Lin Ran inquired. Jiang Lin shook his head rapidly, responding, it had its last meal 3 days ago and has since refused food. That I consulted numerous exotic beast hospitals, but none could diagnose the issue. I heard this place has a reputable exotic beast shop. So I came to take a look. Lin Ran nodded and carefully examined the treasure pattern pig before turning to retrieve a bottle of condensed fruit from the shelf. This should help it eat. Really? Jiang Lin, seeing Lin Ran's confidence, took the condensed fruit and examined it closely. What kind of exotic beast food is this? I've never seen it before. Lin Ran felt a bit awkward, unsure how to explain. He certainly couldn't reveal it was harvested from the Fonglin Haishan plain. You can let it try a taste. If it doesn't eat, there's no charge, Lin Ran stated confidently, having quietly consulted the system earlier. It has merely grown accustomed to a life of luxury and is somewhat bored with ordinary food. A few days of hunger will likely remedy the situation. Jiang Lin, being a beast tamer himself, had some understanding of exotic beast diets, yet he remained unaware of this particular item. However, given that this was a legitimate exotic beast shop with a good reputation, he presumed there would be no issues. He then opened the bottle, pouring out a plump, blue, juicy fruit. Suddenly, the treasure pattern pig emitted a few excited squeals, biting at Jiang Lin's pant leg, its eyes fixed intently on the fruit. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then became exceedingly excited, quickly lowering his hand to offer the fruit to the pig. The pig devoured it ravenously. as if starving, swallowing it in a few bites, its eyes sparkling with delight as it lay on the ground. Utterly satisfied. This is incredibly effective. Boss, how much is this? I'll take 5 bottles, Jiang Lin exclaimed enthusiastically. Observing the pig in sheer ecstasy, Lin Ran couldn't help but mentally scoff. This is condensed fruit, a product that falls from the essence of the Qian condensation tree. Highly attractive to water-type exotic beasts. Currently, there's only 1 bottle left in the shop. Each piece costs 800 yuan, totaling 10 pieces. You wish to purchase them all? Lin Ran smiled. 800 yuan for a bottle? That's a bit pricey, but still acceptable, Jiang Lin pondered, finding it within reason, but the next moment, he froze. 800 yuan each? Chapter 20. The rip-off shop. Lin Ran nodded affirmatively. Jiang Lin stared blankly at Lin Ran, clearly in disbelief. Yet seeing his exotic beast finally eating reassured him that Lin Ran was not deceiving him. He then glanced at the expensive items on the shelf behind Lin Ran, noticing several exorbitantly priced products, which eased his astonishment somewhat. You sell at such high prices. What makes this fruit so extraordinary? Jiang Lin inquired, regaining his composure. Lin Ran was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Lin to be undeterred by the price, and immediately explained, the exotic beast food I sell is not ordinary. For instance, this condensed fruit, when consumed regularly, can enhance the attack power of water-type exotic beasts. The other items behind me similarly enhance the strength of exotic beasts, making them absolutely worth the investment. Enhance the strength of exotic beasts? Jiang Lin's eyes lit up as he pointed to the most expensive item in the display case, the 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill. What will happen if that one, priced at 500,000, is consumed? Consuming it grants a chance for a 7th-tier bloodline wind-type exotic beast to immediately break through to the 8th tier while randomly comprehending a powerful wind-type skill. Lin Ran replied with a smile. Enhanced bloodlines? My goodness! Jiang Lin was astounded. Bloodlines of exotic beasts are determined from birth and are fundamentally unchangeable. To think something could elevate them by an entire tier was astonishing. He harbored some skepticism, as treasures of this caliber were scarcely found even in the inner city. How could such a small shop possibly have them? However, Jiang Lin quickly regained his composure. Regardless, the condensed fruit seemed effective. I'll take all 10 of those. If you deceive me, you're finished, he warned. Lin Ran was pleasantly surprised to have made a sale. Fortune truly favors the diligent. That will be 8,000 yuan. That we welcome your next visit. Lin Ran's face beamed with joy. While it wasn't a significant amount, it marked the start of his business. Jiang Lin nodded and promptly transferred the money to Lin Ran, inquiring, how long will they last? Lin Ran replied with a smile, 1 fruit per meal will suffice. These should last about 3 days. Jiang Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Although his family was relatively well off, 800 yuan per meal was indeed quite steep. All right then. Jiang Lin bid farewell to Lin Ran and turned to leave, glancing up at the peculiar sign of the exotic beast shop, Ran's pet house. After seeing off the customer, Lin Ran immediately converted his points, bringing his total to 10, including the 2 points left from before. I am utterly broke. Lin Ran shook his head. In a certain neighborhood outside Xianzhong City, Jiang Lin embraced a treasure pattern pig, feeling immensely joyful as he strolled leisurely back home. Sister, I'm back, Jiang Lin exclaimed, removing his shoes and plopping down happily on the sofa. What's got you in such high spirits? A graceful woman in white emerged. My little pig finally started eating. How could I not be happy? Jiang Lin teased a treasure pattern pig, reveling in a moment. I told you. Just let it go hungry for a few days. The woman in white chuckled, producing an ear of corn and waving it enticingly in front of the pig. However, to her surprise, the treasure pattern pig showed no interest in the corn, lying quietly in Jiang Lin's embrace. Didn't you say it started eating? Why is it ignoring its favorite corn? The woman in white asked, bewildered. Let me tell you, this pig is quite precious. It only consumes that ridiculously expensive food, Jiang Lin replied, pulling out a blue bottle from his pocket and extracting a piece of condensed fruit. Yes, soon as the treasure pattern pig spotted the fruit, its eyes widened, drooling as it stared longingly at the condensed fruit. See, look how greedy it is, Jiang Lin chuckled, stroking the pig's head. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before, the woman in white asked, puzzled, though she was quite knowledgeable and had seen much in her time. This blue fruit was entirely unfamiliar to her. I bought it in a little alley just ahead. It was quite obscured. I wouldn't have gone if I hadn't heard others mention it. The boss mentioned that they could enhance the attack power of water-based exotic beasts. And each piece costs 800 yuan. I gritted my teeth and bought 10. Jiang Lin remarked. 800 yuan each. This inexplicable food should not be consumed carelessly. The woman in white expressed her concern, noting that the exorbitant price aside. What if something were to happen after consuming it? It's fine. I personally witnessed it being devoured with great relish, despite it previously refusing anything else, Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly. Let me tell you, some unscrupulous shops may intentionally lace their food with some sort of hallucinogenic to attract exotic beasts. The woman in white stated seriously. That shouldn't be the case. I purchased it from a reputable store, and the people around claimed it was quite good. Jiang Lin countered, do not be careless. Food laced with hallucinogens can excessively attract exotic beasts, making them unable to stop eating, which can easily lead to death if prolonged. Just look at your pig's current state. It is utterly identical, the woman in white warned solemnly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin, who had initially been unconcerned, felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Indeed, he had seen similar reports on television. This is a precious exotic beast with a lineage of rank 7. If anything were to happen, it would be disastrous. No, I must go in person. Quickly tell me the address and name of the store. The woman in white demanded. ITS called, located at the very end of the street ahead. But you must be cautious. I've heard from the locals that the owner possesses formidable strength. Jiang Lin tucked away, beginning to feel anxious. Rest assured, I will call upon friends to accompany me. I'm determined to uncover what this store is truly up to. With that, the woman in white produced her phone, dialed a number, and promptly exited the establishment. That moment, Lin Ran was intently observing his two exotic beasts. Realizing that the primary cultivation platform was indeed only effective for exotic beasts of rank 4 and below, since his beasts were already at rank 4 and just a step away from rank 5. It seemed he needed to find a way to venture into the dimensional fragments once more. However, he was left with only 10 points. If luck were to betray him, and he ended up in a desolate place, it would be disastrous. With a bitter smile, Lin Ran sat on a chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the door was abruptly pushed open. Two figures dashed into the store. Lin Ran was taken aback, quickly standing up and smiling as he asked, "May I assist you too? Black shop, you better come clean. Does that so-called contain hallucinogens?" The woman in white asked coldly. The woman in white was Jiang Lin's sister, Jiang Yushi, accompanied by a burly man named Li Feng, who appeared to possess significant power. Lin Ran was startled, furrowing his brow as he said, "Hallucinogens? What are those? Do we know each other?" Lin Ran was at a loss for words, wondering why he always found himself in such situations. Last time he was falsely accused of using catalyst pills, and now this hallucinogen nonsense. Oh dear, business was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 21, Disturbing the Boss of. Don't play coy with me. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer the consequences. Li Feng glared menacingly at Lin Ran. Indeed, Jiang Yushi responded haughtily. You two seem to be mistaken. This is absolutely fine. Lin Ran replied helplessly, while simultaneously calling upon the system in his mind. What should I do now that someone is questioning me? You have received a temporary task. Please maintain the reputation of this store, ensuring it is not sullied in the slightest. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 300 points, the system declared authoritatively, evidently a bit agitated at there's actually a temporary task. Moreover, it offers a reward of 300 points. Lin Ran was taken aback, converting that a blue star currency would amount to 300,000. I'm hitting the jackpot. Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. With a loud bang, Li Feng slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Still smiling? Looking for death? Lin Ran was startled awake by the noise and immediately replied, "Do you have any evidence? Just because of a fruit you've never heard of? You've drawn such conclusions?" Lin Ran spoke softly. Jiang Yushi let out a deep sigh in her heart, and thus the two bowed to Lin Ran before departing immediately. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yushi remained silent. Feeling quite disheartened, I said not to involve me in such matters again. I never anticipated provoking such a formidable figure, Li Feng remarked, somewhat speechless. Jiang Yushi wore a bitter smile, continually pondering whether there existed a prominent Lin family in Xuanzhong City, or if this was an outsider. Both of them were members of the treasure hunting team from the outer city of Xuanzhong, working for the government, and naturally harbored a strong disdain for those so-called black merchants. Little did they expect that this time it would turn out to be a misunderstanding, which was indeed somewhat embarrassing to AT this moment. Lin Ran composed himself and excitedly exclaimed, "This should count as completing the mission. Right? Quickly, grant me 300 points." A notification chime, ding. Host temporary mission completed. Reward of 300 points granted. The system's voice rang out. Lin Ran was immensely pleased. This was far simpler than conducting business, adding the previous 10 points. He now had a total of 310 points. Chapter 22. Shanxing Pill. Clearly, completing missions yielded points more swiftly than engaging in trade. Lin Ran thought as he asked the system, "Are there any other tasks available?" "Tasks are issued based on the host's current circumstances. None are available at the moment," the system replied. Lin Ran, disappointed, shook his head and summoned a shop in his mind. Supreme Spirit Beast Contract, 100 points. Low-level Beast Restraint, 50 points. Intermediate Beast Restraint, 500 points. Frenzy, 500 points. Low-level Gathering Spirit Pill, 1,000 points. Lin Ran scrutinized each product's description, contemplating what to exchange for with his 310 points. Wow, this low-level Beast Restraint can capture beasts below the 5th tier. That's quite good. I'll buy one. Why is there no description for this Supreme Spirit Beast contract? Lin Ran wondered, perplexed. That is specifically prepared for the host, an ancient contract technique that can bypass the limitation of summoning beasts from their spatial realm, significantly enhancing the loyalty between the beast and the beast tamer. Even if the beast exceeds the tamer's control, it won't go berserk, the system explained. Lin Ran was taken aback and asked, "So even if it is still in the nurturing platform, I can summon it directly from a distance, and there will be no instances of the beast going berserk anymore?" "Yes," the system simply responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran unhesitatingly opted for the exchange. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from his forehead, and the dim starry sky map in his mind was instantly enveloped in a layer of golden glow, with 2 star points transforming into gold. Lin Ran felt an immediate lightness in his spirit. The mental pressure that had been mounting with the growing strength of the 2 beasts vanished in an instant, seizing the moment of tranquility. Lin Ran began to continue practicing his mental technique. As the mental pressure lifted, the efficiency of his practice significantly improved. The shallow blue and gold hues in his acupoints became more pronounced, and countless star spirit energies in the air gradually flocked towards Lin Ran's body, as if he were encased in a crystalline armor. Time flew by, and soon night fell at Lin Ran suddenly shouted, unleashing a powerful mental force that dispersed the surrounding star spirit energies. He had remarkably broken through to become a 4-star beast tamer. Lin Ran excitedly clenched his fists, feeling a significant boost in his strength and enhanced perception. He then reached out with his mind, and a box of beast food on the shelf was drawn towards him. Is this the manifestation of star spirit power? Lin Ran gazed at the shallow blue energy swirling in his hand. Brimming with excitement, it seems I could easily masquerade as a master-level beast tamer, and no one would doubt me. A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Ran's face. Subsequently, he closed the shop and rode his electric scooter home, humming a cheerful tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. The next morning, buzz, amid the cacophony of car engines, 2 figures stepped out of a black sedan, quietly waiting at the entrance of Lin Ran's shop. "Yushi, do you think you will agree to our request?" Li Feng asked anxiously. "I'm not sure, but I feel he should be interested in this matter," Jiang Yushi replied with a smile. This moment. Lin Ran had just stepped outside, feeling exceptionally cheerful. Moments later, "Oh, aren't you 2 the ones from yesterday? Why are you here to trouble me again today?" Lin Ran's expression darkened instantly. "Boss, my apologies. We are here specifically to apologize today," Jiang Yushi said respectfully. Lin Ran's expression flickered as he pretended not to hear, pulling down the shutter and walking into the shop. The 2 immediately followed him inside. "Cut the formalities, just speak your mind," Lin Ran remarked, clearly unimpressed with the pair to Boss, I truly apologize for yesterday, Jiang Yushi said, bowing respectfully towards Lin, in fact, just last night, Jiang Lin had watched as the treasure-pattern pig was suffering from hunger. So he fed it a condensed fruit. After eating, the pig unexpectedly made a bizarre breakthrough to the next tier, and its originally pink body now sported several blue wave patterns, indicating a clear enhancement in strength. If yesterday they had been compelled to believe due to Lin Rand's backing, they were now entirely convinced, even developing a sense of respect for him. But oh, really? Lin Rand continued tidying up, seemingly indifferent. Feng hurried over, snatching the broom from Lin Rand's hands and voluntarily helping to clean. Lin Rand's lips curled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, maintaining an aloof demeanor. To demonstrate our sincerity, please accept this, Jiang Yushi said, placing a stack of 300,000 cash before Lin Rand. What? Is this a gift? Lin Rand felt a surge of delight internally, but knowing that the gifted blue star coins could not be converted into points. He coldly replied, no need. I don't accept unearned rewards. If you give me 300,000, feel free to ask for anything you need in this shop. Lin Rand thought to himself, now I can exchange this for points. I truly am a genius. Jiang Yushi was taken aback, initially thinking the boss was quite greedy, but it seemed otherwise. How about this, boss? Do you have anything that can enhance the strength of the ice thorn butterfly? Jiang Yushi pondered before asking. Lin Rand's eyes lit up as he replied, I do. Just a moment, that he promptly retrieved a blue box from behind the counter, which contained 3 luminous white pills exuding an extraordinary aura. This is the Shangqing pill, priced at 100,000 each, 3 for 300,000, just right, Lin Rand explained. Jiang Yushi was taken aback. From its appearance, it seemed no different from ordinary pills, yet the aura was remarkably powerful, even stunningly Feng, who was nearby sweeping. Boss, what is the use of this Shangqing pill? Jiang Yushi inquired. It is derived from the shell of the Baiyun Lingwang, capable of enhancing the beast qualifications. Lin Rand explained nonchalantly. Jiang Yushi was left dumbfounded. The Baiyun Lingwang was a legendary divine beast-level creature. Its very existence was unparalleled, and this boss had the audacity to possess pills refined from its shell. How powerful must be the force behind him? Enhancing qualifications. You aren't misquoting the price, are you? Li Feng, completely absorbed in sweeping, exclaimed excitedly, in this world, a beast's innate qualities at birth determined how formidable it could become in the future. And thus any pill that could enhance these qualities was usually exorbitantly priced, starting at a minimum of 300,000 and often unattainable. Boss, what level of beast can the Shangqing pill enhance? Jiang Yushi suddenly asked. All below divine beasts. It works for all. Consume all 3, and I guarantee a qualitative leap, Lin Rand stated confidently, shaking his shoulders. Chapter 23. Treasure Hunting. Jiang Yushi, regaining her composure, immediately handed over the 300,000 to Lin Rand, excitedly taking the 3 Shangqing pills. All right, it's been a pleasure doing business. We welcome your next visit. Lin Rand finally smiled, his bright white teeth gleaming. Feng rushed over and whispered to Jiang Yushi. I want to share those 3 pills too. Haha. Stop joking. We have important matters to attend to, Jiang Yushi replied, regaining her composure. Observing the 2 whispering, Lin Rand asked, do you 2 have any other business? If not, please exit promptly. Jiang Yushi, putting away the Shangqing pills, looked at Lin Rand with fervent eyes and inquired, Boss, I wonder if you have any interest in treasure hunting? Treasure hunting? Lin Rand was momentarily taken aback. Through his time of observation, he had come to fully comprehend the intricacies of this world, that on the planet Blue Sea, there existed 56 regions suitable for human habitation. However, within these areas, there sporadically emerged spatial anomalies akin to rifts in time and space, often resulting in an influx of wild, otherworldly beasts that would assail humanity. Consequently, the government of Blue Sea promptly dispatched military forces to quell these threats. Yet the locations and timings of these rifts were utterly unpredictable, forcing each city to establish its own militia to combat the beasts emerging from these fissures. Despite this, human curiosity prevailed. Once the beasts were repelled, the rifts remained. Driven by this inquisitiveness, the military ventured into the time-space rifts. seeking to unearth treasures. Yet the unknowns within these rifts were perilous. Typically, out of 10 military units that ventured inside, only 1 or 2 would return, often laden with powerful materials and artifacts, and occasionally even capturing some extinct beasts. However, the casualties were grievous. Thus, the government financed the assembly of a cadre of formidable adventurers to form a treasure-seeking team. A venture fraught with danger, yet equally laden with immense rewards, possessing substantial financial resources and authority comparable to that of the military. For ordinary individuals lacking connections, gaining entry into the military was exceedingly difficult. However, joining the treasure-seeking team was a different matter. As long as one possessed strength and a clean record, they could enlist, presenting the best opportunity for common folk to elevate their status and wealth. Indeed, with your capabilities, boss, running a shop seems a waste of your talents. Why not join the treasure-seeking team? You can negotiate any terms you wish. And I assure you, you could amass wealth 100-fold, Li Feng eagerly suggested. Lin Ran snapped back to reality to 100-fold profit. What good is that if it can't be exchanged for points? He replied nonchalantly. I'm sorry, but I have no interest. The two were momentarily stunned, taken aback by Lin Ran's decisive rejection. That wasn't it said that he was particularly fond of money. Jiang Yushi, regaining her composure, continued, given the recent anomalies occurring on St. Emperor Mountain. I believe a time-space rift will manifest soon. Are you truly uninterested? No interest means no interest, Lin Ran reiterated, waving his hands dismissively, indicating he was done with the conversation. Isn't it more comfortable to sit in the shop earning money every day than to traipse off to that wretched place? I've only just crossed over. I haven't even had a chance to showcase my abilities yet. I certainly don't wish to perish. If we obtain valuable treasures during this expedition, we could allow you to choose first. Jiang Yushi insisted, biting her lip. Did you not hear me? And no, interest, Lin Ran shouted vehemently. Jiang Yushi, casting a bitter glance at Li Feng, shook her head in defeat, clearly at a loss. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Lin Ran's mind. Side quest activated. Participate fully in the upcoming treasure hunt in the time-space rift. Completion reward, 2,000 points. If you flee midway, 2,000 points will be deducted. Lin Ran was taken aback. Another task. It seemed that these two were the catalyst for activating the system's missions. What a wretched fate. How perilous. I don't want to die. Lin Ran lamented inwardly. The system, devoid of empathy, replied, to become the most powerful beast tamer, how can one harbor fears? Please complete the task promptly. Lin Ran was at a loss for words. The reasoning was indeed compelling. He found himself unable to retort. After much internal conflict, he clenched his fists and declared, Wait, did you say that I could choose from the powerful treasures first? Jiang Yushi's previously despondent expression brightened instantaneously as she exclaimed, Yes, as long as you agree to participate in this treasure hunt, everything can be negotiated. I need your affirmative response. Lin Ran's expression darkened. No problem. You can certainly allow me to choose first, but only one item. After all, we have our own difficulties, Jiang Yushi asserted solemnly. All right. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and acquiesced. The two were overjoyed, unable to believe Lin Ran had genuinely agreed, with such a formidable figure joining them. Their chances of success seemed assured. What anomalies have occurred on St. Emperor Mountain? Lin Ran inquired abruptly. Jiang Yushi paused before hastily explaining. 3 days ago, the beasts on St. Emperor Mountain began exhibiting bizarre rampages and have been converging toward a single location. As if eagerly awaiting something, we speculate that a time-space rift is imminent, and it is likely to be extremely powerful. Otherwise, such a large number of beasts would not behave so unusually. The last occurrence of this nature was 3 years ago, when the treasure-seeking team encountered an exceptionally powerful 9th-tier beast, resulting in countless casualties. 9th tier. Lin Ran furrowed his brow, thinking, how could I possibly engage in such dangerous endeavors, with no guarantee of returning alive? System, you must protect me at this critical juncture. The system remained silent, seemingly vanished. How many people are in your team, and what are their strengths? Lin Ran queried. Jiang Yushi responded, Our team comprises 5 members. The captain is a 7-star beast tamer, the vice-captain is 6-star, and the rest are 5-star, belonging to the outer city treasure-seeking team of Xianzhou. Our strength is considered above average. Above average? Lin Ran sighed in resignation. The strongest among them was merely a 7-star. This was far too weak. How could they dare to enter a time-space rift, especially one that could harbor 9th-tier beasts? It would be tantamount to dragging me into a death trap. Jiang Yushi and Li Feng exchanged awkward glances, understanding that this was merely the Outer City treasure-seeking team. After all, a 7-star beast tamer in the Outer City could command significant respect. Boss, rest assured that we are merely responsible for the perimeter of this rift. The main operations will be handled by the elite treasure-seeking teams from the inner city, Jiang Yushi added hurriedly, hoping to assuage Lin Ran's concerns. Lin Ran paid little attention to her reassurances. It was still perimeter work. Once a 9th-tier beast appeared, they would all likely perish to safeguard his life. He had to prepare for the worst. If they couldn't fight, he would flee immediately, no matter the point deductions. Survival was paramount. The system within Lin Ran's mind stirred momentarily before settling into silence once more. When will the time-space rift specifically open? Lin Ran asked. Based on our current observations, it is highly likely to manifest tonight. Which is why we are so urgent, Jiang Yushi replied hastily. Goodness, it is so soon. I must prepare immediately, Lin Ran thought, furrowing his brow. All right, I understand now. I'll make my preparations. You may proceed as you wish. Very well, we shall not disturb you further. We will come to collect you at 8 p.m. tonight. Jiang Yushi and Li Feng clasped their fists in salute before departing. Chapter 24. Departure once they left. Lin Ran glanced at the time. Approximately 10 hours remained that it was imperative to commence his training forthwith. He promptly shut the rolling shutter and summoned the interface of the interdimensional rift within his mind. Spending 10 points, he entered a fragment of another realm. Successfully arrived at dimension fragment number 77. Time limit. 3 days. System protection activated. Absolute defense. Fortuitously, Lin Ran had stumbled upon a dimension fragment perfect for training. Teeming with wild beasts, he immediately summoned his Shadow Mirage Hound and world-ending Thunder Tiger, embarking on an intense training regimen with a clear objective, to elevate both beasts to the 5th tier within the allotted time frame. Time flew by. 3 days and the dimension fragment passed in the blink of an eye. With a flash of light, Lin Ran reappeared in his shop, having successfully advanced both beasts to the 5th tier and gathered a wealth of beastly sustenance and materials. An impressive haul indeed. To his surprise, the dimension fragment number 77 of Wind Forest Mountain had proven to be quite beneficial. He resolved to return to this realm next time. Lin Ran felt elated. Warning to the host. Dimensions are random. Number 77 does not guarantee that the next instance will be number 77. The system chimed in Lin Ran's mind. Lin Ran was at a loss for words. He had indeed been overly naive. After a silent sigh, he began organizing his spoils, placing each item on his shelves after the system's appraisal. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened, and it was already 6 p.m. Lin Ran promptly hopped on his bike and sped home. Mom, I'm back. Lin Ran burst through the door. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Qian inquired. I just received an order that requires my immediate attention. Lin Ran fabricated an excuse, concealing his true adventure to his mother. That's great. Hurry and wash your hands. I'll heat up some food for you, she replied. Wang Qian felt a surge of joy as she observed her son, Lin Ran, exhibiting a keen enthusiasm for his role as a beast tamer. A smile broke upon her lips, and her pallid cheeks seemed to gain a touch of color. After washing his hands, Lin Ran obediently took his seat at the dining table, preparing to eat. Yet he was engulfed in inner turmoil, deliberating whether to reveal to his mother that he had become a beast tamer. A matter of considerable significance, he resolved to speak up. If he could return safely this time, he would promptly inform her. Lin Ran clenched his fists in determination. Soon, several hot dishes were served. He devoured his meal hastily before darting upstairs for a hot shower. Mom, I'm leaving now. The journey is a bit long, so I might return quite late. Please don't wait for me. He glanced at the time. It was nearing 8 o'clock. Before bidding his mother farewell and heading toward the shop, be careful on the road. At 8 o'clock that evening, a black armor vehicle came to a halt outside Lin Ran's shop. Inside the vehicle were 5 individuals. The one in the passenger seat, wearing dark sunglasses and casually smoking a cigarette. Remarked, is that person really that formidable? Brother Wang, that SA 9-tier canine beast. Even my 2-headed hellhound was left utterly petrified. Li Feng replied, his expression one of resignation. Another burly man in a tank top interjected. Regardless of his strength, merely possessing a 9-tier beast indicates he must be backed by a powerful family. Let us hope this encounter brings us some surprises. Indeed, big brother. Perhaps he is a disciple from one of the inner-city families. We should ingratiate ourselves with him. The young man in green driving the vehicle chimed in with a smile. Humph. Let us hope he has not just a pretty face, Wang Tao mused, exhaling smoke as he gazed into the sky. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi remained silent, quietly awaiting Lin Ran's arrival. There he is, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her expression brightening in the distance. A yellow electric scooter was making its way toward them. Are you sure he belongs to an inner-city family? P.S. riding such a shabby electric scooter. Wang Tao exclaimed in astonishment, his cigarette dropping from his lips. Not long after, Lin Ran spotted the armored vehicle parked outside his shop, and he immediately sensed the formidable astral energy emanating from it, leading him to deduce that it must belong to Jiang Yushi's team. That we've just arrived ourselves. Jiang Yushi smiled. By the way, Boss Lin, let me introduce you. This green-clad youth driving the car is Zimming, a 5-star beast tamer. The one in the passenger seat is our vice captain, Wang Tao, a 6-star beast tamer. And this burly man in the tank top is our captain, Han Qingyong, a 7-star beast tamer. As Jiang Yushi stepped out of the car, she introduced each one to Lin that moment. Lin Ran suddenly felt a powerful surge of astral energy scanning him, prompting him to activate his mental technique to counter it. Wang Tao was taken aback. The seemingly youthful young man before him had managed to withstand his astral energy. Fortunate to meet you, Lin Ran replied, clasping his fists in a polite gesture, exchanging a glance with Wang Tao. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Jiang Yushi quickly interjected. All right, enough of this. The rift is about to open. We must hurry. She opened the car door, signaling Lin Ran to enter. Boss Lin, please take the seat next to me. Li Feng offered eagerly. Lin Ran accepted without hesitation and settled into the seat. Let us set off, commanded Captain Han Qingyong, and the armored vehicle roared to life, speeding toward the sacred Emperor Mountain in the northern part of Xianzhong City. I've heard that Boss Lin possesses a 9-tier beast. I wonder what it is. Wang Tao initiated conversation with Lin Ran, clearly testing the waters. The flowing shadow moon hound, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. A sudden silence enveloped the vehicle, particularly as Zimming struggled to maintain control due to a shock. All aboard were seasoned beast tamers, and upon hearing the name of this legendary canine beast, restlessness filled the air. Brotherly. It seems we have a true prodigy here. With such a powerful beast, you're bound to ascend to a 9-star beast tamer in no time. Han Qingyong chuckled. Meanwhile, Wang Tao fell silent, merely drawing on a cigarette. Wow, Boss Lin, you actually have a flowing shadow moon hound. No wonder my 2-headed hellhound acted like a mouse encountering a cat last time. Li Feng shrugged in disbelief. Lin Ran offered a faint smile, turning his gaze to the window. By the way, may I ask where you reside, Brother Lin? Are you a student at the Xianzhong Beast Academy? Han Qingyong inquired suddenly. Lin Ran frowned. He was merely undertaking a task and did not wish to divulge personal details. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I could never gain admission to the Xianzhong Beast Academy, he replied dismissively. Han Qingyong's lips twitched slightly. A person with a 9-tier beast is merely an ordinary citizen and cannot gain admission to the Xianzhong Beast Academy. Who would believe that? Chapter 25, Temporary Assembly with a resigned shake of his head. Han Qingyong chuckled. All right then, Brother Lin, have you heard about the space-time rifts? Naturally, Lin Ran responded, having already gleaned all the necessary information from the Beast Encyclopedia in his mind. That's good to hear. This time, the space-time rift is speculated to be of B grade, Han Qingyong stated. Lin Ran nodded slightly. Not particularly surprised that in this world, space-time rifts are generally classified into 5 grades. B, C, D, and E, each representing a level of danger. D and E grades are typically small-scale rifts that do not pose a threat of beast attacks on humans, making them relatively safe for novices to practice in. Conversely, A, B, and C grades are categorized as extremely dangerous rifts that not only unleash numerous beasts to attack humans, but also alter the surrounding environment with phenomena such as chaotic magnetic fields, withering flora, and rampaging beasts. Since you've deduced it's a B-grade rift, has it already appeared? Lin Ran inquired. Yes, we just received news from the treasure hunting headquarters. The military is currently engaged in combat with the emerging beasts. So we must expedite our pace, Han Qingyong explained. Lin Ran nodded and began to meditate. Before long, the armored vehicle arrived at the city's expressway entrance, where red alarms blared, allowing them to pass through without hindrance, even bypassing toll booths, such as the privilege of power. Moreover, in emergencies, they could even drive against traffic and run red lights. Lin Ran had also checked online regarding the treasure hunting team's news and learned that several years ago, there was a traffic incident where a treasure hunting team ran a red light and killed a student. The victim's family received only a nominal compensation, while the perpetrator faced minimal punishment, merely a brief detention. But such is the nature of their privileges. Taking a life incurs no debt. Consequently, tensions between the military and treasure hunting teams have intensified in recent years, with the government helpless to mediate, resorting to a balance of power between the two sides. After speeding along the highway for about half an hour, Lin Ran spotted numerous armored vehicles, evidently all heading for the same destination, Sacred Emperor Mountain. Shortly thereafter, they finally arrived at the foot of Sacred Emperor Mountain. Tonight, the atmosphere was exceptionally grim. Towering walls had been erected both inside and out to prevent the encroaching beast from invading human territory. Gazing up at the imposing 200-meter-high walls, Lin Ran was taken aback, marveling at the scale of such an undertaking. Inspection, a military officer dressed in deep green approached. Han Qingyong led the group forward, producing a red medal emblazoned with 6 stars from his pocket. The officer saluted sternly and allowed them to pass. Lin Ran mused to himself. The military certainly knows how to maintain appearances. Despite the apparent animosity, they can still treat each other with respect. Impressive. Upon entering Sacred Emperor Mountain, a pungent scent of blood assailed them, with the ground littered with the carcasses of beasts, interspersed with human remains, a stark reminder of the brutal reality of war. After walking several dozen meters along the mountain path, they finally beheld a violet rift halfway up the mountain. By this time, the battle had concluded, and the emerging space-time beasts had been eradicated. With numerous battle-weary soldiers and treasure hunters seated nearby, each exuded a formidable aura, and Lin Ran even sensed the presence of several 8-star beast tamers. As they drew closer to the rift, Lin Ran was struck by astonishment. This space-time rift bore an uncanny resemblance to the dimensional rifts he had encountered in the system. The energy emanating from within was all too familiar. It was a place he had fought in countless times. Just then, a short-haired man clad in white approached and said, "Brother Han, you've finally arrived? I've been waiting for quite some time." "My apologies for keeping you, Brother Su," Han Qingyong replied, his voice filled with sincerity. Han Qingyong immediately clasped his fists together and exclaimed, "Ha! It matters not. Is this young brother the one you have painstakingly invited?" Su Hong smiled as he regarded Lin Ran, who was still in a state of shock. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yushi calling from beside him, "Boss Lin, this is our other external aide, the 7-star beast tamer." Su Hong, Lin Ran, coming to his senses, feigned composure and nodded towards Su Hong. Su Hong furrowed his brow slightly, perceiving an air of arrogance about this individual. "Brother Lin, we must proceed to the front for registration. Since you have yet to join a treasure hunting team, a brief inspection is required," Han Qingyong announced as he led Lin Ran to a spacious hall ahead. The hall was vast, yet sparsely populated. For those who could enter had already undergone prior checks. Han Qingyong guided Lin Ran to a device in the center of the hall, saying, "You merely need to step onto this platform and allow your eyes to scan the iris. The system will then compile and archive all your information." Lin Ran naturally stepped onto the platform, while Han Qingyong hurried to press the start button on the device's large screen that a massive robotic arm extended towards Lin Ran's face, emitting a blue light that scanned and recorded his iris. Simultaneously, the screen displayed all of Lin Ran's information. Lin Ran, gender, male, age, 18, address, 1005, Building 13, Sunshine Community, schools attended, Wenba Kindergarten, Baihe Primary School, Longqing Middle School, Xingyu Vocational College, family members, father, Lin Su, mother, Wang Qian, and criminal record, clear background, permission granted for entry. Lin Ran was utterly astonished. A mere iris scan had revealed such extensive information, including his educational history and family details. How frightening, Lin Ran murmured. Han Qingyong was equally taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Ran was merely 18 years old. And indeed, he had not lied. This information was exceedingly mundane. Is this really all it takes to join the treasure hunting team? Lin Ran inquired. Han Qingyong took a moment before replying. This merely grants you a temporary position to officially join. You must undergo an interview at the headquarters. However, even a temporary member possesses considerable authority, lacking only in allowances and exclusive armored vehicles. What else? Lin Ran asked directly. Remember that we promised you could select a treasure first. Every item retrieved from the rift must be registered as government property. The treasure hunter who brings it out can receive a substantial monetary reward as well as corresponding glory points, Han Qingyong explained. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. The treasure doesn't belong to individuals but to the government? How disheartening. It appears glamorous, yet one is merely a hired hand. And what are glory points? Lin Ran queried. Glory points are exceedingly important, affecting promotions and salary increases, and can be exchanged for virtually anything. For instance, if you desire to keep a treasure without surrendering it, you may use your accumulated glory points to make an exchange. You can even select from the government's warehouse or trade for real estate if you fancy a property. In short, they can be exchanged for nearly anything, Han Qingyong patiently elucidated. Glory points also apply to the military. They can earn them by defeating invaders or completing government-issued tasks that is mutually beneficial for both sides. Han Qingyong added. Upon concluding, he handed Lin Ran a blue device, stating, "This is a glory point recorder, which will continuously track the glory points you acquire." Lin Ran comprehended that these glory points were a mechanism for the government to maintain balance between both parties, preventing treasure hunters from misappropriating treasures while also motivating the valiant military officers. Truly ingenious. Chapter 26. Thunderous Abyss. After hearing Han Qingyong's introduction, the two departed the hall. Assemble. Han Qingyong bellowed. Soon, the team members gathered. Han Qingyong quietly conveyed a few words to them, and several pairs of curious eyes turned towards Lin Ran. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Lin Ran inquired, "Are we departing now?" "Yes," came the reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than Han Qingyong, Wang Tao, and Li Feng waved their right hands, summoning exotic beasts from the light gate. Boom! 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 3 dark green swift shadow lizards emerged from the light gate. Although these lizards possessed only a 4th-tier lineage, their speed was remarkable, adapting effortlessly to any terrain, making them the ideal mounts for treasure hunters, capable of traversing vast distances with ease. The trio leapt onto the backs of the swift shadow lizards, while Ziming and Jiang Yushi also joined them, sitting behind Wang Tao and Han Qingyong, respectively. Su Hong smiled slightly, gracefully summoning a striking red and white flying steed from the light gate. Brother Su, truly impressive. You even possess such a rare creature as the dragon horse beast, Han Qingyong remarked with a laugh. Fortuitously acquired, Su Hong replied, elegantly seated atop the dragon horse beast. Lin Ran was taken aback upon seeing this dragon horse beast. An 8th-tier exotic creature of exceedingly rare occurrence, said to be a hybrid of dragon and horse, inheriting not only the formidable offensive power of dragons, but also remarkable speed, adorned with exquisitely beautiful white wings. "Come, Brother Lin, sit with me," Li Feng smiled, beckoning Lin Ran. Without hesitation, Lin Ran effortlessly leaped onto the beast's back. Sensing the unfamiliar presence behind it, the swift shadow lizard became slightly agitated, trembling restlessly. Li Feng promptly soothed it, engaging in silent communication through their mental bond, and soon the lizard calmed down. Once everyone was prepared, the 3 swift shadow lizards surged forward into the violet rift, with the dragon horse beast trailing closely behind. As they entered the rift, Lin Ran felt time and space distort, as if his soul had momentarily departed, reminiscent of entering a system dimension. That this, the thunderous abyss, Lin Ran pondered, gazing at the somber surroundings, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, that he was astonished that the system's dimension could manifest in the real world. Were those truly real, and why could he resurrect infinitely? Countless questions flashed through Lin Ran's mind. "Is something amiss, Brother Lin? Have you made a discovery? Li Feng noticed Lin Ran's unusual expression and immediately inquired, no. Lin Ran shook his head. Thus the 7 of them, along with 4 exotic beasts, sped through the dim rift. Our primary responsibility is to secure the perimeter. We must not venture too deeply, Han Qingyong shouted. After a moment, they gradually slowed their pace, dismounting from the backs of the swift shadow lizards. Prepare for battle at all times. Wang Tao, Li Feng, summon our main exotic beasts, Han Qingyong commanded. With a resounding crash, a massive pitch-black bear clad in golden armor emerged from the light gate behind Han Qingyong. This was his main exotic beast. The 8th-tier mid-grade dark gold demon bear, a combat and demon-type creature with blood-red eyes that glared menacingly at the surroundings, exuding a chilling aura. Wang Tao followed suit, summoning a blood-red giant python. Several dozen meters long. This was the sacred flame dragon python, possessing some dragon lineage, also of 8th-tier blood, though Wang Tao's insufficient strength limited it to 7th-tier status. Li Feng's exotic beast, which Lin Ran had already encountered, was a 6th-tier upper-grade 2-headed hellhound, possessing 7th-tier bloodline strength, making it formidable among canine exotic beasts. Should it mutate into a 3-headed hellhound, it would rival the Shadow Moon Hound as a king among exotic creatures. Indeed, Han's subordinates are all experts, Su Hung remarked, seated atop the dragon horse beast with a smile. Brother Lin, why have you yet to summon your exotic beast? I have heard tales of your 9th-tier bloodline beast. May I witness it? Su Hong suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled slightly, unfazed, and summoned the Shadow Moon Hound from the light gate. Remarkable. The Shadow Moon Hound is indeed extraordinary. Brother Lin, you are a prodigy. Su Hong gazed at Lin Ran's exotic beast with a hint of envy. Alas, its strength is somewhat lacking, merely at 5th tier, Su Hong added. Not to worry. Even the aura of a 9th-tier bloodline can intimidate most exotic beasts. Yushi and Ziming, please summon your reconnaissance beasts as well, Lin Ran instructed. Han Qingyong skillfully directed his team. He Ziming waved his right hand, and a colossal black eagle adorned with a lion's head emerged. A 6th-tier lionhead demon eagle, possessing the keen eyesight of birds and the acute sense of smell of beasts, making it exceptionally suited for reconnaissance. Jiang Yushi promptly summoned an ice spike-bone disc. Trailing behind the lionhead demon eagle, scattering blue ice powder along the way, any anomalous creatures that came into contact would be immediately detected. They set off towards the cave ahead. Han Qingyong, an experienced treasure seeker, felt an instinctual pull that there must be treasures within that cave. Thus, the team progressed steadily forward. Wait, there's an unknown creature by the river ahead. He Ziming suddenly shouted. He sensed an urgent warning from the lionhead demon eagle in his mind. Can you identify what kind of creature it is? Han Qingyong inquired. He Ziming closed his eyes, delving into the mind of the lionhead demon eagle. Based on its appearance, it should be a 6th-tier thunder-devouring wolf. But its aura seems somewhat off, he remarked. It's merely a thunder-devouring wolf. We need not worry, Su Hung called out from atop his dragon horse beast. Yet the aura does seem unusual, He Ziming replied, his brow furrowing with unease. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Let's take it down directly, Su Hung declared, preparing to charge ahead without a second thought. Hold on, let me take a look, Lin Ran said, reaching out to inquire with the flowing shadow, Phantom Moondog. Airbao, can you discern what it truly is? However, the flowing shadow, Phantom Moondog, shook its head, unable to sense anything. If this truly was the thunderous abyss where it had trained day and night, and the flowing shadow, Phantom Moondog, had not detected any danger, then it should be safe. Nevertheless, Lin Ran couldn't shake off the unease. Especially considering why a thunder-devouring wolf would be lurking by the river. If you're afraid, Lin, you can just wait here. It's merely a lowly minion, Su Hong said with a smirk. Afraid? Please, do you all lack common sense? Thunder-devouring wolves feed on lightning and drink lightning liquid. Would it come to a normal river to drink? Lin Ran scoffed, feeling no fondness for the young man in white, finding him both foolish and ostentatious. Much to his annoyance, upon hearing Lin Ran's words, everyone was taken aback. I'll take a look, Han Qingyong said, leaping onto the shoulder of the dark gold demon bear, moving cautiously forward. Having avoided danger countless times due to his prudent nature, Han Qingyong donned a star spirit mirror capable of identifying all anomalous creatures. Peering closely at the thunder-devouring wolf, "What do you see?" Su Heng asked. Han Qingyong exhaled with relief, passing the star spirit mirror to Su Heng, saying, "I see nothing amiss." Su Heng immediately put it on for a second confirmation. "What a fuss. It's just a thunder-devouring wolf." He returned the star spirit mirror to Han Qingyong, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at Lin Ran. Children will always be children, timid and overly suspicious. Wasting so much time like this could allow others to seize the treasures in the cave ahead, and he would surely regret it. Chapter 27. The carrion worm swarm. Han Qingyong sensed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, quickly stating, "No worries. Let us deal with that thunder-devouring wolf first." Humph. Su Heng snorted coldly, taking the lead to command his 8th-tier dragon horse beast to charge forward. It's just a 6th-tier minor minion. It's no challenge. Meanwhile, Lin Ran remained silent, his gaze icy, emanating an inexplicable aura from his being. Jiang Yushi felt as though Lin Ran had transformed into an entirely different person, where he had once seemed calm and somewhat playful. His current demeanor was chillingly cold, as if he were staring at a corpse. The aura he emitted appeared even more terrifying than when their captain was angry. The thunder-devouring wolf by the river suddenly sensed the approaching dragon horse beast and swiftly lifted its head. At that moment, Han Qingyong's eyes widened in terror as he shouted, "Not good!" As the dragon horse beast charged, Han Qingyong, donning the star spirit mirror just in case, caught sight of a blood-red, bowl-sized wound on the thunder-devouring wolf's neck. Subsequently, a swarm of black insects poured forth from the wound, causing the thunder-devouring wolf's body to rapidly wither, leaving behind only its skinned Su. "Quickly withdraw. The situation has changed. There's an unknown creature," Han Qingyong shouted hoarsely. "Just some minor demonic insects. Watch as my dragon horse beast annihilates them with divine destruction light." Su Heng, though a bit surprised, had faith in his dragon horse beast's strength, confident it would obliterate them in one strike. The dragon horse beast in the sky exuded vigor, suddenly unleashing a beam of golden light from its mouth. However, Lin Ran's expression darkened further, his eyes growing even colder. "These insects are carrion worms. I've seen them in the fragments of the thunderous abyss. Individually, they're not strong, only 5th tier, but in swarms, they pose a catastrophic threat. Even an 8th-tier beast would meet its end if surrounded. Moreover, carrion worms possess high intelligence and are adept at camouflage. How cunning of them to hide en masse within the thunder-devouring wolf. If you don't want your dragon horse beast to perish, retreat at once." Lin Ran shouted. Su Heng, stunned, hadn't he anticipated being yelled at by this young man, retorting, "It's merely a swarm of insects. Why are you making such a racket? Fool, those are swarms of carrion worms. Are you wishing for your dragon horse beast to meet its end?" Lin Ran retorted mercilessly. Enraged, Su Heng's murderous intent flared. Coming from a prestigious background, he had never endured such indignities, and hearing about the carrion worms, a creature he had never encountered, only fueled his fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to die?" Seeing the two quarrel, Han Qingyong quickly intervened. Suddenly, a mournful dragon's roar echoed from ahead. The group hurriedly turned to look. They witnessed the carrion worms forming a wall, effortlessly blocking the divine destruction light. The reason for Su Heng's confidence lay in the fact that the divine destruction light was imbued with purifying powers against dark energies and a swarm of pitch black demonic insects was the perfect counter. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Not only was the divine destruction light ineffective, but the dragon horse beast found itself enveloped in a mass of black energy, emitting a tragic dragon roar. "Imbecile!" Lin Ran gritted his teeth in frustration, "that we must leave immediately. Those are the fabled carrion worms. Individually, they're not particularly powerful, around 4th or 5th tier, but in swarms, they spell doom. Even an 8th-tier beast could be devoured in an instant." "Carrion worms? I've never heard of them." Han Qingyong and his team were astonished. Despite their years of experience in this space-time rift, the name of such a creature was indeed unfamiliar. When Su Heng heard Lin Ran suggesting a retreat, his expression shifted dramatically, roaring, "Nonsense! My dragon horse beast is merely surrounded. It's still fine. Lin, I don't think the number of carrion worms is overly concerning. Why don't we join forces? I believe we can rescue the dragon horse beast. Han Qingyong said reluctantly, feeling it unjust to abandon Su Hong after inviting him along. If it were merely this swarm, there might still be hope for rescue. But did you not notice the black gold insect on the thunder-devouring wolf? If I'm not mistaken, that could be the carrion worm king, at least 8th tier in strength. Lin Ran's expression darkened as he pointed ahead. The carrion worm king at 8th tier, upon hearing Lin Ran mention another formidable creature. The group fell silent in shock that a swarm of 4th and 5th tier insects combined with an 8th tier worm king meant that even a 9th tier beast, if surrounded, would face dire consequences. You think the dragon horse beasts still stand a chance? Lin Ran coldly remarked that in a different realm within the system, Lin Ran would have likely changed regions long ago instead of waiting for death. If even 9th tier beasts couldn't withstand them, the group felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively gazing at the insect on the thunder-devouring wolf. Indeed, it was significantly larger, radiating an aura not weaker than that of the dark gold demon bear. Let us leave immediately. Quick! Han Qingyong, showing commendable decisiveness, shouted urgently as Yu Hong, now panicked, realized that with just a glance, the bond with his dragon horse beast was fading. This was a clear sign of impending death. You can't leave. My dragon horse beast is still inside. He exclaimed hastily to Han Qingyong's eyes flickered, unsure of how to respond. Regardless, he felt utterly humiliated today. You little brat, I don't care what backing you have. If my dragon horse beast dies, you can forget about living. Su Hong's eyes gleamed with madness as he glared at Lin Ran. Lin Ran paid no heed to his threats. Witnessing the group's continued delay, he activated his mental arts. Blue gold energy radiating from his being, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Coldly regarding Su Hong, he warned, if you don't wish to die, leave at once. I shall kill you. Su Hong's face twisted in fury as he brandished a dagger, aiming it at Lin Ran. That very moment, the corpse-eating insect king, residing within the golden devourer, sprang into action. Boom! With a resounding whoosh, the insect king transformed into a dark ray, piercing directly into the forehead of the dragon horse beast. Its eyes instantly dulled, and it collapsed helplessly to the ground. In the next heartbeat, countless corpse-eating insects surged forth from the wound in its brow. In mere moments, the dragon horse beast was reduced to a withered husk, its death mirroring that of the thunder wolf. No! Su Hong screamed in utter despair, and in that instant, the contract with the otherworldly beast shattered in his mind. An overwhelming wave of terror surged through him as he felt his legs weaken, causing him to kneel, hurry, and flee. Lin Ran, shivering at the sight of the dragon horse beast's demise, realized that he was next in line to meet the same fate. Without a second thought, he mounted the back of the shadowy moon hound and bolted away. Han Qingyong and the others, their faces etched with fear, instinctively climbed onto their respective beasts and raced after Lin Ran. At that moment, Su Hong regained his composure, struggled to his feet, and summoned a golden-haired lion from the light gate to follow suit. Chapter 28. The mysterious cave brother. Miss Jiang, could you please take another look around? Lin Ran called back to the two behind him as he ran. Ziming paused, astonished that Lin Ran was directing them. What was going on? Jiang Yushi, however, remained silent, quietly commanding her ice-spike butterfly to scout ahead. Lin, where are we headed? Ziming inquired. Just follow me. There are definitely treasures to be found. Lin Ran replied confidently, having recognized this place as one he had visited before during his escape from the terrifying Divine Beast Palace. However, Ziming clearly harbored doubts about Lin Ran's assertion. Their captain had yet to speak, so how could a novice like him know where treasures lay? At this moment, Han Qingyong interjected, Ziming, let us heed Lin's words. His confidence suggests he has discovered something. Understood. Ziming, seeing the captain's agreement, felt reluctant to argue further and immediately directed the lion-headed demon eagle to soar into the sky for reconnaissance. Su Hong, meanwhile, was slowly catching up, riding the lion with a pallid expression. He had just lost his most beloved high-level beast, feeling as though a piece of his heart had been wrenched away. Leaving him in unbearable pain, he glared venomously at Lin Ran, gripping his hands tightly. Lin Ran, sensing the murderous intent, turned to Su Hong, frowning. This guy was truly bothersome. Here we are, Captain Han. What do you think of this cave ahead? Lin Ran suddenly asked Han Qingyong. The aura emanating from within is impressive, and I can faintly see golden glimmers. There must be a powerful treasure inside. Han Qingyong replied with a smile, having narrowly escaped death. He thought that acquiring a few powerful treasures would not be in vain. However, just to be safe, let us send a beast in first to investigate, Lin Ran suggested. Han Qingyong hesitated. The recent events had been too terrifying. If something were to spring forth, it would spell disaster. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one becomes fearful of the rope that you're so capable. Why don't you go? Su Hong said maliciously. If I go, I go. Just wait and see. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. He wasn't afraid at all. If this place truly was a fragment of that other realm, he had already been here before, merely testing everyone's resolve. Han Qingyong and the others wanted to voice their concerns, but upon seeing Lin Ran's unwavering confidence, they fell silent. Inwardly, Su Hong cursed, hoping that this fool would perish upon entry, thus honoring the memory of his deceased dragon horse beast. Without delay, Lin Ran leaped onto the shadowy moon hound and dashed into the cave. Are you going too, Lin? I thought we were only sending a beast in? Han Qingyong called, somewhat apprehensive. It's fine. My beast is a bit simple-minded, so I'll accompany it, Lin Ran said casually. The shadowy moon hound let out a few barks in response. The others could only shake their heads helplessly, while Su Hong secretly reveled in delight, thinking, excellent, let us bury my dragon horse beast together. Upon entering the cave, Lin Ran immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was indeed identical to his previous visit. The cavern was vast, allowing even beasts of considerable size to enter with ease. I gathered numerous precious beast materials here last time. I wonder if there are still any left. Lin Ran mused excitedly, eager to collect more before others could snatch them away. Although they had allowed him to take the first pick, he believed that the more, the merrier. First come, first served, relying on his memory. Lin Ran navigated to a narrow crevice. Already sprouting again, Lin Ran exclaimed in astonishment at a cluster of purple flowers nestled within the crack. This is the purple thunder flower, valued at 2,000 yuan apiece, capable of enhancing the attack power of thunder-type beasts. Last time, as soon as I found one, it was greedily devoured by that insatiable annihilation thunder tiger, leaving me utterly speechless. Little tiger, I didn't summon you this time. You won't be able to steal from me. Lin Ran quickly plucked the purple thunder flowers, storing no less than 7 in his star ring. Thus, he continued to gather, his smile growing ever more radiant. Brother Han, Lin has been in there for quite some time. Do you think he's all right? Jiang Yushi voiced her concern. Yes, it's odd that there hasn't been a sound, Li Feng added, unease creeping over him. Could something have gone awry again? Han Qingyong exclaimed in alarm. One could buy a beast if it died, but if a person perished, it would be catastrophic, especially considering the formidable background of the young man, that we must enter immediately, and remember not to stray apart. Han Qingyong commanded, rallying the team together, for the cave's vastness posed a risk of becoming lost. Su Hong trailed behind leisurely, secretly wishing to enter, but feeling pressured to keep up. Su, I will make amends for the dragon horse beast. Please forgive me, Han Qingyong said, clasping his hands together in embarrassment as he addressed Su Hong. Amends? Don't make me laugh. That beast is priceless, Su Hong retorted, his mood plummeting. The dragon horse beast had cost him an astronomical sum. Acquired with the influence of his father in the inner city. Now, it was gone, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could strangle Lin Ran. Achoo! Lin Ran suddenly sneezed, shaking involuntarily. Having gathered enough, it was time to call the others in, so he hurriedly made his way back to the cave entrance. Found him! Brother Lin is over here. The lion-headed demon eagle detected Lin Ran's presence, and he Ziming shouted excitedly. Lin Ran, panting, looked at the group and said, Why did you all come in? I thought I was the one scouting first. Scout? You went in and vanished without a trace. We didn't want anything to happen to you, Li Feng replied helplessly. However, upon seeing Lin Ran looking lively, it was evident that the cave posed no immediate danger. Su Hong felt disappointment wash over him as he glared at Lin Ran. Gritting his teeth, Lin, did you discover anything? Han Qingyong inquired. This cave is quite expansive. I merely glanced around, but there should be no danger. Lin Ran responded with a smile. Excellent. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled and search diligently. Do not overlook any valuable treasures. Han Qingyong sighed deeply, smiling. The treasure hunting team members promptly retrieved various instruments from their backpacks, meticulously scanning the surroundings with professional zeal. Lin Ran couldn't help but be astonished. Is this what a professional treasure hunting team looks like? Their preparations resembled a dig for an ancient tomb. Had he not already collected the crucial materials, they might have had to surrender them. Chapter 29. The Treasury. Can your instruments detect everything? Lin Ran asked curiously. As long as it emits a wave of star spirit power, our instruments can detect it, Han Qingyong explained. Nodding, Lin Ran continued to follow the main group deeper into the cave. Careful, there's a beast ahead, He Ziming shouted. Lin Ran immediately reached out to Han Qingyong, who swiftly understood and handed him the star spirit mirror. Lin Ran donned it and took a distant glance, declaring, it's a 5th-tier Spirit Valley bat. With that, he commanded his shadowy moon hound to engage. Be careful, Lin. Han Qingyong held his breath, fearing yet another unforeseen complication. The shadowy moon hound charged forward, unleashing a thunderous roar. Wind demon roar. A dark green wave of light erupted from his mouth, and in an instant, the spirit treasure bat was pierced through the chest before it could even react, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a mass of dark energy. Han Qingyong let out a deep breath, relieved that no accidents had occurred. However, the Shadow Phantom Moonhound was indeed formidable. Under the same 5th-tier classification, it had effortlessly dispatched its opponent in a single strike. Su Hong silently observed from the side, uttering not a word, merely gazing greedily at the Shadow Phantom Moonhound. After vanquishing the Spirit Valley bat, the hound immediately inhaled the dark energy that lay on the ground, consuming it entirely. Typically, after the demise of a demon-type beast, it would directly dissipate into dark energy, which was a substantial boon for the Shadow Phantom Moonhound of the same demon lineage. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Lin Ran, equipped with the Star Spirit Mirror, conducted a thorough scan of their surroundings before addressing Han Qingyong and the others. There is no danger. Let us proceed. Lin Ran positioned himself in the center of the group, with the Shadow Phantom Moonhound leading the way, emanating the aura of a 9th-tier beast, which intimidated some of the more timid creatures they encountered. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the depths of a cavern, where the ground was littered with the remains of various beasts. Suddenly, they sensed the approach of living entities. The scattered bones swiftly reassembled, launching an assault on Lin Ran and his companions. It's the bone beast. Everyone be cautious, Han Qingyong exclaimed, recognizing the threat without hesitation, for he was a seasoned treasure hunter and could easily identify such creatures. They are merely 4th-tier bone beasts. Allow me to handle this, Li Feng commanded his 2-headed hellhound, charging forward. The 2-headed hellhound, possessing a lineage of both fire and demon attributes, leapt into action, unleashing 2 black flame dragons from its heads that engulfed all the bone beasts. In an instant, every last one of them was eradicated, transforming into dark energy that the hellhound greedily absorbed. Li Feng is quite fast. My brother hasn't even had a chance to intervene, and you've already taken a lead. He Ziming remarked teasingly as he watched Li Feng. Haha, I couldn't help myself. I apologize, brother. Next time, I promise not to take the lead, Li Feng said, patting Han Qingyong on the shoulder with a grin. Haha, no harm done. Han Qingyong laughed heartily and continued onward. After about an hour, the group, utilizing their instruments, discovered a considerable amount of beast food and materials. Before they knew it, they had arrived at a dead end, facing a massive stone door, which suddenly triggered an alarm from their instruments. Beep, beep, beep. There is something amiss. Brother, there must be treasures behind this stone door, He Ziming exclaimed excitedly. Such a colossal structure. It's likely we cannot force it open. Let us first check for any mechanisms, Wang Tao suggested. Lin Ran, filled with excitement, recalled that during his last visit, he had been unable to pass through this very spot, no matter how the 2 beasts had attacked. They could not budge the stone door, and he had been compelled to abandon the attempt. However, this time was different. With so many of them, perhaps they could indeed succeed. The group searched the vicinity, but found no mechanisms. shaking their heads in frustration. Shall we resort to brute force? Wang Tao said with a wry smile that I will attempt to shatter it directly. Everyone, stand back, Han Xingyong declared, placing his hand on the stone door before shouting. He immediately activated his Beast Tamer skill. AS 87-star Beast Tamer. Han Xingyong could employ all enhancement buffs from his beasts: speed, strength, defense, skill, and momentum. All 5 buffs were directed toward the dark golden demon bear. With a mighty roar, the dark golden demon bear howled skyward, its form expanding several times over, its muscular arms bulging. As a fighting-type beast, its strength was its greatest pride, its blood-red eyes fixated on the stone door. Black mist swirling around its arms, and faint sounds of wails could be heard. Dark Demon Fist. The dark golden demon bear unleashed its fists, akin to 2 missiles, causing a tremendous cloud of dust to rise and obscure the vision of the onlookers. Did it succeed? With such power, it should have worked. The group awaited anxiously. Soon, the dust began to settle, revealing the shattered stone door, but the dark golden demon bear's fists were stained with blood, and its body rapidly shrank back to its original size. Panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the effort, in no way, the dark golden demon bear was injured. Wang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. Having worked alongside Han Xingyong for 10 years, he was well aware of the bear's immense strength. That the stone door could harm it was simply unfathomable. This door is reinforced. Had the dark golden demon bear not activated the evil spirit possession in time, the consequences would have been dire. Han Xingyong wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "It turned out that just as the dark demon fist was about to breach the door, an immense energy had surged from within. Fortunately, the dark golden demon bear had utilized its evil spirit possession, transforming into its demonic form, significantly mitigating the damage. Otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Lin Ran had already seen everything through the Star Spirit Mirror and had even prepared to intervene. But the revelation that the dark golden demon bear possessed the evil spirit possession skill left him astounded. This was a legendary level demon skill, channeling the power of malevolent spirits to grant the user a demonic form, rendering them immune to all physical harm, much like a ghost with no corporeal form. However, this skill bore severe side effects, draining all of the beast's strength instantaneously. Had Han Xingyong not activated the Beast Tamer skill to enhance the bear, this move might not have been possible. It seemed imperative to visit the Xianzhong Beast Academy someday. Mastering the 5 beast enhancement buffs was essential. Lin Ran mused to himself. Let us proceed inside and investigate. Han Xingyong recalled the dark golden demon bear and summoned another beast from the light portal. It was an 8th tier lower level giant claw mantis, a hybrid of fighting and insect types. Su Hong, who had remained silent, felt a slight stir of emotion upon seeing the giant claw mantis. He had underestimated this fellow, who had hidden away an 8th tier beast. Chapter 30. The Corpse King Beast, what a foul stench. What kind of wretched place is this? Li Feng pinched his nose and complained that moment. The treasure-seeking team's instruments began flashing rapidly, the alarm growing increasingly loud. Brother, look! There's a treasure chest ahead. He Zimming shouted in excitement. Let us go. Han Xingyong charged ahead, leading the way. The others quickly followed, the ground littered with various beast limbs, a putrid odor permeating the air. Su Hong, too, pinched his nose and hurried along. He had initially had no intention of entering, but upon spotting the treasure chest before him, who could resist the allure? Lin Ran trailed at the back of the group, occasionally glancing around with the Star Spirit Mirror. Although he detected nothing unusual, he sensed that something was amiss. Just moments ago, Han Xingyong had mentioned the powerful energy that surged forth as they attempted to breach the stone door. Why was it now so eerily quiet here? Was this the calm before the storm? Lin Ran had experienced countless life and death situations in the system's dimension. Such circumstances invariably heralded trouble. Yet, the treasure chest before him was incredibly enticing, especially since this was the first time he had ventured past the stone door. Just as the group approached the chest, a sinister wind swept in from the side, causing the chest to eerily open on its own. A skeletal claw emerged from within, followed by a massive humanoid skeleton clawing its way out. Its hollow eyes fixated on the group, that is, the Corpse King Beast. Han Xingyong's pupils constricted in terror. The Corpse King beast stood over 20 meters tall, clad in gray armor, wielding a dark sword several meters long. Resembling a war god. Heavens, how are we so unfortunate? First, we encounter a swarm of carrion beetles, and now this Corpse King beast emerges. Lin Ran stammered, scrutinizing it closely. Upon seeing the sword it wielded, his eyes lit up with excitement. A blood-red gem was embedded in the hilt of the sword, and Lin Ran recognized it immediately. It was demon blood essence, and certainly of much higher quality than the one he had previously encountered. Simultaneously, the Shadow Phantom Moonhound also exhibited signs of agitation, sending waves of excitement through their mental link, urging Lin Ran to secure it at all costs. Regaining his composure, Lin Ran reassured the hound before moving to join Han Qingyong and the others. This is an 8th-tier, upper-level Corpse King beast, and with that sword in its possession, its strength is likely nearing 9th tier. Lin Ran spoke gravely. Han Qingyong's expression darkened considerably. Had the dark golden demon bear not been injured, they might have stood a chance against it. Reluctantly, he turned to the team members behind him and instructed, "Everyone, summon your combat-ready beasts. We must slay it." Immediately, he commanded the giant claw mantis to charge towards the Corpse King beast. The disparity in size between the two creatures was immense. Although the giant claw mantis was also an 8th-tier beast, as an insect-type creature, it inherently possessed a more diminutive stature. Faced with such a colossal beast, it inevitably found itself at a disadvantage, though its exceptional speed allowed it to evade for a while. Upon hearing this, the others nodded vigorously and summoned their own beasts in unison. Wang Tao's 7th-tier flame spirit monkey, He Ziming's 6th-tier earth shadow giant turtle, Li Feng's 6th-tier flame spirit tiger, and Zhang Yushi's 6th-tier ghostly magic rabbit. All at once, dozens of beasts appeared in the cave, resembling a miniature army, all rushing forth to besiege the Corpse King beast. The power of the Corpse King beast was indeed formidable. Despite being confronted by so many beasts, it did not falter, wielding its sword with reckless abandon. Lin Ran had initially contemplated summoning the Annihilation Thunder Tiger, but refrained, deciding it prudent to avoid revealing too much unless absolutely necessary. While everyone was busy summoning their beasts, Su Hong had been observing Lin Ran, mockingly inquiring, "What? No beast for you? Afraid of death? Or do you think a mere immature 9th-tier beast is invincible?" Fool! Upon hearing this, Lin Ran shot a fierce glare at Su Hong, prompting the nearby Luiying Huanyue dog to sense its master's disdain and let out a fierce growl at Su Hong. The intimidating presence of a 9th-tier beast causing Su Hong to kneel in terror. The frontline fighters, including Han Qingyong, were all taken aback, but none more so than Su Hong, who, in that fleeting moment, felt the chill of death, a profound terror. How could he, a renowned beast tamer of the 7th star, be reduced to such a state, kneeling before another? After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure. Glaring at Lin Ran with bloodshot eyes, "You little beast, I will kill you!" Su Hong commanded the golden maned lion behind him to charge at Lin Ran, intending to tear him apart. "Humph, just a 7th-tier golden lion. Might Bao will annihilate it," Lin Ran retorted dismissively. Han Qingyong quickly intervened, rushing over to restrain Su Hong. "Brother Su, let us discuss this calmly. We cannot afford infighting in this situation." Seething with rage, Su Hong felt humiliated, having knelt before Lin Ran in front of everyone. What is of the Corpse King beast executed a sweeping strike, shattering a vast array of skeletal creatures. Yet, these entities, driven by a frenzied madness, persisted in their relentless assault on the Corpse King beast, gnashing their teeth and pummeling it with vigor. After all, they possessed strength at approximately the 5th tier. Had it been another beast, it would have likely been torn apart by this skeletal horde in an instant. The Corpse King beast was engulfed in a profound fury. These were its own subordinates, now turning against it. With its right hand gripping a black sword, it swung wildly, soon conjuring a plethora of dark energy. The flowing shadow moonlit hound inhaled deeply, reveling in the moment. Excellent. Let nothing go to waste. Lin Ran observed his beast with an air of calmness. The onlookers were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief at this nonchalance. Suddenly, a dark green figure roared as it lunged towards the back of the Corpse King beast, its sharp claws attacking swiftly while simultaneously gnawing at the bones of the beast. The thinner bones were shattered on the spot, while the thicker ones were torn away with ease. Bow. How does the flavor of the Corpse King Beast's bones compare? Lin Ran chuckled, noting that canine beasts were the natural nemesis of such skeletal creatures. It was only fitting for a dog to chew on bones. The Corpse King beast let out a pained roar as it unleashed a barrage of bone spikes from its body, forcing the flowing shadow moonlit hound to retreat. Yet, as its attention shifted back to the hound, the skeletal horde continued their frenzied onslaught, unrelenting in their assault. Meanwhile, the flowing shadow moonlit hound seized the opportunity. Its forehead radiated a crescent purple light, and a sphere of black energy coalesced in its mouth. Hell's roar, a wave of black light, akin to a dragon of fire, struck the Corpse King beast's right hand, shattering it like a mighty tree, reducing it to countless bone fragments, causing the black sword to clatter to the ground. Impressive! The sight of the thoroughly subdued Corpse King beast left Han Qingyong and the others in utter astonishment. Unable to believe their eyes that Su Hung too was struck with shock. Had he truly inflicted severe injury upon the Corpse King beast with his own strength? Unease began to creep in. Could he truly prevail in a real confrontation? Such formidable power at such a young age hinted at a fearsome background. Yet, did a prominent Lin family exist within the inner city? Was he not a local? Han Qingyong regained his composure. Observing the flawless synergy between the flowing shadow moonlit hound and the skeletal beast, it was clear that the Corpse King beast had lost a significant portion of its combat capability. The moment to strike it down had arrived. Chapter 32. The Kill Brother Lin has already dealt severe injury to the Corpse King beast. Let us hasten to assist and slay it together. Han Qingyong called out to his team. Instantly, the members of the treasure-seeking team awoke to the realization that they too could earn glory points by vanquishing the beast from the dimensional rift. Slaying the Corpse King beast before them would undoubtedly yield substantial glory points, not to mention the valuable materials it possessed. Its head alone was worth a fortune. Lin Ran observed the treasure-seeking team's exuberance and chuckled softly. Did they think to share in his glory points? However, he did not refuse them. Aside from Su Hong, he bore no ill will towards these individuals. On the contrary, he held a deep appreciation for them, especially Han Qingyong, whom he deemed a worthy ally. Everyone, unite and swiftly eliminate it, Lin Ran shouted. Yes, the team directed their beasts to charge forward in unison. At that moment, Han Qingyong turned to Su Hong and said, "Brother Su, join us in the fray. Glory points should not go to waste." Su Heng's eyes flickered momentarily before he steeled himself and replied, "Very well." He then opened a luminous portal, summoning a golden-winged rock, which represented Su Heng's strongest trump card. A mid-tier 8-stage Holy Light Golden ROC. It was undeniable that he held a particular fondness for such gleaming beasts. "Oh," Lin Ran remarked, somewhat taken aback by the sight of the Holy Light Golden Rock. This beast should have possessed a 9th-tier lineage. How could it be of only 8th tier? It seemed to have undergone a failed mutation, manifesting in an adverse direction. What a pity! A slight smirk crept upon Han Qingyong's lips, for he had long been aware of Su Heng's hidden card. Were it not for this, he would not have specifically invited him to assist. Amplify. The remaining members, excluding Lin Ran, activated their beast tamer skills. Vibrant hues cascading down upon their respective beasts. Speed, strength, defense, skill, and momentum were all bolstered, leaving Lin Ran feeling somewhat awkward. "Brother Lin, will you not activate an amplification?" Han Qingyong inquired suddenly. Speak honestly." "I cannot," Lin Ran replied with a rueful smile. The group fell silent. But considering Lin Ran's registration information, it was understandable that he had not attended a beast academy and thus lacked this amplification buff, just as they were directing their beasts to pounce upon the Corpse King beast. A furious roar erupted. The Corpse King beast trembled violently, dark energy surging from within. Boom! Countless bone spikes erupted from its body, akin to missiles, obliterating all surrounding skeletal beasts. The flowing shadow moonlit hound sprinted swiftly, evading the onslaught. "Earth Shadow, giant turtle," he Zimming exclaimed in astonishment, hastily commanding the Earth Shadow, giant turtle, to erect earthen walls. In an instant, 4 or 5 layers of walls surrounded Lin Ran and the others. The pride of rock-type beasts lay in their defensive capabilities, and the Earth's shadow giant turtle was a prime example of a defensive beast skillfully conjuring earthen barriers. Moments later, the commotion surrounding the Corpse King beast began to subside. Lin Ran quickly donned the Star Spirit mirror to observe. The Corpse King beast, once towering over 20 meters, had now shrunk by half, surrounded by various bone remnants, while all skeletal beasts lay lifeless. Dark energy swirling in abundance. It was the Corpse King beast's demonic corpse explosion. It was now in a weakened state. Lin Ran shouted, "We must not allow the Corpse King beast to absorb the dark energy from those skeletal beasts. If it recovers, I fear the earthen walls will not suffice." The flowing shadow moonlit hound darted forward, the air around it twisting, creating clones that multiplied exponentially. Amidst this swarm of illusions, it let out a thunderous howl that reverberated through the air, stunning the Corpse King beast. This piercing cry was exponentially more powerful than when it had been a star wolf hound, infused with the majesty of a ninth-tier beast, capable of obliterating lower-tier beasts with ease. Rivaling the might of a true tiger's roar, Han Xingyong and the others quickly rushed to support. The holy light golden rock and a lion-headed demon eagle unleashed flames from above, while the giant claw mantis deftly maneuvered, striking rapidly, and the holy flame dragon python wrapped its lengthy form tightly around the Corpse King beast as the remaining beasts launched their desperate assaults. The Corpse King beast found itself in dire straits. The fallen sword on the ground suddenly trembled and shattered, transforming into a blood-red gem that soared above the Corpse King beast's head. Concurrently, the surrounding dark energy was drawn into the gem, flooding into the beast's body. Before the naked eye, the Corpse King beast form began to recover at an alarming rate, swiftly regaining its previous stature of over 20 meters, even restoring its shattered arm. Roar! A tremendous surge of black energy erupted, sending all surrounding beasts flying. Simultaneously, it posed in a grotesque manner, a dense aura of darkness coalescing into a black hole in front of its chest. "This is bad. It's the death annihilation. Retreat," Han Qingyong shouted, his complexion paling. This was an exceptionally powerful skill from the demon lineage, typically wielded only by 9th-tier beasts. How could this Corpse King beast, which was clearly at 8th tier, unleash such a skill? Was it due to the gem above its head? At that moment, the flowing shadow moonlit hound vanished, reappearing instantaneously above the Corpse King beast, and swallowed the gem whole. "I can't believe this," the crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded by Lin Ran's audacity. Lin Ran had long coveted the demonic blood essence from that sword, and now it had summoned itself, yielding effortless rewards, perfectly benefiting his flowing shadow moonlit hound. With the loss of the demonic blood essence, the Corpse King beast's aura diminished drastically. The black hole coalescing in its chest faded before it could be unleashed, its skeletal frame teetering on the brink of collapse, while its eyes bore a fierce, vengeful glare at the flowing shadow moonlit hound, as if it longed to tear it to shreds. Meanwhile, the flowing shadow moonlit hound surged with newfound vigor, its size increasing significantly, even developing fangs at the corners of its mouth, elevating from upper-tier 5th stage to upper-tier 6th stage, a substantial advancement. Witnessing the weakened state of the Corpse King beast, Lin Ran would not let this opportunity slip by. The crescent atop the flowing shadow moonlit hound's head continued to pulsate with purple light. Purgatory demon kill, as the Luiying Huanyue hound leapt into action. It roared and instantaneously transformed into 7 blood-red shadows, surging towards the Corpse King beast. This was the hound's most potent demon-type skill, capable of manifesting 7 emissaries of darkness, each wielding a scythe of judgment. Although it was a demon-type ability, it proved remarkably effective against demon-type aberrations, possessing a special attribute enhancement, particularly potent against the currently weakened Corpse King beast, upon witnessing the emergence of the 7 shadows. The massive form of the Corpse King trembled in fear. Swish, swish, swish. The 7 scythes ruthlessly slashed at the Corpse King, and in an instant, its body was utterly obliterated, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of black mist, from which a crystalline skull tumbled to the ground. Chapter 33. Help! Gazing at the fallen crystalline skull, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. "Brother Lin, you've slain it," Han Qingyong exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Did I suppose so?" Lin Ran replied, his attention drawn to the black mist, sensing through the beast pack that the Luiying Huanyue hound was greedily absorbing the dark energy. Soon, the black mist began to dissipate, and the crowd gathered around to inspect the crystalline skull. "Is this the skull of the Corpse King?" Li Feng inquired. "Indeed, it contains immense spiritual power and is one of the most crucial materials for the Celestial Helm. It is said that wearing it can significantly enhance a Beastmaster's star spirit power, achieving a state of manifestation," Han Qingyong remarked, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "We've struck gold. This item is worth at least 3 million honor points," Li Feng said, brimming with excitement. However, it was Lin Ran who had delivered the fatal blow, and they had previously agreed to allow him to select an item first. Consequently, they turned their gazes toward Lin Ran. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that, aside from the mind art, the Celestial Helm could also facilitate manifestation of star spirit power, and oh wonder, they were all like cats fixated on a mouse, filled with longing. Yet Lin Ran felt no inclination towards this object. He could already achieve manifestation independently, rendering the helm merely a trivial 3 million honor points in his eyes. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "I don't find this item particularly necessary. Team Leader Han, feel free to distribute it among yourselves." Han Qingyong was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Brother Lin, have you truly thought this through? This is a rare treasure." He questioned himself multiple times to ensure he had not misheard. Lin Ran merely smiled and shook his head before walking away. He sensed that there might be even greater treasures within this rift and did not wish to squander his opportunity to select something on an item he did not need. Lamenting the loss of 3 million honor points, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers, proclaiming that indeed, the children of wealthy families were different, as they did not covet such trifles. After some discussion, the crystalline skull was ultimately claimed by Su Hong, while Han Qingyong exhaled deeply, relieved that the Lama beast would not incur any losses, as Su Hong wore a broad smile, although Lin Ran had frustrated him greatly. Acquiring this treasure seemed to lift his spirits considerably. Once Su Hong had stowed away the crystalline skull, the treasure-hunting team's instruments ceased to respond, clearly indicating that there were no more treasures within the cave. Team Leader Han, how long can this space-time rift typically last? Lin Ran inquired suddenly. As long as the rift does not collapse, it can generally persist for an extended duration, Han Qingyong explained. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. It could exist indefinitely. This was far superior to the temporary dimensional fragments activated by the system, though it did not permit infinite resurrection. However, considering the numerous walls, fortifications, and the multitude of troops guarding beneath the holy Emperor Mountain, if it could not remain open indefinitely, it would be rendered meaningless. Will I be able to enter again in the future? Lin Ran continued to ask. Temporary recruits cannot enter alone. They need to be accompanied by the treasure-hunting team. Han Qingyong replied, "Oh, Brother Lin, are you so keen on treasure hunting? Why not join us?" Li Feng suggested cheerfully. Lin Ran furrowed his brow, realizing the complications. He would have to become a formal member of the treasure-hunting team. Did he truly want to join? "I'll think about it, haha." Lin Ran smiled, as his primary goal was merely to complete a task and earn points through his shop. Joining the treasure-hunting team could lead to unforeseen peril. The group shared a few wry smiles before setting off once more. Thus, the team scoured the periphery of the space-time rift in search of treasures, encountering numerous other teams along the way. Some returned laden with spoils, while others bore grievous injuries, missing limbs, which left Lin Ran gasping in shock. Indeed, this was a profession of high rewards and high risks. The group soon settled beneath a tree, munching on their rations. "Big brother, this all isn't too shabby," Ziming said, counting their spoils with evident delight. "After all, it's in B-grade space-time rift, haha." Han Qingyong replied, heartily devouring his biscuit. "I must say, Brother Lin, oh no, Lin boss, truly has an eye for treasure, spotting even the most obscure cave with ease." Li Feng chuckled. Just moments ago, under Lin Ran's guidance, they had discovered a stash of mysterious crystal stones within a small cave, useful for crafting water-type beast armors. which could significantly enhance the combat prowess of water-type beasts when donned. But Brother Lin, you haven't utilized your chance to select an item yet. Don't let anyone say we're taking advantage of you. Li Feng added, moving closer to Lin Ran. My standards are quite high. I find these lacking, Lin Ran said, taking a sip of water with a grin. The others chuckled wryly. Had they not previously visited this location, they would never have unearthed such treasures. Lin Ran's shop had long stocked these mysterious crystal stones, yet no one had shown interest, deterred by the price. Initially, Lin Ran believed the system's pricing was excessive. But upon inquiring, he realized he had been at a severe loss selling them for 20,000 each. Even a fragment was worth far more than that. Lin Ran lamented in agony. What's wrong? Brother Lin, Han Qingyong asked, glancing over. Nothing, just lost in thought. Lin Ran replied awkwardly. Meanwhile, Su Heng, having witnessed Lin Ran's formidable prowess, had grown quiet, cradling the crystalline skull with great affection. Just then, a cry for help from a man and a woman echoed from afar. There's trouble, He Ziming shouted immediately. Lin Ran quickly donned the Star Spirit Mirror to assess the situation, spotting a pair of individuals struggling through the dense forest, supported by two battered aberrations fiercely guarding them. Pursued by a massive ghost-eyed beast. Lin Ran's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "That's the Magic-Eye Beast! The Magic-Eye Beast! Everyone prepare for battle!" Han Qingyong commanded without delay. The group felt a chill run down their spines. Promptly discarding their rations and summoning their beasts. The Magic-Eye Beast measured approximately 10 meters, devoid of any superfluous organs, consisting solely of a blood-red eye. Eerily unsettling that it's an adult 8th-tier Magic-Eye Beast. Lin Ran shouted. The group's expressions darkened. They had just escaped the lair of the Corpse King, and now faced a Magic-Eye Beast. Heavens! Is this truly the periphery of the space-time rift? Are we certain we haven't strayed? Despite having recuperated from their earlier ordeal, their beasts were now nearly restored, save for those that had perished. Lin Ran's Ling Huanyue Hound surged forward, brimming with combat spirit, engaging the Magic-Eye Beast in fierce combat. The other beasts followed suit, coordinating seamlessly. At that moment, the pair of distressed individuals managed to stagger over, trembling as they uttered, "Help! Help us!" Han Qingyong steadied them, remarking, "You two appear quite familiar." Chapter 34. To assist you? To be candid, we are from the Sacred Radiance Treasure Hunting Team. My name is O Chun, and this is my companion, Chen Shui. O Chun gasped, panting heavily. The Sacred Radiance Treasure Hunting Team. Are you from the inner city? Han Qingyong queried, perplexed. How could an 8th-tier aberration inflict such devastation upon your inner city team? Only the treasure hunting teams from the inner city had the privilege of independent naming, and their strength was typically formidable. Moreover, the two battered aberrations they had were clearly of 8th-tier caliber. How could they have been routed by a Magic-Eye Beast? Sensing the group's skepticism, O-chan hesitated before explaining, "It's not a typical 8th-tier aberration. I suspect it has reached the pinnacle of the 8th-tier upper level, and this Magic-Eye Beast is a mutated variant. Observe the faint purple ring around its pupil." The group was immediately taken aback, astonished by the implications of an 8th-tier upper-level pinnacle. Moreover, a mutation has occurred, judging by the aura it emanates. It is evidently evolving in a favorable direction, which suggests it is drawing ever closer to the 9th tier. So, does that mean only the two of you remain alive in your team? Han Qingyong regained his composure and inquired. O-chan managed a wry smile and replied, "We are merely the peripheral members of the team, while the main force is deep within the space-time rift. We were supposed to enjoy an advantageous position, but suddenly a bizarre swarm of insects appeared, scattering the 5 of us who were on guard. Had it not been for that, we wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament." A bizarre insect swarm. It's a carrion-eating swarm. Han Qingyong exclaimed in shock. Su Heng, standing behind him, clenched his fists upon hearing this. It was indeed these vile creatures that had slain his most cherished beast. A carrion-eating swarm? Do you recognize them? O-chan asked, taken aback. To be honest, we encountered them as well, and even suffered the loss of a formidable beast. They're truly terrifying and far beyond our ability to annihilate. Han Qingyong replied, his brow furrowed in concern. With a thunderous crash, the demon-eye beast was sent flying by the flowing shadow moonlit hound, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Showcasing its immense power, Oh-chun was startled by the commotion and turned to exclaim, "That is a ninth-tier beast, the flowing shadow moonlit hound. My heavens! You have such formidable beings in the outer city." Han Qingyong was equally astonished. Lin Ran's flowing shadow moonlit hound is astonishingly strong. If defeating the Corpse King beast was merely a stroke of luck from consuming that blood pearl, now it is entirely reliant on sheer strength. That's not the case. He's an external aid we summoned. Han Qingyong clarified. Remarkably powerful. Oh-chen's expression shifted as he took a deep breath and hesitantly said, "One of my team members has a six-tailed spirit fox that was scattered during the attack by the carrion-eating swarm. Could you assist us in retrieving it?" Upon hearing this, Han Qingyong and the others exchanged incredulous glances. "You, a treasure-hunting team from the esteemed inner city, were rescued by us from the outer city. And yet you still desire our help in finding your beast? Such audacity." Lin Ran snickered derisively, thinking to himself, "Humph, the inner city is not so impressive after all," noticing the dark expressions on Lin Ran and the others. Oh-chun quickly added, "Once we locate it, we will certainly compensate you, that we will reimburse all the losses you incurred during your treasure hunt, including the beasts and equipment, and there will be additional rewards. I swear by my brother, Oh-hao's name, that this is no empty promise." Oh-hao. Just as Han Qingyong was about to refuse, he was taken aback. "You are Oh-hao's brother?" The nearby team members and Su Hong were equally astonished. They were all too familiar with that name. The one rumored to have become an 8-star beast tamer at the age of 25. Su Hong exclaimed. Lin Ran stood by, somewhat bewildered. "Oh-hao. Who is that? Is he really impressive?" "Indeed. I hope you all can give this serious consideration," Oh-chun said earnestly. Han Qingyong's expression shifted dramatically as he observed the increasing wounds on the demon-eye beast. While the beasts on their side, led by the flowing shadow moonlit hound, grew increasingly ferocious, IT felt as though defeating the demon-eye beast was merely a matter of time, yet completely exterminating it would prove to be a significant challenge. After all, this type of beast belongs to the ghostly category, possessing an extraordinarily strong ability to preserve its life. Han Qingyong and the others approached Lin Ran, whispering inquiries. "What do you think? Should we assist with this? Why should we help?" "Who is Oh-hao?" Lin Ran asked. "You don't know Oh-hao? Are you even from Xianzhong City? He is the most renowned young talent in Xianzhong City in recent years, breaking into 8-star beast tamer status at just 25. What a prodigy!" Li Feng interjected hastily. "So, does that mean he is quite powerful? Is he also wealthy?" Lin Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. "Naturally, the O family is quite affluent. Boss Lin could make a handsome profit from this." Jiang Yushi chuckled, fully aware of the little money grubber's intentions. "Then it's settled. We shall help," Lin Ran declared with a grin. The others couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. It was clear that in dealings with Lin Ran, money was of utmost importance. "Ahem, brother Oh, we shall lend our assistance," Han Qingyong proclaimed, patting his chest. "Oh, have all the expenses incurred during this treasure hunt reimbursed, along with the losses of our fallen beasts, is simply marvelous." Wang Tao, who had been frowning nearby, also began to show signs of a smile. That moment, the blood-red eyes of the demon-eye beast suddenly erupted with blinding light, as if it were about to unleash a powerful attack. Just as Oh-chan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Not good. The demon-eye beast is about to use soul shock." Han Qingyong and the others' expressions instantly soured. Ghost-type beasts excel in mental attacks, and this soul shock is an enhanced version of such attacks, capable of directly unsettling the soul. Lin Ran was also taken aback. Recalling the torment he had endured at the hands of that terrifying half-dragon creature, a shiver ran down his spine. "Retreat quickly," Lin Ran shouted, signaling everyone to distance themselves from the attack's range. He had no desire to relive such agony, and without hesitation, he fled, prompting the others to scatter as well. Buzz! Even from a distance, Lin Ran felt a portion of the impact, as if his head had been struck heavily by something, leaving him momentarily dazed. Thankfully, he had mentally prepared himself, and the disorientation was fleeting. It doesn't seem so unbearable after all, Could it be that I've developed immunity after that last ordeal? Lin ran mused in confusion. However, the others were not so fortunate. They clutched their heads and pounded the ground in agony, some even fainting outright. The beasts let out frantic roars before falling into a stupor, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies from the direct impact of the soul shock. Fortunately, they were all 7th and 8th tier beasts. Otherwise, they would have already succumbed to their injuries. Swoosh! Several dark, purple beams shot forth suddenly, striking the beasts that had been affected by the soul shock, rendering them sluggish and dazed, unable to evade. Yet at that moment, the flowing shadow moonlit hound jolted awake. Chapter 35. Defeating the demon-eyed beast with a tremendous bark, it unleashed a deafening howl that instantly roused all the beasts that had been afflicted by the soul shock. Witnessing the purple light before them, they leaped aside in unison. The demon-eyed beast glared fiercely with its enormous eye, radiating malevolence as it fixed its gaze on the flowing shadow moonlit hound. Lin Ran smiled faintly, thinking, "You dare to use such a soul shock? I've encountered far more powerful attacks." Just moments ago, Lin Ran had instantly awakened the flowing shadow moonlit hound through their spirit beast contract, showcasing the might of a supreme spirit beast contract. Even if it fell into a stupor or experienced an unexpected rampage, it could be summoned back at once. Oh-chan observed the entire process, puzzled as to how this young man seemed to be almost unaffected by the soul shock, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. Who on earth is this person, and how does he possess a 9th-tier beast? Oh-chen's gaze flickered as he fell into contemplation. My dear companion. Enough playtime. It's time to strike. Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, transmitting his intent to kill to the flowing shadow moonlit hound. The demon-eyed beast could scarcely fathom that its most powerful attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. He had believed that unleashing this deadly assault would eliminate them all. Yet now, everything had unraveled. In that moment, the flowing shadow moonlit hound, having received Lin Ran's murderous intent, curled its lips into a subtle smirk, its body trembling violently as it unleashed the unique aura of a 9th-tier beast. The shining crescent moon atop its head glimmered brilliantly, paired with its fiery red eyes, presenting an unparalleled display of combat prowess. Sensing the aura emanating from its opponent, the demon-eyed beast felt a pang of fear. This was a direct suppression of bloodlines. And no matter how successfully it had mutated, it could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. Even if its opponent were merely a 6th-tier upper-level beast, still in its youth. The presence of so many other beasts around it induced an instinctual urge to flee. But how could the flowing shadow, moonlit hound allow that? Hellish demon slaughter. With a resounding roar, its form morphed into 7 demon-like figures wielding executioner-esque scythes. Charging ferociously toward the demon-eyed beast, as they advanced, they emitted strange laughter, echoing, "Ha! Swoosh!" The demon-eyed beast was paralyzed with fear, utterly incapable of resistance, standing there like a wooden puppet as the demon figures tore its body apart. Lin Ran let out a soft sigh. It was still a close call. Indeed, ghost-type beasts are difficult to kill. Their innate skill allows their souls to escape in dire situations, abandoning their corporeal forms. However, this skill cannot be used casually. Without several years for recuperation, it would be impossible for it to restore its body, and it would suffer significant energy loss, with the possibility of even regressing to 7th-tier status. Upon witnessing Lin Ran once again defeat a beast that surpassed his level, Han Qingyong and the others were not particularly surprised. "Brother Lin, what a remarkable display of skill. I am utterly in awe." Han Qingyong can no longer regard Lin Ran as a junior. It seems that the leader of this team has subtly transformed into Lin and I could see this moment. Oh-chen's face is one of sheer terror. Defeating an 8th-tier pinnacle beast with a 6th-tier warrior? Good heavens, what an extraordinary prodigy he is. And he appears so youthful, seemingly even younger than myself. Lin Ran's icy gaze gradually softened as he exhaled lightly and addressed the flowing shadow, Illusion Moonhound, saying, "The body of this demon-eyed beast seems quite delectable. Bao, do hurry and sample it." The flowing shadow, Illusion Moonhound, having long been eager, immediately began to ravenously tear into the demon-eyed beast, gulping it down voraciously. "Are you not interested in a little for yourselves? This is quite a nourishing feast." "Ha ha! Lin Ran waved toward Han Qingyong and the others behind him. Upon seeing this, the group couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Usually, after vanquishing formidable beasts, they would transport the carcasses back to exchange for glory points, rather than consuming them on the spot. However, this was not entirely unheard of. For instance, demon-type beasts typically transformed into dark energy upon death, making them impossible to reclaim. Yet one could hardly fault Lin Ran. It was merely a habit formed in the system realm, where after defeating a beast, he would instruct his own beast to consume it without waste. There was even a time when he killed a blood-stained pig and personally carved off several pieces of pork to roast over a fire, which tasted far superior to that of ordinary domestic pigs. Lin, the carcass can also be exchanged for glory points, Han Qingyong said with a wry smile. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Bao, quickly regurgitate. Lin Ran rushed over, trying to pry open the flowing shadow illusion moonhound's jaws, but it was too late. Most of it had already been devoured, resulting in a loud belch. Oh well. Oh well. Han Qingyong chuckled. He then transmitted a command to the drooling dark gold demon bear, which eagerly lunged forward to indulge in the feast. The other beasts, upon receiving their master's command, also rushed forward, devouring the remains with a ravenous intensity, as though they had been starved for ages. What a peculiar group we have here. Chun and Chun Shui gazed in astonishment. Soon, only a pile of bones remained from the demon-eyed beast. Resembling a small mountain, the satiated beasts lay sprawled comfortably, basking in their fullness. Oh, do you recall where your six-tailed spirit fox went missing? Han Qingyong inquired. It was likely near a cliff edge. That demon-eyed beast pressed us hard. And during the battle, the six-tailed spirit fox was inadvertently struck by its purple light and fell into the chasm. Chun replied, his expression bittered. Oh, it fell into the chasm. Could it be dead? Lin Ran suddenly asked. That it can't be. The spirit contract in my mind is still intact, Chen Shui exclaimed excitedly. The six-tailed spirit fox is considered a beast of noble blood, possessing an 8th-tier lineage, and is said to be a descendant of the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox, renowned for its formidable power. Moreover, it is rumored that the six-tailed spirit fox can evolve under certain specific conditions. Retrogressive evolution. Very well. Let us set off at once. Do you still remember the way? Han Qingyong asked. Of course. My burrowing beast can remember any location. Following it will be infallible, Chun promptly replied. Shortly thereafter, a creature resembling a mole appeared before them, crowned with a massive spiral horn, possessing an intimate knowledge of the terrain. Wherever it had been, it would remember with perfect clarity, and it could emit a peculiar seismic wave capable of probing the underground up to 100 meters, making it a prime scout among beasts in no time. After 2 hours, they arrived at a cliff's edge, surrounded by numerous signs of battle, heavy with the lingering scent of the six-tailed spirit fox. Lin Ran gazed into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, his countenance darkening as he remarked, at such a height, one is likely to be gravely injured, if not killed outright. Do we have a flashlight? Lin Ran inquired, peering into the chasm. Yes, here is a treasure-hunting flashlight, exceptionally bright, Ziming said, promptly retrieving a black flashlight from his backpack and handing it to Lin Ran. After accepting it, Lin Ran shone the beam down into the abyss. Indeed, the light was extraordinarily bright, illuminating the sheer cliff faces clearly. Yet due to the chasm's depth, the flashlight's range yielded no signs of the six-tailed spirit fox. Perhaps we should use glow sticks. Han Qingyong suggested. Ziming quickly rummaged through his backpack, producing several glow sticks and passing them over. Han Qingyong twisted one and tossed it into the chasm. Several glow sticks slowly descended, and when they fell to about 10 meters, Lin Ran suddenly spotted a crack in the cliff, adorned with a tuft of red and white fur. Moreover, nearby, there appeared to be some peculiar objects within the crevice, but the glow sticks fell too swiftly for a clear view. That object looks familiar. Could it be? Lin Ran hastily twisted another glow stick and flung it towards the fissure. This time, Lin Ran discerned that the crack did not conceal ordinary rocks, but rather a vein of ore. This ore, known as spirit stone, is an indispensable material for crafting beast armors. However, due to the rampant mining on Blue Sea Star over the years, spirit stone veins have become exceedingly rare. Now, before him lay a complete vein. How could he not be thrilled? Previously, upon entering through the system realm, he had encountered similar veins, intending to transport them whole, but the storage space of his star ring was far too limited to accommodate such an endeavor. Moreover, veins of this caliber typically contain potent star spirit energy, and powerful beasts were sure to protect them. Lin Ren never anticipated encountering such a fortuitous event. He was elated, yet he knew his strength alone was limited and he would need the assistance of his companions, all while exercising caution against the beasts guarding the spirit stone vein. After all, he had once encountered an immensely powerful lizard and had to hastily relocate, leaving with only a small fraction of spirit stones. Han, look over there! A tuft of fur. It must belong to the six-tailed spirit fox. Lin Ran called to his teammates. Indeed, it seems to have fallen into that crevice, Han Qingyong replied. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Is it a spirit stone vein in the crack? Zimming, quickly send your lion-headed demon eagle to investigate, but do so cautiously. Han Qingyong urged excitedly. Zimming nodded quickly, directing the lion-headed demon eagle to fly down. However, an odd occurrence transpired. As it approached the fissure, the lion-headed demon eagle was met with a formidable sense of pressure, rendering it unable to draw near, and oh good, that crack appears to have a powerful restriction. Flying beasts cannot approach, Zimming said anxiously. Lin Ran gasped. A no-fly zone? It seems there is a powerful guardian beast within the spirit stone vein. A guardian beast? Zimming asked, puzzled. That I have heard that each spirit stone vein, due to its immense star spirit energy, attracts powerful beasts to dwell within. Lin Ran elucidated. The group quickly grasped the situation. Lin Ran was not deceiving them. The rarity of spirit stone veins in reality had led to their momentary confusion. Han Qingyong's expression turned grave as he remarked, it seems we are in quite a predicament. By the way, don't you have a burrowing beast? In terms of tunneling ability, it should be the strongest. We could simply dig a tunnel and enter without alarming the guardian beast, Lin Ran suddenly suggested. Indeed, I completely overlooked that. Your six-tailed spirit fox is likely in that crevice as well, Han Qingyong responded. Oh Chun quickly nodded, directing the burrowing beast to tunnel into the rocky cliff, his heart brimming with joy at the unexpected discovery of the spirit stone vein. What incredible fortune! Moments later, a wide tunnel emerged before them, and without hesitation, they all rushed inside. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly narrow crack led to an expansive interior space, spacious enough for even the largest beasts to enter with ease. Truly remarkable. I can detect the scent of a six-tailed spirit fox. However, it is faint. The situation seems dire, Zimming suddenly exclaimed, filled with urgency. Oh Chun, Lin Ran, and the others were taken aback. Found it. The scent is very faint, indicating severe injury, given the height of this cliff. The six-tailed spirit fox, lacking flight or burrowing abilities, is bound to have sustained grave wounds. Hurry, take me there. Chun Shui, filled with excitement, clutched Zimming's clothing and exclaimed, soon, under the guidance of the lion-headed demon eagle. The group encountered a blue or vein, beside which lay a severely injured six-tailed spirit fox, drenched in blood, presenting a dire situation. At last, I found you, Chun Shui cried, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the six-tailed spirit fox. Observing the dying creature, Oh Chun and Chun Shui bowed deeply to Lin Ran and the others, expressing their profound gratitude. They quickly began to bandage the fox's wounds and subsequently withdrew it into the beast space for recovery, as its injuries were far too severe. Had it not been for the powerful star spiritual energy emanating from this or vein, it would likely have succumbed long. That moment. Lin Ran swiftly surveyed the surroundings and remarked, something feels off. This or vein seems to have an issue. His astonishment was palpable, for although the star's spiritual energy fluctuations outside were quite strong, indicating a potentially intact or vein, only this minuscule portion remained. As if its power had been siphoned away by some unseen force, the others, equally shocked, watched as Zimming hurriedly retrieved several small instruments from his backpack, placing them on the ore vein to commence scanning. Spirit stone content, 5. Waste rock content, 65. Unknown or content, 30. Upon examining the scan results, the group's earlier excitement vanished, replaced by profound disappointment. What a pity! This spirit stone vein is compromised. 65 consists of waste rock. The vast star's spiritual energy surrounding us must have leaked from the damaged spirit stones, and the unknown ore, which we cannot detect, is likely of little value, Han Qingyong lamented. Lin Ran, scrutinizing the scan results, grew increasingly perplexed. If this were merely an abandoned or vein, why was there a spatial restriction in place? Where had the guardian beast gone? Moreover, what could the unknown or signify? Just then his companion, the Luiying Huanyue hound, suddenly emitted an excited awareness, nudging Lin Ran's backside with its enormous head. Lin Ran paused, then swiftly realized that if even the instruments could not detect it, the ore could not belong to the minerals of Blue Sea Star. Additionally, the hound's enthusiasm suggested it might be beneficial for beasts. System, can you analyze this? Lin Ran silently inquired. Chapter 37. Magic Spirit Crystal Affirmative. Initiating appraisal mode. Appraisal complete. This is a magic stone mine, a fusion of demonic energy, capable of refining magic spirit crystals, which can be utilized for the cultivation of demonic-type beasts and the crafting of their battle armor. Magic spirit crystal? Why couldn't the instruments detect it? Lin Ran asked. Magic spirit crystals are not of this planet's mineral composition. They originate from a distant star, and their properties are nearly identical to spirit stones, but they are exclusively useful for demonic-type beasts. The system responded. Which star? Lin Ran's curiosity was piqued. The host currently does not require this information. The system replied coldly. Fine, if you won't say, I don't particularly wish to know. Can you assist in refining them? Lin Ran inquired. Yes, processing fee. 100 points. This requires points? How frustrating. Lin Ran repressed his urge to vent his frustration, unwilling to attract attention in such a public setting. What a shame. Only this small portion is spirit stone. While the remaining star's spiritual energy has been diluted .as for the black or behind it, I truly have no idea what it is, He Zimming remarked, examining the scanning results with disappointment. Chun, wearing a wry smile, suggested, perhaps it could be useful. Let us collect a bit to take back to the research institute. There might be unexpected surprises. The group nodded in agreement. Such occurrences had happened before, where unknown plants or ores were found in mysterious spatial rifts, and samples were collected for research that, if they proved valuable, it would yield significant accomplishments, bringing glory and special rewards. Everyone, Lin Ran, seeing them prepare to collect samples, grew anxious that if they took this back for research, they might uncover its secrets, rendering his efforts futile. Not only would he lose the magic spirit crystal, but he would also waste 100 points, an egregious loss. Recalling their promise to allow him first selection, he called out immediately. The group turned to him in surprise. Lin Ran adopted a nonchalant demeanor and said, "May I have this?" The others were astonished. Han Qingyong and O Chan exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Ran. Since entering the rift to the other world, Lin Ran had never actively requested anything. Yet now he sought these unknown ores. Could they hold value? Lin Ran, aware of their scrutiny, felt a twinge of helplessness. He knew that directly asking would certainly raise their suspicions. Yet fortunately, they were also unsure of the ore's worth, or else it could have been problematic. Lin, do you truly want these? Han Qingyong asked, gazing at Lin Ran in confusion. You know what they are. Given Lin Ran's ability to articulate knowledge beyond their understanding, they suspected he might be concealing something. Lin Ran quickly shook his head. I don't know. My Luiying Huanyue hound sensed fluctuations of dark energy from these black stones, which are highly suitable for the cultivation of 9th-tier demonic-type beasts. Which is why I asked for them. You know that 9th-tier beasts are usually quite sensitive. Lin Ran felt a surge of anxiety. He spoke half the truth. Even if the Government Research Institute were to discover these magic stone mines later, he would not be suspected, as it was the beast that had detected them. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, the others understood. Only Lin Ran possessed a 9th-tier beast, making it plausible for him to notice anomalies. Han Qingyong, upon learning about the dark energy of the stones, immediately consulted his own dark gold magic bear, but returned with a blank expression, utterly unaware of the substance, thus affirming Lin Ran's words. After all, he still owed Lin Ran a first selection opportunity, though it was uncertain whether O-Chun would agree. Simultaneously, Lin Ran directed the Luiying Huanyue hound to approach the black, or absorbing the dark energy within while instructing the system to commence refining the magic spirit crystals. Wisps of black gas began to emanate from the black, or flowing into the body of the Luiying Huanyue hound. The onlookers were astonished. The stones indeed possessed dark energy in a spirit of experimentation. Han Qingyong commanded his dark gold magic bear to approach as well, but curiously, the dark energy streamed solely into the Luiying Huanyue hound, while his own beast could not absorb even a fraction. This dispelled any lingering doubts. The stones were likely only suitable for 9th-tier demonic-type beasts. Ochun, witnessing this spectacle, was equally astonished and then burst into laughter, saying, "Ha! Brother Lin's beast is truly extraordinary. Since you require it, feel free to take it." He was not foolish enough to offend someone with a 9th-tier beast. Even if his own brother were present, he dared not act recklessly. Moreover, bringing these or his back might not guarantee any value. So it would be prudent to do Lin Ran a favor, thus establishing a friendship. It seems everyone is in agreement, Han Qingyong chuckled, though I wonder how Brother Lin intends to transport back. Transporting such a mountain or would be quite the challenge. And no worries. I will have the Luiying Huanyue hound carry it back. Lin Ran replied with a smile that in truth, he could refine everything into a star ring in a short time. But that would expose him. Some semblance of a facade was necessary. I just need Brother O's assistance. This or vein connects to the depths of the earth and requires your drilling beast to sever it. Lin Ran politely requested, of course. Ochin promptly ordered his drilling beast to burrow into the depths of the black, or, with a thunderous roar resonating from below, the black ore was thrust to the surface. However, at that moment, an immensely powerful energy surged through the cave, pinning everyone to the ground, rendering them immobile. What is happening? Han Qingyong exclaimed in terror, as this force was enough to immobilize even him. A 7-star beastmaster, its terrifying nature was undeniable. This is bad. Could it be that beast has appeared? Lin Ran shouted. The group, momentarily captivated by the black ore, had forgotten about the fearsome beast lurking within the cave. The spatial restriction was no mere cautionary measure. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, splitting open to reveal a gaping maw from which countless small bats erupted, followed by a massive, headless red bat. Its form was exceedingly eerie, entirely blood-red, with a colossal, ghostly face adorning its belly. The ghost-faced blood-bat king. How is it possible? Lin Ran's face was filled with terror as he tremulously spoke. Chapter 38. Finally rescued. This is the aura of a 9th-tier beast king. We are doomed. Han Qingyong gazed at the enormous bloodbat, engulfed in despair, although he had long known that this was a B-level spatial rift. Where 9th-tier beasts were sure to roam, he believed such encounters would only occur in the inner regions. Why, then, did such a powerful beast always appear in this remote corner? Truly, the heavens conspire against us. The ghost-faced bloodbat king glared furiously at these insignificant humans, enraged not only by their disturbance of its slumber, but also by the destruction of its precious magic stone mine. Cursed humans. The beast tamers and beasts present were all pressed to the ground, unable to move, mere playthings for the ghost-faced bloodbat king. Only the Luiying Huanyue hound stood resolutely, its fierce gaze fixed upon the adversary. Lin Ran lay on the ground, racked with discomfort, as the warning of the Luiying Huanyue hound echoed in his mind. The ghost-faced bloodbat king's murderous intent was palpable. It seemed that all present might perish. The Luiying Huanyue hound promised it could expend all its strength to take him away, but the fates of the others were uncertain. Cursed humans, all shall die. The ghostly face in the beast's belly snarled menacingly. A beast king of such caliber possessed an extraordinary intellect, capable of speech with ease, as Lin Ran had witnessed with that half-dragon. Lin Ran felt an inner conflict. Abandoning these people to flee alone felt too cruel. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth. His survival was paramount, for where there is life, there is hope. Run, Bao, save me. Lin Ran hastily commanded the Luiying Huanyue hound to charge toward him. Want to escape? Do you think this little beast, still in its infancy, can achieve that? The ghost-faced bloodbat king scoffed. Upon hearing the taunt, the Luiying Huanyue hound halted abruptly, glaring furiously at its opponent, exuding its ninth-tier aura in an attempt to resist. Little pup, if you were fully grown, I might fear you somewhat. But for now, you might as well submit to your demise. With that, the ghost-faced Bloodbat King unleashed a powerful sound wave. Soul-snatching melody. This was a unique skill among bat-like beasts, capable of striking directly at the soul, and the fact that it was employed by the ghost-faced Bloodbat King made it all the more for enough with the antics. Brother Lin. These two are both immensely distinguished seniors. The gentleman on the left is Duan Tianfeng, the chief supervisor of the treasure-seeking team in Xianzhong City, and the one on the right is Wu Qianhua, the general of the military department in Xianzhong City. Who would have thought that these two esteemed elders would personally grace us with their presence today? What could this possibly signify? Han Qingyong whispered, tugging at Lin Ran's sleeve. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had initially presumed they were merely two ordinary old men, unaware of their formidable status. He felt a pang of embarrassment for being unable to detect even a trace of Star's spirit energy. Ha! No harm done. It is simply that the youth does not recognize us, Duan Tianfeng chuckled. This massive stone, did you unearth it? Wu Qianhua inquired as he ambled closer. The crowd gasped in astonishment. That a mineral vein? Could it possibly contain valuable ores? But alas, Wu Qianhua shook his head in disappointment. Regrettably, it appears to be a worthless or vein. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around them lightened considerably. Wow, that was truly frightening. If it had turned out to be a spirit stone vein, it would have been a fortune. Thank goodness it's deemed useless. Otherwise, the jealousy would have been unbearable. You old fool, your vision is lacking. This stone may seem like an ordinary black rock, yet it subtly emits a hint of dark energy. It is likely not as simple as it appears, Duan Tianfeng remarked, his tone laden with significance. Uft, do you think I am blind? Just because I notice the dark energy fluctuations doesn't mean I am senile. Although there is some dark energy present, it is exceedingly faint, making extensive efforts to mine it utterly pointless. Wu Qianhua retorted swiftly. Lin Ran, overhearing their exchange, felt a chill run down his spine. That my goodness. They recognized the dark energy with a mere glance. What extraordinary insight! Fortunately, they have yet to uncover the true secret behind it. Ha! By the way, young man, where did you acquire this? Duan Tianfeng inquired, directing his attention to Lin R.N.U.M. I found it in a cave that was supposed to contain a spirit stone vein, but it was unfortunately destroyed, causing the star spirit energy to become diluted. That beast was able to extract the dark energy from these black stones, which is why I carried them out. Lin Ran replied honestly, omitting only the fact that the system could refine it. You claim your beast can extract the dark energy from this? Duan Tianfeng's aged face reflected a hint of surprise. Surely not. The dark energy here is far too scarce. What kind of beast possesses such remarkable abilities? Wu Qianhua interjected. Lin Ren managed a wry smile, gesturing to a large dog sprawled out behind him. Sound asleep. The Luing Huanyue hound had been carrying the massive stone for over an hour and was utterly exhausted. This is the Luing Huanyue hound, a beast of 9th-tier bloodline. Young man, who are your parents? Duan Tianfeng and Wu Qianhua exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Lin Ran felt a bit flustered and did not answer immediately, offering an awkward smile instead. Han Qingyong, standing nearby, promptly handed over a dossier to the two elders. He is actually from the outer city, and a temporary member at that. Duan Tianfeng and Wu Qianhua regarded the document with perplexed expressions. Old fool, this is rather peculiar. A mere commoner from the outer city possessing a 9th-tier beast. Could it be a stroke of great fortune? Perhaps, but it could also be the illegitimate child of some prominent family. Look at the father's entry. It states deceased. Intriguing, indeed. The two elders whispered among themselves, while Lin Ran stood anxiously, regretting not having refined the stones before exiting, leaving him in a rather awkward position. Ha! Young man, there's no need to be nervous. Our curiosity is merely piqued. Since your beast can absorb the dark energy from this stone, we want to impose further. Do you possess honor points to exchange for it? Duan Tianfeng smiled warmly. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, realizing he had overlooked that all treasures found must be submitted to the government, requiring honor points for retrieval. What to do? Cough, cough. We have checked. And you are a temporary member of the treasure-seeking team, correct? Lack of honor points is of no concern. If you formally join our Xianzhong City treasure-seeking team now, you may take this stone with you immediately. Duan Tianfeng proposed. Attempting to recruit Lin ran into their ranks. Wow, you cunning old fox, such a promising talent should undoubtedly join our military. Young man, take this stone. Furthermore, I will grant you some honor points. As long as you join our military, you shall have everything you desire, Wu Qianhua hurriedly added. Seeking to win, Lin ran over. Your military is so powerful. Surely you need not compete with my humble treasure-seeking team for recruits. Humble treasure-seeking team. Have you no shame? Everyone knows that your department is the wealthiest. Please, do not steal my recruit. I implore you, dear brother, I beseech you as well, great one. Unbeknownst to them, the two elders began to bicker, completely disregarding the numerous onlookers surrounding them. Chapter 40. I am merely a slacker. Lin Ran gazed on in bewilderment, his mind flooded with questions. What is happening? Just moments ago, they were questioning me, and now they are vying for my allegiance. Brother Lin, it is evident that these dignitaries are quite fond of you. Why not acquiesce and join our treasure-seeking team? Li Feng suggested with a grin from the sidelines. Indeed, we have forged a bond of life and death. Do join us. Han Qingyong earnestly invited. Lin Ran sighed, offering no response. Humph, clearly this young man has no interest in your treasure-seeking team. Come, our military is the better fit for you. Wu Qianhua's officers began to rally around Lin Ran as well. What does it matter to you? You know nothing and yet prattle on. What did you say? Speak again if you dare. What's the matter? Not brave enough to confront me. Though some remained confused about the situation, witnessing the two elders contending for the youth's favor compelled them to instinctively join the fray, unwilling to let either party succeed. System, can you assist me in leaving this predicament? Lin Ran implored hopelessly. Negative. Please resolve this matter independently. This phase is part of your task. Complete it well to earn 2,000 points. The system replied coolly. Great. Not only do you refuse to help, but you also add tasks on the fly. How utterly shameless. Lin Ran lamented in despair. You old foxes, it's one thing for us to compete. But why are the younger ones getting involved? You started this, Wu Qianhua exclaimed. Do not pin this on me. He was originally a temporary member of the treasure-seeking team. That IT is only natural for him to join. Your envy has led you to snatch. Duan Tianfeng replied with indifference. Your audacity remains unmatched. Very well. The decision lies with this young man. Even if we continue to vie for him, if he does not agree, it will all be for naught. Let us simply inquire about his preference. I trust he will make the right choice. Once the two elders reached an agreement, they fell silent, a formidable aura emanating from them, enveloping the entire camp. Silence. The surrounding crowd fell eerily quiet, each person halting their chatter, standing obediently. Honestly, what is all this noise? The military and the treasure-seeking team have been in dispute for years. Are you not yet weary of it? Wu Qianhua stated sternly. Duan Tianfeng concurred, yet maintained a smile while observing Lin Ran. The onlookers felt a mix of indignation and frustration. ISNT at your leadership that has set this tone? We are merely following in your footsteps. Lin Ran, too, felt overwhelmed by the immense aura akin to the fearsome visage of the Bloodbat King he had encountered earlier, albeit lacking its murderous intent. My apologies, young man, for any embarrassment caused so. What have you decided? Duan Tianfeng inquired with a smile directed at Lin or N.U.M. Actually, seniors, I am not inclined to join the treasure-seeking team at this moment, should the need arise in the future. I will certainly consider joining, Lin Ran stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Joining their ranks would undoubtedly occupy his time, leaving little for managing his shop. And without running the shop, there would be no points. Haha, old fox, I told you he had no interest in joining your treasure-seeking team. Young man, you have discerning taste. A true man should enlist in the military to protect the homeland. Wu Qianhua beamed with a broad smile. Senior Wu. Actually, I too have no desire to join the military, Lin Ran interjected, surprised that the elder had assumed he favored joining them, and hastily clarified. What? Are you afraid of death? What kind of man fears anything? Wu Qianhua's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a frown. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Indeed, I am genuinely afraid of death. I have an elderly mother at home who is frail and requires my care. I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely demise. I IT this moment. All I desire is to lead a life of idleness. The smile on Duan Tianfeng's face faded, and he turned to Lin Ran, asking, "You have rejected both of us in one fell swoop. Could you provide a reason? To be candid with you, esteemed seniors, I am merely the child of an ordinary family, by chance. I came into possession of a ninth-tier exotic beast, yet I have never even attended a formal exotic beast academy. My studies are in the field of cultivation. My mother's health is poor and requires my attention, so I simply wish to operate a cultivation shop for now." Lin Ran replied with a hint of resignation. "You mean to say you've never been to an exotic beast academy? What a pity, such a promising talent left to flourish in the wild. I dare say you must be at least a 5-star beast tamer, achieving such a level at your young age. You're the most gifted individual I have ever encountered in my life." Duan Tianfeng exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight in his tone. "Indeed, young brother, with your cultivation talent, you could undoubtedly rise to our ranks in the future. It is truly a waste for you to confine yourself to running a mere exotic beast cultivation shop," he added. Lin Ran was taken aback. His actual cultivation level was merely that of a 4-star beast tamer, and his ability to control the 6-tier Swift Shadow Illusion Moonhound was solely due to the Supreme Exotic Beast contract and the Divine Mind technique. It seems that this Divine Mind technique is indeed formidable. Perhaps with some training, I could even masquerade as a 9-star beast tamer. Respected seniors, I appreciate your goodwill, but let me assure you, once I have made up my mind, I shall certainly pay you a visit," Lin Ran said, regaining his composure with determination. "Oh, old fox, let it be. This child clearly harbors secrets he cannot share with us. Let him go. When he is ready, he will come to us," Wu Qianhua remarked, observing Lin Ran's unwavering resolve, and he decided to relent. Very well, very well. After all, you are merely a temporary member of the treasure-seeking team. You cannot escape. I will come looking for you at any time," Duan Tianfeng said with a shake of his head as he slowly walked away. "By the way, take this. With it, you will be on equal footing with those officers. Consider it a sort of temporary designation. And take this massive stone with you as well." Wu Qianhua handed Lin Ran a medal emblazoned with the sun before departing with Duan Tianfeng. "Wow, you actually gave him the Taiheng medal. You old rascal are quite cunning," remarked a companion. Mutual acknowledgement. Soon, the two elders entered the camp's main hall and did not emerge again. Lin Ran gazed at the medal in his hand, lost in thought. "What is this? I truly should not be so ostentatious. You foolish dog, why are you still asleep?" After the two elders departed, Han Qingyong hurried over, casting an envious glance at the medal in Lin Ran's hand. "Lin brother, what can I say? You managed to reject the personal invitations of two great figures. I am in awe," Han Qingyong said with resignation. "Haha, I only wish to be a lazy fish, by the way." "What is this medal?" Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly before suddenly inquiring. "This is the Taiheng medal, typically awarded to military officers who have achieved great merit or to promising newcomers. With this, you will likely find no one daring to obstruct you in Xuanzhong City. Moreover, if you wish to join the military in the future, simply present this medal at the Military Administration Office for registration, and you will be swiftly inducted, usually rising directly to a senior officer." "I truly envy you," Han Qingyong replied, brimming with admiration. Countless onlookers regarded Lin Ran with fervent eyes, a mixture of envy and jealousy. Chapter 41. The Time-Space Warehouse. Lin Ran was taken aback, not expecting to receive such favor from these two individuals during this mission. By the way, this massive stone can be taken without expending glory points, but it is simply too large to enter the city. You will need to rent a time-space warehouse with glory points," Han Qingyong explained. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. Indeed, such a large stone would never fit within the city, but what exactly is a time-space warehouse? And it requires glory points to rent. Lin Ran pondered aloud. The time-space warehouse is quite remarkable. It is said to have been created by an ancient power that resembles a box, and when opened, it can contain any object, allowing you to retrieve it when needed. However, activating this box requires a time-space stone, and each time-space warehouse is single-use. Han Qingyong elucidated. Lin Ran gasped. Was this not akin to a star ring? The only difference being that the star ring is for permanent use, while this requires a time-space stone to activate. Nonetheless, despite being a one-time use item, the space is quite vast. According to Team Han, it can accommodate nearly anything, except for living creatures. Such a one-time item cannot possibly compare to a star ring. With enough usage points, you could also store anything in it. The system's dismissive voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind. Humph. Easy for you to say. Do you think earning points is a walk in the park? How about you gift me some so that I may upgrade my star ring? Lin Ran ventured tentatively. However, the system offered no response, completely ignoring him. How aloof. Very well. I shall rent one. How many glory points are required? The 2 exotic beasts I just defeated should suffice. Lin Ran inquired of Han Qingyong. Rest assured, it will definitely be enough. The time-space box requires 1 million glory points, and a single time-space stone costs 100,000 glory points. I estimate that your recent defeats of those 2 exotic beasts will net you at least 3 million glory points, Han Qingyong assured him. Come, let me take you to the main hall ahead to take a look. He added as he led Lin Ran to a more spacious hall than the registration area Lin Ran had previously visited. Even at 6 in the morning, the place was bustling with people. Here we are. Just connect the glory recorder I gave you earlier. Han Qingyong directed Lin Ran to a large black display screen, gesturing towards a port below. Glory recorder? Lin Ran paused for a moment before promptly retrieving a blue device from his pocket and connecting it. Immediately, the black screen illuminated, displaying a flurry of data. Scan complete. That I end this mission. Defeated an 8th-tier White King beast, earning 3 million glory points. Repelled an 8th-tier Magic-Eye beast, earning 1.5 million glory points. Treasure acquisition status. Unknown black stone mine. Special circumstances not counted in the system. Total accumulated points. For 0.5 million remaining points. For 0.5 million. Lin Ran stared at the screen, his pupils widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this glory recorder could track his every action within the time-space rift. But why did it not scan the items he had secretly placed within the star ring? Was it you, system? Lin Ran mused internally. Protecting the host's secrets is my duty, the system replied coolly. Lin Ran felt immensely grateful. Even after engaging in questionable activities, the system was there to shield him from consequences. Lin, brother, you truly are exceptional. To achieve 4.5 million glory points on your very first entry is remarkable. Do you realize how many have toiled for years within the treasure-seeking team without matching your glory points? Had you been a formal member, you would have been promoted to a golden treasure seeker immediately, Han Qingyong remarked, his envy palpable. Having risked his life for over a decade in the Outer City's treasure-seeking team to finally achieve the rank of Platinum Treasure Seeker. He found Lin Ran's swift rise to golden status infuriating. It was a stark reminder that in Blue Sea Star, there are 5 ranks among treasure seekers. Bronze level, 0 to 200,000 glory points. Gold level, 200,000 to 500,000 glory points. Platinum level, 500,000 to 2 million. Diamond level, over 2 million. And the final ace level, which is directly appointed by the government and unattainable for the average person, gazing at his 5 million glory points. Lin Ran felt elated. This was significantly easier than accumulating points within the system. Let us proceed to the treasury in front to exchange for the time-space warehouse, Han Qingyong said after expressing his admiration. Leading Lin Ran into a room. Upon entering, Lin Ran was taken aback. All the items in this room were projected images. Although not the actual items, they were nonetheless an impressive array. And no need to be surprised. Lin, brother, this rift is newly formed, and treasures have yet to be brought in. These are merely projections of some items from the central treasury. Simply request what you need, and they will be delivered to your home by 5 o'clock the following day. Han Qingyong explained. What about the time-space warehouse? Does it also require waiting until tomorrow? Lin Ran inquired. The time-space warehouse is different. It is a necessity and is generally available immediately, Han Qingyong assured him. With that, he led Lin Ran to a window. This window was adorned with a shimmering golden light curtain, behind which were several time-space boxes and some sparkling time-space stones. Beside the window, there was also a small display screen. To connect to the glory recorder, just by the required number directly on the screen, Han Qingyong remarked. Lin Ran quickly connected to the Glory recorder, and the display screen instantly lit up, revealing a list that was strikingly similar to an online shopping platform on Earth, allowing him to select items, add them to the cart, and make immediate purchases. Before long, Lin Ran had spent 1.1 million, acquiring a time-space warehouse that he then began to explore this treasure trove, seizing the rare opportunity to see what items he might need. All right, take your time choosing to. I'll go submit some treasures to exchange for glory points. We'll regroup at the camp gate shortly, and I'll escort you back, Han Qingyong said before departing. Lin Ran nodded and continued to peruse the dazzling array of items. To his surprise, he found several items that were also sold in his own shop. He hadn't expected them to be here as well. However, as the time-space rift and the system's realms were the same, some repetition was inevitable. Yet, something right before Lin Ran's eyes captivated him deeply. Is that a property deed? It can really be exchanged for real estate. The deed for the shop at number 104 in the west alley of the outer city. Lin Ran gazed at the golden paper before him, filled with immense joy. Wasn't that the shop next door? After he had taught the previous owner a lesson, it had remained unleased ever since. Just as the system had deemed his shop too small, this was the perfect opportunity for expansion. Chapter 42. Mom, I was wrong. Lin Ran hurriedly reconnected to the Glory recorder, and the list reappeared. The property deed for the shop at number 104 in the outer city required 2 million glory points. After selecting the neighboring shop, he promptly clicked to purchase. Transaction in progress. The transaction completed, and the shop was officially transferred to Lin Ran's name. With the deed to be delivered by 5 p.m. the following day, 8 that moment, Han Qingyong, Chun, and others entered, having completed their own exchanges for glory points. I must say, Boss Lin, you are quite dedicated to your business. Spending 2 million glory points on a shop. What a waste. Li Feng chuckled, but I'm happy to do it. So mind your own business. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, seeing the acquisition of shop for free as an opportunity rather than a waste. Well, dawn is approaching. After a long night, let us head back and rest, Han Qingyong suggested. Lin Ran nodded vigorously. Although a beast tamer could manage without sleep for a night, his mother was waiting at home, and he felt he might get an earful for being out all night. Lin Ran couldn't help but recall his escapades on Earth, sneaking out at night, losing track of time, and returning only to face a fierce reprimand. The memory was daunting. Everyone, we still need to wait for the remaining team members, so we want to send them out with you, Chan said with a fist salute. All right. Lin Ran and Han Qingyong nodded, replying, until we meet again. Regarding compensation, once we finish our tasks in a couple of days, I'll contact you. I heard you lost an 8th-tier dragon horse beast and a 7th-tier fire spirit monkey during this treasure hunt. Don't worry. I'll take care of it and ensure your satisfaction, Chun assured Han Qingyong and the others. Han Qingyong and Su Hong behind him quickly nodded, confident that with Chen's status, he would keep his word. Before leaving, Chan approached Lin Ran to exchange contact information. This is our treasure hunting team's base in the inner city. If you're interested, I sincerely hope you can visit. I believe you will find it intriguing. Chan smiled at Lin Ran. Lin Ran naturally accepted the business card, glancing at the name, St. Radiant's Treasure Team. Was this yet another attempt to recruit me? I must be quite charming. I'll visit when I have the time, Lin Ran replied, putting away the card while also handing over his own shop's card, not wanting to miss any opportunity for promotion. As wealth was just within reach, Chun quickly accepted the card and was taken aback upon seeing the shop's name. He was surprised to learn that Lin Ran was the owner of a breeding shop. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing name, Ran's Pet House. How whimsical. Lin Ran failed to notice Chen's reaction and silently followed Han Qingyong out. Upon reaching the camp's exterior, Lin Ran took out the time-space box and placed the time-space stone into the hexagonal slot on the front of the box. The box gleamed with golden light and opened instantly, absorbing the pile of magic stones beside it. All set. Lin Ran quickly closed the box, noting that the time-space stone had dimmed slightly. It seemed that using it again would render it ineffective, confirming its one-time use nature. Soon, everyone descended the mountain and boarded the armored vehicle, speeding away at T7 a.m. At the entrance of Sunshine Community, Han Qingyong said, Lin, this is where I'll leave you, until we meet again. Oh, I almost forgot to return this star spirit mirror. Lin Ran suddenly remembered, pulling it from his pocket and handing it to Han Xingyong. "Huh, keep it as a memento." Han Xingyong chuckled wryly. All right, thanks, Lin Ran replied, feeling a bit embarrassed for borrowing it and forgetting to return it. However, he had to admit that it worked exceptionally well with the pet appraisal device. After bidding farewell to Han Xingyong and the others, Lin Ran walked through the community, feeling an inner turmoil. Having been away all night, he wondered if his mother would be worried. She probably hadn't woken up yet at this hour. Before long, Lin Ran reached his doorstep, cautiously opening the door and stepping inside. "Oh, so you do know how to come back," came Wang Qian's voice from the sofa as soon as he entered. "Which breeding event takes a whole night? Now tell me the truth," Wang Qian said sternly from her seat. Mom, you didn't stay up all night, did you?" Lin Ran exclaimed in shock. "As if I could sleep. You didn't come home all night. What would have happened if something went wrong?" Wang Qian replied angrily. She was well aware that nights on Blue Sea Star were often perilous, with many wild beasts prowling about. To Lin Ran was just an ordinary person. If something had happened, he wouldn't even have the strength to protect himself. Lin Ran stood obediently, speechless, realizing that his mother had waited up for him all night. If only he had sent her a message earlier. The guilt washed over him. He then quietly uttered, "Mom, can I share a secret with you?" Wang Qian responded, puzzled. "Actually, I've awakened my star spirit power, but I never told you." Lin Ran finally summoned the courage to confess. As soon as he spoke, Wang Qian jumped to her feet, utterly astonished. "You awakened? Oh my goodness, let me see." She immediately grabbed Lin Ran's wrist, sensing a distinct wave of star spirit energy. Lin Ran hastily suppressed his star spirit power to the level of a one-star beast tamer. Knowing that if his mother discovered he had transformed from an ordinary person into a 4-star beast tamer within days, it would surely frighten her. A 1-star beast tamer. How wonderful. "You've been hiding this from your mother," Wang Qian exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in her voice. "I awakened it a while ago, but I wasn't sure until last night when I went to confirm it with my former teacher." Lin Ran explained. "That is fantastic. Even though you missed the optimal age for awakening, being able to awaken at all is a great blessing. Come on, let's go buy you a beast. What kind do you want?" Wang Qian was incredibly excited, pulling Lin Ran toward the door. "Wait, Mom. Actually, I already have a beast," Lin Ran said, his eyes misting as he spoke slowly. "What? You have one? Hurry, summon it so I can see," Wang Qian urged eagerly. Lin Ran quickly called upon the system in his mind. "Can you help me transform the flowing shadow moon dog into the form of a star wolf dog?" "Certainly," the system replied promptly. After receiving the confirmation, Lin Ran waved his right hand, and a portal of light appeared, for which a flowing shadow moon dog resembling a Siberian husky emerged, looking quite helpless upon seeing its form. "Why do I always have to be made so small? This is so frustrating." Chapter 43. Level 2 Shop. Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback, saying, "Is this a star wolf dog? While it may suit your current level, it does not imply that your strength is particularly formidable. Come, let your mother take you to purchase a more impressive one." Speaking of which, a 5th or 6th tier creature is well within mother's means. At that moment, the flowing shadow moonlight hound perked up its ears, barking in indignation. "What? To say that my strength is insufficient and to compare me with those 5th and 6th tier lowly beasts? I refuse to accept this. Transform me back at once. I intend to frighten her." Lin Ran quickly received the flowing shadow moonlight hound's complaints in his mind, its expression one of displeasure, and he hurried over to pacify it. "Play along with me, or else you can forget about that demon spirit crystal." Upon hearing this, the flowing shadow moonlight hound promptly closed its mouth, obediently lying down and wagging its tail. "I believe this star wolf hound is particularly suited for me. For the time being, I do not require any others," Lin Ran remarked while stroking the dog's head with a smile. However, Wang Qian, observing the profound rapport between Lin Ran and the star wolf hound, slowly said, "Very well, it's your choice. It's all right. I still have my breeding shop, so I can earn money gradually, and when the time comes, I can buy whatever I desire myself." Lin Ran responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's eyes brimmed with tears, momentarily rendering her speechless. She recalled how, when Lin Ran was younger, he had been unable to awaken his star spirit power and had been compelled by her to learn beast breeding. Eventually opening a shop, she had thought he would despise this profession, Yet now he was so invested in it. Her child had truly grown up. Have you considered attending the Beast Academy? At your age, you might still have a chance to get in, Wang Qian suddenly inquired. Forget it. They say that only those who awaken their star spirit power from a young age succeed. I'm a latecomer, so I'll stick to running the shop. Lin Ran quickly shook his head. Are you really not going? Wang Qian asked, feeling quite helpless upon hearing Lin Ran's words. Lin Ran firmly nodded, then stored the flowing shadow Moonlight Hound in the beast space and returned to his room. As soon as he entered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, treasure hunting task completed. Reward, 2,000 points, the system announced. Lin Ran lay on his bed, feeling quite elated. With these 2,000 points, he now had a total of 2,060 points. Not bad. I finally have some savings I won't be heading to the shop too early today. It's time to relax. Lin Ran lay quietly on the bed, the small vortex in his dantian continuously merging spiritual power with star spirit power. Ever since he ascended to the rank of a 4-star beast tamer, Lin Ran no longer needed to engage in deliberate training. During moments of rest, the vortex would automatically condense and cultivate. This mental technique is truly powerful, Lin Ran chuckled. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Around 4 p.m., Mom, I'm heading to the shop. Lin Ran bid farewell to his mother and rode off on his small electric scooter. His nap had been quite refreshing. Although he had initially not intended to visit the shop today, he recalled that the property deed he purchased yesterday would arrive before 5 p.m., so he had no choice but to get up and make the trip. As the time drew near, Lin Ran spotted 2 figures at the shop's entrance from a distance, Feng Ruodong and her good friend Zhang Teng. Boss, I'm here to return the favor for you not opening the shop today. Feng Ruodong said, but I got held up with something today, Lin Ran explained. Here, this is the entry ticket for tomorrow's semifinals. Feng Ruodong quickly produced a small card and handed it to Lin Ran. Lin Ran was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, You've made it to the semifinals? Impressive. Feng Ruodong smiled and replied, Thanks to the Ice Snow Maiden Beast nurtured by the boss, I was fortunate enough to reach the semifinals. That is wonderful. By the way, don't forget the promise you made to me, Lin Ran said with a grin, immediately opening the shop door and stepping inside. Well then, I won't to stir the boss any longer. We'll come back to find you at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Feng Ruodong said. And with that, she and Zhang Tiantian hopped into a car and departed. Lin Ran felt quite happy as he organized the flyers he had printed a few days ago, setting them aside in preparation for a robust promotion when he entered the academy tomorrow. The inner city, I'm going there for the first time. I wonder what it will be like. Lin Ran sat quietly in the shop, lost in thought. System, what do you think about my purchasing the shop next door? Lin Ran suddenly asked at its average, barely qualifying for a level 2 shop, the system replied. Level 2? Shops have levels? Lin Ran immediately inquired. The system assesses based on the area of the host shop and available permissions that a level 1 shop can utilize breeding tables, incubation pools, and sales counters. Upgrading to level 2 unlocks a new permission, a forging room, which allows for the crafting of specialized battle armor for beasts based on their attributes, the system explained. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, then filled with excitement. For centuries, the rapid advancement of technology on Blue Sea Star has led to the discovery of extraordinary powers within certain mystical ores. After being refined, these ores can be crafted into battle armor. Such armor significantly enhances a beast's combat capabilities and can even compensate for certain deficiencies, such as a ground-type beast's lack of agility against airborne foes. However, with battle armor, the agility of ground-type beasts can be greatly improved. The most sought-after material is the Spirit Stone ore, which is compatible with all beast attributes and is thus in high demand, leading to its near extinction and causing its market price to soar. Besides Spirit Stone ore, there are many elemental ores as well, such as Firestone, Waterstone, Windstone, etc. These ores can be refined into crystals of different attributes. The mysterious water crystal is one such example, which can only be used by beasts of the corresponding attribute. Naturally, some beasts possess multiple attributes, making them particularly advantageous as they can equip armor of any of their own attributes. Consequently, this profession has rapidly become one of the wealthiest on Blue Sea Star, with many forging shops established everywhere. Fantastic. It seems that choosing to exchange glory point for the shop was indeed a wise decision, Lin Ran exclaimed with joy. Just then, a black sedan pulled up in front of Lin Ran's shop. A man in sunglasses and a black suit entered Lin Ran's shop. "Hello, boss. Here is the property deed for room 104 that you exchanged for. Please keep it safe," the suited man said, handing Lin Ran a blue box containing the deed and the shop keys. Lin Ran was taken aback. "Is this delivery? Why does it feel like a secret agent scenario? So extravagant." Yet, despite the quips, Lin Ran happily accepted the box. After completing the delivery, the suited man promptly departed. Chapter 44. The forging room. Lin Ran quickly opened the box, revealing a red property deed and a set of keys. He dashed over to the entrance of the adjacent shop, opened the door, and stepped inside. Lin Ran surveyed the area, feeling quite satisfied. The shop was significantly larger than his own. "Quick system, upgraded immediately," Lin Ran exclaimed as he hurriedly ran over and shut the door, upgrading the shop. Constructing the layout, 5 breeding tables upgraded, incubation pools optimized, shelving expanded, forging room established. Upgrade complete, the system announced that in an instant, the shop's walls vanished, seamlessly connecting with his own, while the original breeding tables and incubation pools expanded considerably. The shelving increased from 3 rows to 5, and a new room, the forging room, emerged. "Wow, the speed of this renovation is impressive," Lin Ran exclaimed excitedly as he rushed into the forging room that occupied a significant portion of the space. Housing 3 massive machines, a mineral refining device, a mineral synthesizer, and a battle armor forging device. "Wow, this is amazing. How do I use it?" Lin Ran inquired. The mineral refining device can automatically refine various ores for 10 points per use. The mineral synthesizer allows you to combine unwanted crystals to create the desired one for 20 points per use. The battle armor forging device requires you to select the appropriate armor. Insert the crystals, and it will forge automatically for 100 points per use. Please be aware that there's approximately a 30 failure rate when forging battle armor, so prepare yourself mentally, the system explained. Seriously? Not only does it cost points, but there is also a chance of failure. What a scam! Although it seemed there was a 70 success rate, as the system spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran immediately summoned the shop within his mind. Indeed, the previously Supreme Beast contract had transformed into a battle armor lubricant, while the other items remained unchanged, except for the addition of a refresh option in the upper right corner. Refreshing once would cost 10 points. The second time would double the cost, and the third time would double it again. After refreshing, the shop would reset the types of goods and the number of purchases available. Lin Ran quickly comprehended that this was akin to the premium shops found in typical games. A lubricant costs 100 points, and a battle armor forging device also costs 100 points. When considering the points required for refining materials, Lin Ran felt lost, realizing that over 2,000 points were merely a drop in the bucket. By the way, you mentioned last time that 1,000 points could upgrade 3 basic cultivation platforms to intermediate ones. Does that mean it now takes 5 points for 1,000? Lin Ran inquired. "It remains 1,000 points." The system replied. Lin Ran let out a deep sigh of relief, thankful that there was no additional point charge. "Then please upgrade all of them to intermediate levels. The upgrade to intermediate cultivation platforms is in progress." Upgrade successful. Soon, all 5 blue cultivation platforms in the cultivation room transformed into yellow, and the concentration of the star spirits significantly increased. Intermediate cultivation platforms can accommodate beasts of stages 5 to 7. Costing 10 points per day, the system added. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he need not worry until reaching stage 7. "All right, you also collected 100 points yesterday. Shouldn't you help me refine the magic crystals now?" Lin Ran produced a time-space warehouse. However, it was too large. If I took it out, it would ruin my shop. Lin Ran suddenly froze. Simply opening the box will suffice. This shop possesses a barrier that will automatically protect it. The system informed him. Lin Ran instantly understood. Just like with the flowing shadow illusion Moonhound, the size would shrink automatically. He couldn't help but admire how useful this system function was. He then promptly opened the time-space warehouse. And a mountain of magic stones appeared in the shop. With a flash of golden light, they shrank to the size of a table. Then, dark energy continuously extracted from the magic stones, condensing into various magic spirit crystals in midair. Soon, the massive magic stone mine vanished, replaced by several small magic spirit crystals. each about the size of a fist, totaling 10 pieces. Observing the scattered magic spirit crystals, Lin Ran picked them up one by one and approached the battle armor forging device. This forging device had 3 buttons corresponding to different parts: head, body, and limbs. Each corresponded to the respective beast battle armor. The head armor generally enhances the beast's mental strength and mitigates damage from mental and soul-related skills, while the body armor boosts defense, and the limb armor increases strength and speed. Moreover, battle armors are typically sold as complete sets, and wearing a full set offers additional attribute bonuses, such as flight abilities, burrowing capabilities, and even some powerful armors that can render the wearer immune to control effects. Historical records from Xuanzhong City recount a powerful beast tamer from a century ago who possessed a set of armor immune to all abnormal states. An unparalleled strength. As Lin Ran pondered this, he was suddenly startled. This was remarkably similar to the system's absolute defense, albeit not as domineering as to immunize all damage, but merely controlling immunity. He couldn't help but wonder about the origins of this system. However, Lin Ran quickly dismissed this thought. His current priority should be enhancing his own strength. Thus, he skillfully summoned the battle armor forging device in his mind, and a brand new list materialized before him. This list contained the design blueprints for each set of battle armor, spanning over 3 pages. Lin Ran meticulously examined each set, discovering that the first page featured only entry-level armors, with basic attribute enhancements. It was only on the second page that he encountered formidable attribute bonuses, though the required materials were extensive, with some he had never even heard of. Never mind, those later sets aren't feasible at the moment. I might as well forge an entry-level armor set for the big dog using some of the magic spirit crystals. This set enhances attack power, this one grants flight abilities, and this one increases speed. As Lin Ran scrutinized the attributes of the demon-type armor, he found them rather lackluster. Attack power? As a stage 9 beast, would I lack in attack power? As for flight, burrowing, and speed enhancements, they seemed trivial. Wait, this one's quite good. 3 seconds of mental immunity. Lin Ran suddenly spotted a battle armor on the edge of the list. Chapter 45. Forging battle armor, altered battle armor set attribute. 3 seconds of releasing a mental barrier to immunize against all mental skills. Requires active release. Cooldown of 24 hours. What a pity. Only 3 seconds, but still, it could provide an unexpected advantage in critical moments. I'll go with this one. Lin Ran promptly clicked on the design blueprint for the altered battle armor set. Reviewing the required materials. What the? Each part requires 10 magic spirit crystals. That means I can only forge 1 piece for now. Lin Ran looked on in disappointment, when suddenly his pupils contracted. This set attribute also requires a mental origin stone to activate. Typically, a complete set of battle armor can be activated immediately upon assembly. Yet this one requires a mental origin stone. It's worth noting that such stones can only be obtained by defeating spirits of stage 7 or above, which is incredibly challenging, as one must extinguish the opponent's soul in one blow. Otherwise, it's practically impossible. Forget it. I'll try my luck in the dimensional fragments later, Lin Ran thought with a bitter smile. Clicking the Start Production button beneath the design blueprint, the battle armor forging device immediately illuminated, and he swiftly heard the system's voice, importing the design blueprint for the altered battle armor set. Import complete. Please select the part to forge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Ran decided that since the primary focus was to enhance the beast's mental strength, he would forge a headpiece first. He then promptly clicked the head button on the forging device. Please insert 10 magic spirit crystals. Would you like to use the battle armor lubricant? The system prompted. A window appeared on the battle armor forging device. Without hesitation, Lin Ran exclaimed, "Of course, it's essential. If it fails, it'd be disastrous." He quickly summoned a shop in his mind, exchanged for a bottle of battle armor lubricant, and placed the 10 magic spirit crystals he had into the device. The crystals were immediately coated in a layer of golden liquid, causing Lin Ran to freeze momentarily before exclaiming excitedly, "Begin forging." Deducting 100 points, currently forging for the host. The window of the forging device vanished, and the entire apparatus began to tremble, accompanied by flashes of golden light. Ding! Forging successful, the system announced. The window reopened, revealing an object shrouded in dark energy, resembling a skull, before Lin Ran's eyes. Excitedly, Lin Ran removed the headpiece. Examining it closely, in truth, the so-called beast battle armor does not merely rest upon the beast's body. Rather, it integrates within, which is why the crystals must align with the beast's inherent attributes. Moreover, should one wish to replace the armor in the future, it is quite convenient. Simply reintegrate the new part, and the old armor will immediately detach and exit the body. This also facilitates selling, as many forging shops offer second-hand armors from beast tamers. Thus, for those who lack the funds to craft brand new armors, this option becomes a viable choice. Point 1 must commend the ingenuity of the individual who invented this armor. Lin Ran couldn't help but praise it several times. Subsequently, Lin Ran waved his right hand, opening a portal and summoning the flowing shadow illusion moonhound from the beast space. The shop's barrier activated instantly, shrinking the hound to the size of an ordinary dog. Upon seeing the headpiece in Lin Ran's hand, the hound grew exceedingly excited, urging Lin Ran in its mind to hurry and equip it. What's the rush? Lin Ran gently patted its head. Chuckling, the flowing shadow illusion moonhound displayed remarkable obedience, unwilling to provoke Lin Ran. Good, very well behaved. This is your reward. With that, Lin Ran placed the headpiece upon the hound's head, watching as the armor emitted dark energy. Slowly merging with the beast's essence in no time, the armor vanished, fully integrating within, as the purple-golden crescent moon on the headpiece shimmered continuously. Howl! The flowing shadow moon hound emitted a deep growl, its formidable star spirit power instantly radiating outward, causing all nearby tables and chairs to be violently displaced. Such a grand display. Steady yourself, Bao, Lin Ran hastily called out. The exuberant emotions of the flowing shadow moon hound echoed in his mind, prompting Lin Ran to swiftly utilize the pet appraisal device on it. Growth stage. Flowing shadow moon hound attributes. Wind, demon level. 6th tier, upper class skills. Hellhound charge, piercing howl, wind demon cloak, wind demon roar. Demon descent, hellish roar, phantom clone, demon binding, purgatory demon slay qualification. C rating. 65. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that a mere headpiece could directly enhance the beast's qualifications, and he nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. Lin Ran promptly spent 20 points to activate 2 intermediate breeding platforms, simultaneously summoning the world-destroying demon tiger. Upon its arrival, the world-destroying demon tiger appeared somewhat sullen. It had not been summoned during their treasure hunt in the space-time rift, and its level had been overshadowed by the flowing shadow moonhound. Now, witnessing the latter adorned with a headpiece, it grew even more displeased, sulking in a corner. Lin Ran couldn't help but sweat nervously. Could it be that this fellow was feeling jealous? He quickly rushed over to soothe it. Don't be upset. I promise to get you a headpiece in a few days. The world-destroying Thunder Tiger perked up at this, its ears immediately standing upright, and it happily nodded at Lin Ran. Lin Ran chuckled wryly. However, compared to the demon spirit crystals, Thunder-type crystals were relatively easier to obtain. He had seen them during his last venture into the thunderous abyss dimension, but had been unable to acquire any due to his insufficient strength. This time, however, things were different. With 2 9th-tier bloodline beasts under his command, what was there to fear? Haha! After calming the world-destroying Thunder Tiger, he sent them both into the intermediate breeding platforms. Then, he hopped on his little electric scooter and returned home. The next morning, Lin Ran set out early. Today was a significant day. How could he afford to be late? He swiftly rode his bike to a shop, where he spotted Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian from a distance. You two are here so early. Lin Ran greeted them warmly. Boss, you've struck gold. How did your shop expand so much all of a sudden? Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, it's nothing much, Lin Ran replied with a smile. By the way, we need to enter by 9 o'clock. Let's hurry. Feng Ruodong urged. All right, just wait for a moment while I grab something. With that, Lin Ran dashed into the store and emerged with a large stack of flyers he had prepared the previous day. Here, make sure to promote me well at the academy later, Lin Ran said with a grin. Boss, really? I thought we agreed I would announce it at the arena, Feng Ruodong said, feeling a bit embarrassed, as she had been pampered since childhood and had never done such promotional work. Zhang Tiantian beside her also looked quite awkward as he glanced at Lin Ran. Of course. What's the matter? Are you planning to back out? Lin Ran teased mischievously. Fine, I'll do it. With a determined bite of her lip, Feng Ruodong took the flyers. That's the spirit. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. Ruodong, Zhang Tiantian fell helpless but dared not contradict Lin Ran, standing obediently to the side. All right, enough chit-chat, time's a wasting. Let us set off, Lin Ran remarked, glancing at the clock. Soon, Lin Ran locked the door, and Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian immediately hailed taxi. Lin Ran sat in the front seat while the two girls occupied the back, excitedly instructing the driver. Let us go to the Xianzhong Beast Academy. The driver looked surprised and remarked, It appears you all are students of the Xianzhong Beast Academy. How fortunate. For an ordinary person like the driver, the ability to freely control beasts was an enviable dream. Lin Ran nodded with a smile, filled with excitement as it was his first visit to the academy, especially to the inner city. Before long, the taxi arrived at the boundary between the outer and inner city. A guard officer glanced at the license plate and approached with a look of disdain, saying, Documents. The driver smiled at the officer and promptly handed over a light blue booklet. The officer took a cursory glance and allowed them to pass without uttering another word, not even bothering to acknowledge the driver. Lin Ran was slightly astonished. Did the officers have such a bad temper? What was it about vehicles from the outer city that irked them so? Noticing Lin Ran's expression, the driver quickly remarked, What is wrong, young man? Nothing, just feel that those officers look down on people too much. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, You get used to it. After all, those from the inner city always act superior, the driver said with a hint of melancholy. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, gazing out the window. Meanwhile, Feng Ruodong and the others in the back remained silent. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Xianzhong Beast Academy. The streets here were incredibly wide, lined with luxury cars, and many impeccably dressed handsome men and beautiful women were emerging, undoubtedly all students of the academy. To gain admission to this prestigious Beast Academy, one not only needed excellent grades, but also a respectable family background. At the very least, a middle-class status was required. Otherwise, many ordinary families would struggle to afford the tuition fees. However, there were occasional exceptional cases where a remarkably gifted student from a less fortunate background could be exempted from all fees and directly admitted. Showcasing a touch of humanity, after the taxi pulled over, Lin Ran stepped out. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened by the earlier encounter with the officer, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated at the sight of the Grand Academy. Feng Ruodong quickly paid the fare and led Lin Ran through the academy's gates. Yes, they walked. Lin Ran confidently surveyed his surroundings, highly satisfied. Boss, have you been to our academy before? Feng Ruodong exclaimed in surprise. Never. Lin Ran shook his head. Feng Ruodong was dumbfounded. How could someone who had never been here act so at home? Typically, newcomers were awestruck by the imposing architecture, especially the two stone-carved peacocks at the entrance. Meticulously crafted to resemble the legendary divine feather peacock king, exuding an aura of majesty. When Feng Ruodong first entered the academy, she was utterly mesmerized by those two stone peacocks, yet Lin Ran appeared entirely unfazed, which struck her as odd. Today marked the academy's semifinals, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Many students had brought their parents along, all adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of opulence, in addition to the students' parents. Numerous special guests, including high-ranking members of treasure hunting teams and military officers, were present. Thanks to Feng Ruodong's assistance, Lin Ran had obtained an entry ticket. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by the security at the entrance. Suddenly, a boy spotted Lin Ran and the others and excitedly shouted, Feng Ruodong. Upon hearing her name, many students turned to look, surrounding her as if she were a celebrity. Feng Ruodong had always been considered quite beautiful within the academy. But due to her low profile, she rarely showcased herself. With considerable strength, she had ranked 23rd on the academy's female combat leaderboard. However, her popularity surged after showcasing an extraordinary snow maiden beast during a recent assessment, catapulting her to the top of the leaderboard among girls and earning her the admiration of many boys in the presence of such a stunning and capable goddess. Who could resist being captivated? Did you know? Her snow maiden beast is simply monstrous, effortlessly battling above its level. I heard she's the only girl in the semifinals. Some boys' parents in the distance were eyeing Feng Ruodong with keen interest, mentally calculating how wonderful it would be if their son could marry her. At this moment, Zhang Tiantian had transformed entirely into Feng Ruodong's bodyguard, blocking the infatuated boys around her and turning to say, "You all should leave. I'll protect her. See you in the main venue." His tone was dramatic, causing Feng Ruodong to burst into laughter. "Wow, you're quite the popular one, aren't you?" Lin Ran remarked, feeling a bit helpless as boys jostled him on either side. "Let us run. We need to get to the main venue," Feng Ruodong urged. Just as Lin Ran was about to follow her, he suddenly paused, realizing, "Why should I leave? I'm here to promote. What are we running for? Aren't we supposed to be distributing flyers? These individuals are just perfect for the task," Lin Ran chuckled. Feng Ruodong paused, responding, "You truly can't hand out flyers? Why not, ha? This place is too chaotic. It's not suitable. Let's find a spot with fewer people," Lin Ran suggested with a smile. With a resigned nod, Feng Ruodong pulled Zhang Tiantian out and led Lin Ran away from the throng. After a brief moment, the trio arrived beside a flower bed that was undeniably exquisite, adorned not only with ordinary blossoms, but also with several floral spirit beasts fluttering about, tending to the plants. "Hey, aren't those Chun Xian and his crew?" Zhang Tiantian suddenly spotted a group of individuals on the opposite side of the flower bed. Feng Ruodong immediately looked up and nodded eagerly. "They're all from the male combat ranking list. That Chun Xian is ranked 7th. 7th. That is quite impressive, isn't it? If he is formidable, does that mean he is wealthy as well? Quick, go and catch their attention. Let the flyer distribution commence," Lin Ran urged. Chapter 47. The flyer campaign. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Feng Ruodong's cheeks flushed. After all, she was somewhat of a celebrity within the academy now, and engaging in such a humble endeavor felt rather embarrassing. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Ran chuckled. "What's wrong? Feeling shy? You promised me you wouldn't back out." Feng Ruodong quickly replied, "Not at all. I was just contemplating how to approach them." "Have you figured it out yet?" Lin Ran inquired. Feng Ruodong nodded affirmatively. "Then hurry up." With that, Feng Ruodong bit her lip and swiftly dragged Zhang Tiantian towards them. "Well, if it isn't classmate Feng," Chun Xian exclaimed, surprised to see Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian rushing towards him. "What brings you lovely ladies here?" Chun Xian was internally ecstatic. After all, this was the recently celebrated goddess. Could it be that she was interested in him? "Hello, Chun Xian. Please take a look at this flyer." "Thank you," Feng Ruodong said, her face turning crimson as she handed him a flyer. "Huh." Chun Xian stood there, bewildered. "What is going on?" "This is a shop specializing in cultivating snow spirit beasts. The owner is quite skilled in breeding. If you're interested, you should take a look," Feng Ruodong stated, her cheeks burning, and after hastily finishing, she dashed away. Chun Xian remained frozen in place, utterly perplexed. Had they come to promote something? No way. He was already intrigued. And they were offering him this? Meanwhile, Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian hurriedly distributed flyers to the others in Chun Xian's entourage, then sighed in relief and made their escape. As they watched the two goddesses retreat, the boys were left in a state of shock, their admiration for the goddesses crumbling in an instant. "Boss, I've handed them out," Feng Ruodong panted as she returned to Lin Ran's side. "Well done. All my efforts in cultivating your snow spirit beast have not been in vain." Lin Ran beamed at the two goddesses, nodding approvingly. "Let us continue distributing until we've given out every flyer." Lin Ran encouraged. "All right." Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian exchanged determined glances, a resolute expression on their faces. Thus, the trio wandered through the academy, handing out flyers to everyone they encountered. Unsurprisingly, each person wore a look of astonishment and apprehension upon seeing them. Lin Ran, too, was busy handing out flyers, but he could not compete with the allure of the two goddesses. Move aside, move aside. Who are they? Why is there such aggressive promotion in the academy? Security. Where's the security? Feeling helpless, Lin Ran decided to entrust all the flyers to Feng Ruodong and her companion, quietly waiting on the sidelines. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian shared a wry smile when suddenly, Feng Ruodong's eyes brightened, and she pulled Zhang Tiantian away. Moments later, they returned to Lin Ran's side. "Where are the flyers? Did you finish distributing them so quickly?" Lin Ran asked in surprise. "We were too slow, so I gave them to some others to hand out." "That's much faster, ha!" Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian laughed joyfully. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Wow. You're learning to develop your own little team. Did you tell them to specifically target those who appear powerful and wealthy? Lin Ran pressed. Naturally. Feng Ruodong nodded vigorously, though her face was beet red, avoiding Lin Ran's gaze like a student caught in wrongdoing, feeling quite guilty. Lin Ran understood immediately, but chose not to call her out. After all, in such a lively atmosphere, if one student spread the word, 10 would follow, and soon everyone would know boss. The semifinals for the entire grade have commenced, although I'm scheduled to compete last. The matches are quite thrilling. Would you like to watch? Feng Ruodong asked. Lin Ran nodded. After all, the task of distributing flyers was complete, and now he just needed her to promote his shop during the competition. Everything would fall perfectly into place, and the shop's reputation would surely soar, leading to a steady influx of business. Let us go watch the match, Lin Ran agreed, following the two girls into the grand arena. The arena was the largest competition venue at the Xianzhong Beast Academy, sprawling enough to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. The main stage was akin to the size of dozens of football fields. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. That moment. Lin Ran was astonished to see a familiar face in the front row of the audience. Chun from the Sacred Light treasure hunting team, surrounded by a group of individuals clad in identical uniforms. Clearly a team. What are they doing here? Are they here to recruit? Lin Ran chuckled. However, with so many attendees, Chun and his crew did not notice Lin Ran, who preferred to avoid any unnecessary trouble and quietly sat beside Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian. Look, that is Yang Long from Class 2, Year 2. Zhang Tiantian exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a muscular young man on stage, standing about 6 feet tall. Feng Ruodong quickly nodded. Yang Long was quite memorable to her. He was the class leader of Year 2. Having achieved the rank of a 3-star beast tamer at just 17 years old, he excelled in utilizing combat-type spirit beasts and was renowned as one of the leading candidates for the championship among second-year students. Lin Ran focused intently on the match, eager to gauge the prowess of these so-called elite academy students. With a resounding boom, Yang Long's spirit beast, a massive gorilla clad in red boxing gloves, landed a devastating punch on his opponent, sending shockwaves through the audience. The referee activated a protective barrier just in time to shield the spectators below. That is a formidable punch King Gorilla Beast, an 8th-tier bloodline spirit beast, although it's currently only a 4th-tier upper class. That punch is extraordinary. This fellow has trained it quite well, Lin Ran observed, nodding subtly. Yang Long is incredible. I heard he has already received an invitation from the military. Upon graduation, he can intern with the Special Forces. And I've heard the treasure hunting team is also trying to recruit him. I'm so envious. Zhang Tiantian gushed, gazing at the stage with admiration. Feng Ruodong was equally astonished. The current students were exceptionally impressive. Even though she was a year older, she couldn't be sure she would win against them, especially since she had only managed to reach the semifinals by relying on her Ice Snow Spirit Beast. Don't be too anxious, Ruodong. After all, didn't you also receive invitations from the treasure hunting team and the military? Have you decided where you want to go after graduation? Zhang Tiantian asked. Chapter 48. Semifinals. Hearing this, Lin Ran interjected. Do students here typically return to the treasure hunting team or the military after graduation? Zhang Tiantian shook her head vigorously. Not at all. It's not that simple. To enter the military, you either need to shine brightly at the academy to receive a recommendation letter or apply to the Beast Military Academy. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to get in. The so-called Beast Military Academy is specifically designed to train talents for the military. Students graduating from there almost always have the opportunity to join the armed forces. However, even if you gain admission, if your abilities are average, you'll likely just end up in the city guard, and some unfortunate ones may be assigned to the outer city. Yet, if an opportunity arises to be promoted to the Special Forces, that would be something remarkable. Special Forces? What is that? Lin Ran inquired further. That's where the elite of the military congregate. The entry requirements are incredibly high. You either need to achieve significant merit or catch the eye of a military bigwig. Otherwise, it's generally unattainable. Zhang Tiantian elaborated. Lin Ran was taken aback, immediately recalling a Taiheng medal nestled in his arms. So, this was what he meant. No wonder those individuals had regarded him with such predatory gazes at that time. As for the treasure hunting team, it shouldn't be so complicated, right? Lin Ran continued to inquire. Far from it. Did you see those seated in the front row? They are all exceptionally talented treasure-hunting teams from the inner city. Gaining entry requires a recommendation. Otherwise, it's quite challenging, and there's a high likelihood you'll be assigned to an outer city team. In summary, if you don't achieve a commendable ranking in this year's assessment. Securing a bright future will be exceedingly difficult. Zhang Tiantian shook his head helplessly, casting an envious glance at Feng Ruodong. Lin Ran was astonished, not expecting such fierce internal competition at the so-called strongest academy for extraordinary beasts. His mind wandered back to the invitations from those two esteemed seniors. Isn't that Feng Ruodong? At that moment, a voice, rich and magnetic, resonated nearby. Feng Ruodong hurriedly turned her gaze and saw 4 or 5 individuals approaching. With the leader sporting a close-cropped black hairstyle and deep-set eyes, adorned with an earring on his left ear, while the others obediently trailed behind him like lackeys. Sheng Ning, Feng Ruodong exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Isn't your class on the other side? She felt a surge of anxiety, for this individual was her upcoming rival, immensely popular within the academy, the class leader of Year 3. Class 2, he had become a 4-star beast tamer at the tender age of 19, making him exceptionally formidable among his peers, coupled with his affluent background and striking looks, naturally rendering him a heartthrob for many girls in the academy. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, Feng Ruodong was acutely aware of her slim chances of victory. Yet, she couldn't afford to give up. As it pertained to her future, she had to fight with all her might. And thus, she cast a glance at Lin Ran. Haha, I came specifically to find you. Your Snow Maiden beast is no ordinary creature, is it? I took the liberty of reviewing your competition records over the past few days. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an Ice Snow Maiden beast, correct? Shang Ning observed with a smile. Feng Ruodong was momentarily taken aback, after learning from Lin Ran that her Snow Maiden beast had evolved. She had promptly informed her teacher and deliberately concealed its true form. How could he see through it so easily? Lin Ran also felt a twinge of surprise. This fellow seemed to possess keen insight and appeared quite affluent based on his attire. Not bad, perhaps he could seize an opportunity to converse further. He chuckled inwardly. Have you discovered my secret? Are you planning to target me? Feng Ruodong retorted. Not at all. I merely wish to ascertain who is capable of transforming an ordinary Snow Maiden beast into an Ice Snow Maiden beast. Don't tell me you raised it yourself. I simply want to believe that, Sheng Ning replied, his face radiant with a smile. He had already conducted some research on this girl who had recently emerged from obscurity. Discovering her frequent visits to the outer city, which piqued his curiosity, was there someone noteworthy in the outer city? Mind your own business. Our Ruodong Snow Maiden beast is innately powerful. Just make sure you don't lose too embarrassingly later. Feng Ruodong was about to speak when Zhang Tiantian interrupted her, retorting without mercy. Huh? Sheng Ning is merely curious. Why the fuss? Regardless, it's all the same in the end. You will lose. Indeed, have you heard of Shanggu's Golden Silk Dragon Python? That's an 8th-tier lineage beast, already at the upper 5th tier. It's not something your half-baked Ice Snow Maiden beast can compare to. It possesses dragon lineage. Don't be too frightened when you see it. One of Sheng Ning's lackeys chimed in. Upper 5th tier. Feng Ruodong's face fell in shock. Her Ice Snow Maiden beast was only at the upper 4th tier, and her opponent was significantly ahead. Furthermore, he was a 4-star beast tamer. She suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over her. This was nearly an unwinnable battle. A beast with a diluted dragon lineage, truly that formidable? Surely not. Lin Ran interjected. Do not underestimate hybrid dragon serpents. Even if a true dragon were to arrive, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee defeat. Feng Ruodong's dull eyes brightened. Really? It was important to note that her most impressive beast had been nurtured by Lin Ran himself, and she held great faith in his words. Who are you? Sheng Ning suddenly turned to Lin Ran with a perplexed expression, recognizing him as a stranger, clearly not a member of the academy. He is the owner of a highly proficient breeding shop. His prowess is unfathomable. You wish to know who raised the Snow Maiden beast? It's him, Zhang Tiantian promptly clarified, raising an eyebrow at Lin Ran. Seemingly asking, how is that for a smooth introduction? Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. Well done. The owner, the one who bred the Ice Snow Maiden beast? Sheng Ning was utterly astonished, struggling to believe that this young man, seemingly of similar age, was indeed the proprietor of the breeding shop, and had nurtured the ice snow maiden beast. Is this true? Phone classmate? Sheng Ning asked incredulously. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Feng Ruotong felt considerably bolstered and smiled as she nodded at Sheng Ning. This is Boss Lin. He helped me raise my extraordinary beast. Sheng Ning was dumbfounded. If Zhang Tiantian were to deceive him, that would be one thing, but Feng Ruotong had no reason to lie. Having reached the semifinals, which was pivotal for her future, who would risk their reputation with falsehoods, especially when everyone believed that the Snow Maiden beast was her own creation? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Sheng Ning's mind. Yet he maintained a smile as he addressed Lin Ran. Boss Lin, you truly are an impressive young talent, capable of nurturing such a remarkable Snow Maiden beast. May I inquire where you studied? Does your shop employ any master-level breeders? Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. I have no master. I am the sole one in the shop. Sheng Ning was not taken aback. After all, some extraordinary individuals preferred to remain low-key, and surely their disciples would keep secrets. He quickly smiled. If Boss Lin prefers not to elaborate, that is quite all right. May I inquire where your shop is located? I hope to have the opportunity to enlist your services in nurturing my golden silk dragon python. Of course, I'm willing to pay any price. Or if you perceive money as trivial, my family still possesses some influence in the inner city. Whatever you desire, I shall endeavor to procure it. Chapter 49. It's him. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian exchanged knowing smiles. Money may be trivial to some, but to him, it was of utmost importance. Lin Ran, overhearing Sheng Ning's words, couldn't help but smile. This kid was quite astute. However, money was not trivial. I'm quite busy, but if you genuinely wish for my assistance, that could be arranged, although I would need to assess your sincerity first. Lin Ran adjusted his mindset and stated, That's straightforward. What does Boss Lin require? Sheng Ning promptly inquired. 100,000. That's the fee for my assistance. Lin Ran declared without hesitation. As he spoke, Lin Ran discreetly checked with the system regarding the current pricing for the intermediate breeding platform, which had astonishingly increased to 100,000. In that moment, Lin Ran felt an immense sense of joy, though he still managed to keep his composure. Feng Ruotong and Zhang Tiantian were both left stunned. Wasn't the fee previously 50,000? How had it suddenly doubled in just a few days? Although they were aware of Lin Ran's exceptional breeding skills, believing in a 5,000 fee for one day was already hard to accept. Now that it had escalated to 100,000, who would believe that? They couldn't help but rummage through their pockets, realizing they would have no funds for future breeding. Sigh. Feng Ruodong silently sighed. Upon hearing her sigh, Lin Ran cast a glance at Feng Ruodong. What did that look mean? Are you looking down on me for being broke? This is so tough. 100,000? Sheng Ning was momentarily taken aback by Lin Ran's statement. Looking at him with curiosity, it wasn't the fee that startled him, but rather, it was only 100,000. If a Snow Maiden beast could be directly bred into something so formidable, his golden silk dragon python would be nothing short of extraordinary. This fee seemed too reasonable. From Sheng Ning's previous experiences, he knew that such extraordinarily potent breeding shops typically had master-level breeders, with fees starting in the hundreds of thousands, and some were even impossible to book despite months of waiting. Absolutely no problem. Sheng Ning immediately nodded in agreement, while Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian gaped in astonishment. The world of the wealthy was truly unfathomable. 100,000, and he didn't even bat an eye. How enviable. Lin Ran was equally surprised. He had anticipated that the 100,000 fee might scare him off, yet he agreed so readily. Such is the world of the affluent. How delightful. At the same time, I couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Had it not been for the system's intervention, I would have boldly offered 200,000 just now. With this attitude, it would not have been out of the question. Yet, despite the excitement, I must remain composed and not let him see my eagerness. Ahem. Very well. Let's do it this way. You may come by at any time over the next few days, and I shall assist you with your training. However, I might be rather busy, so if you do decide to come, I can reserve a spot for you in advance. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, attempting to feign indifference towards the monetary aspect while discreetly handing a small card to Sheng Ning. Beside them, Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian felt a twinge of embarrassment. This fellow truly had no shame that is the shop really that busy. If it weren't for our patronage, who else would bother to visit? Such audacity! All right. Sheng Ning promptly accepted the card, studying it intently, and was immediately taken aback that a shop in the outer city. When did such a nurturing establishment open there? I have never heard of Ran's pet house before. He turned to the others, whispering inquiries, but all he received were blank stares. It was not that Sheng Ning lacked belief. Quite the opposite. He was utterly convinced. This was clearly a store run by a recluse of extraordinary skill. He silently pondered. I must visit it without fail. By the way, did Lin Boss just claim that the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast is not afraid even of true dragon-type beasts? That seems rather implausible that if the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast could defeat my Golden Sill Dragon Python, I could almost accept it, but overcoming a genuine dragon-type beast, that seems utterly inconceivable. After all, in the minds of many, dragon-type beasts are often regarded as immensely powerful. If we were to categorize the strength of these beasts into a pyramid, dragon-type creatures would undoubtedly occupy the apex. As for the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast, while formidable, it would only rank in the mid-tier at best. What is impossible? Lin Ran responded with a hint of nonchalance. Currently, this Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast might not be capable of such feats. But that does not mean it is utterly unachievable. Have you heard of the Ice Emperor beast? The Ice Emperor beast, upon hearing those 3 words, Sheng Ning was momentarily frozen in shock. That is the Ice Emperor beast, the legendary divine beast. The strongest of ice-type creatures, and the progenitor of all Snow Maiden beasts, a sovereign-like entity. However, it is said that this beast has been completely extinct, having not been seen on Blue Sea Star for centuries. The Ice Emperor beast is indeed powerful, but it is an extinct creature. Lin Boss must be exaggerating. Sheng Ning exhaled softly. Nearby, Feng Ruodong was equally taken aback upon hearing about the Ice Emperor beast. How could one even draw a connection between her Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast and such a fearsome creature? Although she was aware of Lin Ran's exceptional nurturing skills, it was hardly plausible that he could transform her beast into the Ice Emperor beast. Surely he was merely boasting. Haha, I merely mentioned it in passing. However, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast is still quite strong, so do not underestimate it. Lin Ran chuckled lightly, stating that he had only made that comment offhandedly. The notion of the Ice Emperor beast appearing was utterly impossible. It seemed that not just the Ice Emperor beast, but most of the ancient divine beasts had vanished, with the timeline being quite recent. Yet, the specifics were not elaborated upon in the System-S compendium, leading him to believe there must be some undisclosed secret behind it. Thank you, Lin Boss, for the reminder. I shall take my leave now, and I will certainly visit your shop another day. Sheng Ning clasped his hands together and, after addressing Lin Ran, departed with his companions. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, internally appreciating Sheng Ning's character, though somewhat pretentious. He was still quite reasonable, much better than that Su Hong he encountered in the space-time rift. Both were scions of wealthy families, yet the disparity was remarkable. Once Sheng Ning had left, Feng Ruodong hurriedly asked Lin Ran, Boss, did you actually see the Ice Emperor beast? Is it possible for my Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast to... Are you dreaming? I merely mentioned it to unsettle him. You truly believe I possess the ability to evolve your beast into the Ice Emperor beast? Lin Ran swiftly interrupted Feng Ruodong, laughing. Feng Ruodong fell silent, obediently watching the competition. Before long, the final match of the second-year exhibition concluded, and the participants exited in an orderly fashion as announced by the host. Following the second-year competition, the most anticipated event of the day, the third-year semifinals, the Final Four, was about to commence, marking their last significant assessment in this academy, which would dictate their future. Each individual was eager, ready to showcase their prowess. Chapter 50. The competition begins all right. We are about to witness the most exciting segment of this year's major assessment, the graduation evaluation for the third-year students. Please welcome the first competitors, Feng Ruodong from Class 3, Year 3, and Sheng Ning from Class 2, Year 3. A round of applause, please, the host passionately announced. Sheng Ning, It's your turn. In the area for Class 2, Sheng Ning sat amidst a group of exceptionally well-dressed girls. Surrounded as if he were the center of a galaxy, radiating brilliance. As soon as the name Sheng Ning was mentioned, the girls in the audience erupted in fervor. The presence of such a male idol on stage was akin to the excitement of meeting a superstar. With composure, Sheng Ning stood up, adjusted his hairstyle, and leisurely made his way onto the stage. With a wave of his right hand, a flash of light revealed a tiger clad in golden armor. Sporting magnificent wings that, in an instant, Sheng Ning leapt onto its back, presenting a grand entrance. The leap generated a powerful gust of wind that tousled the meticulously styled hair of the boys in the front row, leaving them flushed and cursing under their breath. What arrogance! Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks he has something special. He should be wary of being struck by lightning for his pretentiousness. The girls, however, were completely enraptured, their excitement reaching dizzying heights upon witnessing Sheng Ning's spectacular entrance. In the other section for Class 3, upon hearing her name announced, Feng Ruotong felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Her lips turning pale. Ruotong, it's your turn, go for it. Zhang Tiantian beside her cheered her on. Ruotong, you are the last competitor from our class. Give it your all. Ruotong, go for it. Ruotong, go for it. The boys from her class also shouted enthusiastically. Seeing her anxious expression, Lin Ran quickly reminded her, don't be nervous. Trust in the ice sky, snow maiden beast. Feng Ruotong nodded firmly, taking a deep breath as she stepped onto the stage. Her entrance was far less flamboyant, as most of the audience remained captivated by Sheng Ning's striking entrance, hardly noticing that Feng Ruotong had quietly walked onto the stage. That Feng Ruotong? Indeed, she is stunning. I heard she's the only one from her class to advance. How impressive. Absolutely. She is making us female students proud. Go, Ruotong. As some students regained their composure, they began to cheer for Feng Ruotong. Eager to witness the girl who had captured the Academy's attention in recent days, that the golden-armored flying tiger, a 7th-tier bloodline beast, it appears to be at least 5th tier. Wait, this golden-armored flying tiger seems a bit too large. Is it already in its mature form? Impossible. Sheng Ning is only a 4-star. He shouldn't be able to control a mature golden-armored flying tiger. T must be a variant. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. The prominent figures from the treasure hunting team and the military observe in hushed tones, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration as they regarded Sheng Ning. Feng Ruotong, too, was taken aback. The tiger clan beasts are among the fiercest, second only to dragon-type beasts. Although this golden-armored flying tiger is not purebred, its lineage is remarkably pure, being a descendant of the 9th-tier sacred golden tiger king, wielding both earth and lightning attributes, and possessing immense strength. Feng Ruotong quickly regained her focus, her expression serious as she regarded Sheng Ning. With a wave of her right hand, a small purple-haired sprite appeared, the purple snowflake mark on its forehead gleaming brilliantly. This could be my final battle at the Academy. I cannot hold back any longer. In the previous matches, I had followed the instructor's advice and concealed some abilities of the Ice Sky Snow Maiden Beast. But now I shall reveal its full potential. That is the Ice Sky Snow Maiden Beast. My heavens, such an extraordinarily rare creature appearing here. Has she been hiding her strength all along? Director Yi. This female student grows more impressive in my eyes with each moment. A burly bald man in the front row exclaimed excitedly to Yi Kuei, how could she possibly belong to my military? She clearly belongs in my domain. A female officer clad in dark green and wearing a red beret interjected. Why must you covet her? I noticed her first. It is you who is being unreasonable. Yi Kuei felt utterly helpless. Why were these two once again vying for supremacy? However, one could hardly blame them, for who would not be tempted to compete for such an outstanding student? Moreover, Feng Ruotong's family background was rather ordinary, devoid of any intricate connections, making students like her prime candidates for contention. Yet it was not to say that Sheng Ning lacked admirers. Rather, his formidable lineage had already paved a preordained path for him, rendering any contest for his favor futile. Indeed, the ice celestial snow beast had been nurtured exceptionally well. Sheng Ning regarded it with admiration, casting a glance towards the audience to acknowledge Lin Ran with a nod. Lin Ran responded with a serene smile, exuding calmness. Well then, are both sides prepared? I need not reiterate the rules. No harming of the beasts, let alone injuring one another. Violators will face expulsion. The competition begins now. The judge pronounced with solemnity. The ice celestial snow beast regarded the golden-armored flying tiger with a gaze as frigid as ice, its expression devoid of emotion, radiating an air of aloofness. Upon laying eyes on the ice celestial snow beast, the golden-armored flying tiger instantly sensed an overwhelming threat. A primal instinct of absolute suppression coursed through its veins, sending shivers down its spine. Yet, as a member of the tiger clan, pride welled within. Even against a seemingly insurmountable adversary, it was determined to fight valiantly. Sheng Ning's mind resonated with the emotions of the golden-armored flying tiger. Gently encouraging, do not fear. Give it your all. The golden-armored flying tiger nodded, its gaze fixed intently on the ice celestial snow beast, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if on the brink of explosion. In a sudden burst of action, the golden-armored flying tiger took the initiative, flapping its wings and leaping into the air. Its golden armor glistening brilliantly, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the venue, causing many spectators to clutch their ears in discomfort. Yet the ice celestial snow beast remained unfazed, its cold eyes fixed on its opponent, as if regarding a mere inanimate object, devoid of any sentiment. With a light step, it pressed its right foot against the ground, and in an instant, a thick layer of ice and snow spread across the entire arena, an expanse equivalent to dozens of football fields. Instantly frozen over, the temperature plummeted rapidly, leaving numerous spectators trembling from the chill. Simultaneously, the red alarm sirens blared, startling several judges, who activated the protective barrier for the arena, their expressions betraying shock at the ice celestial snow beast's power. Such strength, it could trigger an alarm, truly terrifying. Chapter 51. Star shift. The temperature on stage plummeted to freezing. Had the ice celestial snow beast not cast a protective barrier, Feng Ruodong would likely have been unable to withstand the biting cold. Beside her, Sheng Ning's expression shifted as he unleashed his star spirit power to withstand the chill 0.0-degree fist. Feng Ruodong urgently commanded the ice celestial snow beast to execute its most potent combination skill. Clearly intent on denying her opponent any opportunity, countless icy currents converged upon the petite right fist of the ice celestial snow beast. Since its evolution, the power of this punch had vastly surpassed its former strength. It rightfully deserved a new name, Absolute Zero Fist. In a flash, the ice celestial snow beast vanished from sight. Sheng Ning remained vigilant, acutely aware of the potential danger, for he recognized this combination skill all too well. It had annihilated the flame spirit tiger, another member of the tiger clan in the preliminary rounds, and he dared not underestimate it. He mentally urged the golden-armored flying tiger to stay alert, prepared for a sudden assault. The ice celestial snow beast disappearance was entirely facilitated by its absolute ice domain skill, a unique ability of its ghostly lineage, allowing it to meld seamlessly with the surrounding icy air, becoming invisible and poised to strike with lethal precision. This golden-armored flying tiger is far too vigilant. Feng Ruodong thought anxiously. Unlike other Tiger Clan beasts known for their raw offensive power, this one excelled in defense, its golden armor providing remarkable resilience. Unless it revealed a weakness, defeating it would be no simple task. What is the matter? Are you afraid to strike? Sheng Ning observed Feng Ruodong's indecision, sensing a sense of relief wash over him. She was clearly wary of the golden-armored flying tiger's defensive capabilities. Since you've chosen to remain passive, I shall make my move. Without the protection of your beast, you are in grave danger. Sheng Ning's expression turned icy as he addressed Feng Ruodong. Saintly main armor. Activate, he commanded in his mind. Instantly, the armor adorning the golden-armored flying tiger transformed into radiant light, coalescing into two golden rings that orbited around its form. Its eyes shimmered with golden brilliance. And with a powerful flap of its massive wings, it surged towards Feng Ruodong. He discarded the armor. Feng Ruodong was taken aback by the sight of the two radiant rings, but soon realized that it was not a relinquishment of defense, but rather an enhancement, simultaneously amplifying its offensive power for a brief period. This was the unique trait of the golden-armored flying tiger, setting it apart from other defensive beasts, though this technique could only be sustained for 3 minutes, during which the saintly main armor would lose all its capabilities. It was sufficient to secure victory within that time frame. Yet, Feng Ruodong would not allow him to achieve his aim. Numerous small schemes had already been planted in her mind. Recognizing the golden-armored flying tiger's formidable defense, she understood that relying solely on the absolute zero fist would be ineffective. But what of Sheng Ning? At that moment, the golden-armored flying tiger was in its most powerful offensive state. Would commanding the ice celestial snow beast to attack Sheng Ning not seal the victory? Now, Feng Ruodong shouted decisively. Suddenly, an intense chill emanated from behind Sheng Ning, twin violet eyes fixated on him, as a hand pressed firmly onto his right shoulder. Had the rules of the competition not prohibited physical harm, the match might have concluded at that instant. The formidable golden-armored flying tiger halted abruptly, attempting to turn back to save its master, but it was too late. The first match could not possibly end here. How many semifinalists lacked contingency plans? Moreover, the opponent was Sheng Ning, a wealthy and powerful figure. Ah, you astonish me. It seems your true target has always been me, Sheng Ning remarked to Feng Ruodong with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the looming threat. And if so, surrender and concede the next round. Feng Ruodong replied, her anxious demeanor easing somewhat. Surrender. Are you certain of your victory? Sheng Ning suddenly laughed heartily, his body radiating a pale blue light. His acupoints erupted with intense brilliance, and in a heartbeat, he vanished, replaced by the enraged, golden-armored flying tiger, its golden claws swinging like axes toward the ice celestial snow beast. Saintly shadow claw. With a resounding crash, the ice celestial snow beast was hurled backward, crashing into the protective barrier, which instantly shifted from soft yellow to a vibrant red. In a shocking turn of events, the golden-armored flying tiger, once near Feng Ruodong, had transformed back into Sheng Ning, who shot her a sly grin. I've thoroughly researched every skill of your ice celestial snow beast and was well prepared. What now? Even your strongest beast has been defeated. Do you have any tricks left? Star Shift. Feng Ruodong was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? The Star Shift allowed one to instantaneously swap places with their beast, achieving an element of surprise, an almost flawless strategic skill. Its only drawback was the immense energy consumption. And even Sheng Ning, a 4-star beast tamer, could use it only once. Thus, the timing of its deployment was critical, and Sheng Ning had executed it flawlessly. Caught off guard, the ice celestial snow beast had been struck full force by the 5th-tier golden-armored flying tiger. While it itself was merely a 4th-tier beast, likely rendering it incapable of further combat. The scene left the audience in stunned silence, a wave of astonishment sweeping through the crowd. Star Shift, he possesses such a rare beast tamer skill. Truly, he is the pinnacle among all the male students in the school. How enviable. Is this what a senior-level duel looks like? So powerful. The 1st and 2nd-year students buzzed with excitement, particularly the boys, who felt a mix of envy and admiration. How could such a vast disparity exist among individuals of the same species? The female students, on the other hand, were utterly captivated by Sheng Ning, their eyes sparkling with admiration, almost drooling in awe. Hey, watch it, one called out. Mind your own business. Sheng Ning is the best. Go Sheng Ning. Beneath a spontaneous chorus of cheers erupted. How exhilarating. Is it truly the case that such a level of beast-taming skill, akin to Star Shift, has already emerged in this semifinal? This Sheng Ning is remarkable indeed. Alas, Feng Ruodong also possesses formidable strength and demonstrates an impeccable grasp of the timing within the battle. Had her opponent not wielded such an almost unfair skill as Star Shift, she would likely have claimed victory in this first round. Indeed, that Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast is extraordinary, capable of unleashing such a formidable absolute ice domain, even at the 4th-tier position. Its training is astonishingly powerful. What a pity! What a pity! The esteemed guests in the audience engaged in fervent discussions, some lauding Sheng Ning, while others expressed regret for Feng Ruodong. Chapter 52. Out of control? No, look at the expression of the golden-armored flying tiger. Is it fear? A man from the guest seating suddenly shouted. All eyes turned towards the golden-armored flying tiger. which was now bristling with fur, trembling as it cautiously approached Sheng Ning, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. What is happening? Sheng Ning sensed the fear emanating from the golden-armored flying tiger within her mind, utterly puzzled. Hadn't they won? Meanwhile, Feng Ruodong was stunned, her ice sky snow maiden beast's contract with her suddenly vibrating violently. Instantly awakened, she hurriedly transmitted commands to the ice sky snow maiden beast, but received no response. It was as if her words had vanished into the abyss. The ice sky snow maiden beast, which had previously collapsed to the ground, suddenly levitated, a pale blue light shimmering from its body as it grew in size, transforming from the stature of a child to that of a girl matching Feng Ruodong's height. Its iconic purple hair cascaded down to its ankles, and its round, large eyes became chillingly cold, while the purple snowflake mark on its forehead radiated a dazzling brilliance. IT has grown again. No, this is the Ice Emperor's blessing. Feng Ruodong suddenly understood. Her beast had not been defeated, on the contrary. It had awakened its most potent power. Yet instead of feeling exhilarated, she was overcome with fear. When a beast fails to respond to its master, it can only mean one thing. It is on the brink of losing control. Feng Ruodong could not allow this to happen. As long as she remained at the 4th tier level, she would surely be able to maintain control. Thus, she quickly concentrated her star spirit power and infused it into the beast contract. Ah, it seems I have underestimated your ice sky, snow maiden beast. Perhaps this is its true form at this moment. Sheng Ning also grasped why the golden-armored flying tiger was so frightened. Yet he did not falter. He remained confident that he would win this match. But just as Sheng Ning finished speaking, a beam of purple light, imbued with a chilling power, pierced through the golden-armored flying tiger behind him. Its golden armor shattered abruptly, revealing a massive purple snowflake mark on its chest, as a mouthful of blood was expelled. Its eyes vacant as it collapsed to the ground. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with onlookers gazing in terror at the unfolding events. IT is the Ice Emperor's light. How is this possible? How could it execute such a move? Could it be a return to ancestry? My heavens, it is utterly monstrous. The dignitaries in the audience were astounded. If this ice sky snow maiden beast had indeed returned to its ancestral form, it could only lead to one outcome. It would undoubtedly ascend to a 9th tier beast, and perhaps even evolve into a divine beast. No, this Ice Emperor's light is incomplete. It has not truly returned to its ancestry. An elderly man with graying hair remarked calmly, "The power is too weak. If it were the genuine Ice Emperor's light, it would not merely leave a purple snowflake on its chest. It could likely obliterate the golden-armored flying tiger." Nevertheless, despite this, the golden-armored flying tiger is severely injured. That little girl has already won the first round. The elder's words resonated with the crowd, who nodded in agreement. If returning to ancestry were so simple, why has the Ice Emperor beast not appeared even once in 1,000 years? They had all been too overly excited. Yet even so, the strength of this ice sky snow maiden beast is undeniably formidable. Capable of decimating a creature that had a significant lead, this moment. Sheng Ning's expression was one of sheer terror. He had just felt the threat of death. Had it been aimed at him, the consequences would be unfathomable. A weakened Ice Emperor's light? This ice sky snow maiden beast has truly astonished me. I concede this round. Sheng Ning stroked the collapsed golden-armored flying tiger, his face grim. Several beast medical personnel rushed forward to assess the situation of the golden-armored flying tiger, their expressions filled with shock. Is it possible for a 4th tier beast to inflict such damage? Its internal organs are largely frozen, its heart is half frozen, and it is on the brink of death. Had that beam of light struck its heart with greater accuracy, the outcome would have been irreversible. A medical personnel hastily produced a vial of fiery red potion and administered it to the golden-armored flying tiger. "Sheng, please retrieve it into the beast space for a period of rest, and it should recover." The medical personnel sighed in relief. Sheng Ning nodded, waving his right hand to recall the beast. The first round is won by Feng Ruodong, with a severe warning issued. The referee's face was filled with anger. Fortunately, no major incident occurred, or it could have been disastrous. Feng Ruodong wore a bitter smile. Just as she prepared to regain control over the ice sky snow maiden beast, she realized it was too late. It had executed a move she had never encountered before, one that was terrifyingly powerful. Thankfully, at the critical moment, she managed to regain control of the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast and successfully altered the trajectory of the Ice Emperor's light. Or else a grave mistake would have ensued. Lin Ran had already sensed that something was amiss with the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast, feeling quite anxious as sweat dripped from his brow. But fortunately, Feng Ruodong managed to regain control. You really gave me a scare. Lin Ran exhaled deeply that it was indeed a close call, should any unfortunate incident have occurred, resulting in the death of the opposing beast. He would have borne the blame for cultivating a beast that a tamer could not control, ruining the shop's reputation, and ensuring no customers would return. The arena fell silent. The audience, who had initially cheered for Sheng Ning, now faced a dramatic turn of events. Sheng Ning had lost the first round. This Feng Ruodong is remarkably strong. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The second round of the competition is about to commence. As both sides prepare to summon their beasts, the referee, regaining composure, announced, "Let the second round begin." Sheng Ning's expression had been cold and stern since earlier. He could not afford to lose again. He must defeat this Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast. And the only way to achieve that was to summon a beast with a bloodline closely related to it. With a single wave of his hand, a colossal portal appeared, and a massive dragon's head emerged from within. Following that, a 100-meter-long serpentine body slithered forth, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly. In an instant, it soared into the air, the resounding roar of the dragon echoing throughout the entire arena. The golden silk dragon python, an 8th-tier bloodline beast, possessing a fragment of dragon lineage. This must be Sheng Ning's final trump card. Observing its size, it is evident that it has far surpassed the 5th-tier level. Has it been suppressed to maintain its rank? Many high-achieving students, teachers present, and dignitaries in the audience displayed expressions of utter astonishment upon witnessing the emergence of the golden silk dragon python. With such a massive size, it must already be a mature specimen. Yet its level remains forcibly maintained at the 5th-tier position. Truly terrifying. Chapter 53. Humiliation. This is a common practice among most beast tamers of Blue Sea Star, when a beast's level exceeds their own by 2 tiers or more. They often consume a type of pill known as the solidifying origin pill, which can seal the beast's level within a controllable range. That I estimate that this golden silk dragon python possesses true strength, at least at the 6th-tier level. In this round, Sheng Ning is serious. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Feng Ruodong, however, hesitated. Should she continue using the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast? Yet without it, her other beasts stood little chance in battle. What to do? Perhaps I should risk it. As long as I win this round, I will succeed. Gritting her teeth, Feng Ruodong commanded the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast to her side. All right, let the second round commence. With the referee's command, the match began anew. All eyes were fixed intently on Feng Ruodong. Could this girl advance further against such a formidable opponent? Would the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast create another miracle? Let us give our all. Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast. Feng Ruodong gently grasped the hand of the Ice Snow beast, saying, and the Ice Snow beast had already regained its senses, aside from its body still enveloped in the state of ice blessing. Everything else remained unchanged. T quickly nodded towards its master before casting a cold glance at the golden silk dragon python. Point 1, must admit that the sight of Feng Ruodong and the Ice Snow beast holding hands was extraordinarily harmonious, epitomizing the most striking characteristic of humanoid beasts, their profound humanity. Lin Ran was wholly engrossed in the competition, his complete attention fixated on the Ice Snow beast, which possessed an abundance of mysteries. How was that Ice Emperor light wielded? Was the previous mutation not thorough enough? Could it be that my predictions were accurate and it truly mutated towards the Ice Emperor beast? Lin Ran did not expect the Ice Snow beast to triumph over the golden silk dragon python. He merely hoped that no unforeseen incidents would occur during the ensuing match. For if Feng Ruodong were to falter, she might struggle to maintain control, although I am reluctant to employ this beast. For it would be most unjust to you, given that I am already a 4-star beast tamer, one level ahead of you, coupled with this golden silk dragon python, which possesses an actual strength of level 6. Your chances of victory are nearly non-existent. Yet, I must secure a win in this match. My golden silk dragon python wields both fire and lightning attributes, and as a dragon-type beast, its resistance is exceptionally high. Your frigid aura will have no effect in this battle, Sheng Ning declared coldly. Sheng Ning was not exaggerating. The ice layer on the field began to melt, the temperature rising rapidly, while lightning shadows surged around the golden silk dragon python, poised to erupt at any moment. Feng Ruotong momentarily froze, but quickly devised a counter-strategy to attain victory. She must first weaken the power of her opponent's beast, and with the Ice Snow beast currently in the state of Ice Blessing, a battle was not out of the question. Dream melodies. Feng Ruotong urgently conveyed a command in her mind. The Ice Snow beast gracefully ascended into the sky, its lithe form twisting as enchanting melodies filled the air, captivating the audience entirely. Upon hearing this, Sheng Ning snorted coldly, unleashing a resonating dragon's roar that pierced through the atmosphere, its authoritative sound echoing throughout the venue. The Ice Snow beast, suspended in midair, quivered, and the dream melodies were abruptly interrupted. This was the true power of the dragon's roar. It could shatter all sound-based skills. The audience was left in utter astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief at Sheng Ning's formidable prowess. Seeing the Ice Snow beast skill interrupted, Feng Ruotong was overwhelmed with shock. This was the first time a skill had been disrupted, and while in the state of Ice Blessing, the strength of the golden silk dragon python was indeed astonishing. As an 8th-tier beast, the Ice Snow beast could not tolerate having its skill interrupted by a mere roar. Its violet pupils fixed intently on the golden silk dragon python, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if the very air had frozen. Sheng Ning's expression softened, but he remained vigilant. After all, the Ice Snow beast had yet to unleash its previous attack, and should not be underestimated. Thunderfire Dragon Roar. Sheng Ning commanded the golden silk dragon python to launch an all-out assault on the Ice Snow beast. The enormous maw of the golden silk dragon python coalesced fire and thunderous energy, forming a powerful beam that hurtled towards the Ice Snow beast. Boom! The Ice Snow beast conjured a small iceberg from thin air, successfully blocking the attack. However, the sheer power of the strike shattered the iceberg into a flurry of ice shards. Remarkable! The ability to instantaneously gather ice elements to create such a formidable barrier was a testament to the prowess of high-tier beasts. The audience erupted in excitement, their cheers filling the air. Seeing this, Sheng Ning smiled slightly, commanding the golden silk dragon python to unleash several more potent skills. Lightning Charge, Thunderous Destruction, Dragon Flame Inferno, Fire Vortex, and Dragon Soul Gaze. Each of these techniques was a hallmark of high-tier beasts, showcasing the formidable offensive capabilities of the dragon lineage. The final technique, Dragon Soul Gaze, materialized the essence of the dragon's soul, instilling terror in lesser beasts, causing any with inferior lineage to cower in fear. Sheng Ning, however, did not direct all of the preceding skills of the Ice Snow beast. Rather, most of them exploded in the air like fireworks. Nevertheless, their power was still substantial, reducing the protective barrier to a violet state, leaving the ground in disarray. The arena's protective shield boasted 4 levels: pale yellow, red, purple, and gold. This series of skills had directly reduced the shield to level 3, demonstrating the overwhelming might of advanced beast skills. The audience gasped in astonishment. If all these attacks had landed on the Ice Snow beast, would it have survived? Initially, one might have thought the Ice Snow beast could contend with the golden silk dragon python. But it became apparent that such assumptions were gravely mistaken. This was an absolute rout. Even if it were to employ that Ice Emperor Light, victory was far from guaranteed. Feng Ruotong was now utterly dazed. Confronted by the overwhelming barrage of skills erupting around her, her legs turning to jelly, particularly at the sight of the dragon shadow behind the golden silk dragon python, which seemed to strike at her very soul. Sheng Ning smiled slightly. The focal point of this confrontation was the final skill, Dragon Soul Gaze, aimed directly at Feng Ruotong. As a young woman, her mental fortitude was undoubtedly crumbling. Feng Ruotong collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant, the profound terror coursing through her soul enveloping her entirely. She slowly rose, trembling as she stammered, "I admit." Just as Feng Ruotong prepared to utter those 3 words, the ice-snow beast unexpectedly went berserk. Chapter 54. Rampage. A piercing scream erupted from the throat of the ice-snow beast, and its aura surged violently, violet pupils radiating an intensely frigid energy, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Not good. Lin Rant's expression darkened. His worst fears had materialized. It was about to ascend. If it broke through to the 5th tier, Feng Ruodong would be utterly incapable of maintaining control, and it would inevitably go on a rampage. In the face of a rampaging beast, there was often only one solution. Annihilation. Though cruel, it was a necessary measure to prevent harm to humanity. However, Lin Ran was determined to prevent this occurrence. He swiftly retrieved a low-tier beast restraint lock that he had exchanged for points a few days prior. This item was initially intended for use in the Rift of Time and Space, but having found no suitable opportunity, it had been set aside. The low-tier beast restraint lock could capture beasts below the 5th tier, although it would be ineffective against the already bonded ice-snow beast. It could securely bind it and forcibly return it to the beast realm. Meanwhile, Feng Ruodong's face was marked by terror, her head pounding in that instant. The beast contract in her mind trembled violently, shattering, and she could no longer sense the ice-snow beast. Confronted with such a situation, she understood that only one possibility remained. It had gone berserk. What is happening? Has the ice-snow beast been frightened to the point of paralysis by the dragon's soul? Some students below began to whisper among themselves, completely oblivious to the fact that the ice-snow beast had already lost control. Not good. That aura indicates it is about to ascend. With Feng Ruodong's capabilities, she will be utterly unable to control it. In the match immediately, Yikuei suddenly stood up, shouting. The judges and academy mentors seated at the front sprang to their feet, their expressions grave as they rushed towards the stage. Just then, a massive golden chain materialized around the ice-snow beast, binding it securely. Who dares to disrupt the competition? One judge bellowed angrily. Do you not realize how dangerous this is? Lin Ran quietly stepped out from the side aisle and said nonchalantly, Apologies, I observed that this ice-snow beast was on the verge of rampaging. Unable to stand by idly, I intervened to restrain it. Who is this student, so ignorant of the dangers? Rampaging beasts are exceedingly perilous. What are you doing meddling? A short-haired, bespectacled male mentor reprimanded sternly, clearly mistaking Lin Ran for a student of the academy. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, standing quietly to the side. The trapped ice-snow beast initially struggled violently, but soon fell silent, appearing almost as though it were asleep. IT had truly quieted down. All the mentors and judges gazed in astonishment at the stage. Wait, it's that golden chain causing this. The short-haired teacher pointed at the stage. Feng Ruodong's headache gradually subsided, and the beast contract in her mind began to restore itself. Although the fracture had yet to fully mend, she could once again sense the presence of the ice-snow beast. Lin Baoshang, was this your doing? Feng Ruodong exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the ice-snow beast bound by the golden chain and noticing Lin Ran leaning casually against a nearby wall. You really know how to keep me on my toes. I finally made a trip to the academy, and here I am having to clean up your mess. Lin Ran leaned against the wall, his expression one of displeasure. Upon overhearing the conversation between Feng Ruodong and Lin Ran, the entire audience was left in a state of shock. What was happening? Wasn't there supposed to be a rampage? Was this control? And who was that youth from our academy? I've never seen him before. He certainly had an air of arrogance. Ruodong, did you just say he managed to subdue your beast? Hyun, the headmaster of Feng Ruodong's class, hurriedly ascended the stage to inquire. Feng Ruodong took a deep breath and replied, I apologize for causing you concern. I lost this match. This is Lin Ran, the owner. He is the one who helped me cultivate my Ice Queen beast. Leaping down from the stage, Feng Ruodong dragged Lin Ran to the center of the arena. Shouting, the audience fell into a profound silence. Who could believe such a claim? A youth of a similar age could cultivate such an extraordinary beast. Who are you trying to fool? A male student suddenly shouted from below. Feng Ruodong's face flushed with embarrassment. She had mustered the courage to speak, only to be met with skepticism. What a humiliation! Beside her, Hyun quickly grasped her hand and asked, Are you serious? I am serious. Teacher, don't be fooled by his nonchalant demeanor. He is truly unfathomable. The rampage of beasts is an incredibly dangerous matter, yet he managed to restrain it with a golden chain. I have gained even more admiration for him. Feng Ruodong whispered to He-Yun. He-Yun's expression shifted rapidly, and he emitted a powerful star spirit force toward Lin Ran. Are you trying to test me again? Lin Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as his mental power radiated without restraint. The star's spirit energy in the surrounding air spontaneously gravitated towards Lin Ran, enveloping him in a shimmering, light blue armor formed from the condensed star's spirit energy. It was simply magnificent. As He-Yun's star spirit energy approached Lin Ran, it vanished as if it had sunk into the ocean, gone without a trace. What? The manifestation of star spirit energy. How could this be possible? The judges, who had prepared to forcibly remove Lin Ran, were instantaneously rendered speechless. Indeed, they dared not take action. The manifestation of star spirit energy indicated that this seemingly youthful man was at least an 8-star beast tamer. You are an 8-star beast tamer? He-Yun could hardly believe it, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, then inwardly elated. He anticipated that fully unleashing his mental power would yield such an effect. The armor was simply too impressive. Ahem. And what of it? Lin Ran immediately feigned an air of superiority. Heavens, is there no justice left? I refuse to believe this is not an illusion. You are deceiving us. A radical male student abruptly stood up, pointing at Lin Ran and shouting. Lin Ran extended his right hand, and a gigantic hand formed from star spirit energy firmly grasped the student's body. Stop! At this point, Yi Kuei could no longer remain silent. He understood all too well how terrifying the manifestation of star spirit energy could be. At 53 years old, he had been an 8-star beast tamer for over 20 years. Yet he could never achieve the casual manifestation of star spirit energy as Lin Ran did. Moreover, that layer of light blue star spirit armor was likely beyond the capabilities of even 9-star beast tamers. I apologize. Our students were reckless, but I hope you can forgive us, Yi Kuei said solemnly, cupping his hands in respect towards Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled slightly, gently releasing the male student, who was now as pale as a ghost. Utterly dazed, so it is Brother Lin. Truly impressive skills. Ochin, a guest in the audience, recognized Lin Ran and quickly stood to clasp his hands in greeting. You know each other? The bald, muscular man asked in confusion. Not just acquaintances. We have faced life and death together. Haha. Ochin replied with a laugh. Brother Ochin, it's good to see you, Lin Ran responded promptly. Could it be that you are the one who saved them from the time rift on St. Emperor Mountain? Asked a man in green, standing beside Ochin. Ochin nodded and said, Lin Ran is my benefactor. Thanks to his help, we were able to escape the time rift on St. Emperor Mountain. The mention of the time rift left Feng Ruodong stunned, and He-Yun and the others nearby were equally astonished. This youth, appearing so young, was not only powerful, but also a treasure hunter, capable of rescuing Ochin from the St. Radiant's treasure hunting team. The colleagues surrounding Ochin and some high-ranking military officials quickly grabbed Ochin's hands, urging, quickly, tell us everything in detail. This is simply unbelievable. Ochin had always held Lin Ran's prowess in immense admiration, even feeling that this youth surpassed his older brother Oho in talent. The manifestation of star spirit energy before them was something his brother could not achieve. It was truly extraordinary. Soon, Ochin recounted the events that transpired in the time rift to the crowd, and at the conclusion, he once again cupped his hands in respect towards Lin Ran, saying, that is roughly what happened. I will repay Lin Ran's life-saving grace and the retrieval of the 6-tailed spirit fox. If you ever need anything, I will do my utmost to assist you. What? He possesses a 9-tier beast king, the Shadow Moon Hound. He single-handedly defeated an 8-tier Corpse King beast and an 8-tier Demon Eye beast. Is he even human? The crowd was filled with terror, and Yi Kuei was sweating profusely. How is it that, as the principal of the strongest beast academy in Xuanzhong City, he knew nothing of such a monstrous youth? What baffled him even more was that he was merely the owner of a cultivation shop in the outer city. As Lin Ran faced the astonished gazes of those around him, he felt a mix of helplessness and elation. It seemed he could no longer maintain a low profile. Meanwhile, Sheng Ning had been dumbfounded since Lin Ran took the stage. Initially, she had thought he relied on the presence of hidden masters in his family for his arrogance. But now she realized that was far from the truth. This youth, who appeared to be under 20, could actually defeat 8-tier beasts and was a master-level cultivator. Did this mean Lin Ran's strength surpassed everyone else's? She had once believed herself to be an extraordinary talent, but upon witnessing Lin Ran, she felt utterly ridiculous, realizing that while she was still striving, he had already reached the pinnacle in that instant. Sheng Ning was overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, simultaneously relieved that she had not lost her temper earlier due to Lin Ran's attitude. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ruotong, quickly return your Ice Queen beast to the beast space. You must not summon it until you reach 4-star beast tamer. Today you nearly tarnished the reputation of my shop and wasted a precious item. We shall settle this matter later, by the way. I trust you all received the flyers from my shop, West Alley in the Outer City, numbers 104-105. Do come and visit. After Lin Ran finished speaking, he dispelled the shimmering light blue armor and stepped back to his seat, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. However, inside, he was brimming with joy. He expected the mental power technique to be this powerful. As a mere 4-star beast tamer, he had managed to manifest such formidable star spirit energy. The grand spectacle of his dramatic entrance had surely left them all in awe. Reflecting on this, Lin Ran's tranquil face twitched slightly at the corners, though he quickly suppressed the smile. Such strength, such a powerful youth. I had never noticed before. Has the Outer City developed to such an extent? Yi Kuei pondered, feeling bewildered. Meanwhile, the students and guests observing the match had completely lost interest in the competition. Some were incessantly questioning Ocean for details, while others rushed to the stage to converse with Feng Ruodong, resulting in a chaotic scene. Yet, amidst the turmoil, no one dared approach Lin Ran. Why has everyone left? How boring, Lin Ran lamented with a wry smile, realizing that Zhang Tiantian, who had been sitting beside him, had also scurried away. Zhang Tiantian felt a surge of panic. She had initially believed Lin Ran could cultivate such a powerful Ice Queen beast only because he had a master-level cultivator in his shop. Her impression of him had been that of a greedy and scrupulous owner, but after witnessing Lin Ran's incredible prowess, she felt a chill run down her spine and dared not sit beside him any longer. Everyone, return to your seats. Yi Kuei, after contemplating for a moment, ascended the stage, emanating an imposing star spirit energy as he shouted. Instantly, the venue fell silent. Faced with the principal's authority, the students dared not act out and obediently returned to their seats. Given the rampage of Feng Ruodong's beast, the match could not continue, and it was determined that Sheng Ning was the victor. The third round of the competition was postponed until the following day. Along with all remaining contestants, the assembly was dismissed. Yi Kuei spoke with an air of authority. Why do we suddenly stop competing? I haven't even had my turn yet, a chubby youth, his expression clouded with dissatisfaction, lamented. What are you thinking? In this situation, how can we continue? Suddenly, someone appears and steals our thunder. What can be done? Can you outmatch him? The students orderly exited the venue, their conversations buzzing with remarks about Lin Ran. By the way, he mentioned distributing flyers earlier. You all received them, right? A boy in a yellow shirt produced a crumpled ball of paper from his pocket. That I almost discarded it, but thankfully I kept it. That powerful ice sky snow beast was actually nurtured by that prodigy. No way, after this competition, I must seek him out to nurture me as well. Do I want to go too soon? All the students had left, leaving only Lin Ran still seated. I it over. That was fast. Observing the empty hall, Lin Ran, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "Oh well, the goal has been achieved. It doesn't matter if I don't watch the competition. Time to go home." Just as he prepared to rise and leave, the male instructor with a buzz cut and glasses, Wang Chun, hurriedly called out to him, "Mr. Lin, please wait." "Is there something else?" Lin Ran inquired, surprised. "We would like to invite you to our office for a chat." "If you don't mind," Wang Chun smiled. "Not interested," Lin Ran casually replied, stepping out of the grand hall. Chapter 56. The invitation. Wang Chun wore an awkward expression, glancing back at Yi Kuei. "Principal, who exactly is this individual?" Wang Chun chuckled wryly. "We cannot let him leave. We must find a way to keep him here." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Kuei instructed, "Hiyun, please call Feng Ruodong here." Hiyun hurriedly dashed out. Before long, He returned with Feng Ruodong in tow. Ruodong, how long have you known him? Yi Kuei inquired with a smile. Feng Ruodong, feeling exceedingly nervous, stammered, Recently, I happened to visit relatives in the outer city and passed by Mr. Lin's shop that I discovered he had nurtured an incredibly powerful orange shadow cat. And, on a whim, I asked him to help me nurture a snow girl beast. She continued. Soon after, the snow girl beast became immensely powerful and evolved into the ice sky snow beast. The most astonishing part is that it only took him 2 days, Feng Ruodong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. 2 days. Good heavens! Is there truly such a powerful nurturing master in this world? The surrounding teachers expressed their astonishment. So he is not only an 8-star beast tamer, but also a master-level nurturing expert. Yi Kuei quickly remarked. Hurry, Ruodong, go, and keep him here. You are the most familiar with him. Find a way to bring him to the principal's office. Feng Ruodong, bewildered for a moment, then hurriedly ran out in pursuit of Lin Ran. I won't go to— Oh, come on. The principal and the teachers are so eager to invite you. You should give them some face. Feng Ruodong earnestly pleaded, gripping Lin Ran's hand. It's too much trouble. I just want to go back to my shop, Lin Ran replied, shaking his head in resignation. He had already begun to suspect their intentions. They merely wanted him to stay, right? After all, he had turned down those 2 big shots. Would he really care about joining the Exotic Beast Academy? Although he felt a twinge of regret now. For the sake of his freedom and becoming stronger, he still intended to continue running his shop to earn points. If you don't go, I'll tell all the students that you're a fraud and that everything earlier was just a ruse. Feng Ruodong teased with a mischievous grin. Go on. I just disciplined a male student. I'm confident they have already been completely subdued, Lin Ran confidently asserted. Fine, forget it. I was going to compensate you for that golden chain. But now I won tea. Feng Ruodong huffed, her expression one of feigned indignation. What? No compensation? Do you believe I won tea teach you a lesson too? Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. Come on then, Feng Ruodong suddenly yelled. Someone is using their superior cultivation to bully a weak woman. This is harassment. Lin Ran's expression twitched, and he quickly covered her mouth, saying, Good grief, you're impressive enough. Let me handle it. Okay, that is more like it. I think they just want to invite you for tea. It won't be troublesome. Feng Ruodong smirked, having succeeded in her scheme. Moments later, Lin Ran and Feng Ruodong arrived at the principal's office. Upon entering, Lin Ran settled into a large sofa with an air of ownership, casually propping his legs up and enjoying a cup of tea, thoroughly at ease. What are you doing? This is Principal Ye's office. Not your home. Get up, Feng Ruodong urged. Although Lin Ran was powerful, he was still a junior and should show some respect in front of these academy dignitaries to avoid leaving a bad impression. However, Lin Ran paid little attention to Feng Ruodong's words, his gaze wandering around the office until it was captivated by a painting of a purple golden dragon beast on the wall. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Why does this beast feel so familiar? Have I seen it before? Lin Ran pondered silently, lost in thought. Noticing Lin Ran's disregard for her, Feng Ruodong rushed over, tugging at him. The principals will arrive soon. Please show them some respect. Didn't they invite me? I'm just sitting on the sofa and sipping tea. What is the harm in that? Can they eat me? Lin Ran retorted, plopping back down to, I can't do anything with you. Feng Ruodong sighed softly, standing quietly by the side, waiting for the principals. Don't just stand there. Come sit and have some tea, Lin Ran said as he prepared to offer Feng Ruodong a cup. Suddenly, his ears perked up. They're coming. Just then, the door to the principal's office swung open, and the principal along with several department heads entered. Being 8-star beast tamers, they exuded an impressive aura, causing Lin Ran's expression to shift slightly before he calmly resumed sipping his tea. Hello, principal and directors, Feng Ruodong greeted, feeling a surge of pressure as she met the collective gaze of the esteemed figures, her complexion paling. The group smiled and nodded at Feng Ruodong, but their attention quickly turned to the center of the room, where Lin Ran lounged comfortably with his tea. Many of them raised their eyebrows in disbelief at his audacity. How could someone so disrespectful face so many seniors without even a hint of courtesy? After finishing his tea, Lin Ran stood up, recognizing the need to display some politeness in front of these 8-star beast tamers to avoid appearing uncouth. He quickly scanned the group. Aside from the oldest principal, The remaining four appeared to be in their 30s to 40s, all bearing numerous scars, particularly one man who had lost his left hand. His face marred by many scars, which was quite intimidating. "Greetings to you all," Lin Ran said, clasping his hands in salute. The group promptly raised their hands in response, although they did not harbor much fondness for this youth. They could not underestimate him, as he had achieved the rank of 8-star beast tamer at such a young age, especially considering he was also a master-level nurturing expert. "Rawtone, you may return now. We have important matters to discuss with Mr. Lin," Yikue addressed Feng Ruado. She nodded quickly and respectfully exited the room. "May I inquire which exotic beast academy you graduated from, Mr. Lin?" Yikue asked with a smile. "I graduated from a nurturing school. I have never attended an exotic beast academy," Lin Ran replied, shaking his head. The others exchanged astonished glances. Was he self-taught? Or did he have a mentor at home? "Young friend, you must be a temporary member of the treasure hunting team, correct? I am Shang, the deputy captain of the Holy Radiance treasure team, and also the head of the Academy's treasure hunting department." A burly bald man stepped forward, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I must thank you for your timely assistance in rescuing my nephew. I am grateful." Chapter 57. The conflict, it was merely a small favor. "Does the treasure hunting team also offer educational opportunities?" Lin Ran smiled and nodded. "Haha, not all academies require it. However, the Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy is the strongest in the city that I have been dispatched by the Inner City's main team to train new recruits. How about joining my Holy Radiance treasure team? Since you're a temporary treasure hunter, it would be advantageous to join us, that I assure you that the profits you earn will far exceed those from running a nurturing shop." Oshang proposed with a grin, having learned through his nephew, Ochin, that Lin Ran was quite peculiar, with a distinct love for wealth. "Apologies, but I have no interest." Lin Ran coldly shook his head and returned to sit on the sofa. Oshang's laughter abruptly ceased as he glared at Lin Ran with evident anger. "Do not be upset. Previously, someone of a higher rank than you invited me. Yet I declined. I have been exceedingly busy lately. Perhaps we can discuss it again after some time." Lin Ran leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and spoke slowly. Oshang calmed himself, suddenly startled as he recalled what Ochun had mentioned about encountering those two esteemed individuals at the Holy Emperor Mountain Camp. Initially, he thought it was a jest, but now it seemed all too real. Where on earth did this Lin Ran emerge from? The three individuals beside them were stunned to witness Oshang's dismay. Then a blonde female officer quickly interjected, saying, "Oshang, do not assume that he rescued your nephew, because he is interested in your Holy Radiance treasure hunting team. I believe Lin Ran, my young brother, is more concerned about our military. I am Zhang Lei, the captain of the 1st Special Operations Team in Xianzhong City, the most formidable military force in the city, and I also serve as the director of the Academy's military equipment department. Lin Ran, why not join us? The compensation and benefits are absolutely top-notch, and the 1st Special Operations Team, those are all seasoned veterans. How could it be appropriate for someone as young as Lin Ran to join? I believe you should join our 3rd Special Operations Team, which is dedicated to nurturing newcomers." A short-haired soldier in military attire interrupted Zhang Lei before she could finish her sentence, continuing, "What a joke. Lin Ran, a novice? He is far more formidable than your entire 3rd team combined and requires the protection of the esteemed veterans in my team. Furthermore, once Lin Ran joins, I will immediately award him a Tai Hung medal." "You know what that signifies?" Zhang Lei quickly countered. Upon hearing the Tai Hung medal, Lin Ran was taken aback, just as he was about to speak. The one-armed scarred man beside them coughed twice and remarked, "Everyone speaks grandly, but Lin Ran, I know your concerns. As long as you join our Longhui treasure hunting team, I can guarantee your safety and promote you to vice captain within a year. How does that sound? Guaranteed? Promoted to vice captain within a year. Who do you think you are? The overall leader of the treasure hunting team. Just take a look at yourself. It's time to head home and enjoy retirement." Zhang Lei scoffed. "You seem to have a strong opinion. Shall we have a contest? Come on, if I cannot defeat a disabled person, I, Zhang Lei, will resign from my position as captain of the 1st team." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, leaving Lin Ran unable to interject. Even the star's spirit energy erupted within him, filling the room with tension. Meanwhile, Principal Yikue stood aside, completely overlooked, and was utterly astonished. The benefits offered by these treasure hunting teams and the military were extraordinary. Yet Lin Ran remained unfazed, calmly sipping tea. His composure was truly remarkable. Everyone, as the noise escalated, Lin Ran could no longer sit idly by and attempted to rise and mediate. However, the uproar was too intense for anyone to notice him. With a resigned sigh, Lin Ran concentrated his star spirit energy into a small trumpet and shouted, "Could you please stop the noise? If you keep this up, I will leave. It's truly annoying." Instantly, the room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been lively. Now, everyone wore expressions of sheer terror, gazing at Lin Ran as if he were a monster. His strength was astonishing. The manifestation of star spirit energy had reached such a level, truly terrifying. That's more like it. And you, intending to give me a Tai Hung medal? I am sorry, but I already possess one, awarded to me by someone of significantly higher rank than yours. Lin Ran retrieved a Tai Hung medal from his pocket, pointing it at Zhang Lei. The room plunged into a profound silence, all faces displaying astonishment, with no one daring to speak. Zhang Lei, about to respond, suddenly recalled something and promptly shut her mouth, staring at Lin Ran in disbelief. Haha, everyone here cherishes talent. Since Lin Ran, my young brother, has no desire for glory and achievement, we mustn't force him. Come, let us peacefully sit down and enjoy some tea, Yikue interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the awkward tension. Internally, however, he was immensely shocked. Lin Ran's refusal to join a top-tier treasure hunting team or the military, coupled with his possession of a Tai Hung medal, could only imply one thing. He must have an incredible secret or an immensely powerful backing. After all, it is not every individual who can achieve such mastery at this tender age, rivaling even the ninth-tier beast kings. Yes, yes, indeed. Is it not pleasant to sit down, chat, and enjoy some tea? Lin Ran quickly retrieved a package of tea leaves from the table and skillfully began brewing. As if he were the rightful owner of the office, I did not expect Boss Lin to possess such knowledge of tea arts, Oshang remarked with a smile directed at Lin Ran. Lin Ran merely smiled in silence. In the past, when he ran a pet shop, business was dismal, and out of boredom, he began to dabble in tea arts. Little did he expect it would come in handy today. Soon, Lin Ran prepared 5 teacups, filling them to 7/10 full, and distributed them to everyone. What do you think? Lin Ran asked with a smile. Quite good. Boss Lin is quite skilled, but the tea itself is excellent. Haha, Yikue laughed heartily. TCH, the others exchanged bemused glances at Yiku. By the way, Principal Yi, what kind of dragon beast is depicted on that wall? Lin Ran inquired, pointing to a wall after everyone had savored the tea. Oh, Boss Lin is unfamiliar with this beast? Yikue looked at Lin Ran in surprise. That is a common beast. Lin Ran asked, somewhat taken aback that I truly have not seen it. Huh, no worries, let me enlighten Boss Lin. This dragon beast is known as the Tsang Lazy Ing Long, a legendary beast of divine caliber, possessing 3 formidable attributes: lightning, wind, and demonic. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that it is said to be the eldest son of the Dragon Clan's progenitor, the Zijin Dragon God. Yikue excitedly elaborated. Initially, Lin Ran showed no reaction to the name Tsang Lazy Long, but upon hearing the latter part, his pupils dilated in shock. The eldest son of the Dragon God. So the Dragon God truly has descendants. Does that mean my egg is genuine? Chapter 58. The History of Blue Sea Star. So, it is indeed powerful. Lin Ran queried. Naturally, according to legends, in the ancient times when humanity had just emerged as a species, beasts ruled this planet. Back then, there were not the 56 regions we have now, only 5 primordial regions. Life was exceedingly arduous for the newly emerged humans. However, as time passed, humans evolved, and an exceptionally powerful tribal leader arose. He discovered a potent energy within himself capable of subduing these formidable beasts. Thus, under his guidance, humanity awakened this energy, and humans and beasts began to support one another, gradually becoming each other's most crucial allies. Unfortunately, the good times did not last. Calamity struck, causing untold suffering to both humans and beasts. In the face of impending doom, 5 of humanity's strongest united with the 5 mightiest beasts from the primordial regions to resist the disaster. Ultimately, they succeeded. The calamity dissipated, but all 5 of humanity's strongest perished, along with the 5 guardian beasts, resulting in the collapse of the primordial regions. The powerful energy transformed into life essence, reviving the shattered regions. Yet they could not be reformed, only reconstituted into smaller regions scattered across the remnants, which is how we now inhabit these 56 regions that Ikue patiently explained. The guardian beasts of the 5 primordial regions are the legendary super-divine beasts, the most powerful of which is the Zijin dragon god. However, due to the passage of time, its true appearance remains unverified, but we can still trace its descendants, as depicted on the wall, Ikue added. Lin Ran listened intently, his mind racing with disbelief. Why had the comprehensive beast encyclopedia he purchased from the system failed to mention this history? Had the system erased it? Why was it called a beast encyclopedia when there was no introduction for the beast on the wall? Lin Ran found himself utterly perplexed. So, this beast is still alive? Lin Ran suddenly asked. It vanished. Following the ancient war, many beasts mysteriously disappeared, seemingly reaching a certain stage before vanishing without a trace. The Zhonglei Xinglong is recorded to have disappeared around 20,000 years ago, and frighteningly, this also includes humans. Ikue inhaled deeply. What? Lin Ran felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Is this all true? Ha, Boss Lin, do not be swayed by Principal Ye's attempt to frighten you. Such tales are mere legends, and aside from some textual records, they lack any verifiable evidence. There is no need for concern, for at least in the recent millennium, nothing of the sort has ever occurred. Oshang chuckled. Indeed, these are merely apocryphal accounts, and it is only old Yi who places such faith in them, remarked the one-armed scarred man. Lin Ran exhaled deeply and inquired, were the 5 strongest ancient humans beast tamers? Indeed, and they were not just ordinary beast tamers. They were of the supreme rank. Ikue exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ran was taken aback. It is known that the highest-ranking beast tamer in the present world is merely a 9-star beast tamer. The notion of a supreme beast tamer is almost non-existent in the current records of Blue Sea Star. Supreme. Can such a rank truly exist among humankind? Lin Ran pondered slowly as he savored a sip of tea. That is a matter from before antiquity. Ever since the 5 regions were divided into 56, no supreme has appeared again. Thus, 9-star should be the highest rank of beast tamer currently, Zhang Lei stated. By the way, is there a significant difference between those 5 regions and the one we currently inhabit? Lin Ran asked at a vast one. They're almost entirely distinct, with conditions exceedingly harsh, suitable only for extraordinary beasts to thrive. This is why ancient humans lived in such adversity. As for our present 56 regions, they are all formed from the star spirit energy that emerged after the demise of the guardian beasts. Furthermore, you have ventured into the space-time rift, have you not? According to historical records, the space-time rift is actually a fragment of those 5 primordial regions on Blue Sea Star. However, the exact reason for its emergence remains unknown. Nevertheless, it is a fortuitous occurrence for us, as the materials from those ancient beasts are precisely what we seek, which is the very reason for the existence of the treasure hunting department. Ikue elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, nearly losing his grip on the teacup. The space-time rift is indeed remnants of the primordial regions. The otherworldly rifts summoned by the system must be the same. I had always believed them to be illusory spaces, but it seems I have inadvertently traversed back to ancient times. Lin Ran suddenly comprehended that the beast materials and food he had collected from the otherworldly rift were indeed from antiquity. No wonder those who entered the shop wore expressions of disbelief, mistaking me for a swindler. Moreover, this also clarifies one matter. The dragon god golden egg I possess is indeed genuine, capable of hatching. Just thinking of this made Lin Ran's lips curl upward in a near smile. Boss Lin appears quite delighted, Ikue remarked with a grin. Understanding a bit of history naturally brings joy. Lin Ran responded, regaining his composure, that it seems Boss Lin has a keen interest in the history of Blue Sea Star. Our Academy's library is replete with countless historical anecdotes, Ikue stated. Sipping his tea with a smile, would you be interested in becoming a mentor, Boss Lin? The surrounding crowd was suddenly taken aback, all eyes turning in unison towards Ikue. So you have been waiting for this moment all along. Truly astute. The principal is not without merit, they thought. After so much conversation, your throat must be parched, they suggested, as the atmosphere gradually lightened. Huh. Lin Ran, equally bewildered, responded, You want me to be a mentor? Surely you jest. Huh. How could such a matter be a jest? With Boss Lin's prowess, serving as a mentor would be more than ample, and you would be a high-star mentor, with benefits and rewards that will surely satisfy you. Yikue assured the high-star mentor. Lin Ran mused for a moment, considering the emergence of the treasure hunting team and the military, alongside the newly established Beast Academy. It seemed a decision must be made. He then inquired, What are the benefits? The crowd gasped, for Lin Ran was inquiring about the benefits. Could it be he was contemplating acceptance? Yikue's smile broadened as he discerned the youth's intentions, recognizing his love for wealth coupled with a reluctance to take risks. Thus, becoming a mentor would undoubtedly appeal to this young rascal. Chapter 59. High-Star Mentor. The benefits are numerous. For instance, access to various secret tomes for cultivating star spirit energy within the Academy's library. Skills for beast tamers, and an array of different ores, crystals, and treasures. Additionally, you could participate in the Inner Cities auction, where merchants from all regions of Blue Sea Star gather, showcasing rare and exotic items, some of which you may not even encounter in the treasure hunting team's vault. And worry not about finances. Everything can be bid on using glory points. In summary, possessing the identity of a high-star mentor is of immense advantage. Yikue explained with a beaming smile. After hearing this, Lin Ran felt a spark of interest. Setting aside other considerations, he must obtain those 5 beast enhancement buff skills. Will being a high-star mentor be time-consuming? I typically do not have much free time, Lin Ran queried. Upon hearing this, Yikue's joy intensified, for it indicated Lin Ran's growing interest. He swiftly replied, Being a high-star mentor is quite relaxed. You need not come to the Academy daily. You only need to conduct 1 public class each week. Of course, if your schedule permits, holding additional classes would be even better. However, the minimum requirement is 4 public classes each month, so it will not interfere with Boss Lin's business. You see, Director Zhang Lei is also a high-star mentor, as is Director O Shang, along with several other high-star mentors yet to arrive. All share similar schedules, Yikue pointed out, gesturing toward Zhang Lei and O Shang. Were it not for government requirements, I would not be here, watching such exceptional talent be recruited by you, infuriating me. Zhang Lei exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. O Shang shook his head in resignation beside her. Lin Ran pondered briefly before responding. Very well, I accept. Why, Ikue erupted into laughter. Excellent. I shall promptly send someone to prepare the paperwork and contract. Henceforth, Boss Lin, no, Mentor Lin, shall be our Academy's high-star mentor. Applause. The room fell eerily silent, with not a single clap to be heard. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, silently cursing the principal for his cunning. His schemes were indeed profound. However, joining the Academy posed no significant drawback, as it remained under government jurisdiction. They could only envy Yi, for with Lin Ran's innate talent, barring any unforeseen demise, he would undoubtedly ascend to become a 9-star beast tamer in the future. At that time, the reputation of Xuanzhong Beast Academy would soar, ranking among the top in not just Xuanzhong City, but across the 56 regions. The envy was palpable, observing the lack of applause. Yikue's lips quivered awkwardly, and he began clapping to alleviate the tension. Soon, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Ran and Yikue in the office. The two sat together on the sofa. And Yikue even personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ran, smiling. Mentor Lin should not be too old, I presume. 18, Lin Ran replied naturally, savoring the tea. Why Yikue was momentarily stunned. He had assumed Lin Ran was at least in his early 20s. To think he was merely 18, my goodness, an 8-star beast tamer under 20. This seemed almost unjust. He was relieved that he had spoken so extensively earlier, ensuring Lin Ran's continued presence. Just then a young, shapely female assistant entered, presenting the printed contract to Yikue. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. This old fellow had procured such a young assistant. Her figure was quite impressive. Mentor Lin, This is the contract for our Academy's high-star mentors. If there are no major issues, please sign here, Yikue cheerfully offered, pouring another cup of tea for Lin Ran while handing him the contract. Lin Ran inspected the terms closely, finding them nearly identical to Yikue's description. To his surprise, the final clause stated that in addition to a generous salary in Blue Star currency, high-star mentors would also receive glory points. This was an excellent arrangement. He quickly signed a contract with enthusiasm. Haha, splendid. Mentor Lin, you can commence classes starting next week, with a weekly session thereafter, Yikue remarked, tucking the contract away with a smile. Very well, Lin Ran nodded, then asked, can I learn those 5 beast enhancement buff skills? Yikue was taken aback. Was he not an 8-star beast tamer? How could he lack even basic buff skills? However, recalling Lin Ran's mention of graduating from a specialized beast taming institution, he quickly understood. It was undeniable. Such talent was astonishing. Having achieved this level without attending any beast academy was simply incredible. Either he had a formidable lineage or extraordinary innate gifts that a mentor like him would undoubtedly impart invaluable knowledge to his students. Of course, when Mentor Lin comes to the academy to teach in a few days, I will certainly provide you with the tomes, Yikue replied with a smile. All right, Lin Ran affirmed. Lin Ran remarked. By the way, your identification will take a few days to process that SO when you come to class next week. I will notify the security at the entrance to allow you in. Y Yikue added. Lin Ran casually nodded, thinking to himself, can the security really stop me? What a joke. Principal Yi, may I trouble you with a request? Lin Ran suddenly inquired. What is it? Please feel free to speak, Mentor Lin. Yikue promptly replied. Well, could you help me advertise my shop? You are the principal of the academy. With a word from you, my shop's business would soar in an instant. Yikue was taken aback. Realizing that Lin Ran was indeed a shrewd businessman, he quickly recovered and said, Haha, Mentor Lin is truly an entrepreneur. To think you would use my title as principal to promote your business. Rest assured, I will take care of this for you. Lin Ran clasped his hands together and smiled. Thank you very much, Principal Yi. Are you interested in watching tomorrow's semifinals, Teacher Lin? Yikue suddenly asked. Lin Ran shook his head. He had already grasped the situation at this beast academy, and he anticipated that the Ice Sky Snow Beast would likely only reach the semifinals. Thus he held no interest in the upcoming matches. I have matters to attend to at the shop, so I won't be watching. Just let me know who wins the championship when the time comes, Lin Ran stated. All right, by the way, Teacher Lin, your shop is located in the outer city. Right? Do you have a specific address to facilitate my future visits? Yikue inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's lips curled into a smile as he handed Yikue the business card he had prepared in advance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Ran departed. Wandering alone across the vast academy grounds, students were everywhere, some training with their beasts, others sparring, while a few couples were engaged in their own affairs in the small woods. All of which Lin Ran could perceive clearly with his formidable mental strength. How wonderful it is to be a student. Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh that moment. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian spotted Lin Ran and hurried over, saying, Boss Lin, today's competition has ended early. Should we continue with the advertisement? Lin Ran laughed heartily. No need. I've already got Principal Yi to help me out. You two can take a break. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian were taken aback. This man truly could accomplish anything, even persuading the principal to assist with advertising. Impressive. However, they were unaware that Lin Ran had already become a high-star mentor. Otherwise, they would surely have been left speechless. Chapter 60. Grandfather? Soon after, the three of them strolled for a while before Feng Ruodong escorted Lin Ran to the school gate. Seeing that the sky was getting late, Lin Ran hailed a taxi home, deciding not to return to the shop today, as he felt the promotional effect had already sufficed. He was quite at ease on his way back, but upon reaching the boundary between the inner and outer city, he encountered the officer once again. This time, Lin Ran said nothing and simply presented his Tai-hung medal directly before the officer's face. The officer's expression changed to one of sheer terror as he quickly straightened his attire, standing rigidly upright, and bowed to Lin Ran, exclaiming, Goodbye, sir. Upon returning home, Lin Ran found his mother in the living room, poring over various historical texts. He was momentarily taken aback. Mom, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just looking up some historical accounts regarding individuals who awakened their star spirit power later in life. To see what levels they typically achieve, Wang Qian replied with a slight smile that there's no need for that. Much of history is fabricated. Although Lin Ran spoke dismissively, he was genuinely touched that his mother cared for him so deeply. Every mother hopes for her child to succeed. Don't say that. These accounts are based on evidence. For instance, in the year 5220 on Blue Sea Star, in the inner city of Ling Mountain, the eldest son, Xia Yuan, was born frail and failed to awaken his star spirit power at the age of 7. His entire family had no choice but to give up on him. However, a miracle occurred when he unexpectedly awakened his star spirit power at the age of 18, transforming his frail body into one of immense strength. Most importantly, after that, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and in just a few decades, he ascended to the rank of 9-star beast tamer. He achieved this remarkable status at merely 50 years of age, which is still considered youthful for a high-star beast tamer. Wang Qian recounted with enthusiasm. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such cases existed. Yet, such instances were exceedingly rare, in the general consensus. Those who awakened their star spirit power later in life typically had multiple acupoints in their bodies that remained blocked, preventing them from achieving high ranks. Most could only reach 5 or 6 stars at best. 5220, that's nearly 4,000 years ago. How implausible. Lin Ran chuckled bitterly that I knew you wouldn't believe it. Nevertheless, I must insist that you train diligently. When the time comes, I'll use my connections to get you into the military. Wang Qian suddenly declared. The military? Mom, when did you acquire such powerful connections that I was unaware of? Lin Ran asked, bewildered in his recollections. He was clear about his father's identity as a 6-star beast tamer working in the treasure hunting team in the outer city. His understanding of his mother's background was vague. He only knew she was also a 6-star beast tamer and had worked in the same team, and their relationship blossomed over time. Unfortunately, an accident occurred when his father was killed by a rampaging beast during a mission in a space-time rift. And his mother, severely injured, had all her acupoints blocked, rendering her unable to wield any star spirit power for the rest of her life. I could see that time. Lin Ran was merely 7 years old and had not awakened his star spirit power. His mother had no choice but to release the beast left by his father. Meanwhile, his own beast had been sealed in the beast space for 11 years, and he wondered if it was still alive. Mom, weren't you part of the treasure hunting team? How does that relate to the military? Lin Ran inquired. That I wasn't, but your grandfather is. Wang Qian explained that he insisted I join the military, but at that time, I'd already set my heart on your father. Upon learning he was in the treasure hunting team, I resolutely followed him. Wang Qian reminisced, a faint blush appearing on her pale face. Grandfather? Lin Ran was taken aback. He had little impression of his grandfather, only knowing that he seemed to dislike him. He's still alive? I thought he detested me, Lin Ran said with a bitter smile. Well, it's not that he dislikes you. He simply feels ashamed to face you. When your father had his accident, he could have brought the perpetrator to justice, but that person had formidable connections, and your grandfather had no choice but to let him go. For all these years, he has felt too ashamed to see you and has avoided visiting me. Wang Qian sighed deeply as she sat on the sofa. In a way, Lin Ran chuckled bitterly. So where is he now? He lives in the inner city with your uncle, Wang Qian replied. What? Now, there's an uncle too, Lin Ran exclaimed in shock, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden influx of relatives. After your grandfather retired, your uncle took over his position as an 8-star beast tamer and is currently serving in the 3rd team of the Inner City Special Operations Unit. He has always kept in touch with me and has a fondness for you. However, since you haven't awakened your star spirit power, he hasn't been able to bring you along for training. After all, do you think a single mother and her child like us could have lived worry-free in the outer city for so many years without his support? Wang Qian smiled at and you also have a cousin studying at the Xinzhong Beast Academy. But it's difficult to enter the inner city, so I've kept you two from meeting, Wang Qian added. Isn't that the burly, dark fellow who visits our house every year? I always thought he was your admirer. Lin Ran said awkwardly. Huffed. Wang Qian burst into laughter, saying, What are you even thinking? His name is Wang Linxian. He's your uncle. All right, but you both do share some resemblance, just a bit darker. I used to joke about whether you might have found a long-lost brother. And it turns out I was right. Haha. Lin Ran laughed heartily. Suddenly, Lin Rand's smile faltered as a thought struck him. Wasn't there a captain from the Special Operations Team among those high-ranking military officials this morning? That means he's my uncle's superior. Thank goodness I didn't agree to anything. Otherwise, I would have exposed myself. However, the fact that his cousin was studying at the Xianzhong Beast Academy meant that there was a chance he might encounter her when he attended public classes in a few days. He hoped she wouldn't recognize him and, ideally, wouldn't attend his class. What's wrong? Wang Xin gazed at Lin Ran, who stood there in a daze, and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Oh, I was just contemplating some matters." Lin Ran promptly replied. Chapter 61. The effect of the advertisement, by the way. Would you like me to have Mom assist you with the shop's business while you concentrate on your training? Wang Qian suddenly suggested. Lin Ran quickly shook his head and said, "No, let us not do that. Your health isn't great. It's better for you to rest well that I can manage for now. It's not the right time for Mom to be in the shop. If she discovers the secret of the system, it would be disastrous." "All right then." Wang Qian sighed in resignation and continued to peruse her history books. Lin Ran exhaled softly and retreated to his room. Soon, a night of training passed. The next morning, after having breakfast, Lin Ran hurriedly made his way to the shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted a tall, curvaceous woman loitering about, occasionally glancing at the flyer in her hand and then at the shop sign, as if she were waiting for something. Seeing her, Lin Ran quickly parked his electric scooter to the side, locked it, and approached the woman, asking, "Hello, are you in need of beast services, or are you looking to purchase something?" The woman stared at Lin Ran in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his youth. She felt he looked even younger than herself. However, the shop was indeed the one from the flyer, so she questioned, "Are you the owner of this place? Indeed, do you require beast cultivation, or perhaps you wish to purchase beast food, materials, or even forge battle armor? Our shop has it all." Lin Ran affirmed with a smile. "I am Mo Qianling from the Xuanzhong Beast Academy. I heard you're the one who cultivated the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast?" Mo Qianling asked in surprise. "Yes, that is correct. Weren't you at the academy to watch the competition yesterday?" Lin Ran inquired, puzzled. "I didn't go," Mo Qianling stammered. However, upon hearing Lin Ran's confirmation, her heart swelled with joy. Feng Ruodong was in the same class as her and had always ranked above her on the school's female combat power list. Yet, in the days leading up to the assessment, she noticed Feng Ruodong had become extraordinarily powerful, with the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast being exceptionally formidable. Moreover, her own strongest beast couldn't withstand 3 rounds against the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast, which severely dented her confidence. She had taken a few days off from her teacher, not even wanting to watch the competition. Upon returning to the academy yesterday evening, she found everyone discussing a certain individual. After some inquiries, she learned the truth. Feng Ruotong, who had always been overshadowed by her, had risen through the ranks thanks to a cultivation shop called Ranran Pet House. Thus, she obtained a flyer and followed its address to the outskirts. However, upon seeing the shop, she was stunned at a place capable of cultivating the Snow Girl beast into the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast, while also appearing so unassuming. Moreover, she had heard from friends that the owner was very young, potentially an 8-star beast tamer, which left her utterly shocked that I wished to cultivate some beasts. "How much do you charge? Will you be the one to cultivate them?" Mo Qianling inquired. Though Lin Ran maintained a neutral expression, internally he was elated. This must be the result of yesterday's advertisement taking effect. Even students who hadn't attended the competition were aware of it. Truly wonderful. He estimated that once the competition concluded in a few days, business would surely flourish. "Of course, I will be the one to cultivate them. Our shop charges by the day," Lin Ran replied with a gentle smile. By the day, Mo Qianling was taken aback. Although she was astonished, her classmates wouldn't deceive her, especially since Feng Ruodong had acknowledged it herself the previous day. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Such powerful cultivation shops often had peculiar rules. "All right, I'd like to cultivate 3 beasts," Mo Qianling stated eagerly. "Certainly. Our fee is 100,000 for each beast, and currently, we can only cultivate beasts of 7th rank or lower." "Do you have enough money with you?" Lin Ran asked, slightly taken aback. After all, it was rather improbable for a student to carry 300,000 with them. 100,000. Mo Qianling raised an eyebrow. Cultivating 3 beasts for a day would cost 300,000, which seemed exorbitantly high compared to other ordinary cultivation shops. Yet, given the ability to cultivate such powerful beasts as the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast, it felt rather cheap, especially since inviting a master cultivator from the inner city would cost at least $1 million. That this price is incredibly reasonable. Are you certain you didn't make a mistake? Mo Qianling inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt a pang of pain in his heart. It was true. Those from the inner city were all wealthy and privileged. 300,000 was deemed too cheap. If not for the system's restrictions on increasing prices, he would have charged double. Our prices have always been this way, Lin Ran composedly replied. That's wonderful. Please help me cultivate these 3. Mo Qianling exclaimed with great enthusiasm, swiftly summoning 3 beasts from her beast space. The first was a flamed demon eagle, a beast of 7th rank bloodline, fire attribute, currently at 4th rank upper tier. The second was a snow crystal butterfly, also of 7th rank bloodline, ice attribute, also at 4th rank upper tier. Lastly was Mo Qianling's main beast, the colorful silver weasel, which had 3 different colored fur at its tail. A beast of 8th rank bloodline, possessing fire, wind, and water attributes. Exceedingly rare, it was said that some with pure bloodlines could evolve upon reaching the pinnacle of 8th rank upper tier, transforming into a divine beast-level colorful silver weasel emperor, and would possess 7 attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, poison, and combat, making it extraordinarily powerful and capable of seamlessly integrating skills from these 7 attributes. However, at present, this colorful silver weasel was only at 4th rank upper tier. Yet it appeared to be nurtured quite well, astonishing Lin Ran with its sea-level aptitude. These 3 are the ones I want. Can they all be cultivated to be as formidable as the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast? Mo Qianling asked while stroking the head of the colorful silver weasel. That's not possible. The Ice Sky Snow Girl beast was specially cultivated by me and is not currently replicable. However, I can guarantee that each beast will at least grasp a powerful skill or advance a rank, Lin Ran explained, shaking his head. What do you think? I see you are also a 4-star beast tamer. If I help you elevate them all to 5th rank beasts, your combat power will surely see a significant enhancement, Lin Ran added with a smile. Mo Qianling was taken aback. Although she understood that 100,000 was unlikely to cultivate beasts as powerful as the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast. The prospect of elevating them all to 5th rank within a day was simply incredible. Even master-level cultivators could not guarantee such results. For a moment, Mo Qianling began to doubt. Could this be a scheme devised by him and Feng Ruotong? But that was improbable. After all, the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast was undeniably powerful, and Lin Ran had displayed astonishing prowess in front of all the Academy's faculty and guests just yesterday. Even if she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, it was an undeniable fact. Chapter 62. The deal, what do you think? Have you made a decision? Though not on par with the Ice Sky Snow Girl beast, the outcomes will still be impressive, Lin Ran remarked. Observing Mo Qianling snapped back to reality, fervently nodding her head. This was beyond just impressive. It was miraculous. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she arrived at this shop sooner, perhaps she would be the one standing on the semifinal stage now. Indeed, the first-to-season opportunity always reaps the greatest rewards. All right, I'll have all 3 cultivated. How do I make the payment? Mo Qianling asked, her excitement palpable. Excellent. I appreciate your decisiveness. I enjoy customers like you. Lin Ran promptly took out his phone, gesturing for Mo Qianling to scan the payment code. Understanding his cue, Mo Qianling quickly transferred 300,000 to Lin Ran. By the way, boss, you mentioned earlier that your shop also offers armor forging? Mo Qianling suddenly recalled something as she was about to leave that I heard from my classmates that this shop solely specializes in beast cultivation. Now, there's a new armor forging service? Is this a new venture? If this were true, the owner was simply too versatile, not only a young 8-star beast tamer, but also a master-level cultivator. And now, adding armor forging to his repertoire, was there truly such a perfect individual in this world? Indeed, this is a newly launched service in our shop, and you are the very first customer. Lin Ran expressed with delight, pleasantly surprised that business came knocking even before he had the chance to promote. Qianling was momentarily stunned that I'm the first. Under normal circumstances, she would never consider being a test subject for a new shop. Yet, this shop felt different. She couldn't help but think of Feng Ruodong. If she could unconditionally trust a shop on the outskirts, what reason did she have to doubt? How much do you charge? Can I customize it? Qianling inquired. Yes, as soon as she finished speaking. Lin Ran promptly checked with the system and then smiled, saying, "Let me assure you, you have indeed come to the right place. My shop offers two payment methods for forging battle armor. The first is the refurbishment of existing armor, where we can restore second-hand or damaged pieces, but this requires the consumption of spirit stones. If you provide the spirit stones, the fee is 500,000 per piece. If we supply the materials, then the charge is 1 million. That the second option is customized armor, which would be tailored to your specifications. For instance, if you desire a set that enhances attack power, we can forge it according to your requirements. The fee, if you provide the crystal stone materials, is 1 million per piece. If you have none at all, then it will be 2 million per piece. Additionally, if the attributes of the crafted set require extra materials for activation, there will be additional charges, the specifics of which depend on the set. The typical processing time is about 7 days. And we have a comprehensive array of design blueprints available, though you are welcome to bring your own as well. Lin Ran patiently explained that Qianling was utterly astonished. Battle armor was typically exceedingly rare, and it was uncommon for students at the academy to possess any. Even those who had some usually only owned scattered pieces that hardly constituted a complete set. After all, the forging of battle armor was notoriously challenging. At high-end forging shops in the inner city, custom-made armor usually started at 5 million, which included the design blueprints, sourcing materials, and the forging process itself. This often took several months, and encountering elusive crystal stones could extend the time frame to a year and a half or more. While refurbishing armor required less time, it was even more difficult and expensive, demanding an intimate familiarity with the armor in question and leaving no room for error during the forging process. A single mistake could result in catastrophic failure, rendering the armor irreparable. Thus, most forging shops refrain from accepting refurbishment tasks due to the high risks involved. Additionally, few customers returned for refurbishments, as the damage rate was exceedingly high, making it far more practical to create new pieces. After hearing Lin Ran's explanation, Qianling could only express her astonishment, slowly saying, "Boss, you must be exaggerating. Other forging shops charge at least 5 million for custom armor. Your prices are remarkably low, and you even offer refurbishment services." Although she had come to believe Lin Ran completely, her instinct compelled her to ask for reassurance. "You can rest assured. Since this is your first visit to my forging shop, I can allow you to forge first and pay later. How does that sound?" Lin Ran had anticipated her skepticism. After all, while some affluent families might grudgingly accept the cost of nurturing a rare beast at 100,000, the forging of battle armor was an entirely different matter. This was something that accompanied a beast throughout its life and was of utmost importance, with prices that were exorbitantly steep, making it unaffordable for a student yet to graduate. Forge first and pay later? Is that really possible? Qianling exclaimed in surprise, nearly ready to agree immediately. However, given the gravity of the decision concerning the forging of armor, she felt the need to consult her family first. Thus, she quickly replied, "Boss, I need to discuss this with my parents first. I will definitely give you an answer when I come to collect the rare beast tomorrow." "That is acceptable, but please be prompt. Otherwise, this opportunity may be taken by someone else, and you'll have to pay up front and might even face a queue," Lin Ran said nonchalantly. Not at all surprised that Qianling nodded eagerly, informed her 3 rare beasts, and then departed without delay. Although the 3 beasts understood their master's command, they felt a twinge of unease at her departure. However, upon following Lin Ran into the nurturing room, they were immediately captivated by the yellow nurturing platform, each rushing to lie upon it in utter delight. Meanwhile, Lin Ran did not need to return the 2 rare beasts to their respective spaces, as he could summon them directly due to the Supreme Beast contract, regardless of their location. Suddenly, Lin Ran was struck by a thought and froze. Could the Supreme Beast contract be the invention of the 5 most powerful humans from ancient times, given that there seemed to be no other Supreme Beast tamers in existence? After tidying up, Lin Ran took a seat at the counter, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. I asked this the shop. It seems a bit small, and the decor is not very upscale. Could I have taken a wrong turn? No. I believe this must be the place that I have read that those reclusive masters often maintain a humble appearance. Moments later, Lin Ran heard a commotion at the entrance and opened his eyes, lifting his gaze to see a group of men and women at the door. The girl, petite and clad in a light blue long dress, was peering in, while a robust man, about 6 feet tall, strode directly inside. Chapter 63. The sibling duo. Is this the shop for nurturing the ice snow maiden beast? Feng Hui glanced around and remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt a surge of joy, recognizing that these two were likely from the academy, and promptly nodded, saying, "Yes, do you require nurturing services as well?" Feng Qing, standing behind Feng Hui, brightened at the response and exclaimed, "My rare beast is quite ferocious. Can you nurture it? Will the price be exorbitant?" "Absolutely. As long as it is a beast below the 7th tier, regardless of its type, I can nurture it for a fee of 100,000 per beast." Lin Ran replied with a smile directed at the girl. "Wait, are the items displayed on the shelf behind you genuine?" Feng Hui suddenly noticed a mysterious water crystal stone on the shelf, his eyes widening in astonishment. Naturally, this shop guarantees the authenticity of all products. Lin Ran reassured Feng Hui. "Really? Could you show me that water crystal stone?" Feng Hui asked, excitement lighting up his face. Lin Ran nodded and turned to retrieve a blue stone about the size of a fist from the shelf, handing it to Feng Hui. Feng Hui eagerly accepted it, feeling a cool sensation as his palm made contact. The texture of the water crystal stone was remarkably unique, while it appeared to be a mere stone. It felt like cradling water in his hands, a truly wondrous experience. This, Feng Hui examined it closely, and his expression broke into a radiant smile, astonished that such a small shop in the outer city possessed a water crystal stone. "Boss, how many of these do you have? I want them all, immediately." Lin Ran was taken aback by his eagerness. That it seemed clear that materials for beast armor were in high demand, but selling a piece for 20,000 felt like a loss, especially since he had risked his life to procure it from a crystal palace. Initially, he had expected it to be worth a great deal, but the system's assessment of only 2,000 left him thoroughly disheartened. "This water crystal stone is 20,000 each, and the shop has a total of 5 pieces, amounting to 100,000. That would you prefer to pay via bank transfer or cash?" Lin Ran adjusted his mindset and smiled. Feng Hui was momentarily stunned, instinctively touching his ear, unsure if he had misheard. Such a precious material for water-type armor was being sold for only 20,000. My goodness! At 25 years old, Feng Hui had graduated from the Xianzhong Rare Beast Academy and joined an inner-city treasure-seeking team at 19. After nearly 6 years of perilously venturing into time-space rifts for treasures, he had managed to save only a modest sum. He had hoped to purchase a second-hand set, but had yet to find a suitable one. And crafting a custom set was prohibitively expensive. His savings barely covered the cost of forging a single piece of water-type armor. Now, discovering the water crystal stones in a small shop was one thing, but to find them at such a low price was astonishing. 0.5 pieces for just 100,000, whereas the previous water-type armor he had forged had cost over 3 million, with the water crystal stones alone consuming a significant portion of that expense. "Boss, I'll take them all. I'll transfer the money to you right away," Feng Hui declared, pulling out his phone without hesitation. Lin Ran smiled faintly, retrieving his own phone, feeling a pang of regret. "You intend to forge water-type armor, right? We can also handle that here. I ask if you're interested." Lin Ran was determined to encourage further spending, given the incredible deal on the water crystal stones, after transferring the funds. Feng Hui happily stowed away the 5 crystals, but suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, you can forge armor here. I thought this was just a nurturing shop. This is our new service, and the current promotion is exceptional." Lin Ran responded, noting Feng Hui's apparent interest. "Oh, I see." Feng Hui hesitated for a moment, not out of disbelief, but because he had already placed a deposit at another shop and found it difficult to back out. He lamented, "Boss, I've already paid a deposit at another place, so I might not be able to cancel that." Well, Lin Ran replied with a hint of disappointment. Lin Ran let out a disappointed sigh and softly remarked, "What a pity. Our custom-made water-type battle armor is only 2 million per piece, And for someone like you who needs to provide materials, it's merely 1 million. Such a shame. Such a shame. Excuse me. What did you just say? Customizing a piece of battle armor costs only 2 million. Feng Hui was once again astounded, gripping Lin Ran's hand as he spoke. Indeed, Lin Ran replied with a slight upturn of his lips. Thinking to himself, this fellow has taken the bait. Then, boss, please wait for me. I will return shortly to cancel my order and come to you tomorrow. Feng Hui responded without hesitation. After all, it was just 1 million. He had already paid a deposit of 500,000 at a shop in the inner city. This place was astonishingly affordable. Had it not been for his sister's insistence on dragging him here, he would never have stumbled upon this deal. Nevertheless, although it was cheap, he still felt compelled to ask, boss, do you have any finished battle armor? I'd like to take a look at you. Lin Ran furrowed his brow. Not out of fear of revealing his battle armor, but rather out of concern that Feng Hui might see his 9th-tier beast and be left dumbfounded. All right, but you must follow me outside for a moment. This shop is a bit small, and my beast is rather large. After saying this, Lin Ran stepped out of the shop. Without a second thought, Feng Hui followed eagerly. Meanwhile, Feng Qing had been silent, quietly observing her brother's conversation with Lin Ran. Too timid to interject. However, upon hearing that Lin Ran was about to summon his beast, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had witnessed Lin Ran's formidable power during the Academy's tournament and had heard treasure-hunting experts speak of his possession of a 9th-tier beast. Wait for me, I want to see too, Feng Qing exclaimed, rushing after them with her short legs, eager to witness the legendary 9th-tier Beast King. Soon, the trio arrived at an open area where Lin Ran took a deep breath. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, a portal of light appeared. The flowing shadow, Illusion Moonhound, resting in the breeding chamber, immediately opened its eyes and stood up, its figure slowly vanishing. In an instant, a massive dog head emerged from the portal, followed by an enormous body measuring over 10 meters in length. Its crimson eyes scrutinized Feng Hui and Feng Qing, confirming there was no threat before it trotted over to Lin Ran and lay down beside him. Wow, wow, wow. So impressive. Boss Lin, you really have a 9th-tier beast. Feng Qing gasped, feeling a bit intimidated by the hound's piercing gaze, yet this did nothing to diminish her admiration. Feng Hui, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. I just asked him to showcase his battle armor. How did he end up summoning a 9th-tier beast? He stammered, boss, I heard from my little sister that you're incredibly strong, and it certainly seems to be true. Lin Ran smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as he sent a mental command to the flowing shadow Illusion Moonhound. The hound abruptly stood up, and the purple-gold crescent mark on its forehead gleamed. A black skeletal battle armor materialized above its head, releasing a steady stream of black mist. Let me show you the head armor first. Lin Ran pointed at the black skull, feeling immensely relieved that he had prepared a headpiece. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Feng Hui was left speechless. The aura emanating from the black skull battle armor was overwhelmingly powerful, and its craftsmanship was impeccable, boss. Does this set of armor possess any special attributes? He managed to ask after a moment's pause. It grants immunity to mental skills for 3 seconds. It's rather average, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. For him, this set of armor was indeed just average, but for Feng Hui, it was anything but. Generally, the armor possessed by most individuals merely enhanced a bit of attack power, defense, or agility. The more impressive ones might offer flight capabilities or higher attribute resistances, but 3 seconds of immunity to mental skills was exceptionally powerful. That's incredible. Boss, you must forge a set for me that I'll head back right now to cancel my deposit, Feng Hui said sincerely, without hesitation. Lin Ran nodded with a smile and waved his hand, sending the flowing shadow Illusion Moonhound back to its beast space. By the way, my little sister is a new student at the Xianzhong Beast Academy. She has heard of your exceptional breeding skills and would like to ask for your assistance in raising her beast, Feng Hui said, pulling Feng Qing forward. Sure, you mentioned it's a relatively fierce beast. Let me see it, Lin Ran replied. Feng Qing, brimming with excitement, quickly nodded and summoned the blue-scale crocodile over a meter long from the beast's space. Its entire body appeared as though it were encased in armor, and it boasted a pair of dragon-like horns atop its massive head, quite an extraordinary sight. This is it, the Bai Lang Long Ao. Its temperament is rather fierce, Nobody except me can approach it, Fong Qing said with a wry smile. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, marveling at how individuals who were admitted to the Xianzhong Beast Academy were no ordinary folk. This newcomer possessed an 8th-tier bloodline by Lang Long Ao, a beast renowned for its formidable combat prowess, particularly as a water-type creature. However, such beasts were notoriously aggressive and were known to be among the most likely to attack humans in the wild. Exhibiting a highly volatile temperament. Very well, Lin Ran nodded. This by Lang Long Ao is still in its juvenile form, correct? Upon hearing Lin Ran's affirmation of his capability to breed it, Fong Qing was overjoyed. When she first acquired the beast, she was thrilled but quickly discovered a critical issue. This beast was too cold-blooded and could not be bred by anyone other than its owner. Numerous breeding shops had refused to accept such a creature, and seeking a breeding master for home service was prohibitively expensive, so it had remained in its juvenile state, evolving rather slowly. Yes, it's still a juvenile, currently at the 1st-tier upper level, Fong Qing quickly replied. No problem. Our shop breeds beasts for 100,000 each, Lin Ran smiled. Only 100,000? Can it really be bred into something like the Ice Sky Snow Lady beast? Fong Qing exclaimed, filled with excitement. That is naturally impossible. The Ice Sky Snow Lady beast is a special case. However, you can rest assured that I can guarantee to raise your beast to a growth stage. At least a tier 3, Lin Ran confidently assured her. Internally, however, he felt quite exasperated. Every customer who came through the door seemed to expect their beast to reach the level of the Ice Sky Snow Lady beast. That was truly an anomaly. Without that Dragon God Golden Egg, the Ice Sky Snow Lady beast would merely be an ordinary Snow Lady beast, he mused. Fortunately, his breeding chamber had been upgraded to an intermediate level. Although it could only breed beasts of tiers 5 to 7, it was not useless for those below tier 5. For creatures like the 1st tier by Lang Long Ao, it was more than sufficient. All right, Fong Qing replied, slightly disappointed, but her eyes lit up with renewed hope as she heard Lin Ran's subsequent words. Really? That would be great. After all, she was only a 2-star beast tamer at the moment. And if the Bai Lang Long Ao could be raised to a tier 3 growth form, it would perfectly suit her needs. Moreover, if he could nurture the Ice Sky Snow Lady beast to such a terrifying state, her beast should not fall too far behind. How long will it take to be ready? Fong Qing inquired. Just 1 day. Lin Ran responded, "Point 1 day. My goodness, are you really not mistaken, boss?" Fong Qing's face was filled with disbelief. Fong Hui, hearing Lin Ran's response, was equally astonished. What kind of breeding technique is this? To raise a 1st tier by Lang Long Ao to a tier 3 growth form in just 1 day. It seems utterly unheard of. Our shop is absolutely honest and fair. You can rest assured if I cannot successfully breed it by tomorrow, I will waive all fees. How does that sound? Lin Ran said with a calm smile. That's fantastic. I believe in you. Fong Qing exclaimed with joy upon hearing Lin Ran's confidence. She quickly relayed a message to her by Lang Long Ao, whose previously lazy demeanor transformed into a fierce glare. Fixating on Lin R.N.U.M., Fong Qing awkwardly said, I apologize. This beast simply has that temperament. But boss, you need not worry. I have made it clear that it will not harm you, ha. Not at all. Lin Ran replied, unfazed. After all, if one dared to open a beast breeding shop, how could they fear beasts? He was eager to see just how fierce it truly was. Lin Ran approached with an air of calmness, slowly moving closer with the intention of gently caressing it. The blue wave dragon crocodile immediately became alarmingly vigilant, its blue armored scales bristling as its enormous maw slightly parted, ready to attack Lin Ran at any moment. Startled, Lin Ran realized that this exotic beast was indeed quite formidable. No wonder the girl had mentioned that no breeding shop dared to take on such a commission. However, Lin Ran was unperturbed. With a cold snort, she unleashed a tremendous surge of stellar energy, which began to manifest subtly as she cast a frosty glance at the blue wave dragon crocodile, the creature which had been poised for an attack. Instantly deflated, its armored scales vanishing to reveal an astonishing softness, while its eyes dared not meet Lin Ran's gaze. That was more like it. After dissipating her stellar energy, Lin Ran smiled and gently stroked it. Fong Qing was utterly astonished. What was happening? Hadn't it just been incredibly wary? Why was it now so docile? Meanwhile, Feng Hui wore a look of terror, as Lin Ran's brief, yet powerful display of stellar energy far exceeded his expectations. And the faint blue armor was indeed a manifestation. She was a master. Feng Hui gulped hard, his eyes fixed on Lin Ran. All right, you two should have no further business, so let us proceed with the payment. Lin Ran said with a smile directed at them. Feng Hui snapped back to reality and hurried to transfer 100,000 to Lin Ran. After bidding her farewell, they left in high spirits. Chapter 65, Dream Eater Beast. All right, let us go. Follow me back to the shop, Lin Ran stated as she noticed the two departing, addressing the blue wave dragon crocodile. The creature dared not resist, continuously nodding in compliance as it obediently followed Lin Ran's lead. Moments later, they arrived at the shop, and Lin Ran placed the blue wave dragon crocodile onto the breeding platform. Unsurprisingly, it relished the experience. Initially deterred by Lin Ran's prowess, it now lay comfortably on the platform. Indulging itself, simultaneously, Lin Ran activated the last breeding platform, sending the world-destroying Thunder Tiger inside. With that, all 5 platforms were filled, costing a total of 50 points. Lin Ran began to tally her earnings for the day. The 300,000 from the earlier girl, plus the sale of 5 pieces of mystic water crystal worth 100,000, and the blue wave dragon crocodile for another 100,000, resulting in a grand total of 500,000, equivalent to 500 points. System, convert everything into points, Lin Ran exclaimed joyfully. Soon, her point balance in her mind surged to 1,290 points. I could see that moment. Lin Ran glanced to the nearby hatching pool and felt a surge of temptation. When the shop upgraded to level 2, the system had mentioned that this hatching pool had also undergone optimization. She wondered if the odds had improved. Most importantly, her Dragon God Golden Egg was still there. Perhaps the hatching pool could yield something extraordinary? Though she had previously enjoyed some success with a Thunder Tiger, that was merely a 6th-tier lineage, which was not sufficiently powerful. If she had not inadvertently become a guardian of the Dragon God, she would still only possess a 6th-tier beast. No, she must try again. After all, she still had remaining points and had nothing to fear. Thus, Lin Ran hastily summoned the hatching pool interface in her mind and reviewed the conditions for upgrading it to level 2. 1,000 points for the upgrade. How expensive? Lin Ran scratched her head, chuckling wryly. That's like 1,000,000 blue star coins. It would take an ordinary person countless years to earn that. Perhaps she should reconsider. Lin Ran found herself in a quandary. No, fortune favors the bold. A level 2 hatching pool could potentially produce a 9th-tier beast. Wouldn't that lead to wealth? Moreover, she could now forge battle armor. And points were accumulating much faster than before. It was worth the gamble. Points -1,000. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ran chose to upgrade. Soon, the hatching pool radiated a brilliant golden light, and the Dragon God Golden Egg responded, emitting a faint purple glow. Lin Ran was taken aback, initially thinking it was another blessing from the Dragon God, but the purple light flickered and vanished, completing the upgrade of the hatching pool. The previously tranquil water surface began to emanate a subtle golden aura, though it was exceedingly faint and nearly imperceptible. Lin Ran quickly rushed over, lowered the rolling door, and reverently positioned herself before the hatching pool. Palms pressed together, calling upon various divine entities. Points -20. The once calm hatching pool erupted with golden light again, this time far more dazzling than during the first level. The fluctuations of stellar energy were immense. As it seemed, the surrounding stellar energy was being absorbed by the hatching pool. With a thud, the light dissipated, revealing a small turtle nestled within the tranquil waters, aside from its light yellow eyes. The rest of its body was composed of rock, and it timidly regarded its surroundings. Upon noticing Lin Ran, it visibly perked up, promptly retracting into its shell. Lin Ran paused, her initial excitement slightly dimmed. This was a giant rock turtle, a pure Earth-type beast with only a 5th-tier lineage. However, it was still decent enough, not as lowly as some 3rd-tier creatures. Renowned for its defensive capabilities, the market price typically hovered around 200,000, making it relatively easy to sell. Lin Ran swiftly lifted the giant rock turtle from the hatching pool, and its small head sniffed curiously at her presence. Confirming there was no danger, it gradually extended its head, nuzzling against her arm adorably. Observing the giant rock turtle's behavior, Lin Ran's disappointment evaporated, and she gently stroked its hard little head before placing it in a nearby room designated for play. This additional space had emerged following the shop's upgrade to Level 2, and Lin Ran converted it into a playroom for exotic beasts, stocked with plenty of food for future customers to select as needed. Time for another attempt. Lin Ran adjusted her mindset and promptly paid 20 points. The hatching pool once again condensed a dense concentration of stellar energy, its internal radiance flickering with brilliant golden light. Lin Ran watched in eager anticipation, her eyes fixed on the changes within the hatching pool. With a bang, the golden light gradually waned, and Lin Ran's gaze was first drawn to a black-eared, black-eyed, bear-like creature emerging from the depths. She felt a surge of excitement. Bear-like beasts typically excelled in strength-based attacks and were known for their formidable prowess. The creature stretched lazily before fully emerging, revealing its entire form to Lin Ran. Apart from its ears and eye sockets, which were black, its limbs were also dark, while its face and belly were white, complete with a round little tail. Lin Ran was left utterly bewildered. "Is this a panda? No way," Lin Ran exclaimed. Quickly, she activated the pet appraisal device. Young Dream Eater Beast. Attributes. Fighting system level. First tier superior skills. Bear paw. Body slam qualification. C rating. 28 Dream Eater Beast. An 8th tier lineage creature. Lin Ran's astonishment morphed into sheer joy. Dream Eater Beasts were exceedingly rare on Blue Ocean Star, representing a powerful 8th tier lineage with a highly specialized attribute. Fighting. However, unlike other 8th tier beasts, Dream Eater Beasts were incredibly frail during their juvenile stage, with low combat capability. In all honesty, they might even be slightly weaker than the Orange Shadow Cat. They were notoriously lazy, often sleeping for entire days, making survival particularly challenging, which was a significant reason for their rarity. Moreover, this was precisely why many beast tamers shied away from these 8th tier beasts. Their training was arduous, often resulting in an entire day spent sleeping. Who could endure that? Of course, some tamers remained undeterred. Realizing the potential of these 8th tier beasts, they invested tremendous effort into raising Dream Eater Beasts, only to find them still asleep upon summoning. Thus, such creatures were primarily regarded for admiration rather than as frontline fighters. Chapter 66. The Trouble of Success Always Sleeping. Lin Ran marveled. I could see that moment. The Dream Eater Beast lay in the hatching pool, its dark eye sockets featuring a pair of brown eyes lazily observing Lin Ran. Unlike the giant rock turtle's initial wariness, it yawned, its eyelids drooping in a battle against sleep, and soon succumbed to slumber. Lin Ran cradled the creature, inspecting it with delight. While she had hoped to hatch a 9th tier beast, the odds were exceedingly low. Even with the optimization and upgrade to Level 2, it remained improbable. Having already tried twice, acquiring an 8th tier beast was a delightful surprise. Everyone perceives you as merely a slothful 8th tier beast. Yet few recognize your true power. Lin Ran contentedly stroked the fluffy head of the Dream Eater Beast, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had long since comprehended through the compendium of exotic beasts that the reason this Dream Eater Beast could attain an 8th tier bloodline status was due to its formidable innate skill, desperate counterattack. This ability, which the Dream Eater Beast instinctively comprehends upon reaching adulthood, allows it to temporarily lock its stamina in moments of extreme rage, resulting in a dramatic surge in attack power while rendering it nearly immune to all physical assaults. Furthermore, as a powerhouse from the Bear Clan, its destructive capability is fearsome, enabling it to withstand the onslaught of 9th tier exotic beasts when combined with this skill. This explains why some beast tamers are willing to go to great lengths to cultivate the Dream Eater Beast. Despite the immense challenges involved, the uncontrollable nature of the beast makes successful cultivation exceedingly rare. The most challenging stage in the cultivation of the Dream Eater Beast is the transition from juvenile to mature form. During this phase, it enters a state of deep slumber, sometimes remaining unconscious for several days, completely abstaining from food and drink. However, this has its advantages, as this exotic beast boasts an extraordinarily long lifespan, typically living 500 to 600 years. Wild Dream Eater beasts rely on their longevity to gradually and naturally break through their limitations. Yet for beast tamers, this poses a dire predicament, as human lifespans are fleeting. How could one possibly cultivate a beast that sleeps continuously? Are they expected to wait several hundred years alongside it? Fortunately, once the Dream Eater beast reaches maturity, its sleeping hours significantly decrease, approaching a more typical pattern. Nevertheless, due to its prolonged habits, it still tends to doze off easily, requiring over 18 hours of sleep per day, leaving it with merely 6 hours of combat readiness. However, these issues do not concern Lin Ran. If it wishes to sleep, let it sleep. He possesses a mid-tier cultivation platform, allowing it to slumber for as long as it desires, even gaining levels in its dreams. The thought of unleashing a mature 8th-tier Dream Eater beast in battle would surely dazzle onlookers, prompting a chuckle from him. Contemplating this, Lin Ran decisively signed the Supreme Beast contract with the sleeping Dream Eater beast. As the starry energy flowed into the beast's forehead, Lin Ran felt a new point of light appear in the starry map within his mind, accompanied by a languid, sleepy consciousness. After sensing the awareness of the Dream Eater beast, Lin Ran couldn't help but yawn himself. Indeed, this lethargy was contagious. With all 5 cultivation platforms occupied, Lin Ran sheepishly scratched his head, regretting not having excluded the world-destroying Thunder Tiger earlier. Well, you can rest in this small room for now. Tomorrow, when a platform becomes available, I will dedicate one solely for you, he said with a smile, gently placing the beast in a nearby chamber. Subsequently, Lin Ran opened the roll-up door once more, took a seat at the counter, and resumed practicing his mind techniques while awaiting customers, after spending over 1,000 points in one go. It was imperative to recoup his losses swiftly. As time flew by, the sky gradually darkened. He couldn't deny that after promoting his business at the academy yesterday, it indeed improved, although it did not reach the heights he had envisioned. It was still quite impressive. In just half a day, he had earned nearly 800,000 blue star coins, primarily from selling high-grade exotic beast food and rare materials. Just moments ago, several students had rushed over, requesting his assistance in cultivation, but unfortunately, all platforms were full. Moreover, the academy was currently engaged in the annual assessment competition, and once it concluded, he anticipated an influx of customers. This realization made Lin Ran feel a twinge of frustration. With only 5 cultivation platforms available, subtracting 1 dedicated to the iron-eating beast, he could only handle orders from 4 platforms daily. This limited his earnings to roughly 400,000 blue star coins, and profits from selling exotic beast food and materials were meager. The most lucrative forging services were beyond the students' budgets, prompting him to consider expanding his operation. 1,000 points to expand a cultivation platform? That's exorbitant, Lin Ran lamented as he gazed at the expansion requirements. With his current points, combined with the 800,000 blue star coins he had just earned, he barely had enough for 1 additional platform. System, are there any other methods for cultivating exotic beasts? He inquired with a weary smile. The host may choose manual cultivation, similar to how you initially handled the orange shadow cat, the system replied. Manual cultivation? That sounds cumbersome and requires entering dimensional realms. Besides, entering a superdimensional realm costs 500 points each time, and the dimensional shards aren't stable. Lin Ran muttered to himself, feeling exasperated that in accordance with the host's request. The substitute function can be activated, the system stated coolly. What does that entail? It allows for the creation of a substitute identical to the host, which can enter dimensional realms to cultivate exotic beasts or gather beast food and materials on the host's behalf. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, then became extremely excited. How convenient! Is it free? It incurs a fee of 10 points per use, with a maximum of 3 exotic beasts per trip, the system clarified. That's not too steep, Lin Ran sighed in relief. This substitute function seemed extraordinary, as it meant that each day he could select a dimensional realm and send a substitute with exotic beasts, effortlessly cultivating them and gathering various materials. Truly a remarkable convenience that if I choose a dimensional shard that isn't suitable and withdraw midway, will the substitute disappear? Lin Ran inquired. Yes, therefore the host should consider carefully. The system replied coldly. Lin Ran shook his head in resignation. This meant that entering a dimensional shard would now cost 20 points instead of the previous 10. He had thought the system was becoming less burdensome, only to realize he had been too naive. Oh well, it's getting late. I should head home for now, he murmured, tidying his belongings before locking up and departing. The following morning, before Lin Ran even arrived at his shop, he found two individuals waiting at the entrance. "Are you here for cultivation as well?" Mo Qianling, who had arrived early, was surprised to see a pair who had come even earlier than she. "Yes," Fang Qing nodded, responding, "Sister, are you also from the Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy? You look so familiar." "Indeed," Mo Qianling replied with a smile. The two engaged in conversation as they awaited Lin Ran's arrival. "You all are here so early." Lin Ran greeted upon his arrival. Noticing the two, "Where's your brother?" "He didn't come." Lin Ran felt a tinge of disappointment, seeing only Fang Qing. Wasn't it agreed that they would meet today for forging? He had urgent matters with the treasure-seeking team and couldn't make it. But don't worry, he refunded the deposit yesterday, so he might come and find you in the next few days. Fang Qing said cheerfully. Lin Ran nodded with a smile and calmly opened the shop door. "Please wait a moment. I'll retrieve your exotic beasts," he said, stepping into the adjacent cultivation room. As expected, all four exotic beasts were sound asleep, except for the world-destroying Thunder Tiger, which sensed Lin Ran's presence and became exceedingly excited, calling out repeatedly, "Oh, you've leveled up?" Lin Ran felt the exhilaration of the world-destroying Thunder Tiger and quickly reached out to stroke its head. "Impressive, you've reached 6th tier so swiftly. However, you and Airbao can't stay here for the next few days. Let's take you to the dimensional realm for training from now on." The world-destroying Thunder Tiger nodded obediently and dashed through the portal Lin Ran had created. After retrieving the world-destroying Thunder Tiger, Lin Ran hurriedly activated the pet appraisal device to check on the changes in the exotic beasts from yesterday's guests. O Qianling's blazing magic eagle had ascended to 5th tier lower rank and had comprehended the skill meteor fire ring. Unfortunately, the snow crystal butterfly had not learned a new skill but had reached 5th tier upper rank. Meanwhile, the rainbow silver ferret had undergone a more significant transformation. Originally, its tail displayed only 3 colors: red, green, and blue, representing fire, wind, and water attributes. Today, however, it had inexplicably developed a 4th color, purple. Though subtle, this indicated that the rainbow silver ferret's quality had improved, now possessing a 4th attribute. Lightning. Regrettably, my level has not increased. However, this is of little consequence, as I have directly acquired an additional attribute that is sure to astonish her. The remaining creature is Fang Qing's by Lang Long AO, which, as Lin Ran had anticipated, has swiftly evolved into a Tier 3 upper growth form. Its body, originally just over a meter in length, has now nearly reached 3 meters. Upon emerging from the cultivation platform, it was filled with exuberance. Knocking over all the nearby furniture, Lin Ran quickly shot a glare, causing it to tiptoe cautiously, fearful of causing further disturbances. It seems that in the future, it would be wise not to cultivate large creatures on the platform, as they cannot shrink like one's own beasts. These are guest beasts, and should someone witness such a dramatic reduction in size, it would be a disaster. Lin Ran sighed quietly in the hall outside. Mo Qianling and Fang Qing heard the commotion of the furniture colliding within and exchanged bewildered glances. "Boss, do you need any assistance?" Mo Qianling called out as she approached, ready to open the door to the cultivation room, only to find it seemingly sealed. No matter how much force she applied, it would not budge. Hearing the noise at the door, Lin Ran quickly responded, "It's nothing. I will be out shortly." After tidying up a bit, he stepped outside with several beasts in tow, smiling as he said, "I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Come and retrieve your beasts." Upon seeing her beasts, Mo Qianling dashed over, inspecting each one while simultaneously absorbing the information they conveyed to her. Suddenly she froze. "Boss, didn't you say you would elevate all my beasts to Tier 5? Why is my Xiankai Yin Jiao still a Tier 4 upper?" she queried in confusion. Don't be hasty. Take a closer look," Lin Ran replied with a smile. Pointing to the Xiankai Yin Jiao, Mo Qianling was perplexed, and just then, the tail of the Xiankai Yin Jiao twitched, revealing a hint of purple amidst its tricolored fur. Her pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed, "It has even gained a purple hue. Does this mean it has acquired a lightning attribute?" "Indeed," Lin Ran confirmed with a nod. "Moreover, I have cultivated your Li Yanimo Ing to Tier 5 lower, and it has learned a high-level fire skill, Meteor Fire Rain.as for the Shuejing Dai. Although it has not learned any skills, it has reached the pinnacle of Tier 5, just a step away from Tier 6. Mo Qianling stood there, utterly speechless for a long moment. It was simply unbelievable that such progress could be made in just a day. What extraordinary cultivation skills these are. Truly remarkable. Especially with the Xiankai Jiao, which, by all accounts, should have retained its original attributes based on the colors of its tail at birth, and such changes are typically rare unless it undergoes mutation. Initially, her specimen was already of decent quality, possessing 3 innate attributes. Yet today, it miraculously gained yet another. Reflecting on this, Mo Qianling felt a pang of regret. If only she had arrived at this cultivation shop sooner, she would have easily secured a place in the semifinals, and there would be no need to worry about Feng Ruodo. However, despite missing out on the semifinals, possessing a 4-attribute Xiankai Jiao would undoubtedly attract the attention of high-level treasure hunting teams. She promptly retrieved her 3 beasts and bowed deeply to Lin Ran, saying, "Thank you, Boss Lin. Regarding the forging matter, I will definitely come to consult you once I finish my current tasks." Last night, she had discussed this with her parents, but they found it suspicious that a seemingly random cultivation shop could be so powerful in forging as well, advising her to reconsider after graduation. Lin Ran awkwardly said, "All right, since you haven't made up your mind about the forging, let's leave it for now." Mo Qianling nodded sheepishly and hurried out of the shop, hailing a taxi to depart. What about the forging we discussed? How could she leave so abruptly? It's quite disappointing. Lin Ran mused, watching her retreating figure. Indeed, enticing clients for forging armor is not an easy task, especially since he had yet to showcase many of his creations. As for Fang Qing, upon seeing the nearly 3-meter-long by Lang Long AO behind Lin Ran, she let out an excited cry and rushed over, admiring it fervently. "Haha, what do you think?" Lin Ran asked with a grin. This is truly my by Lang Long AO. Fang Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Had it not been for the bond of the beast contract in her mind, she would have never recognized it. Not only had its body grown to nearly 3 meters, but its armor-like blue scales had also become incredibly sharp, even sprouting barbs, and its head increasingly resembled that of a dragon, with its 2 horns growing several inches longer. Exuding an aura of majesty. Of course, I've helped you cultivate it to Tier 3 growth. Such a transformation is only natural. Once fully matured, this by Lang Long AO will reach over 10 meters in length. Truly a behemoth. Lin Ran laughed. How is it that a young girl like you is able to tame such a fierce creature? Why shouldn't a girl be able to tame such a beast? I think it looks magnificent. Fang Qing replied, stroking the by Lang Long AO's head with a smile. All right then. Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I have fulfilled my promise. It is now at the pinnacle of Tier 3 and has mastered an advanced water skill. Aqua Extreme Armor. You should be aware of how formidable that skill is." Fang Qing, already astonished, widened her eyes upon hearing Lin Ran's words. Aqua Extreme Armor. In just one day, it has evolved from a Tier 1 juvenile to a Tier 3 growth form and learned a high-level water skill. Lin Ran nodded with a smile. Overcome with excitement, Fang Qing took Lin Ran's hand and exclaimed, "Boss, you are incredible. I will give you 100,000. Will you help me cultivate for another day? Or if that's too much trouble, I'll just pay for a monthly package. How about 3 million? Upon hearing her proposition, Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement. A 3 million monthly package would grant him an impressive 3,000 points. Just as he was about to agree, the system chimed in his mind. This shop is committed to treating every beast fairly and justly. Customers cannot cultivate a single beast for an entire month, nor can the same beast be cultivated again within a day. Damn, are you trying to cut off my source of income? 3,000 points. Do you have any idea how long it takes to accumulate that? Lin Ran exclaimed in frustration. Even if I were to agree to let you cultivate this beast for a month, have you considered whether this young girl could handle it? After a month, it would likely reach the pinnacle of Tier 7, and do you really believe a Tier 2 Beastmaster could control it? The system coldly reprimanded Lin Ran. Stunned, Lin Ran realized he had become overly excited and neglected a crucial detail. Fang Qing was only a Tier 2 master. A Tier 3 upper by Lang Long AO was already beyond her capacity. If he were to help it level up for a month, she might find herself unable to control it, potentially leading to chaos similar to that caused by the Ice Sky Snow Woman beast. Moreover, the Bai Lang Long AO was not like the Ice Sky Snow Woman beast. This creature was exceptionally ferocious, and if it went berserk, the consequences could be unimaginable. Lin Ran clenched his fist, recalling his mother's words about his father, who had died at the hands of a teammate's rampaging beast, a creature with a notoriously violent temperament. Thus, no matter what, he could never allow the beast he cultivated to lose control. He must not repeat past mistakes. Noticing Lin Ran's prolonged silence, Fong Qing inquired, "Boss, have you made a decision?" Snapping back to reality. Lin Ran replied calmly, "This shop does not support monthly services." "Really? Is it because the amount is too low?" "I can increase it," Fong Qing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she quickly added, "It's not about the money. It's about whether you can handle the Bai Lang Long AO after a month of cultivation. You should wait until your strength increases before returning," Lin Ran stated plainly. Fong Qing was taken aback, glancing at the Bai Lang Long AO beside her. Her cheeks flushed. She had indeed become overly excited and forgotten that she was only a Tier 2 Beast Master. Presently, a Tier 3 upper Bai Lang Long AO was more than sufficient for her needs. There was no need to force its power beyond her capabilities. Looking at Lin Ran with newfound respect, she initially believed him to be like the rumors circulating in the academy, greedy for wealth. Now, she realized he was not as such. He clearly refused 3 million, aiming to enlighten her. How selfless that was. Thus, she earnestly addressed Lin Ran. "I apologize. I was too hasty and did not consider things thoroughly. When I have improved my strength, or when I wish to cultivate other beasts, I will return to seek your assistance. Indeed, consider this 20,000 yuan as a token of my gratitude." Fong Qing retrieved her phone from her pocket and transferred the amount to Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction, although this extra 20,000 could not be converted into points. He still had expenses, such as meals and transportation. Furthermore, he had not provided his mother with any financial support for household needs in quite some time, though his mother never mentioned it. As a man, he felt compelled to shoulder the responsibilities of the household. That it appeared that, in addition to the earnings from the shop, he would need to seek additional income elsewhere, especially since he also intended to expand the business. Expenses that could not be covered by points. "Thank you very much. You should take the time to familiarize yourself with your Bai Lang Long now that it has reached the 3rd tier growth stage. It possesses many abilities you are yet unaware of," Lin Ran remarked with a smile. Fong Qing promptly nodded, returned Bai Lang Long to its base, bowed to Lin Ran, and departed. Lin Ran smirked slightly. "Here we go again. System, is it permissible for me to accept more gratitude fees in the future?" He inquired once Fong Qing had completely left. "It is permissible, but I advise the host to aim higher and not to be overly concerned with small gains," the system replied. "That is not quite accurate. If I did not earn a bit more, how can I expand the shop or assist others in nurturing their exotic beasts? You are providing no assistance at all. It is your coercion that has led to this," Lin Ran retorted, prompting the system to fall silent. "Silence implies consent, does it not?" Lin Ran said with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, chuckling softly. After sending off several exotic beasts, the 5 breeding platforms were entirely vacant. Lin Ran hurried to a nearby room to check on his Dream Eater. As expected, the Dream Eater was sleeping soundly and had cleverly chosen to use the giant rock turtle as a pillow. Thoroughly enjoying itself, the giant rock turtle looked quite distressed, as it was an 8th tier bloodline exotic beast and felt the direct suppression of its lineage, daring not to resist and merely allowing itself to be used. Upon seeing Lin Ran enter, its dim eyes instantly brightened, and it began to howl at him incessantly. "Goodness, how can you sleep so restlessly, bullying my adorable little turtle? Do you seek a fight?" Lin Ran exclaimed, rushing over to grab the Dream Eater, noticing the giant rock turtle's look of despair. After being liberated, the giant rock turtle nodded slowly at Lin Ran and ambled over to a small corner. Lying down quietly, "Why apologies for the trouble. I shall fetch you something to eat right away," Lin Ran said, placing the Dream Eater aside before running out to bring in a small plate of rock sparrow fruit. Each rock sparrow fruit was only the size of a fingernail, remarkably hard, and regular consumption could enhance the toughness of Earth-type exotic beast shells, making it particularly appealing to those of rocky or crustacean varieties. Upon seeing the rock sparrow fruit in Lin Ran's hand, the giant rock turtle became incredibly excited, scrambling over to taste it. Alas, you possess only a fifth-tier bloodline. Otherwise, I would nurture you thoroughly, Lin Ran lamented. Watching the giant rock turtle eat with a hint of sadness. Chapter 69. Chun Xian afterward, Lin Ran took the Dream Eater outside and placed it in the intermediate breeding platform. This will be your exclusive resting place from now on. May you cultivate diligently in your dreams, he said, nodding in satisfaction. In the past, Lin Ran had been too overt in revealing his strength, attracting various troubles. Fortunately, those who approached him were merely eager to forge connections. However, had he encountered ill-intentioned individuals who sought to forcibly take his ninth-tier exotic beast, it would have spelled disaster, as his true strength still fell short in many respects. Thus, for safety's sake, he would need to frequently utilize the Dream Eater going forward, hoping it could level up swiftly. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ran, as usual, sat quietly at the counter, practicing his mental technique. He could not help but notice that since becoming a 4-star beast tamer, his training speed had noticeably diminished. He could no longer advance at the rapid pace he once did. The pale blue energy surrounding him had only partially transformed into a blue-golden hue, and several acupoints seemed quite blocked, causing him considerable distress. Could this truly be a side effect of awakening star spirit power in the later stages? It is said that several acupoints become obstructed during the later awakening. I did not expect it to be true. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, but this did not deter him. Instead, it strengthened his resolve. He believed that with his mental technique, he could surely clear these blockages. Time flew by, and as noon approached, Lin Ran dashed to a nearby small eatery to grab a boxed meal, returning to the shop to make tea that moment. 3 young men arrived at the entrance of Lin Ran's shop, glancing around before striding confidently inside. Lin Ran looked up and was taken aback. Were these not the same individuals mentioned by Feng Ruodong a few days prior, who were ranked on the Academy's male combat strength list? The leader among them was none other than Chun Xian, ranked 7th. Lin Ran quickly wiped his mouth and smiled. "Gentlemen, how may I assist you today?" Chun Xian pulled out a flyer from his pocket and said, "Is this the shop mentioned on the flyer? It pales in comparison to the breeding shops in the inner city. Such words are not entirely fair. Though small, our shop is fully equipped. We boast top-notch breeding techniques. And several of your classmates from the academy visited just yesterday," Lin Ran replied with a smile. "Someone has already come by," Chun Xian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the academy to act so swiftly. "Indeed, they left not long ago," Lin Ran confirmed. "I heard from Feng Ruodong that your breeding is charged by the day." 10,000 a day, Chun Xian inquired. Lin Ran shook his head, stating, "Not entirely correct. Our shop charges per session, 10,000 each time, and the breeding results will surely satisfy you." "That is quite expensive, and why monthly allowance is only 10,000? I would have to spend it all," said a young man in a yellow shirt behind Chun Xian. "What's the problem? If it truly leads to an exotic beast like the Ice Sky Snow Maiden, wouldn't that be excellent? You all wish to rank higher on the Academy's combat strength list. So consider your future carefully," Chun Xian suggested, pulling his classmates aside for a hushed conversation. "But what if he is merely a name without substance?" Su Yu remarked. Indeed, the successful breeding of an Ice Sky Snow Maiden might have been purely coincidental. "Perhaps he is not as formidable as believed," added another boy in a blue tracksuit named Li Shuang, responding to Su Yu's words. The 2 young men appeared quite hesitant, although they were from the Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy. Not every student came from wealth and could easily part with tens of thousands. "I have a little insider information. I heard that Lin, the owner, was summoned to the principal's office yesterday, and several directors and guests were present to warrant such an elaborate invitation. He must possess genuine talent," Chun Xian suddenly stated. "Really? I assure you," Chun Xian affirmed confidently. Initially, he had been skeptical of this young man, who seemed no older than himself, but after hearing his father recount the near brawl over recruitment in the principal's office, he began to reconsider. Chun Xian's father was quite capable and currently served in the Longhui treasure hunt team, the same group led by the one-armed scarred man, which is how he learned about Lin Ran. Lin Ran observed the three whispering among themselves, chuckling helplessly as he muttered, "Do they still doubt my abilities?" Just then, after their conversation concluded, Chen Xian and his companions hurried over to Lin Ran, each presenting their right hands. Summoning three exotic beasts of varying forms into the shop. Point 1 was an 8th-tier bloodline plant-type exotic beast. The forest giant deer, covered in a thick layer of grass, with a pair of magnificent antlers that gleamed with a tranquil aura. The forest giant deer. Lin Ran gasped. It was indeed an auxiliary-type exotic beast. While its combat prowess was minimal, its supportive capabilities were formidable. Through its antlers, it could heal injured exotic beasts and even amplify the abilities of allies' beasts, rivaling the 5 types of buffs a beast tamer could provide, making it an elite among auxiliary beasts, and it boasted an 8th-tier bloodline. Lin Ran was astonished that the 7th-ranked student on the Academy's male combat strength list was a beast tamer proficient in auxiliary-type beasts. Isn't this typically a choice favored by girls? He internally scoffed before turning his attention to the other 2 exotic beasts. The other 2 beasts were less impressive. One was a 7th-tier bloodline thunder shadow python, a lightning type, and the other was a 7th-tier flying-type beast, the sonic sparrow, quite diminutive, measuring only the size of a palm. "Boss, please help us nurture these 3, Chen Xian exclaimed excitedly. "Certainly, the total will be 300,000. Please return tomorrow to collect them," Lin Ran replied. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, taking out his phone to signal the others to scan the code. The 3 of them acknowledged with a nod and promptly transferred the money to Lin Ran. "Do you usually prefer auxiliary-type beasts?" Lin Ran inquired after receiving the payment, directing his question to Chen Xian. "Not really," Chen Xian replied with a slightly awkward smile. "It's just that my parents advised me to use auxiliary-type beasts, as they would ensure my safety on the battlefield." Chen Xian's father specialized in auxiliary-type beasts and had survived many years with the Longhui treasure hunting team, rarely sustaining injuries. Thus, to prevent any misfortunes for his son, he insisted on him using auxiliary-type beasts as well. That's quite rare, but rest assured, I will nurture them well," Lin Ran responded with a smile, feeling a twinge of admiration for the young man. Generally, boys of this age are often brimming with passion and pride, especially considering he had been accepted into the best beast academy in the city. To willingly assist his classmates speaks volumes about his admirable mindset. Chapter 70. Substitute Service. All right. I entrust this to you, Chen Xian said as he prepared to leave. "Wait, please leave your contact information for convenience," Lin Ran called out to him. "Sure," Chen Xian nodded, providing a string of phone numbers before bidding farewell to Lin Ran and departing. Su Yu and Li Shuang quickly followed suit. "I hope the nurturing goes well. Otherwise, my month's allowance will be wasted." Su Yu lamented, "We'll find out tomorrow, so don't worry," Chen Xian replied calmly. "All right." After the 3 left, Lin Ran smiled faintly that he initially planned to place the 3 beasts into the intermediate nurturing platform, but a sudden idea struck him. Perhaps he could try substitute nurturing and see how effective it would be. The time for the dimensional fragment to open is 3 days, which translates to 6 hours in real time, allowing for an early conclusion to the nurturing process. Based on Lin Ran's past experiences, nurturing within the dimension would undoubtedly yield better results than on the nurturing platform, as it involved repeated battles and the growth that stems from life and death struggles. Having found Chen Xian likable, Lin Ran decided to assist him with a nurturing session using a dimensional fragment that he quickly summoned the interface of the dimensional rift in his mind, dismissing the 5 superior dimensions above, and carefully examined the various dimensional fragments below. "A plant-type beast. I should choose a fragment from the wind, forest, sea, mountain dimension," Lin Ran mused to himself as he scrolled down the page. "Dimension fragment number 66. This one will do. I hope it truly is remarkable." Lin Ran cheerfully selected this fragment and asked System, "How do I use the substitute function?" Activating substitute function for the host. Activation successful. You may select within the dimensional rift interface. The system's voice echoed. Soon, a checkbox for the substitute option appeared in the lower right corner of the dimensional rift page in Lin Ran's mind. "How convenient," Lin Ran exclaimed, happily checking the substitute function and then clicking on the 66th dimensional fragment. Activating the 66th wind, forest, sea, mountain dimensional fragment and substitute mode. Copying host. A golden light suddenly appeared, scanning Lin Ran in circles, and gradually, A phantom figure emerged opposite him. Lin Ran sensed a new light point appearing in the star map within his mind, but he understood at once that the substitute's consciousness would connect with his own, allowing him to be aware of everything occurring within the dimension at all times, and to command it, akin to an auxiliary beast. Moreover, this substitute seemed to inherit a significant portion of wisdom and abilities, requiring only a general directive from Lin Ran to take action. Directing the beasts in combat and training that IT was incredibly convenient. This is a splendid tool. Once my shop's business flourishes, this substitute will be immensely helpful, Lin Ran remarked, pinching the substitute's cheek, only to find it felt entirely unyielding, akin to rubber, lacking warmth, and its eyes were devoid of life. Please select 3 beasts, the system prompted. Lin Ran gestured towards the 3 beasts behind him, saying, "These 3 will suffice. Binding successful. The 66-dimensional fragment has been activated, and the substitute is prepared. Shall we depart immediately?" Lin Ran nodded without hesitation. I could see that moment. The substitute's previously vacant eyes suddenly brightened, emanating an aura identical to Lin Ran's. The 3 beasts behind him momentarily stared in bewilderment before rushing towards the substitute and stepping into the dimensional fragment in unison. How incredibly convenient. Lin Ran nodded repeatedly. Yes, soon as the substitute and the 3 beasts arrived within the dimensional fragment, information flooded into Lin Ran's mind that he promptly issued a command for intensive training and the collection of food and materials for the beasts. Almost instantaneously, he received a response from the substitute. Lin Ran smiled. Fortune was on his side. The 66-dimensional fragment turned out to be an immense forest, teeming with countless beasts, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Did those 3 beasts just sign a temporary contract? Lin Ran suddenly inquired of the system. Indeed, a temporary contract has been established with a substitute for nurturing convenience, the system explained. Will their original owners notice? Lin Ran asked with curiosity, considering that the initial temporary contract he signed was with a stray orange shadow cat, while the subsequent nurturings had been his own beasts, with guest beasts placed in the nurturing platform. Rest assured, this temporary contract possesses a unique power that supersedes the original contract, ensuring the original owners remain unaffected. The system reassured him. That's good to hear, Lin Ran mused, realizing he could use this method of dimensional nurturing for regular or well-regarded customers in the future. One method involved automatic nurturing on the platform, while the other entailed personal training and nurturing. Although the effects might be similar, the combat experience gained from beasts nurtured in the dimension would be significantly richer, stemming from continuous battles and deaths, far surpassing the experience of those merely leveling up in slumber. Reflecting on this, Lin Ran recalled the Ice Sky Snow Maiden beast, which had been nurtured on the platform and had fortuitously received a portion of the dragon god's blessing, enhancing its strength. However, it was apparent that its combat abilities were lacking, easily falling into a state of rampage. Nevertheless, while the dimensional nurturing method seemed superior, it also came with side effects. Beasts might develop a resistance or even fear towards a shop. Imagine the terror of beasts continuously dying and undergoing brutal training within the dimension. Anyone would be frightened. Although memory erasure would occur post-nurturing, remnants would remain. When the orange shadow cat was sold, it had exhaled deeply, as if expressing relief at finally being liberated. Oh well, the results will undoubtedly be exceptional. Lin Ran chuckled bitterly to himself before closing his eyes to meditate. Ha! Lin Ran suddenly burst into laughter during his meditation. As he closed his eyes, he could continuously visualize the substitute's every move within the dimensional fragment, akin to a captivating film. Chapter 71. Splendid execution. The substitute mirrored Lin Ran's nurturing techniques flawlessly. Upon reaching the heart of the vast forest, it encountered a massive volcanic crater, with temperatures soaring rapidly. The substitute glanced back at the forest giant deer behind it, then suddenly displayed a grin eerily reminiscent of Lin Ran's own, instructing the forest giant deer to charge towards the volcano. The molten lava within the crater bubbled like waves, surrounded by charred black rocks that radiated intense heat, scorching to the touch. As the forest giant deer approached the volcano, it began to leap in distress, its expression one of agony, and the green grass on its back quickly turned scorched yellow. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The substitute was performing splendidly. It was well known that plant-type beasts were extremely fearful of fire-type creatures. Many timid plant beasts often succumbed to half of their fighting spirit before a battle began due to intimidation. Thus, the substitute's current actions resonated deeply with Lin Rant's intentions to enhance the fire resistance of the plant-type beast. And you too, get over here. Lightning Shadow Python, retract your scales. Sonic Sparrow, no flying allowed. All of you, come into contact with the scorching rocks, the substitute commanded, its voice indistinguishable from Lin Rant's own. The two beasts exchanged glances, bewildered and reluctant. And aren't we just training the plant-type beast? How we must ascend. Yet we are bound by a temporary contract, which, although irksome, compels us to obey commands. The golden scales of the Thunder Shadow Python gradually faded away, while the Sonic Sparrow plummeted from the sky, slowly approaching the volcano's mouth. Roar! Soon, the pitiful cries of the two beasts echoed as the Sonic Sparrow's feathers melted away in the searing heat, and the Thunder Shadow Python fared even worse, nearly cooked to perfection. As for the forest giant stag, it was already drenched in sweat, its entire hide charred black, completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground. The three beasts gazed at their substitute with forlorn eyes, incessantly pleading for mercy. The substitute, devoid of any emotion, bellowed, "You should be accustomed to this by now. Jump in and take a nice bath." Hiss! Upon hearing this, the Thunder Shadow Python rose in fury and let out a roar at the substitute. The substitute remained unyielding, for it was merely a matter of infinite respawns. As long as they could rapidly enhance their strength, that was sufficient. Thus, it coldly approached the volcano's edge and mercilessly kicked the three beasts into the abyss below. Soon, anguished screams filled the air. The small body of the Sonic Sparrow was instantly engulfed by the molten lava, transforming into charred remains, while the Thunder Shadow Python writhed desperately, its golden scales reappearing, crackling with lightning as it attempted to fend off the lava. But to no avail, it too was reduced to ash. Only the 8th-tier forest giant stag remained, its entire hide ablaze, engulfed in fierce flames. Its sorrowful eyes fixated on the substitute, as the colossal antlers atop its head emitted a green glow, casting a healing aura. IT endeavored to mend its grievously burned body, yet time was not on its side. The relentless lava would not wait for its full recovery. Soon, the majestic antlers dimmed and succumbed to the molten flow, becoming charred remnants. Inside the shop, Lin Ran observed this horrifying scene, a chill running down his spine. Though it was all for their own good, it seemed rather cruel, and one might mistakenly believe he was torturing the beasts. Nevertheless, Lin Ran continued to watch closely, intrigued by how these three beasts would transform after enduring the flame's purifying trial. "Revive!" the substitute called out nonchalantly. The three beasts swiftly resurrected beside him, their faces marked by terror, seemingly still immersed in the agony of their recent demise. Yet in an instant before they could recover, they were once again kicked into the volcano's mouth. This time, being closer, the lava splashed upon the substitute's leg as they fell. Yet he displayed no sign of pain, merely shaking it off before resuming his watch. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that the substitute was merely a construct inherently devoid of sensation. Otherwise, how could it stand at the volcano's edge for so long unscathed? He continued his observation without further ado. No unexpected incidents occurred. The three beasts were once more ruthlessly consumed by the lava, turning to charcoal. "Revive!" the substitute promptly commanded, subsequently instructing them to leap down once more. Upon resurrection, the three beasts instinctively distanced themselves from the volcano's edge. Had it not been for the constraints of the temporary contract, they would have fled down the mountain without hesitation, observing their fearful expressions and their failure to comply with his orders. The substitute approached again, intending to kick them all down. However, the Thunder Shadow Python glared fiercely at the substitute, hissing menacingly, signaling him not to come closer. The substitute remained unfazed, approaching with indifference, swiftly kicking the Sonic Sparrow down. Then seizing the forest giant stag by its massive antlers, dragging it along, leaving only the Thunder Shadow Python. With a resounding thud, the substitute delivered a powerful kick, but this time, the Thunder Shadow Python cleverly bit down on the substitute's foot, dragging him down with it. Strangely, the substitute showed no struggle, simply plummeting alongside it, leading to another round of pitiful cries. Upon falling into the lava, the substitute swiftly turned to charcoal, only to reassemble a moment later. Once again at the volcano's edge, the three beasts exchanged glances, their expressions void of hope, as they resignedly sank into the molten depths. Thus, under the relentless pressure of the substitute, the three beasts faced continuous cycles of death and revival, experiencing hundreds of deaths within the span of a little over an hour, dying almost every few seconds, and no matter how they resisted or attacked the substitute, their efforts proved futile. They could only accept their fate. Consequently, they sought to awaken their innate talents, devising various methods to endure longer in the lava. Eventually, they developed a slight resistance to flames, managing to withstand the molten flow for several minutes. The substitute exhibited no emotion nor skill, merely acting with brute force. Lin Ran nodded in approval from the shop, recognizing the merit in the substitute's lack of sentiment. Many beast tamers, while nurturing their creatures, often felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, fearing for their well-being, thus treading lightly and hesitating to take bold actions. However, the substitute's emotional detachment perfectly resolved these concerns, compelling even the most reluctant or lowly beasts to adapt in such dire circumstances. As time passed, the three beasts grew numb to the experience, developing a habit. Upon revival, they voluntarily leaped into the lava, having grasped their master's intentions, resulting in less resistance as they sought various ways to counter the relentless molten tide. Chapter 72. Cultivation complete. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction and immersed himself in his training, soon finding evening upon him. Business in the shop had been rather slow, as few students had visited since the departure of the three individuals. However, he was not surprised, for today was likely the day of the Academy's annual assessment finals, and the trio had hurriedly left after completing their transactions that morning. Lin Ran lazily rose, mentally connecting with the substitute in the dimensional realm. Due to the differing timelines between the real world and the dimensional world, it was now the third day in the latter, nearing its conclusion. Lin Ran gradually absorbed the messages relayed by the substitute, a smile gracing his lips, filled with joy. The three beasts had endured over 7 hours of continuous death and revival in the lava, eventually managing to remain submerged for nearly 10 minutes. This extended duration allowed them to reach some volcanic rocks, indicating that the lava posed little threat, rendering them incapable of instant death as before. The transformations in the three beasts were remarkable. The Thunder Shadow Python's golden scales now bore crimson stripes, while the Sonic Sparrow's pristine white feathers were interspersed with red, creating a striking red and white contrast. The Forest Giant Stag's exterior showed minimal change. Merely a few red leaves amidst its green hide, yet a fiery emblem had emerged upon its forehead. Beyond their physical appearances, the three beasts had also acquired new skills: the fiery battle garb, a technique typically accessible only to fire-type beasts, akin to the wind demon garb of the orange shadow cat, both categorized as advanced beast skills. The forest giant stag, possessing superior aptitude compared to the other two, not only mastered the fiery battle garb but also unlocked a supplementary fire-type skill, the blazing domain. Upon activation, it would create a fire circle with a diameter of approximately 15 meters, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of fire-type beasts within its confines. With this skill, the forest giant stag, as a plant-type beast, would no longer fear encounters with fire-type adversaries and could even gain immunity to certain lower-tier fire skills. Upon witnessing their transformations, the substitute promptly decided to lead the three beasts deeper into the great forest, seeking battles with higher-tier creatures while foraging for food and materials. Before long, 3 days had passed, and the substitute's cultivation was complete, preparing for its return. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Lin Ran's mind, followed by the emergence of a vertical eye, through which 3 exotic beasts stepped forth. The substitute had placed the collected food and materials for the exotic beasts on the counter and glanced at the 3 creatures before dissipating into nothingness. Initially, the 3 exotic beasts were bewildered, but soon their confusion transformed into ecstatic joy. Having escaped the clutches of that terrifying forest, they were filled with an overwhelming excitement. Although a portion of their memories had been erased, the deeply ingrained, unforgettable recollections remained indelibly etched in their minds. They dashed towards the exit, eager to return to their master's embrace, only to be abruptly halted as Lin Ran strode forward, blocking the doorway and emanating a formidable aura of starry spiritual power that intimidated them. Upon seeing that eerily familiar face reappear, the three exotic beasts were instantly seized by a shiver of dread, obediently standing still, too frightened to move. Despite the temporary contract in their mind having been dissolved, they had long since become accustomed to following commands within this dimension. Coupled with the terrifying aura surrounding Lin Ran, they found themselves immobilized. So obedient? I haven't even done anything yet. Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly. When he noticed their inclination to flee, he hurried to prevent their escape, yet the three exotic beasts regarded him as if he were a ghost. It appeared that the substitute had trained them exceptionally well. That's right. I won't harm you, Lin Ran reassured, activating the pet appraisal device in his mind and inspecting each beast one by one. Unsurprisingly, all three had ascended a level, achieving the rank of 5th-tier elite, and had even comprehended advanced skills, proving to be more effective than the breeding platform. System, can't the breeding in this dimension be charged a bit more? The results are indeed superior to that breeding platform, Lin Ran inquired. The breeding of dimensional fragments is uniformly charged at the price of the breeding platform. However, breeding in super dimensions is charged at 1 million per beast. The system promptly replied, I see. Although Lin Ran was somewhat dissatisfied, it was still acceptable. After all, breeding in super dimensions was exceedingly expensive, allowing for instant transitions between regions and a full 5 days of breeding. Albeit with a hefty initiation fee of 500 points per session, equivalent to 500,000 blue star coins, that it seemed plausible that in the future, if customers wished to breed exotic beasts into entities like the ice celestial beast, it would certainly be feasible, especially since they could bring along 3 beasts at once, making it an incredibly lucrative opportunity. Lin Ran felt he had stumbled upon a business venture and was overwhelmingly pleased. He cheerfully led the 3 exotic beasts into a nearby small room, where the giant rock turtle resided, and promptly retrieved his phone to dial the number left by Chen Xian, notifying him to come and collect the exotic beasts. What? They're already bred. The boss isn't pulling my leg. Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment from the other end of the line. Of course not. When will you be coming? I'm still at the academy. How about we come by tomorrow morning to pick them up? All right, make it quick. Lin Ran concluded the call. Since today was the academy's finals day, it was only natural that he couldn't leave. Lin Ran then approached the counter, starting to tally the exotic beast food and materials collected by the substitute. As dusk descended and no customers arrived, Lin Ran prepared to close the shop. Aside from the Dream Eater beast that had been sleeping throughout the day, there were no other exotic beasts at the intermediate breeding platform. He quickly summoned his 2 exotic beasts. Currently, the Flowing Shadow Moonlight Hound was at the 6th-tier elite level, while the Annihilation Thunder Tiger was slightly lower, at the 6th-tier lower level. Lin Ran placed both into the breeding platform, which could only breed beasts of tier 7 and below, making it ideal for his 2 beasts. Once they broke through to tier 7, he could afford to take a brief pause. Lin Ran felt a twinge of concern. After all, his true strength was merely that of a 4-star beast tamer. Although he could control beasts far exceeding his level using spiritual techniques and supreme beast contracts, he still felt a sense of unease. He decided it would be better to wait until he reached 5 stars before sending them into superdimensional breeding. After exiting the breeding chamber, Lin Ran carried 3 bowls of ordinary exotic beast feed to the small room, saying, "You 3 can rest here for the night. This is your food. Come eat if you get hungry." He then approached the giant rock turtle, reassuring it, "Don't be afraid. They won't bully you. Here are some pieces of rock dragon eggshells for you to enjoy." The initially timid giant rock turtle, seeing the 3 exotic beasts cowering in a corner, suddenly brightened its eyes and nodded at Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled happily and placed 3 brown eggshells on the ground. Having completed these tasks, he promptly locked the door and returned home. Chapter 73. Oh my God! The following morning, Lin Ran spotted a youth standing outside the shop from a distance. "You were the first to arrive?" Lin Ran remarked, glancing around for the other 2. "We came early," Suyu replied. Seeing that you hadn't arrived yet, they went to a nearby breakfast shop to eat. I finished quickly and came here to wait. I'll notify them now. All right. Lin Ran nodded, took out his key, and opened the door to enter. Su followed closely behind, simultaneously using her phone to inform Chen Xian and the others. Boss, your efficiency is astounding. They were bred in less than a day, Suyu said, putting away her phone, feeling a bit anxious. After inquiring with Feng Ruodong upon returning home, she learned that this shop could indeed complete breeding within a day. But it had only been half a day. They had just handed over the beasts in the morning, and now, in the afternoon, he was already notifying her that they were ready. Would there be any issues? While her Thunder Shadow Python was not an exceptionally remarkable beast, it was still a 7th-tier bloodline creature, and she had spent a hefty sum of 100,000 on it, which understandably made her quite uneasy. Noticing Suyu's troubled expression, Lin Ran smiled. There's no need to worry. Normally, breeding does take a day, but our shop conducted special breeding for your 3 exotic beasts yesterday, resulting in excellent effects. You happen to catch a lucky break. Really? Suyu exclaimed excitedly. However, Lin Ran chose not to elaborate further and took a seat, waiting for the other two to arrive. Soon, Chen Xian and Li Shuang hurried in. Upon seeing them, Lin Ran smiled and nodded before stepping into the small room to bring out the 3 exotic beasts. Still in a slumber, the exotic beasts immediately stood up upon Lin Ran's entrance, their expressions filled with a sense of despair as they followed him outside. When they caught sight of their true master, they erupted in ecstatic joy, tears welling in their eyes as they rushed towards him. Master, you finally came. The 3 youths were taken aback by the beast's reaction. How could they miss them so dearly after just a day apart? Moreover, they had grown exceedingly affectionate, nuzzling against them incessantly. The trio quickly established a mental connection with their beast through the beast contract, but they found nothing amiss. It was merely that these exotic beasts seemed to long for them, as if they had suffered some great injustice. Just then, Chen Xian's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Why are there so many red leaves on them? And what's with that flame-shaped mark on their foreheads?" Upon hearing Chen Xian's astonishment, Su Yu and Li Shuang hurriedly checked their own beasts. Indeed, they too had developed numerous red stripes and feathers. Gazing at Lin Ran in utter amazement. "Boss, have they mutated? Oh my God, how did you manage this?" Chen Xian shouted excitedly, with the other two echoing his astonishment. Suu, in particular, was left speechless upon seeing the red stripes on the Thunder Shadow Python. It was simply incredible. This isn't mutation, it's simply a unique breeding technique that has granted them some fire resistance. Lin Ran explained briefly without going into detail. Fire resistance? No way. But mine is a plant-type beast. How could it possibly gain fire resistance? Chen Xian was skeptical, as this contradicted everything he believed. Lin Ran remained silent, instead projecting 3 strands of his will into the minds of the 3 exotic beasts, commanding them to unleash their flame battle armor. Startled, the 3 beasts trembled in place, still wary despite the absence of the temporary beast contract. Lin Ran's powerful will instilled a sense of fear in them, akin to a sudden slap on the rear, causing them to shiver and immediately activate their flame battle armor, flames roaring around their bodies in a display of majesty. The 3 youths, initially perplexed and ready to question Lin Ran about whether he had employed any extreme methods to torment their beasts, were rendered speechless upon witnessing the flame battle armor. Flame battle armor? How is this possible? Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. His beast was a plant type. How could it have learned an advanced fire skill? This was utterly unbelievable. How could a plant-type beast, which inherently feared fire, learn a high-level fire skill? Su Yu and Li Shuang were equally at a loss for words, completely taken aback by the sight before them. Their lightning and flying-type beasts had also learned the flame battle armor. What is this situation? Lin Ran, upon seeing this, couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth, saying, "So what do you think? I haven't deceived you, have I? By the way, your forest giant deer possesses commendable aptitude, and you've even comprehended a realm of blazing fire. My shop is too small for you. Perhaps you could head to the academy or find a training facility to experiment with it later." Chen Xian was already in a state of shock. Now completely slumped on the ground, he exclaimed in excitement, "There is also a realm of blazing fire. Good heavens! Within less than a day, I've mastered 2 advanced fire-type skills, and one of them is even an auxiliary skill that enhances fire-type attack power." He did not doubt Lin Ran's exaggeration. After all, the flame battle attire alone was astonishing enough to leave them in awe. There was no need to fabricate a realm of blazing fire. Moreover, he was genuinely thrilled. With these two skills, it meant that his extraordinary beast would no longer have to fear fire-type beasts, and could even engage in combat alongside them. This was simply splendid for a plant-type auxiliary extraordinary beast. Nearby, Su Yu and Li Shuang, having overheard Lin Ran's words, hurriedly inquired, "What about us? Do our extraordinary beasts also have such capabilities?" Lin Ran, noticing the excitement in their eyes, chuckled. "Well, since you all have been nurtured together, the methods employed were identical. However, your extraordinary beasts do not possess the same level of aptitude as the forest giant deer. Hence they haven't comprehended any additional fire-type skills. But rest assured, with the flame battle attire, you will undoubtedly have the upper hand against fire-type extraordinary beast. In fact, low-level fire-type skills would hardly be able to harm them." The two felt a tinge of disappointment, but after hearing Lin Ran's explanation, their spirits lifted once more. Mastering the advanced fire-type skill, the flame battle attire, was already remarkable. Possessing this skill would guarantee victory against lower-tier fire-type extraordinary beasts. Perhaps even against fire-type beasts of the same rank, one might witness unexpected results. Although they had not comprehended the realm of blazing fire, it was merely an auxiliary skill, and it was understandable that their extraordinary beasts, lacking the aptitude of the forest giant deer, could not achieve this. The three of them were filled with excitement and exhilaration, rushing to grasp Lin Ran's hands, as if wishing to express their utmost gratitude. Lin Ran gently pushed them away, saying, "Hold on, I have more to share. I have already enhanced the strength of all three of your extraordinary beasts to the 5th tier. You are all 4-star beast tamers, so you can utilize this perfectly." Chapter 74. The Elder Goodness Boss, you are simply incredible. I admire you so much, Su Yu exclaimed, holding Lin Ran's hand and shaking it fervently, overwhelmed with excitement. "Boss, there's no need for you to say anything. Although I'm not very wealthy, I understand the importance of gratitude. Here, take this 20,000 as a token of my appreciation." After exchanging glances, Chen Xian and Li Shuang immediately understood, and each promptly transferred 20,000 to Lin Ran as well. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction, inwardly reflecting, "These fellows truly know the score. It's a worthwhile investment to let them experience dimensional nurturing. This money will nicely help with household expenses. Boss, I would like you to nurture my forest giant deer as well." "If possible," Chen Xian said excitedly. "An extraordinary beast can only be nurtured once a day, and your forest giant deer is already at the 5th tier. That should suffice for you. However, if you wish to feed it a solidification pill to seal its rank, I can continue nurturing it, but you would have to come back tomorrow," Lin Ran replied with a smile. Chen Xian was taken aback, realizing he had become overly eager and forgotten that he was merely a 4-star beast tamer. The 5th tier forest giant deer was indeed his limit. However, he found the shop's rules to be quite peculiar. Generally, nurturing shops would encourage customers to nurture continuously, yet this one only allowed once a day. Nevertheless, Chen Xian did not find anything amiss. After all, a master would have their own methods, and quirks were not uncommon. His primary focus now was to procure a solidification pill. "My apologies, boss. I got too excited. I'll return to buy the solidification pill and come back another day," Chen Xian said sheepishly. "Yes, but remember, the solidification pill will seal your extraordinary beast abilities, while it will accumulate over time. The effects will not be as good as direct advancement, meaning that the results may not be as favorable as before," Lin Ran explained. "That is fine. I completely understand." Chen Xian quickly nodded, already aware of this aspect. The side effects of the solidification pill were precisely this. It could perfectly suppress the extraordinary beast cultivation, but due to this suppression, the extraordinary beast would indeed be affected. Until the seal was lifted, its comprehension ability and leveling speed would decline, and it could only seal it up to a major rank. For his forest giant deer, that would mean a maximum of sealing it to the 7th tier. However, this was of little concern. With Lin Ran, the expert, nurturing it, what was there to fear? He almost wished to come daily, provided he had the funds ready. "Can we also continue nurturing?" Su Yu and Li Shuang promptly inquired. "Yes, but you would need to use a solidification pill. However, I wouldn't recommend it for you too. After all, your extraordinary beasts only possess a 7th tier bloodline, and it wouldn't be wise to use a solidification pill on them." It would be better to quickly obtain an 8th-tier bloodline extraordinary beast, Lin Ran replied with a smile. Initially, he and T intended to disclose this, but the performance of the three had indeed pleased him, so he decided to offer some guidance. The two were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, acquiring an 8th-tier bloodline extraordinary beast was the way to go. Why linger on the 7th-tier extraordinary beasts? Though they had made significant leaps, Lin Ran could nurture them once, and there would certainly be a second opportunity. By then, their 8th-tier extraordinary beast could also be nurtured. Wouldn't it be just as astonishing as Chun Xian's forest giant deer? The two were immediately filled with exhilaration. Soon, the three respectfully bid farewell to Lin Ran, departing with their extraordinary beasts. Glancing back at the shop, committing it to memory, yes, their extraordinary beasts followed them out of Lin Ran's shop. They were overwhelmed with emotion, each one happy to the point of tears, wishing to carry their owners away, escaping what felt like a hellish experience. Yet, the trio did not find anything amiss with their extraordinary beast reactions. Rather, they wholeheartedly approved of Lin Ran's methods. They had been too pampered in the past, and after Lin Ran's training, they had transformed entirely. Chun Xian turned to his extraordinary beast and said, "Can't you endure this little hardship? Do you still want to grow stronger?" The three extraordinary beasts listened helplessly to Chun Xian's lecture, internally rolling their eyes and thinking, "Do you have any idea what kind of devilish training we endured? It was hell, do you understand?" After sending off the guests, Lin Ran returned to his seat at the counter, pondering future nurturing methods. Before long, he devised a comprehensive plan for extraordinary beasts with subpar bloodlines or those that had consumed a solidification pill. Nurturing could be conducted using a nurturing platform. Meanwhile, high-tier bloodline extraordinary beasts could utilize specialized dimensional nurturing. This would surely satisfy them, as those who obtained high-tier bloodline extraordinary beasts during their student years likely came from affluent families. Perhaps, in their excitement, they might even offer a token of gratitude, which would be quite delightful. Furthermore, Lin Ran established a specialized nurturing program tailored to the extraordinary beast's attributes, selecting superdimensional options for nurturing. The results would be unimaginable, and he could also prepare to gather high-quality extraordinary beast food and materials. Simply perfect. However, the fees were rather steep, at 1 million per beast, making it difficult for ordinary students to afford. By noon, after hastily finishing his lunch, Lin Ran leaned over the counter to rest as the small vortex within his dantian activated, practicing his mental techniques. Suddenly, a powerful star spiritual force approached, startling Lin Ran into raising his head and opening his eyes, only to discover two individuals, one of whom bore a familiar visage. He promptly exclaimed, "Principal Yi, what brings you here, and who might this be?" The visitors were none other than Yi Kuei, the principal of the Xianzhong Extraordinary Beast Academy, and Mu Lin, the library director. Mu Lin, now quite aged with graying hair and donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuded little star's spiritual energy, gazing at Lin Ran with great curiosity. "Teacher Lin, do you remember me?" Mu Lin chuckled. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, then quickly recalled. "Ah, you're the elderly gentleman from the finals I attended at the academy, who immediately recognized that the Ice Empress Beast's Ice Emperor's Light was not the perfect version. He had held considerable admiration for him at that time. Realizing that this elder must possess significant stature, he never expected that he was indeed affiliated with the academy, and the fact that he emitted almost no star spiritual energy was intriguing. Were he anyone else, Lin Ran might have thought him an ordinary old man, but that was clearly not the case. "You are the elder from the grand venue, aren't you? I didn't anticipate you were also from the academy," Lin Ran said respectfully to Mu Lin. "Ha, Teacher Lin, you flatter me that I am the director of the academy's library. I heard Principal Yi mention that you wish to learn about the 5 types of extraordinary beast enhancement buffs from our academy. So I came to deliver them personally to..." Mu Lin chuckled. Chapter 75. The Protagonist. "You are too modest, senior," Lin Ran promptly replied, not daring to slacken his demeanor. Meanwhile, Mu Lin surveyed the environment of Lin Ran's shop and was taken aback. Though the space was not particularly large, nor situated in a prime location of the outer city, it was perplexing that, given Lin Ran's capabilities, he would be operating in such a secluded area. Furthermore, it appeared to be less bustling than he had claimed. it was truly baffling. Could it be that this breeding establishment was merely a facade? However, upon further contemplation, it made sense. With such exceptional breeding skills combined with the prowess of an 8-star beast tamer, he would undoubtedly be treated like royalty wherever he went, rendering any concern for trivial profits moot. Yek, upon entering, also quickly appraised Lin Ran's shop, sharing Mu Lin's astonishment, though he chose not to reveal it. With a smile directed at Lin Ran, he remarked, "Teacher Lin, this shop of yours is genuinely astonishing. The layout, the decor, the ambience. It's simply exquisite. Just look at that little room behind you. The aura of star spirit energy emanating from within is remarkably dense. It must be a dedicated space for cultivating extraordinary beasts. Truly, you are a hidden gem." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt an undeniable thrill within, yet he could not help but acknowledge that this Principal Yi had quite the audacity. Even his humble shop could be lauded to such heights. Nevertheless, Yi Kuei indeed possessed sharp insight, as he instantly recognized the powerful fluctuations of star spirit energy within the breeding room. Thus, Lin Ran hastily replied, "Your discernment is commendable, Principal Yi. However, did the two of you truly come here to deliver the 5 types of beast augmentation buffs?" Lin Ran could easily discern that the two harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would not have previously stated that they would hand over the items during his teaching sessions at the academy. And now they had arrived unexpectedly, without warning. Actually, it was I who insisted on bringing Principal Yi here. Teacher Lin, being so young yet possessing such remarkable breeding skills, it stands to reason that you must have a master who is a top-tier breeding expert." Mu Lin said, his aged eyes suddenly shimmering with a glint of excitement. The status of a top-tier breeding master was nearly on par with that of a 9-star beast tamer, and, moreover, was exceedingly rare. Each top-tier breeding master would invariably have several 9-star beast tamers safeguarding them, boasting formidable connections. Although their combat prowess might not be formidable, they were to be treated with utmost respect. Perhaps even more so than 9-star beast tamers. Roughly speaking, Lin Ran did not refute. He had long since grasped the dynamics of this world. Given the breeding capabilities of his shop, he could undoubtedly rival a top-tier breeding master. And it was indeed the system that had granted him these abilities, in a certain sense making it true that he had a master. Witnessing Lin Ran's confirmation, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin were instantly taken aback, followed by overwhelming excitement. Ever since Lin Ran had agreed to their proposal for teaching at the academy, Yi Kuei had leveraged all his connections, reaching out to treasure-seeking teams, military officials, and high-ranking individuals across various sectors to uncover Lin Ran's background. In just a single day, he had obtained comprehensive details, including Lin Ran's home address, parental information, family members, the hospital of his birth, the name of the midwife, and even the weight at birth and the color of his first diaper. Yet, after reviewing all this information, Yi Kuei was left in awe. This exceedingly detailed dossier contained no indication of how Lin Ran had become so formidable, leaving him with a sense that the information was incomplete. From this document, it became evident that Lin Ran did not hail from the illustrious family background he had initially presumed. Rather, he originated from an exceedingly ordinary household. His parents were merely 6-star beast tamers, and his father had passed away prematurely. The only noteworthy aspect was his maternal lineage. However, it too was not particularly strong, with his uncle being the most distinguished member, a rank 8 beast tamer serving in a special operations unit of the military. Beyond that, there was no significant background to speak of. Furthermore, Lin Ran himself had initially been an ordinary person who awakened his star spirit energy after birth, yet now he stood as at least an 8-star beast tamer. Previously, he had not intentionally revealed his star spirit energy, making the exact timing of his awakening a mystery. It could only be surmised that the young man had suddenly awakened his star spirit energy one day and rapidly ascended to the rank of 8-star beast tamer, which was nothing short of astonishing. Upon reaching this point, Yi Kuei felt an immense admiration for the young man before him. Yet he also harbored some trepidation that a youth not yet 20, with such profound cunning, who had learned to conceal his true capabilities from a young age and had done so with such depth, should never be underestimated. After all, while the world is not devoid of geniuses, many of them meet untimely ends. It is those who are both talented and discreet who pose the greatest threat. Once they grow, they can become extraordinarily formidable entities. With this thought in mind, Yi Kuei felt immensely fortunate. Having such a person join their academy was undoubtedly a monumental boon. Moreover, Lin Ran had just acknowledged that he was a disciple of a top-tier breeding master, prompting Yi Kuei to formulate a hypothesis. That is, Lin Ran, born to an ordinary family, had fortuitously awakened his star spirit energy one day and unexpectedly received guidance from a top-tier breeding master. However, this master may have preferred to remain hidden, thus providing clandestine instruction to Lin Ran, and perhaps he had even passed away, bequeathing all his knowledge to Lin Ran. Alternatively, it was conceivable that this top-tier breeding master had numerous enemies, was being pursued, and fortuitously encountered Lin Ran to impart his legacy in pursuit of vengeance. Indeed, that must be the case. Such narratives are often found in television dramas and novels, and this young man before them bore a striking resemblance to their protagonists. After observing the two lost in thought for quite some time, Lin Ran inquired, "Do you gentlemen have further matters to discuss?" The two were instantly roused from their reverie, and Yi Kuei hurriedly replied, "Teacher Lin, we actually have two important matters to convey to you." Mu Lin nodded in agreement beside him. Important matters? Lin Ran queried, perplexed. "Well, the first matter is to inform you that the final grade assessment competition for the third-year students has concluded, with the champion being Sheng Ning," Yi Kuei stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran was not surprised. After all, Sheng Ning's golden seal dragon python was indeed formidable, and its victory was to be expected, he replied. And what else? Surely that's not the only issue at hand." Teacher Lin is truly astute. "The next matter is of great significance. We would like to request that you allocate some time to commence teaching at the academy as soon as possible. Ideally, we hope you can conduct several additional classes. Rest assured, we will provide you with generous compensation." Mu Lin eagerly interjected, his tone exceedingly courteous, primarily out of respect for Lin Ran's mysterious patron. Lin Ran, with an expression of astonishment, asked, "But, Principal Yi, was it not agreed that classes would officially begin next week? And why the need for additional sessions?" Lin Ran felt a wave of discontent. A contract had already been signed for classes once a week, and now they were requesting an earlier start and additional sessions. This felt rather exploitative. Chapter 76. The Beast Tamer Alliance Tournament. Noticing the shift in Lin Ran's expression, Yi Kuei quickly sensed something amiss and hastened to explain. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. It is as follows. Boss Lin, you must have heard of the Beast Tamer Alliance Tournament, correct? The event has been moved forward, and there are only 2 weeks remaining. This year, several strong contenders from the third year, along with some promising lower-year students, such as that second-year Yang Long and the adept Chun Xian, who specializes in auxiliary beasts, will all be competing. Thus, this half-month period is the only time the academy can assist them. Not only does Teacher Lin need to add classes, but other instructors will also need to do the same. Rest assured, everything will proceed according to the contract. This situation is exceptional, and the academy will provide additional compensation to all high-star instructors." The Beast Tamer Alliance Tournament. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, as he still retained some understanding of this competition. It was a highly prestigious event on the entire Blue Sea Star, a global Beast Tamer championship encompassing all 5 major regions of Blue Sea Star. The age limit for participants was set at 25 years old or younger, inclusive of 25 years. With no restrictions on the strength of the tamers or the exotic beasts, they could utilize that as long as they met these criteria. Even a beast of 9th-tier lineage could be entered. However, despite the open-ended nature regarding age and strength, the competition predominantly attracted students from various academies or young individuals just entering society, adhering strictly to the age limit of 25 years or younger. Consequently, most participants would typically be around 6 or 7 stars in strength, as those who had attained 9-star prowess would likely consider themselves above such competitions. Yet, there were exceptions. Historical records indicated that there had been competitors under the age of 25 who achieved 9-star cultivation. But such individuals were generally regarded as frontrunners for the championship. Moreover, due to the lack of stringent conditions, almost anyone could register, although they had to undergo multiple rounds of selection. Initially, they would participate in a local qualifying event, from which the top 4 would emerge, subsequently entering the regional competitions. Blue Sea Star comprises 5 major regions. the northern, western, eastern, southern, and central parts, each containing 4 major cities. Each city is further divided into inner and outer regions, with some larger cities featuring multiple outer areas. Lin Ran resided in the outer city of Xianzhong City in the southern region. The so-called regional competition required participants to stand out once again among the 4 major cities, ultimately determining the 4 strongest individuals. These 4 would then compete against the top contenders from the other 4 regions to establish the top 8 for finalists and ultimately the champion. This event typically occurs every 5 years, with the entire competition broadcast globally, drawing immense attention and causing streets to empty in anticipation. During the city qualifiers, all local media outlets, including television stations and live streaming platforms, would unconditionally broadcast the events. During this period, the viewership of the Beast Tamer Alliance Championship would soar to unprecedented heights, eclipsing any television dramas or variety shows, captivating audiences of all ages. However, for the majority, reaching the top 4 was nearly impossible given the vastness of a city. In Xianzhong City alone, there exists a distinction between inner and outer regions, housing countless institutions, military units, treasure hunting teams, and other organizations, resulting in an overwhelming number of participants. Furthermore, Xianzhong City is not particularly large compared to other cities in Blue Sea Star, some of which do not differentiate between inner and outer regions, instead categorizing areas by towns. Take Yaoguang City, the largest in Blue Sea Star, for instance. It is located in the central region and can be considered the capital, boasting an extensive area with over 10 towns. Thus, for an average individual, merely qualifying within the top 100 of a city is already a remarkable achievement, ensuring a bright future. Those who manage to secure a commendable ranking in the city qualifiers are often high achievers from prestigious academies, capable newcomers from a military and treasure hunting teams, or individuals nurtured by powerful families or conglomerates, genuinely talented prodigies. Therefore, those who emerge from the city qualifiers have invariably demonstrated extraordinary potential. As for the individual who ultimately claims the championship of Blue Sea Star, they will represent the elite of the younger generation, having triumphed amidst countless competitors from various regions, inner and outer cities alike. Historically, champions of the Beast Tamer Alliance Championship either ascend to become 9-star tamers, renowned globally, or establish influential families and organizations, safeguarding local security, while some even strive towards the fabled position of supremacy. Of course, there have been unforeseen circumstances where some have tragically fallen. Isn't it held every 5 years? Why has it been advanced? Lin Ran inquired, perplexed that I'm not sure. It seems to be a decision made by the government. Regardless, this is indeed confirmed news, Yi Kuei explained. Having Shangning, Feng Ruo Tong, Chun Xian, and even lower year students compete for the top 4 seems implausible, Lin Ran remarked, visibly skeptical. That appears to be asking too much. Shangning is one thing, but Feng Ruo Tong has only achieved 3 stars. And Chun Xian specializes in support-type beasts. The top 4? Teacher Lin, you misunderstand. With so many people in the city, even as the strongest academy, it's nearly impossible for us to achieve that we merely wish for them to gain valuable experience. And perhaps a few might excel. Even if they all fail, placing within the top 100 would still be commendable, laying a pathway for their futures. Moreover, they are all young, and they can always compete again in 5 years. Treating this as an opportunity to accumulate experience, Yi Kuei hastily clarified. Lin Ran understood. If the objective was merely to pave the way for their futures or to gather experience, it was indeed a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, in 5 years, these individuals would still be quite youthful, fully eligible to compete, and at their strongest, he couldn't help but regard Principal Yi Kuei with newfound respect. Despite his excessive flattery, he was indeed a wise mentor, deserving of the title of principal of the city's foremost academy, genuinely invested in the welfare of these soon-to-graduate students. It is worth noting that in 5 years, once these students graduated, their connection to the academy would diminish significantly. And even should they achieve remarkable rankings, the academy would have little to gain. Nevertheless, the institution was still wholeheartedly committed to their success, demonstrating a profound dedication that truly befits the premier Beast Tamer Academy in the city. Understand now. I will participate. Lin Ran promptly nodded in agreement, before inquiring, "But what about the additional rewards?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's acceptance, Yi Kuei sighed in relief, but when he caught the latter's follow-up question, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Each participant will receive 2 million glory points. 2 million glory points. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, recalling having seen this during the contract signing as a high-star mentor at the academy. He would indeed earn glory points, which were among the most valuable commodities on this planet, second only to blue star currency. These points could be exchanged for treasures, exotic beasts, battle armor, and various other items from the warehouses of treasure hunting teams. The military and academies, he had tasted the sweetness of this exchange once before. 2 million is rather modest, Lin Ran remarked nonchalantly, considering he had easily accrued 4 to 5 million glory points during his last venture into the spatial rift, leaving him with approximately 1.4 million at present. Yi Kuei's lips twitched slightly. "Teacher Lin, you jest. This is already a very generous offer, exceeding the earnings of other high-star mentors by a million. It reflects our sincerity, especially considering there are only 2 weeks left and not many classes will be held. Beside them," Mu Lin quickly added, "Indeed, Teacher Lin, keep in mind that the glory points earned by our high-star mentors in a month are merely in the tens of thousands. 2 million is already quite a substantial amount." "All right, I reluctantly accept," Lin Ran conceded, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask for more, recognizing the validity of their statements, especially given the limited time remaining for classes. "That's wonderful. By the way, here's the copy of the 5 exotic beast amplification buff. Teacher Lin, please keep it safe," Mu Lin said, pulling a book from his pocket and placing it on the counter. As Yi Kuei prepared to leave with Mu Lin after Lin Ran's reluctant agreement, he suddenly found himself mesmerized by Lin Ran's youthful visage. He had always treated Lin Ran as a peer. Forgetting a significant detail, Lin Ran also met the requirements for participation in the Beast Tamer Alliance Championship, and as an 8-star tamer with a 9th-tier beast, the Shadow Moon Hound, he had effortlessly defeated 8th-tier elite undead beasts and repelled 8th-tier elite magic-eye beasts, far surpassing Shengning that if he were to compete, he would undoubtedly secure a top 4 placement, potentially even reach the final stages. In that moment, Yi Kuei was struck dumb, realizing he had completely overlooked this crucial fact. Yet he could hardly be blamed. Lin Ran's maturity and cunning demeanor had led him to forget the latter's actual age. Only 18. This individual was undoubtedly a contender for the championship, and even Yi Kuei, having lived a significant portion of his life, had never encountered a young person of Lin Ran's caliber. Yi Kuei stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at Lin Ran with wide eyes. Not only Yi Kuei, but Mu Lin too came to the realization, both staring at Lin Ran in awe, barely able to contain their admiration. "What is wrong with you two?" Lin Ran suddenly questioned, noticing their immobility and intense stares. "I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to look at me like that." Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, both quickly snapped back to reality. Yi Kuei, regaining his composure, said, "Teacher Lin, with the competition being advanced, I assume you are preparing to take action. You should hurry and register." Yi Kuei had already contemplated that if Lin Ran were to enroll, there would be no need for him to add extra classes, and he might even grant Lin Ran a break to prepare thoroughly, allowing him to compete under the Academy's name. A remarkable opportunity for glory. "Participate in what?" Lin Ran asked, puzzled. "That aren't you planning to compete?" The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yi Kuei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Such a marvelous opportunity! Are you truly not going to participate? Considering your strength, not only could you secure a top 4 position in the city qualifiers, but even the title of the best in the entire city is well within your grasp. Moreover, there lies the prospect of contending for the global championship, having witnessed numerous iterations of the Beast Tamer Alliance competition." He was well aware of the standards involved. With Lin Ran's capability to slay 8th-tier superior beasts, he was undoubtedly a strong candidate to represent Xianzhong City. This was an incredible chance for Lin Ran to establish his name, especially given his youth. It would be unfathomable for him to disregard such a monumental opportunity, even if he were to face formidable opponents in the future, even if he were to suffer a loss later on. It would still suffice to assert his undeniable status as the foremost among the younger generation in Xianzhong City. "I have no interest," Lin Ran replied coolly, For him, it was genuinely a lack of interest. Even if he were to achieve consecutive victories and become the so-called champion of the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, at most he would merely gain the mentorship of a 9-star Beast Tamer and become their disciple. Or perhaps enter the ranks of a powerful faction. Such prospects might be coveted by others, but they held no significance for him. His cultivation was solely reliant on the mental techniques provided by the system. As far as Lin Ran was aware, he had yet to encounter any other cultivation manuals that could rival the mental techniques he possessed. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, connecting him to the ancient 5 dimensions, where formidable beings and countless divine beasts resided. Entering such realms could spell disaster even for a 9-star beast tamer. Thus, he held little regard for such competitions. He preferred to invest his time in nurturing more beasts, forging additional battle armors, and accumulating points with the ultimate goal of hatching divine beasts. In that case, even without participating in these so-called competitions, he could still make a name for himself. Upon hearing Lin Ran's straightforward refusal, the two were left utterly astonished. Could it be that you have already reached that echelon? Yi Kuei suddenly contemplated another possibility. Could it be that you have attained the level of a 9-star beast tamer? If that were the case, there would indeed be no need to participate in these competitions. Typically, reaching such a level would mean one could only take part in the Supreme Alliance competition. The Supreme Alliance competition was far more terrifying and intense, with no restrictions on age or the type of beasts. Anyone could compete, be they a 9-star or 8-star beast tamer, or even those utilizing 9th-tier beasts or the legendary divine beasts. All participants were formidable forces, rendering weaker 8-star beast tamers insignificant. Moreover, the top 3 finishers in this competition would gain access to a coveted location that all beast tamers dreamt of, the Supreme Ruins. This was said to be the resting place of the 5 great Supremes, filled with countless treasures, arising from a time-space rift discovered centuries ago. However, the rift was fragile, allowing only a limited number of entrants. Hence, the government established this competition to select the 3 strongest beast tamers to breach the legendary threshold. Lin Ran was aware of this competition, or rather, in the realm of Blue Sea Star. Nearly everyone except newborns was cognizant of it. This was a competition far more prominent than the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, the true pinnacle of contests. The timing of the competition was uncertain, typically announced by the government months in advance that if one aimed to win the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, the ultimate goal would undoubtedly be the Supreme Alliance competition. You overestimate me. I am not yet a 9-star beast tamer. Lin Ran shook his head in denial. He did not conceal this fact. As with the unfathomable Mu Lin before him, it would be easy for him to discern Lin Ran's true capabilities, even with his mental techniques in play. However, Mu Lin refrained from doing so, evidently wary of the individual backing Lin Ran. Upon hearing Lin Ran's denial, Yi Kuei contemplated it would indeed be too astonishing if someone under the age of 20 were to become a 9-star beast tamer. Nevertheless, even so, with Lin Ran's 9th-tier beast, the Flowing Shadow Illusionary Moonhound, possessing around 6th-tier strength, he could effortlessly defeat 8th-tier Superior Corpse Beasts and 8th-tier Superior Skeletal Beasts. This was not far off from the capabilities of a 9-star beast tamer. At the very least, he could easily obliterate the vast majority of 8-star beast tamers. Why? Yi Kuei was perplexed. With Lin Ran's extraordinary talent, why would he not showcase it? Could it be that he truly did not care for fame and fortune? That seemed unlikely. As a diligent principal of the Beast Tamer Academy, he felt a deep concern for Lin Ran. Had it been one of his own students, he would have already given them a thorough admonition. There is no reason. I simply cannot be bothered. Lin Ran explained briefly why Yi Kuei and Mu Lin were left dumbfounded. Was there truly such a person? To forfeit an easily attainable opportunity for fame and fortune simply because he was too lazy to pursue it? Is this how geniuses operate? I am truly in awe of you. This is such an excellent opportunity. Are you really not going to consider it? Yi Kuei felt a pang of heartache. If he possessed Lin Ran's talent, he would have unconditionally signed up. I considered it thoroughly. I do not wish to go. Lin Ran resolutely shook his head and inquired, do you two need anything else? Perhaps some beast food or materials? Hearing Lin Ran's words, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. With only half a month left, it was one thing for him to refuse, but now he was suggesting selling goods? What on earth was this young man's mind occupied with? Yi Kuei and Mu Lin, feeling helpless, shook their heads and sighed deeply at tea that moment. Yi Kuei caught sight of the beast food and materials on a shelf behind Lin Ran and was instantly dumbfounded. How could he possess such items? Many were even unfamiliar to him, and their prices were exorbitantly high. Are these items genuine? Are you not trying to deceive us? Yi Kuei immediately thought of this, but then recalled the mysterious figure behind Lin Ran, and he froze. These items could very well be authentic. Upon this realization, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin began to examine the shelves behind Lin Ran with great care. Astonished to discover a plethora of rare fruits and herbs, each infused with an abundance of stellar energy. Almost every beast attribute, including wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, had corresponding food available. Moreover, there were two peculiar items sealed in unique boxes, both lacking price tags and exuding an air of sophistication. What are these two? Yi Kuei asked, his gaze fixed on the two most prominent boxes pulsating with distinct stellar energy. Lin Ran glanced over and replied. The one on the left is the Nine Heavens Wind Demon Pill, which, when consumed, has a chance to elevate a 7th-tier wind-type beast directly to 8th tier while also allowing the beast to randomly comprehend a powerful wind-type skill. As for the one on the right, it is the One Wind Earth Sovereign Pill, which enables a juvenile Earth-type beast to evolve directly into its mature form. These two items were among the finest treasures Lin Ran had originally brought back from the superdimensional realm, having already sold one Qing Dan, leaving only these two behind. To avoid startling customers, he had purposely refrained from displaying their prices, never expecting anyone to inquire about them today. What? Yi Kuei was stunned. A pill that could alter the bloodline of a 7th-tier beast. How could that be possible? Yi Kuei found it utterly unbelievable. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, he had never encountered a pill capable of changing the bloodline of a 7th-tier beast. This notion completely shattered his worldview. In any other shop, he would have immediately turned on his heel and reported the establishment for selling counterfeit goods. Yet Lin Ran's shop made him hesitate, for he was already quite powerful, and the enigmatic individual backing Lin Ran had no reason to deceive them. Beside him, Mu Lin chimed in. A single pill can change a 7th-tier wind-type beast bloodline and elevate it to 8th tier. Furthermore, it allows for the comprehension of a powerful wind-type skill. Only a chance, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. After all, if such a miraculous pill guaranteed 100% success, wouldn't there be high-tier beasts everywhere in the world? However, even if the advancement fails, it will undoubtedly still grant the comprehension of a powerful wind-type skill, all of which would be of high-tier caliber. After listening to Lin Ran's words, Yi Kuei felt a flicker of excitement. Since the moment he became a beast tamer, he had been accompanied by a 7th-tier wind spirit crane, which had been by his side for over 40 years, having reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier long ago. He found himself constrained by the limitations of bloodline, unable to progress further for many years. Now that he had entered the twilight of his life, even if he were to acquire other powerful beasts with superior bloodlines, none could compare to this one, which held profound emotional ties to him, essentially akin to a child. Now, presented with a golden opportunity to potentially alter the bloodline of a 7th-tier wind-type beast with a medicinal pill, how could he not take the chance? Teacher Lin, I will take this Jiuxiao Wind Demon Pill. How much is it? Yi Kuei hastily inquired. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he replied, this Jiuxiao Wind Demon Pill is priced at 500,000. Will it be cash or a bank transfer? 500,000. Upon hearing this price, Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed exorbitantly steep. If there were a guarantee of success, he would have purchased it without hesitation. But the odds were merely probabilistic. Even though he had accumulated a decent sum over the years as the head of the Xianzhong Beast Academy, such extravagance felt unwarranted. He cast an awkward glance at Lin Ran. Noticing Yi Kuei's discomfort, Lin Ran quickly added, Principal Yi, while this pill does have a degree of uncertainty, the success rate exceeds 50%. Otherwise, I wouldn't be selling it for 500,000.50%. After Lin Ran's clarification, Yi Kuei paced back and forth in the store, deeply conflicted. Eventually, Mu Lin approached him, gently patting his shoulder and whispering, "Why not give it a shot?" Consider it a gesture of goodwill towards him. Who knows, he might even agree to participate in the competition out of goodwill, and this item might genuinely prove beneficial. Very well. I shall take it. I happen to have an elderly wind spirit crane that can undergo the trial. After hearing Mu Lin's words, Yi Kuei resolved to act. His years of savings allowed him to take this gamble. Perhaps it could truly alter the fate of his wind spirit crane, extending its life. Chapter 79. The elderly crane, a smile crept onto Lin Ran's face as he quickly retrieved the box containing the Jiuxiao Wind Demon Pill from the shelf. "Trust me, you will be pleasantly surprised," he said with a grin, handing the box to Yi Kuei while gesturing for him to complete the payment on his phone. After Yi Kuei received the Jiuxiao Wind Demon Pill, he promptly transferred 500,000 to Lin Ran and tucked the box into his embrace. That he refrained from hastily administering the pill to his beast, as it would imply a lack of faith in Lin Ran, and he wished to give him some face. "How about this one-patterned Earth Sovereign Pill? Would you like it?" Lin Ran, noticing the rare presence of two affluent customers, seized the opportunity to promote it, hoping they might also consider forging a few pieces of battle armor, though he realized it was somewhat unlikely, given that at their level, they likely already possessed exclusive battle gear and wouldn't waste money on additional crafting. This pill allows juvenile Earth-type beasts to evolve directly into their mature form, correct? Mu Lin chimed in, having sensed Lin Ran's eagerness that he figured it was best to humor Lin Ran, so he decided to make a purchase. Exactly. Any tier of beast can directly evolve into its mature form upon consuming this pill. Lin Ran responded eagerly. Any tier of beast? Mu Lin expressed mild surprise. Does that mean it could even work on 9th tier or divine beasts? However, it was rare for anyone to be foolish enough to give such a pill to a 9th tier or divine beast, as the rapid growth induced by the medicine could lead to side effects, such as lack of practical experience or an inability to adapt to their newfound size. Nonetheless, for students eager to enhance their strength, especially with the Beast Tamer Alliance competition looming just half a month away, this pill could be invaluable. After all, nurturing a new beast to maturity in such a short time frame was impractical, making this pill the optimal choice. At worst, they could focus on proper training after the competition. "All right, I'll take this one-patterned Earth Sovereign Pill," Mu Lin declared generously. "Very well, that will be 300,000, Lin Ran replied, visibly pleased, as he quickly retrieved the box and handed it to Mu Lin. He was pleasantly surprised by how easily the sale had gone through. Upon hearing the price of 300,000, Mu Lin felt a slight pang in his heart, but maintained a cheerful demeanor as he transferred the funds to Lin R.N.B. By the way, I noticed that your shop offers battle armor forging services, right? Yi Kuei suddenly asked. Lin Ran was taken aback. He hadn't even begun to promote this service yet. "Principal Yi, you have a keen eye. This is a new service we just launched. Are you two interested?" "Haha, Teacher Lin, you never cease to amaze us. I can't believe you are capable of forging battle armor as well that we must be introduced to your master someday." Yi Kuei chuckled. "However, we already possess our own exclusive battle gear, so we might not be able to patronize your services again. But rest assured, I will promote your offerings to the students and teachers at the academy, especially those preparing for the competition. I will certainly spread the word once we return." "Thank you, Principal Yi and Director Mu," Lin Ran said with a smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Yi Kuei and Mu Lin promptly responded, not shirking their duty. After a brief tour of Lin Ran's shop, they prepared to leave. Before departing, Yi Kuei turned to Lin Ran once more, saying, "Teacher Lin, truly, you must consider participating in the Beast Tamer Alliance competition. It would be best if you reported to the academy tomorrow at the latest." "The day after at the latest, I implore you. I will definitely be there tomorrow," Lin Ran replied with a smile and a nod. "Very well. When you come tomorrow, seek me out, and I will arrange everything for you." Upon hearing Lin Ran's agreement, Yi Kuei smiled, but the smile soon faltered. This man, after all, only seemed to be committed to teaching at the academy and had not considered the competition at all, leaving him feeling quite helpless. After bidding farewell to Lin Ran, the two hailed a cab and returned directly to the academy. Once they departed, Lin Ran quickly converted the 800,000 blue star coins he had just earned into points. totaling 1,820 points when combined with his existing balance. Satisfied, he opened the book that Mu Lin had left behind. Although it was merely a photocopy, it did not hinder Lin Ran's training in the 5 types of beast enhancement buffs. The detailed notes quickly engrossed him in his studies. Time flew by, and Yi Kuei and Mu Lin had returned to the academy. They clasped their fists in farewell and parted ways. While Yi Kuei strolled along the academy's path, taking his time until he reached a secluded battlefield behind the academy. This site had been established long ago when the academy was not yet the strongest in the city, lacking the funds to construct the vast arena seen today. Consequently, this area had been abandoned for some time, frequented only by himself or some older mentors. Students would never come here, preferring to utilize the superior conditions of the new training grounds rather than venture to such a desolate place. Yi Kuei surveyed his surroundings. The area was deserted, and the ground was littered with fallen leaves that had not been cleared away, evoking an inexplicable sense of melancholy. It was within this modest battleground that countless powerful beast tamers had honed their skills, gradually elevating the academy's reputation. Yet now it stood in stark contrast to its former glory, a poignant reminder of times past. With a gentle sweep of his right hand, a colossal crane, approximately 7 meters tall, emerged from his beast space. This was the 7th-tier Wind Spirit Crane, his most cherished companion. The Wind Spirit Crane, now in its twilight years, had clouded eyes, and the tips of its once pure white wings had lost many feathers, leaving them bare. Its body bore numerous scars, remnants of the battles fought alongside Yi Kuei for decades. "How have you been lately?" Yi Kuei's gaze softened as he spoke gently. The Wind Spirit Crane, upon seeing Yi Kuei, was filled with joy, nuzzling him affectionately, creating a heartwarming scene. "Come here." Yi Kuei retrieved a box from his bosom, extracting the 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill and tossing it to the Wind Spirit Crane. The moment the box was opened, Yi Kuei felt an exceptionally powerful surge of wind attribute astral energy, and he was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. This item might truly be of use, even in the event of failure. The formidable astral energy could undoubtedly prolong its life for quite some time. Chapter 80. This is a spiritual medicine. The small green pill fell directly into the beak of the Wind Spirit Crane, which swallowed it whole in one gulp. Since the Wind Spirit Crane had entered its twilight years, its lifespan dwindling, Yi Kuei had seldom allowed it to venture out. After consuming the 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill, the crane nuzzled against Yi Kuei with fervor, displaying an affectionate intimacy. Yi Kuei beamed with joy, gazing tenderly at the Wind Spirit Crane as he gently stroked its beak, treating it as if it were his own child, while his heart ached with sorrow. Many years ago, when he was still a brash youth, he had relied on the Wind Spirit Crane to challenge numerous formidable opponents, resulting in many hidden ailments that had hastened its aging. For years, he had felt indebted to it. Yet the Wind Spirit Crane had never blamed Yi Kuei, always showing great affection for its master. As the head of the academy, Yi Kuei bore immense responsibilities. But it was only in the presence of this extraordinary beast that he could unburden himself, feeling at ease, for the Wind Spirit Crane was his most trusted and significant companion, one that would never betray him. At that moment, the Wind Spirit Crane suddenly trembled, its murky eyes brightening with life. Its aged wings began to flap vigorously, stirring up clouds of dust and fallen leaves from the ground as a resounding cry echoed throughout the area. Subsequently, its damaged wings began to heal, enveloped in a layer of green astral energy, and with a whoosh, it soared into the sky, filled with exuberance. That it succeeded. It truly succeeded. Yi Kuei was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he tightly clasped his hands, watching the Wind Spirit Crane fly freely in the heavens. In that fleeting moment, he felt an extraordinarily familiar energy, the very essence produced during a beast's breakthrough. He also heard the ecstatic voice of the Wind Spirit Crane in his mind, and he couldn't help but weep. The Wind Spirit Crane flapped its immense wings, continuously ascending to the heights, its 7-meter frame transforming into a mere black dot, vanishing from sight. Yi Kuei, now awakened, sensed the consciousness of the Wind Spirit Crane shift from initial joy to an overwhelming excitement. In an instant, the Wind Spirit Crane dove rapidly, Returning before It descended with a tremendous green wind energy, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced apart, akin to a green missile crashing to the ground. Is this wind demon explosion? Yi Kuei's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, realizing it was a high-level skill of the wind element. It gathered the wind energy from the air, converging it within itself before exploding, causing immense destruction. Had Yi Kuei not been quick to react just now, it would have likely created a massive crater in the ground. After executing the wind demon explosion, the wind spirit crane flapped its wings once more, accompanied by a sound of rushing air as it shot towards the sky like a shooting star, swirling around in the air with the green wind energy, completing several loops around the battlefield before finally landing with satisfaction. Yi Kuei was momentarily stunned. He was intimately familiar with the wind spirit crane that had accompanied him for decades. Even if it had regained its peak strength, it could not have achieved such speed, nor could it effortlessly manipulate the wind energy in the air. There was only one explanation. It had advanced to an 8th-tier bloodline beast, which significantly enhanced its strength, heightened its sensitivity to wind energy, and increased its speed immensely. The most astonishing part was that it had comprehended the wind demon explosion. Upon realizing this, Yi Kuei was taken aback. He had initially thought that consuming this pill would merely allow a 7th-tier beast to break through to the 8th tier. He never imagined it would also augment its previous abilities as for comprehending a high-level skill. He had dismissed it as merely a marketing tactic from Lin Ran. Little did he know that this seemingly small pill held such incredible power. Had he known of its effects, he would have unhesitatingly purchased it for 1 million rather than just 500,000. How had Lin Ran come by this pill? In Yi Kuei's understanding, any pill with such remarkable effects would have been classified as a spiritual medicine by the government, and it was nearly impossible for individuals to refine such items. They were typically collected by treasure-hunting teams venturing into perilous level space rifts, and each one was not permitted to be sold privately, but must be submitted to the government instead. Even with wealth, one would need connections to acquire such items. It was astonishing that he had obtained one today, and at the price of 500,000 no less. Yi Kuei was filled with exhilaration, grateful that he had arrived early. Otherwise, if someone else had purchased it, he would have deeply regretted it. Alas, if only there were more available, he would have immediately returned to buy them all. This item could not possibly have come from Lin Ran. It must be from a mysterious master behind him. Yet why would this reclusive expert sell such a spiritual medicine at such a low price? Logically, submitting it to the government would yield an extraordinarily generous reward. Yi Kuei pondered this endlessly, yet could not arrive at an answer. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. If this pill had such astounding effects, then the one Mu Lin acquired, the Earth's sovereign pill, must also possess remarkable efficacy. He quickly stored the wind spirit crane and made his way to Mu Lin's residence. As dusk settled, Lin Ran remained seated on his chair, diligently practicing the 5 types of beast enhancement buffs. Finally, Lin Ran exhaled a long breath, exclaiming with excitement, "These 5 skills were not as difficult as I had envisioned. Could it be that my mental technique allows me to learn faster than others?" He promptly summoned the flowing shadow, Phantom Moonhound, releasing his astral energy, infusing it with 5 different colors of light. The hound's eyes sparkled, its purple-golden crescent moon atop its head shimmering, as its aura surged dramatically, howling to the sky, exuding an essence that suggested it had reached the level of a 7th-tier beast. Excellent, it truly succeeded. Lin Ran looked with satisfaction at the hound in its enhanced state. Although its power was suppressed within the shop, he could distinctly feel the surge of strength within it. If it were to face off against the 8th-tier king of the undead, it would likely dispatch it with ease. After testing the beast enhancement buffs, Lin Ran stored the flowing shadow Phantom Moonhound away and sat quietly behind the counter, contemplating the upcoming formal class at the academy. Fortunately, the shop had been upgraded to level 2, enabling the use of a substitute function. Otherwise, the back and forth would have consumed a great deal of time. Starting tomorrow, he could utilize the substitute to assist in managing the shop and nurturing beasts, allowing him to effortlessly head to the academy to teach. However, he noted that with the Beast Tamer Alliance competition approaching, the academy students seemed exceedingly busy, as no one had come to nurture beasts lately. Just as Lin Ran was lost in thought, a figure entered the shop. Chapter 81. A woman of distinct taste. Could a breeding shop in such a secluded location truly thrive? A woman muttered to herself as she walked in. I wonder what that fellow Fong Hui was thinking, insisting that I come here. Hearing her, Lin Ran quickly stood and said, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Upon seeing the young boy rise from behind the counter, the woman was taken aback, recalling Fong Hui's words about the young owner of this shop. However, she quickly surmised that he must be a shop assistant or something of the sort. I heard that you sell all kinds of beast food here. Please give me several portions of food for demon-type beasts. Anything like beast corpses or items filled with dark energy will do. I'm in a hurry. She glanced around hastily, her tone urgent. Had it not been for Fong Hui's strong recommendation and the imminent Beast Tamer Alliance competition, she would surely not have come to this shop. Indeed, Lin Ran's eyes brightened. This seemingly attractive woman was a tamer of demon-type beasts. Moreover, judging by her words, she required some beast corpses, suggesting she was a tamer of skeletal demon-type beasts. Quite the distinctive taste. We have some, but complete beast corpses and dark energy pearls are temporarily unavailable. We only have the grudge power pearls and blood soul beast skulls. Lin Ran replied, slightly surprised before continuing. Grudge power pearls and blood soul beast skulls? The woman paused, fully aware of what those two items represented as a tamer of demon-type beasts. They were far superior to the beast corpses or dark energy pearls she had initially mentioned. And such items might not even be available in the inner city-s breeding shops. How could this little shop possibly have them? Was he joking? Are you serious? The woman gazed at Lin Ran with a look of astonishment, and then her peripheral vision caught sight of the shelves behind him, causing her expression to freeze in surprise. That is only natural, Lin Ran remarked, and immediately turned to rummage through the shelves, producing two transparent bottles filled with a thick, dark gray energy. Upon seeing the two bottles in Lin Ran's hands, the woman was momentarily taken aback. The bottle on her left contained a small, black-red orb that quivered incessantly, resembling a beating heart, while the bottle on her right held a pale, otherworldly skull, still smeared with remnants of flesh and blood, surrounded by swirling dark energy, creating an eerie spectacle. Undoubtedly, these two items were the Grievance Pearl and the Blood Soul Beast Skull. The young man was internally astonished. He had not anticipated that such a remote shop would possess these items. It is known that the Grievance Pearl is akin to the blood essence of demons, formed when a demon-type beast is nearing death. In contrast, the Grievance Pearl is a gem nurtured within a high bloodline skeletal demon-type beast, akin to the inner elixir of a monster, making it exceedingly precious. As for the Blood Soul Beast Skull, it is even more challenging to acquire. Although the Blood Soul Beast possesses only around 7th tier strength, it embodies both demon and ghost attributes, making it incredibly difficult to kill. To obtain a complete skull, one would necessarily have to slay the beast entirely. Otherwise, such a pristine skull, infused with dark energy, would be unattainable. Do you wish to purchase them? Lin Ran inquired, observing the woman who had momentarily lost her focus. She quickly regained her composure and asked, "How much for these two?" The Grievance Pearl is 100,000, and the Blood Soul Beast Skull is 200,000, totaling 300,000, Lin Ran replied. These items were acquired during a recent venture to the Thunder Abyss Dimension Fragments, due to their unsettling nature, and the fact that few people utilize skeletal demon-type beasts. Lin Ran had refrained from displaying them, lest he frighten younger patrons. The woman was taken aback, not because she found the price exorbitant, but rather because it seemed remarkably low, significantly cheaper than the market rate in the inner city. As she used skeletal demon-type beasts, she was particularly familiar with these items. Typically, cultivation shops in the inner city rarely offer such goods, and when they do, they are priced exorbitantly. For instance, the Grievance Pearl generally starts at 200,000, so to find it here for merely half that price was astonishing. Furthermore, the Blood Soul Beast Skull was even cheaper, as such items typically begin at 300,000 to 400,000. But could it be that these two items were inferior products or damaged? After careful consideration, she turned to Lin Ran and asked, "Could you please open them for me to examine?" Lin Ran furrowed his brow, not because he couldn't open them, but because the bottles were provided by the system, perfectly sealing the dark energy within and allowing for indefinite preservation. However, once opened, The dark energy would immediately leak out, and if not used promptly, it would significantly diminish in effectiveness. Moreover, if she were to change her mind after viewing them, it would result in a considerable loss. Nevertheless, upon scrutinizing the woman's attire, he surmised she was not financially constrained and likely wouldn't backtrack on her decision. With a deep breath, he acquiesced, "All right, but please be quick." With that, Lin Ran swiftly unscrewed the caps of both bottles. A foul, bloody stench wafted into the air, and the temperature within the shop plummeted, reminiscent of a morgue, exuding an intense chill, accompanied by an eerie chorus of wailing spirits. In an instant, Lin Ran tightened the caps once more. The woman was utterly stunned. Although the moment was brief, she had sensed a familiar aura that far exceeded her expectations. These items were no inferior goods. The grievance pearl was undoubtedly produced by a high-tier skeletal demon-type beast, at least of 8th-tier quality. Furthermore, the blood soul beast skull was certainly not of 7th-tier caliber. It was indisputably an 8th-tier beast. How could these two items be offered for a mere 300,000? They were worth at least 600,000 without question. Are you truly selling these two for 300,000? The woman incredulously queried, unable to fathom the price. Lin Ran, noticing her expression, offered a slight smile. It was clear that she recognized the value, even if she knew the pricing was exceptionally low. However, due to system regulations, he could not alter the set prices. Fortunately, he had not obtained these items through combat in the Thunder Dimension fragments. He had stumbled upon them while escaping from a terrifying palace, initially reluctant to pick them up due to their repulsive appearance. But his companion, the flowing Shadow Hound, had persistently urged him to take them. To his surprise, the system appraised them as valuable. Indeed, it is 300,000, however. If you feel that is insufficient and wish to offer more, I would not object, Lin Ran said mischievously. The woman beamed with joy. Realizing that Lin Ran had intentionally priced them low, she felt fortunate to have followed Fong Hui's advice and stumbled upon such a remarkable deal. The cultivation platform in this rural area offered superior goods at astonishingly low prices, contrasting sharply with the inner city, where residents often looked down upon those from the outer city as impoverished and lacking power. However, given that Xianzhong City was relatively compact, with only one outer city, the situation was not overly pronounced. In larger cities with vast areas and numerous small towns, such discrimination became even more apparent. I'll take both of them. Thank you, young man, she said, still unaware that Lin Ran was the owner of the shop. Her goodwill led her to treat him with utmost courtesy, as she was a treasure hunter herself, capable of easily affording these items even at inflated prices, but she preferred to save wherever possible. Very well, Lin Ran replied with a smile, and soon they completed the transaction. Lin Ran felt quite pleased, as this 300,000 brought his points to a total of 120, marking a modest savings. Albeit not substantial. By the way, young man, you work here, right? Whereas the owner, I wish to meet him. The woman smiled at Lin Ran, still concerned that she had taken advantage of him and worried he might face repercussions for the pricing. I'm the owner, Lin Ran stated. Oh, that's great. Wait, you're the owner? The woman initially sighed in relief, only to then exclaim in disbelief. Fong Hui had mentioned the owner was a young man. But this was beyond her expectations. He seemed barely out of his teens, likely not even graduated from the Beast Academy. Her expression shifted as she regarded Lin Ran with suspicion. With such youth, his cultivation level couldn't be exceedingly high, so how had he acquired these two items? Moreover, the goods displayed on the shelves were evidently not commonplace. Noticing her reaction, Lin Ran suppressed a smile, fully aware she had mistaken him for a shop assistant. However, he found no need to clarify. After all, he was both the owner and the assistant in this establishment. Do you require any further services? Bees cultivation, or perhaps you would like to try our forging armor service, which is both economical and highly effective? Lin Ran inquired. The woman, regaining her composure, paused at Lin Ran's words and asked, Beast cultivation. You can forge armor too? Are you responsible for these services? Indeed, Lin Ran nodded. The woman was taken aback, mentally chastising Fong Hui for not being clearer. Had she known, she would have been more respectful. It was indeed a challenge to believe he was a beast cultivator, let alone a forger. Do you accept 7th-tier beasts for cultivation? she asked, her demeanor shifting as she recognized his impressive capabilities as seventh-tier beasts. Lin Ran awkwardly shook his head. Not at the moment. This shop only accepts beasts below 7th tier for cultivation. To be frank, I currently rely on dimensional fragments and the art of divine thought to forcibly cultivate beasts of the 7th rank and above. However, I fear that the instability of the divine thought may lead to a temporary contract spiraling out of control, which would spell disaster. The woman sighed in resignation. After all, her employer was still quite young. If he could indeed cultivate beasts of the 7th rank or higher, it would certainly prove that he is at least a 7-star beast tamer, which would be utterly extraordinary. After all, she had only just stepped into the realm of a 6-star beast tamer, a feat achieved through years of relentless combat within the rifts of time and space. Little did she know that Lin Ran had already been recognized as an 8-star beast tamer at the Xianzhong Beast Academy. One could only imagine her expression upon discovering this fact. "Do you wish to continue your cultivation?" Lin Ran inquired. The woman scrutinized Lin Ran thoughtfully, considering that he had the capability to acquire the Grievance Power Pearl and the Blood Soul Beast Skull, suggesting he must possess formidable backup, perhaps even a powerful mentor. Coupled with her favorable impression of him, she said, "I have a juvenile magic bone corpse here, a skeleton-type demon beast. Can it be cultivated?" Lin Ran nodded and replied, "No problem at all, as long as it has not yet reached the 7th rank. Our establishment can cultivate it." The magic bone corpse was a beast of 7th rank lineage, composed entirely of bones, resembling the corpse king beast Lin Ran had encountered previously, albeit smaller in size. This type of skeletal beast typically exhibited a common flaw. Its combat prowess remained weak until it matured, as its bones had yet to fully develop, rendering them fragile and easily shattered. However, the advantage lay in its remarkable recovery ability. Unless reduced to ashes, it could gradually be reassembled. Yet, due to its rather macabre appearance, few would choose to cultivate such a creature unless they had a penchant for the grotesque. Even Lin Ran himself would not opt for it, as its aesthetic appeal paled in comparison to his dashing large dog and tiger. "Very well," the woman said, her right hand making a swift motion. From a luminous portal emerged a small humanoid skeleton, stumbling awkwardly, clutching a tiny dagger in its right hand, its hollow eyes nervously fixed on Lin Ran as it assumed a combat stance. The woman calmed the magic bone corpse, instructing it to behave, for she had just turned 25, the ideal age to participate in the Beast Tamer Alliance competition. To further enhance her strength, she had prepared to enter the rifts of time and space with her teammates in the coming days for rigorous training, in hopes of achieving a commendable ranking in the competition. This magic bone corpse was a recent acquisition, leaving her no time for cultivation, rendering it of little immediate use. Upon receiving her soothing words, the magic bone corpse gradually settled, sitting quietly on the ground, clutching its tiny dagger, gazing vacantly at the surroundings of Lin Ran's establishment. "Then I shall entrust this to you. How much does it cost?" The woman asked. "100,000 for each, satisfaction guaranteed," Lin Ran replied with a smile. The woman hesitated, finding the price rather steep, but she quickly reconciled with it, considering she had previously gained an advantage. She nodded and transferred 100,000 to Lin Ran without further thought. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. By the way, I may be quite busy in the coming days and might not have time to collect it. If you manage to cultivate it, please keep it here until I can come by. I will settle the payment later," she stated before hastily leaving behind her phone number. This unexpected encounter had proven immensely fruitful. With these two creatures, her main beasts would significantly enhance their power, ensuring a better performance in the competition. Lin Ran was still checking if the 100,000 had arrived and did not quite catch what the woman said, merely nodding habitually. Suddenly, he realized, wait, I forgot to mention, the cultivation of beasts takes only a day. He hurriedly dashed out to pursue the woman, but she had already vanished in her haste, shaking his head in resignation. He returned to the shop, noticing a small note on the counter with a string of phone numbers that he chuckled softly, thinking he could simply call her once the cultivation was complete. After all, he could spare a moment amidst a busy day to inform her. Tomorrow, he intended to teach at the academy, and he could directly place the creature in the cultivation chamber. Moreover, this was the only cultivation order he had received that day, eliminating a need for a substitute to handle the cultivation in the dimensional realm. With that, Lin Ran carried the magic bone corpse to the cultivation room. The small skeleton, likely just born, stumbled about unsteadily and accidentally tripped over a chair. Falling to the ground, its head rolling away, it then clumsily picked itself up, reattaching its head in a rather comical fashion. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. This juvenile magic bone corpse was not nearly as terrifying as he had imagined, possessing an unexpectedly cute side. Quickly, he approached and lifted it, placing it into the intermediate cultivation chamber. Upon sensing the abundant star's spiritual energy, the magic bone corpse instantly perked up, sitting cross-legged and entering a meditative state. After completing this task, the sky had darkened considerably, prompting Lin Ran to lock up and ride his small electric scooter home. Upon arriving home, he heard his mother's laughter echoing from the living room, filled with joy as she spoke on the phone with someone. After securing his scooter, he opened the door and entered. Wang Qian, upon seeing Lin Ran, blushed faintly, her pale face brightening as she said, "You're back. Just a moment. Mom is discussing matters with your uncle. And no worries. Take your time. I'll heat up some food," Lin Ran replied with a smile as he made his way to the kitchen. Seeing his mother's long-lost radiant smile filled him with happiness, although he was unsure of the topic of their conversation. After a brief moment, Wang Qian finished her call and, still flushed, stepped into the kitchen. Noticing Lin Ran eating, she said, "Xiao Ran, I just told your uncle that you'll be awakening your star spiritual energy in 2 days. He was particularly delighted and mentioned wanting to bring you into the military in the future." "Wait, I'm only a 1-star beast tamer at best. Joining the military is something to consider later, especially since my shop has been quite busy lately." Lin Ran nearly choked on his food upon hearing his mother's words. The thought of joining the military was daunting, especially since he had to teach at the academy tomorrow, that if he inadvertently ran into his uncle's daughter, he wouldn't even know what excuse to make. Haha, don't get too excited. This is just a future consideration. Right now, you should focus more on your training today as for the shop. It can wait. Your primary concern should be honing your skills. Wang Qian believed Lin Ran was overly eager about the military, prompting her to reassure him with a smile. "All right." Lin Ran felt a wave of anxiety, but nodded obediently. By the way, the shop will be closed for a few days soon. Mom wants to take you to the inner city to meet your grandfather and uncle," Wang Qian announced. Lin Ran was taken aback. They were to meet so soon. Panic surged within him as he thought he must conceal his true abilities, ensuring they remained undetected. He should inquire with the system about any effective methods for hiding his strength. Noticing Lin Ran's expression, Wang Qian quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just too excited about the chance to visit the inner city." He quickly regained his composure, offering a casual response. "That's good to hear. Now enjoy your meal." "I'll head back to my room," Wang Qian said with a smile before departing. Lin Ran let out a deep sigh, feeling overwhelmed. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from mentioning his awakening to his mother. Now he found himself in quite a predicament. After hastily finishing his meal and tidying up, he took a shower and lay on his bed in a daze. After all, he still had a few days before meeting his grandfather, so there was no rush. However, the impending teaching duties at the academy loomed large in his mind. What would he even teach? Caught in his thoughts, Lin Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, he had the complete guide to beasts, which detailed the habits, personalities, and cultivation methods of nearly every beast. Tomorrow, he could easily find some lesser-known beasts to discuss, while also sharing practical experiences. After all, when it came to practical experience, Lin Ran was quite adept, having honed his skills through countless battles and trials within the dimensional rifts. Yes, that's settled then. Lin Ran resolutely nodded and gradually succumbed to slumber, while a small whirlpool of stellar energy automatically formed in his dantian, continuously merging the stellar and mental energies, exerting pressure on several slightly obstructed acupoints within his body. Thus, after a night of cultivation, Lin Ran arrived early at the shop, briefly attended to the care of the giant rock turtle, and then visited his dream-eating beast and the corpse of the demon bone. As expected, both were still engrossed in their own training, particularly the dream-eating beast, which was sleeping soundly. After taking care of everything, Lin Ran hurriedly locked the shop door and set off towards the Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy on his little electric scooter. Before long, he reached the boundary between the outer city and inner city, where several officers were still stationed. Upon seeing Lin Ran approaching on a scooter, One of them promptly stopped him. "Which district are you from, child? Do you possess a pass? If not, you cannot proceed," one officer stated coldly as he approached Lin Ran. Taken aback, Lin Ran wondered, what is a pass? He recalled that a few days prior, when he had taken taxi to the inner city, the driver had presented something to the officer. "What should I do? It seems I don't have one." Chapter 84. Teacher Lin has arrived for class suddenly. A spark of realization ignited in Lin Ran's mind that I possess the Tai Hung medal. That esteemed elder mentioned that with this. No one in Xianzhong City could obstruct my passage. Noticing Lin Ran's prolonged silence, the officer, growing impatient, began to say, "If you don't have one, then please leave." Before he could finish, Lin Ran produced a shining golden medal from his pocket and handed it over. Instantly, the officer trembled, straightened his posture, deeply bowed to Lin Ran, and exclaimed, "My apologies, I did not realize you were an officer." He quickly gestured for the others to allow passage, and, as Lin Ran departed, he called out, "Please take care, officer." Lin Ran mounted his scooter, remaining unperturbed, and rode straight towards the academy. "Have you ever seen such a young officer?" one of the guards awkwardly remarked to his comrades. "Well, just remember his face. Don't stop him next time. I've seen him clearly. So have I," the officers whispered among themselves. Not long after, Lin Ran finally arrived at the Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy. He had traversed the distance from his shop at a rapid pace, taking over an hour. Had it not been for the extraordinary battery life of his scooter, he would have certainly been stranded. As he approached the grand entrance of the academy, he gazed once more at the magnificent statues of the purple feather peacock kings. Marveling at their imposing splendor on his previous visit, he hadn't examined them closely. But now they truly appeared remarkable. After indulging in this admiration, Lin Ran rode his scooter through the entrance, only to be immediately halted by the security personnel. The guards scrutinized Lin Ran carefully. While the youth's appearance suggested he might be a student of the academy, anyone capable of gaining admission was undoubtedly of noble status. Even if he weren't, he certainly wouldn't arrive at the academy on such a meager mode of transportation. Moreover, the time for students to enter had long passed. If he were indeed a student, he would be late and subject to severe penalties. "Please present your student ID," the guard said, slightly more courteously than sternly. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, internally lamenting the myriad of obstacles he faced just to attend a class. First it was the officers, now the guards. And what was this about a student ID? Where could he possibly procure one? After all, he was merely there to attend class, not to cause trouble. That it was indeed wise of Yi Kuei to suggest he call upon his arrival. With no other option, Lin Ran took out his phone and called Yi Kuei, informing him that he had reached the academy entrance. Upon receiving Lin Ran's call, Yi Kuei was elated, pleasantly surprised that Lin Ran had kept his word and arrived today. He promptly contacted the security personnel at the entrance. When the guard received a call from Principal Yi Kuei, he was filled with trepidation and astonishment. After decades of service, this was the first time he had received a call from such a prominent figure. However, upon hearing Yi Kuei's words, he was utterly astonished to see Lin Ran. This youth, who appeared no older than 20, was actually a high-star mentor. The other guards nearby were equally dumbfounded, quickly regaining their composure and respectfully ushering Lin Ran into the academy, continually apologizing and attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. Yet, Lin Ran bore no ill will towards them. Compared to the officers at the city boundary, these guards were quite commendable. After all, they had simply done their duty. Mistaking him for a tardy student, and had not been overly harsh in their reprimand, was he who felt somewhat embarrassed, allowing these guards, who could be considered of his elders, to apologize to him. Once inside the academy on his scooter, Lin Ran followed the path he remembered from his previous visit, riding leisurely, entirely unaware that he had gone the wrong way. Oh no. Have I lost my way? This cannot be. Lin Ran suddenly froze, realizing he had arrived at an unfamiliar area, utterly bewildered. The vastness of the Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy was indeed daunting, relying solely on his previous visit's memory. It was all too easy to become disoriented. He found himself floundering like a headless fly, zigzagging on his scooter in search of direction, just as Lin Ran was about to call Yi Kuei for assistance. A tall and elegant woman emerged from a nearby grove, clad in a fitted suit and high heels, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Her golden-rimmed glasses perched on her nose as she coldly regarded Lin Ran. Seeing her, Lin Ran felt a surge of hope and was about to rush over to ask for directions. However, upon witnessing her utterly indifferent expression, he hesitated. Did someone owe her a fortune? Her demeanor was rather frosty. She approached him slowly and said icily, "Who permitted you to ride an electric scooter within the academy? Which class are you from? How dare you loiter here?" Cutting class. Lu Ningxue adjusted her glasses. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Lin Ran that he was not dressed in the academy's formal uniform and was instead clad in athletic wear. How inappropriate. I'm here to report today. Could you direct me to the principal's office? Lin Ran smiled and inquired. Lu Ningxue frowned and replied, New students should go directly to the admissions office. I just returned from a business trip and need to pass by there myself. I can take you." Lin Ran was taken aback, quickly clarifying, No, you misunderstand that I'm here as a high-star mentor sent by Principal Yi to find him. I just got a bit lost. High-star mentor. Lu Ningxue's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of her head as she stared at him. She scrutinized Lin Ran once more, but he looked undeniably youthful, barely over 20, although she had received notice of a very young high-star mentor's arrival after her return from a business trip. This was beyond her expectations. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. If he were not here for a position, he would never have been allowed entry. The guard at the entrance were certainly not lax. She shook her head in resignation, internally critiquing Principal Yi. During her brief absence, how had the academy's standards for hiring high-star mentors plummeted so low? This warranted a serious discussion with Principal Yi. Was the hiring criterion lowered? Or did this young man possess some extraordinary abilities? Very well, since I'm also headed to Principal Yi's office. Follow me, Lu Ningxue instructed Lin Ran, clutching her file folder and slowly moving forward. Chapter 85. First-year instruction. Lin Ran was pleasantly surprised that she seemed to harbor no doubts and was willing to escort him. He promptly suggested, "Walking is rather slow. Why not ride with me? I'll give you a lift." Lu Ningxue paused, glancing at his little scooter, and replied coolly, "No need. The academy does not permit riding vehicles. You can either push it along or park it to the side." She continued to internally berate Lin Ran. How could someone dressed so poorly possibly be a high-star mentor? Not only was this shabby scooter unworthy of her attention, but even a luxury car worth $1 million would not merit a glance from her. Is that really a rule? Such a vast academy still prohibits cycling. How long must one walk to reach their destination? Lin Ran shook his head in resignation, dutifully pushing his electric scooter behind her. However, her pace was excruciatingly slow, her towering heels swaying with each step. Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Ran disregarded her earlier warnings, mounted his scooter, and gradually followed her at times. He rode ahead, then paused to wait for her, or meandered along the path, circling around Lu Ningxue. Indeed, it was best to wait for her at this leisurely pace. She would walk her way, and he would ride his own, observing Lin Ran's complete disregard for her reminders. Lu Ningxue's lips twitched slightly. Such a person was truly incomprehensible, appearing utterly childlike. Was this really a high-star mentor? Goodness, after nearly 20 minutes of walking, Lin Ran finally spotted a familiar building, the very one Feng Ruodong had taken him to previously. At last, they had arrived. It wasn't that far, was it? Lin Ran chuckled wryly, thinking that had he not forgotten the way, he would not have trailed behind her for so long. Nevertheless, her intentions were good. He quickly turned to Lu Ningxue and said, "Thank you. Beautiful lady, I shall head upstairs now." With that, he parked his scooter and dashed up the stairs. Truly, it left one speechless. Lu Ningxue furrowed her brow, letting out a deep sigh as she continued her own pace, ascending the stairs slowly. Relying on his previous visit's memory, Lin Ran soon arrived at the principal's office, catching sight of a male instructor with a buzz cut and glasses standing at the entrance. It was teacher Wang Chun, who had invited Lin Ran to the principal's office during the conference. Teacher Wang. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Wang Chun's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, saying, "You finally made it. Why did you take so long? Principal Yi has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Ran smiled awkwardly and replied, "The academy is quite large, and I accidentally took a wrong turn, circling around a bit." Indeed, Once you visit a few more times, you'll become familiar with it. Wang Chun chuckled while continuously sizing Lin Ran up. To be honest, had he not witnessed Lin Ran's astonishing abilities with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this youth, who appeared to be under 20, surpassed his own cultivation level. That it was simply unbelievable. Consider Wang Chun, who, having reached the status of a 7-star beast tamer in his early 30s, could be regarded as exceptionally gifted. Yet upon encountering Lin Ran, he felt utterly devoid of confidence. Observing Lin Ran's youthful visage and modest athletic attire, all while wearing a cheerful expression, could this truly be the epitome of a prodigy? "Sai, please come in." Wang Chun composed himself and smiled at Lin Ran. Regardless of the jealousy and envy brewing within him, the facts remained. After all, the fervor with which Principal Yi and numerous department heads vied for Lin Ran's presence indicated his immense capabilities. Lin Ran nodded with a smile and strode inside. Teacher Wang has arrived. Principal Yi Kuei exclaimed upon Lin Ran's entrance, quickly rising to extend a warm welcome. "Teacher Lin, you certainly honored your promise. Have you considered the competition yet?" Lin Ran was taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon entering, the first question would pertain to the competition, rather than his teaching. Was this competition truly of such paramount importance? I won't be participating," Lin Ran replied, shaking his head in exasperation. "All right then." Seeing Lin Ran's firm refusal, Yi Kuei had no choice but to relent, muttering, "What a pity. Why can't you appreciate this opportunity?" Lin Ran paid little mind to his words and continued. "I've come to report. How is the teaching arrangement set up? Should I head directly to my class? Although your abilities are impressive, this is your first time teaching, so I plan to assign you to the first-year students. They are new enrollees, and thus easier to manage considering your lack of experience. Moreover, being strong and teaching effectively are two different matters. How do you feel about that, Teacher Lin?" Yi Kuei explained as soon as Lin Ran broached the topic of teaching. Lin Ran nodded. He understood the rationale behind it. After all, the third-year students were of a similar age to him, and it was inevitable they might resist his authority. That works, but do first-year students also need to participate in the competition? Will I have to conduct additional classes each week? Yes, it's important to provide students with challenges. Although the ranking may not be stellar, it will be a valuable experience, Yi Kuei replied promptly. All right, Lin Ran conceded. Seeing Lin Ran agree so readily, Yi Kuei felt a wave of relief. He had initially worried that assigning Lin Ran to first-year classes might be taken as an insult, but thankfully that was not the case. He smiled and said, "Teacher Lin is indeed decisive. Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. I will inform Teacher Wang to notify the first-year class heads about your upcoming courses. As this is your first time teaching here, and the students are unaware that our academy has gained such a high-star mentor, by the way, I have already entered your information into the academy's website, and it will be fully public soon. Your identity will be known throughout the school." Lin Ran nodded and settled onto the sofa, savoring the tea. He had long been prepared for this and was indifferent to the rest. It was of little consequence to him. Noticing Lin Ran's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Kuei added, "Teacher Lin, do not take this lightly. To high-star mentors are specially hired by the academy, distinct from other instructors, in addition to the fixed monthly salary and benefits. There are also special rewards that if you can maintain full attendance during your classes, you will receive an additional 50,000 glory points each month. That, of course, that may be a bit challenging, so as long as your absences do not exceed 3 per month. You will still earn a reward of 10,000 glory points. However, if absences surpass 10, it will be considered a failure, and you will receive no rewards. In dire situations, your glory points for the month may even be deducted." Lin Ran furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, but quickly relaxed. Chapter 86. So strong. After Yi Kuei finished speaking, he noticed a slight change in Lin Ran's expression and chuckled. "Haha, Teacher Lin, you need not worry. This rule is in place to prevent high-star mentors from becoming complacent and neglecting their teaching duties. Generally, high-star mentors hold only one class per week, and students are typically quite supportive. So it is rare for there to be more than a few empty seats." Lin Ran sighed quietly. Although Yi Kuei mentioned that this regulation was not written into the contract, it was indeed quite reasonable. After all, competition is inherent in any field, and one cannot expect to remain overly comfortable to that moment. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door, and Wang Chen entered, saying, "Principal Yi, Director Liu has returned and wishes to discuss an urgent matter with you." The two conversing were momentarily taken aback, and Yi Kuei replied, "Very well. Let her in directly. I also have matters to discuss with her." Wang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Director Liu?" Lin Ran was startled. Could it be the woman who had just escorted him?